Chapter I, Part I of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Céline Major. 20 Years of the Republic by Harry Thurston Peck. The Return of the Democracy, Part I. On the 4th day of March, 1885, Grover Cleveland of New York took the oath prescribed by the Constitution and became, in doing so, the 22nd President of the United States. As he paused for a moment after pronouncing the solemn words, and looked out over the multitude which filled the vast expanse before the Capitol, he must have felt, unimaginative though he was, a thrill of irrepressible emotion. 3 years before, his name had been unknown beyond the limits of the provincial city where he lived. Now the tumultuous cheers that drowned even the thunder of saluting cannon acclaimed him as the elected ruler of the mightiest republic upon earth. He had accomplished the impossible. He had succeeded where men of large experience and wide renown had ignominiously failed. He had led to victory a political party which seemed to have incurred the fate of perpetual banishment from power. And in achieving this, he, a country lawyer with no especial knowledge of statecraft or of national policies, had defeated the most brilliant, the most resourceful, and the most passionately loved of all American party leaders. Washington had never before seen so great a concourse assembled to witness the inauguration of a president. More than 500,000 people had poured into the city during the preceding week. They came from every state and territory of the Union, eager to share in celebrating the return of the Democratic party, at last again triumphant. The military display was in itself a splendid spectacle. Not since the great reviews which marked the end of the Civil War had so many marching regiments swung down the noble boulevard which leads from the White House to the Capitol. Every arm of the regular establishment was represented: cavalry, infantry, artillery, and engineers, with detachments of bluejackets and marines. A whole division of the National Guard of Pennsylvania was in line. A body of Southern soldiers, headed by General Fitzhugh Lee, and with the famous 5th Maryland in the van, was there. Contingents from New York and Rhode Island in the east, and from Missouri in the west, marched close behind the regulars. There was also a battalion of colored troops, whose fine appearance called forth hearty and prolonged applause. The civic organizations were still more numerous; and political clubs, with picturesque regalia and often in striking costume, completed the long line which later passed in review before the President to the music of 100 military bands. The day was redolent of spring; and as the stream of bayonets flashed in the sunshine, and the flags unfurled their folds in the soft west wind, the sight was inspiring in its animation and movement and vivid color. Yet the throng which lined the avenue was no less interesting in the variety of types which it exhibited. It was a different gathering from that which Washington had been wont to see at the inauguration of Republican presidents. The men of the South were far more numerous, and there were many present who had long been strangers to the capital city. For them it was the dawning of a new era, and their mingled faith and triumph were almost touching to behold. There were, besides, not a few gaunt figures of an old-time quaintness, intense and half-fanatical partisans from remote localities, displaying with a sort of pride the long white beards which, years before, they had vowed never to shave until a Democratic president should be inaugurated. A feeling of eager expectancy, of pleasurable excitement and frank exultation swayed the entire multitude; and even those who owed allegiance to the defeated party could not wholly resist the spell. It was, for the moment, an apotheosis of the democracy. When the new President entered the carriage which was to convey him to his official home, few gave any thought to a gentleman who had stood quietly beside him throughout the simple ceremonial, and who presently took friendly leave of him with a cordial clasp of the hand, and a word or two of congratulation and good will. It was the familiar little scene that has been so frequently enacted in our country, when one who for a few short years has been the ruler of a nation and the peer of monarchs goes back, at the stroke of the clock, into the obscurity of private citizenship, unheeded and unheralded amid the strident din that welcomes his successor. There is always something half pathetic in this sudden transformation, Yet it is impressive, too, for it symbolizes American reverence for law. Ex-President Arthur, though unnoticed at the moment when he quietly slipped away from Washington, carried with him into private life the respect and confidence of all his countrymen, for he had governed well and wisely. Yet no President had ever entered into office under circumstances of such perplexity and personal embarrassment. Mr. Arthur had been nominated for the Vice Presidency on the ticket with General Garfield, in the hasty, almost reckless fashion of our national conventions. He was chosen not because he was thought to be peculiarly fitted for the honor, but simply, as the politician's slang expresses it, to placate the stalwart or conkling wing of the Republican party which had fought bitterly to secure the selection of General Grant, and which resented fiercely the nomination of General Garfield. At that time the country knew very little of Mr. Arthur, and what it did know was not wholly favorable. He was regarded as a typical New York politician, an active member of the so-called Custom House gang, which parceled out the local federal appointments and dickered for the petty spoils of office. This estimate was not entirely unjust. Mr. Arthur had been by no means too fastidious in his political associations. He had kept some rather dubious company while acting as the lieutenant of the aggressive Conkling, whose intimate friend he was. But Mr. Arthur had another side of which the country was not then aware. He was one who drew a very sharp line between his public and his private life. Personally, he was a gentleman of cultivated tastes, a university graduate, familiar with the usages of polite society, and having an easy adaptability which made him equally at home in a lady's drawing-room, in the fumoir of a club, or in the noisome atmosphere of a riotous ward primary. Intellectually he was well trained and disciplined. In the years preceding the Civil War he had attained to eminence in the practice of law. He conducted to a successful issue a case which affected the validity of the fugitive slave law, and he secured a decision which is still a classic in American political legal history. Note 1, page 5. Nor was he without experience of administrative responsibility. During the war he had at different times been Inspector General and Quartermaster General of the State of New York, and had won high commendation for his efficiency in organizing and equipping the 600,000 troops with which that state met the requisitions of President Lincoln. Later he had been Collector of the Port of New York under President Grant. But when he became Vice President in 1881, the country at large knew him only as a local politician of no very high repute. He sided with Senator Conkling when that arrogant leader soon after declared open war on President Garfield for refusing to let the New York Senator dictate the federal appointments in his state; and Mr. Arthur was loyal to Conkling throughout the bitter strife that followed. Then, in the midst of it, the President was shot down by a crazed fanatic, Charles Guiteau, and lay for months fighting against death with splendid courage. With the first shock of grief and horror which stirred the nation when Garfield fell, there was mingled a feeling of deep resentment. It was held that indirectly the President was a victim of the Conkling faction, whose denunciations of him had worked upon the morbid mind of his assassin. Some, in their excess of feeling, went further still. Strange rumors flew about, and sinister accusations were made in private talk. Men even cherished a wild belief that a conspiracy had planned the murder of the President. In the first excited hours it was hinted that, either with or without his knowledge, a plot had been formed to place Mr. Arthur in the Presidency, and in this way to deliver the administration into stalwart hands. Few, even then, were willing to listen to so wild a charge; yet the feeling against Mr. Arthur for a time was very bitter. The newspapers, especially in the Eastern States, spoke of him in terms of rancor. They deplored the possibility that "this pot-house politician," as they called him, might take the place of Garfield, whom popular sympathy had already idealized as a martyr. Throughout these trying months, when the country hung upon the daily bulletins from Elberon, Mr. Arthur made no sign. Just what he suffered no man knew. But his dignified reserve was never broken; and when it was hinted that he might act as President during the period of Mr. Garfield's incapacity, he repelled the suggestion with indignant sternness. At last came the death of Garfield in September, 1881. Mr. Arthur assumed the office which thus came to him under circumstances so distressing. Before long the country learned to know the man as he really was. From the very outset he was the President of no faction, of no party, but of the entire people. Firm, wise, and vigilant, his administration was one of the very best in all our history. To his former political allies he showed no undue favor. To his former enemies he manifested no unfairness, but stood between them and the anger of Conkling, whose vindictive spirit led him in consequence to break off all relations with the President. Garfield's appointees were retained in office. Even the request of General Grant could not secure the displacement of the Secretary of the Navy and the substitution of a stalwart. Many of those whom Mr. Arthur thus protected repaid his generosity with the blackest ingratitude. All through his administration, they and other friends of Garfield carried on an underhanded warfare against him, a warfare of pinpricks rather than of blows delivered in the open. Calling themselves the Garfield Avengers, they tried in every way to belittle Mr. Arthur's public acts and even to discredit his private life. In this manner, between the frank reproaches of his former friends and the treacherous enmity of his former foes, President Arthur's term of office afforded him no very pleasurable experience. Yet at least he never gave his ill-wishers the satisfaction of seeing that he winced. He was not one who wore his heart upon his sleeve, but he went on his way with an outward serenity that did honor to his strength of character. His political courage was shown in some very striking acts. Although there is no doubt that he desired a second term of office, he never flinched from what he held to be his duty, however unpopular the discharge of it might be. Thus he vetoed the Chinese Exclusion Bill of 1882 in the face of the unanimous and excited demands of the far western states for its enactment into law. In the same year he vetoed a foolishly extravagant river and harbor bill appropriating some $19 millions. Again, although in former years he had himself been emphatically a spoilsman, as President he advocated and secured the passage in 1883 of an act reforming the civil service, and establishing an effective civil service commission. He did all that was possible to secure the prosecution and conviction of those corrupt officials who had systematically robbed the government through the notorious star route contracts in the postal service. But his most enduring claim to honorable remembrance is found in his energetic efforts to build up an efficient navy in place of the grotesque collection of antiquated hulks on which the Grant administration had spent sums sufficient to have given the United States a modern fighting fleet. President Arthur was, in fact, the true creator of the new American navy, of which the first vessels, the Chicago, the Atlanta, the Boston, and the Dolphin, were laid down while he was President. Upon its personal and social side his presidency was one to be long remembered. The honors of the White House were done with a graceful dignity such as had never yet been known there. The President had lost his wife some years before, but his sister, Mrs. McElroy, an accomplished woman of great social charm, frequently presided at official functions. The diplomatic dinners were rescued from the smothered ridicule with which the foreign envoys had always viewed them, and the pungent epigram of Mr. Evarts, apropos of one of President Hayes' entertainments, suddenly lost its point. Note 2, page 8. As for the President himself, he must be regarded as the only man of the world, in the best sense of that term, who has ever occupied the White House. Jefferson might, perhaps, have been cited as another instance, were it not that, during his first term, he cultivated an ostentatious boorishness such as would have been impossible in a thoroughbred. President Arthur, however, was an ideal host both to his public and his private guests. Of a fine presence, courteous, witty, tactful, and possessing infinite savoir vivre, he was a living refutation of the taunt which Europeans sometimes level at us, to the effect that eminence in American politics is unattainable by one who is a gentleman at heart. Mr. Arthur kept the domestic side of his ménage a thing entirely apart from his official life. Coarse-minded, peeping correspondents, male and female, found scant material here for vulgar paragraphs of kitchen gossip. There were published no foolish, nauseating chronicles of the daily doings of the White House. The President's children were not photographed and paragraphed and made the subject of 1,000 flat and fatuous stories. Beyond the veil of self-respecting privacy which was drawn before the President's personal affairs, few ever penetrated. The only tale that reached the public was one that made even the Paul Pris of the press ashamed of their own curiosity. It became known that in one of the President's private apartments there was hung the portrait of a woman, before which every morning, by Mr. Arthur's personal order, great masses of cut flowers were heaped. Here was a rarely promising hint for the greedy journalist, eager to give his next dispatch from Washington a touch of sauce piquante. With vast ingenuity, and by bringing the resources of the press to bear, the secret was ferreted out at last, and the portrait was found to be that of the President's dead wife. It was very characteristic of the man who, to the world at large, was always the master of practical affairs, with just a suggestion of the viveur about him, that he should in private have cherished this delicate sentiment which did him so much honor. Perhaps it was precisely President Arthur's dignity and perfect taste that shut him out from the broader popularity which some other presidents have enjoyed. Democracies prefer their idols to have feet of clay. Their ruler must not be too far above those whom he rules, and he must not show too markedly those finer traits which instinctively arouse the furtive suspicion and half dislike of the ignorant and unenlightened. The many-headed monster fawns only at the feet of those who flatter it by imitation, or who unconsciously partake of its uncouthness. The Orsons and Calibans of politics have an innate antipathy to a gentleman. It is not likely that even so great a man as Lincoln could have kept his powerful hold upon the masses had he not possessed some qualities which many of his truest friends deplored. His ultimate success was due, no doubt, before all else, to his sagacity, his perfect knowledge of human nature, and his infinite patience; yet much of it must surely be ascribed to the awkwardness of his appearance and the unconventionality of his manners. The Hoosiers and suckers of the still untutored West could not rightly understand the consummate statecraft of which he was a master, his inborn genius for the task of government; but when they heard that he slapped his visitors upon the back and told indecent stories, and received the ministers of foreign powers while sprawling in a wooden rocking chair, shoeless, and with his huge feet covered with blue yarn socks, then they felt that he was one of themselves, not President Lincoln, but "good old Abe." That which repelled a Sumner or an Adams gripped and held fast the hearts of the men of Sangamon. Note 3, page 11. But Mr. Arthur had not been bred in such a school. His type was one that neither likes nor courts the familiarity of a mob's approval. He had no eccentricities, no traits that were either crude or whimsical, no suggestion of self-consciousness or pose. He was simply a dignified and courteous gentleman, plus regum Arturus, as one of his admirers quoted of him. And looking back upon his brave and honorable bearing under the strain of incessant vexation and temptation, the American people have reason to be proud because the roll of their chief magistrates contains the name of Chester Alan Arthur. At the time when Mr. Cleveland was inaugurated there had been no Democratic president for a full quarter of a century. A whole generation had been born and had grown to manhood and to womanhood without ever having lived under any but Republican rule. This long continuance in power of a single party had led many citizens to identify the interests of that party with the interests of the nation. The Democrats had been so invariably beaten at the polls as to make Republicans believe that the defeated party had no decent reason for existence, and that it was composed only of willful obstructionists or of persons destitute of patriotism. On the other hand, the Republican party, identified as it was with success and with so much creditable achievement, was held by them to monopolize all the political virtues of the American people. To criticize its leaders or to attack its policies seemed to many almost treasonable. To it were ascribed not only the successful conduct of a great war, the extinction of slavery, and the triumph of nationalism over the particularistic spirit of secession, but also the maintenance of the country's commercial credit and of its financial honor. Few remembered that without the support of loyal Democrats at the North, the government must have yielded to the Confederacy. Few took the trouble to recall the fact that of the great Union commanders, Sherman, Sheridan, McClellan, and Meade were Democrats, while Grant himself, though a resident of Lincoln's own state, had never voted for a Republican until after the war ended. Nor was it kept in mind that Stanton, the remarkable military administrator, and Chase, the great finance minister, had been Democrats; that Lincoln's second nomination to the presidency came to him, not from the Republican party, but from a Union convention composed of Republicans and Democrats alike. These things had been long forgotten. Partisan Republicans had come to look upon the existence of the Democratic party as a rather sorry joke, in the face of its long record of disaster and defeat. That it could ever return to power appeared to them not only an improbable, but even a ludicrous assumption. Among the ablest of the Republican leaders, however, a much saner view prevailed. These men were acutely conscious of certain facts of which their followers were ignorant. No political phenomenon, indeed, is more remarkable than the almost even balance between the two great parties from 1860 down to 1884. The large majorities which the Republican candidates had received in the Electoral College were utterly misleading as an indication of the comparative strength of the two parties throughout the country. A glance at the popular vote in each presidential election revealed a very interesting state of things, and showed that it was the distribution of the voters rather than their numbers which had given the Republicans success. For example, in the election of 1860, as is well known, Mr. Lincoln, who had a clear majority of 57 electoral votes, was only a minority candidate in the popular vote, for had both wings of the Democracy been united, the ballots which they cast would have outnumbered those given to Mr. Lincoln by more than 250,000. In the election of 1864, which took place at one of the most critical periods of the war, Mr. Lincoln had an electoral majority over General McClellan of 191 votes, and a popular majority of 407,000 votes. But in this election the 11 Southern States, being then outside the Union, took no part. At the election of 1868, out of a popular vote of nearly 6,000,000, General Grant, then at the very climax of his fame, received a popular majority of 305,000 votes, or almost one quarter less than had been cast for Lincoln, while 3 Southern States were still unrepresented in the count. In 1872, Grant's first administration had caused such widespread discontent that the Liberal Republican schism took place, headed by such well-known leaders as Senator Sumner, Carl Schurz, Charles Francis Adams, Horatio Greeley, and Whitelaw Reid. Had the Democrats at this time made good use of the opportunity afforded them, they might have gained a signal victory. A candidate such as Charles Francis Adams, of high character and proved ability, could probably have won. But the nomination of Horace Greeley led to the lamentable fiasco which continued President Grant in office by a popular majority of 762,000 votes. This proved, however, in the end to be a Pyrrhic victory. The very fullness of their triumph removed all feeling of restraint from the Republican leaders, and there followed 4 years of government tainted by public scandal of every description. The Secretary of War resigned to avoid impeachment for bribery. The Navy Department was honeycombed with jobbery. The revelations in connection with the whiskey ring startled and disgusted honest men throughout the country. The President's own relatives and intimate friends were proved to have traded on their influence with him. Note 4, page 14. Mr. Colfax, the Republican Speaker of the House and afterward Vice President, several senators, and a number of representatives were smirched by their connection with the Credit Mobilier. Moreover, the use of Federal troops in sustaining the iniquities of carpet-bag government in the South had become more and more distasteful to the people of the North. The dissatisfaction of the country over such a state of things was shown at the election of 1876, when on the face of the returns the Democratic candidate, Mr. Tilden, had a clear majority of the electoral vote. This result was disputed, and the Electoral Commission created by Congress canvassed the returns in such a way as to give the presidency to Mr. Hayes by a majority of 1 vote, 185 to 184, Mr. Tilden having a popular majority of 250,000 votes. Note 5, page 15. This election seemed to the more astute Republican leaders like the handwriting on the wall, presaging an end of Republican supremacy. The administration of President Hayes, however, considerably strengthened the party to which he belonged. A man of very moderate ability, he was, nevertheless, precisely the President that the country needed at the time. Henry Ward Beecher once described his administration as a bread poultice; and the description, though not wholly complimentary, was fairly just. Party feuds were healed. Governmental scandals came to an end. Federal troops were withdrawn from the South. Under the able management of Secretary Sherman, the Treasury resumed specie payments. Note 6, page 15. Hence, at the next election, that of 1880, the Republicans were again successful, and General Garfield had an electoral majority of 59 votes. Yet the record of the popular vote was exceedingly significant. Nearly 9,000,000 ballots had been cast, and out of these 9,000,000 ballots Garfield's majority over Hancock was only 815. Note 7, page 15. The numerical difference, therefore, between the Republican and Democratic parties at this time was equal only to the population of an insignificant village. So extraordinary close a division had never before been known. It was obvious that Republican success at the next election hung, as it were, by a very slender thread. It was while the political scales were in this state of almost perfect equipoise that the Republican convention met in Chicago on June 3, 1884, to nominate its candidates for President and Vice President, respectively. President Arthur hoped for a nomination, and on the first ballot he received 278 votes. But even at the outset he was outstripped by James G. Blaine of Maine, who led with 334½ votes. This lead was steadily maintained in spite of the opposition of many distinguished Republican leaders, and on the fifth ballot Mr. Blaine received 541 votes, and was declared the nominee amid a scene of tumultuous enthusiasm. General John A. Logan of Illinois was nominated for the vice presidency. The Democratic convention meeting in St. Louis on July 8th took but 2 ballots. In the first of these, Grover Cleveland of New York led with 392 votes as against 170 cast for Mr. Bayard of Delaware, and on the second ballot he secured the nomination by 683 votes to 145½ cast for Mr. Thomas A. Hendricks of Indiana. As soon as Mr. Cleveland had been nominated as the Democratic candidate for the presidency, Mr. Hendricks was unanimously named for the office of Vice President. The nomination of Mr. Blaine produced an indescribable sensation throughout the length and breadth of the United States. No American statesman had ever had more ardent and intensely loyal friends than he, as none had ever had more virulent and bitter enemies. The former hailed his candidacy with intense enthusiasm. The latter began at once moving heaven and earth to compass his defeat. Mr. Blaine had already enjoyed a remarkable career. Born in Pennsylvania, of Scotch-Irish parentage, he had been by turns a teacher and an editor, having taken up in 1854 his residence in Maine. In 1858 he had entered the state legislature, where for 2 years he served as Speaker. In 1862 he was sent to Congress, and at once made his mark by his readiness in debate, his quick grasp upon political principles, and his exceptional fertility in resource. He had the impetuosity of the Celt and the clear reasoning brain of the Anglo-Saxon, besides that indescribable quality which, for want of a better name, is known as magnetism. His personal charm was indeed remarkable, and it was to this as much as to his other gifts that he owed the extraordinary devotion of his followers and friends. Early in his political life he had been compared to Henry Clay, to whose career his own was to exhibit a striking parallel. At first he was better known to his associates in Congress than to the country as a whole; but when in 1869 he was elected Speaker of the House, he rose at once to the rank of a great party leader. It was not, however, until 1876 that he reached the climax of his parliamentary fame. Early in that year, owing to the approach of the centenary of national independence, it was felt that the time had come to hasten the growth of the kindly feeling which already was slowly uniting the sections of the country that had faced each other in the Civil War. To further this object, Mr. Randall of Pennsylvania, a distinguished Democrat, introduced in the House of Representatives a bill to relieve all persons in the United States from any disability imposed by the 14th Amendment to the Constitution. Mr. Blaine was at once upon his feet to offer a substitute. It excepted from this amnesty Jefferson Davis, late President of the so-called Confederate States. After some parliamentary fencing, an exciting debate began. Mr. Blaine, fluent and impassioned, set forth his reasons for accepting Mr. Davis from the amnesty offered by the Randall Bill. His words were chosen with consummate art, as if it was his purpose to stir again the embers of sectional strife into a blaze, and to exasperate the Southern Democrats whom he confronted on the floor. End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Chapter 1, Part 2 of 20 Years of the Republic by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Return of Democracy, Part 2. Quote from Mr. Blaine: "In my amendment I have excepted Jefferson Davis from amnesty. I do not place his exclusion on the ground that Mr. Davis was, as he has been commonly called, the head and front of the rebellion, because on that ground I do not think the exception would be tenable. Mr. Davis was, in that respect, as guilty, no more so, no less so, than thousands of others who have already received the benefit and grace of amnesty. Probably he was far less efficient as an enemy of the United States, probably he was far more useful as a disturber of the councils of the Confederacy, than many who have already received amnesty. It is not because of any particular and special damage that he above others did to the Union, or because he was personally or especially of consequence, that I accept him. But I accept him on this ground: that he was the author, knowingly, deliberately, guiltily, and wilfully, of the gigantic murders and crimes at Andersonville. Mr. Blaine then proceeded to describe in vivid language the sufferings of the Union soldiers confined in the prison pen at Andersonville. He dwelt with all the power of a consummate orator upon the horrors of that loathsome place. He pictured the miseries of starvation and disease, the insults and ingenious cruelty of the jailer VIII. And he stirred the indignation of his northern hearers by painting the dreadful man-hunts in which savage bloodhounds had been set upon the track of escaping prisoners. He accepted from his condemnation the people of the South, and directly charged the crimes of Andersonville upon Jefferson Davis. The poor victim VIII deserved his death for brutal treatment and the murder of many victims, but it was a weak policy on the part of our government to allow Jefferson Davis to go at large and hang VIII. VIII was nothing in the world but a mere subordinate, and there was no special reason for singling him out for death. I do not say he did not deserve it. He deserved no mercy, but his execution seemed like skipping over the President, superintendent, and board of directors in the case of a great railroad accident, and hanging the brakeman of the rear car. It is often said that we shall lift Mr. Davis again into great consequence by refusing him amnesty. This is not for me to consider. I only see before me, when his name is presented, a man who, by a wave of his hand, by a nod of his head, could have put an end to the atrocious cruelties at Andersonville. Some of us had kinsmen there, most of us had friends there, all of us had countrymen there. In the name of those kinsmen, friends, and countrymen, I here protest, and shall with my vote protest, against calling back and crowning with the honors of full American citizenship the man who organized that murder. Mr. Hill of Georgia replied to Mr. Blaine in a very able, temperate, and, as one reads it over now, convincing speech so far as the complicity of Mr. Davis was concerned; but he and his associates from the South made the serious tactical mistake of charging that Confederate prisoners had been ill-treated in the North. This gave Mr. Blaine another chance; and amid a scene of indescribable excitement he returned to the attack, as brilliant and even more exasperating than before. The debate continued for several days, during which the House at times became a bear garden. But through all the tumult Mr. Blaine was the one conspicuous figure. The whole country was stirred as it had not been for many years. The passions of the war revived and flamed up as fiercely as in the early 60s. The name of Blaine of Maine was in all men's mouths, and the North gloried in his victory, which was the victory of a partisan, but which was, nevertheless, magnificent. The feeling of his admirers was well expressed a few weeks later by Colonel Robert Ingersoll, Note 8, page 20, who with florid yet effective eloquence paid this tribute to his leader: "Like an armed warrior, like a plumed knight, James G. Blaine marched down the halls of the American Congress, and threw his shining lance full and fair against the brazen forehead of every traitor to his country." From the moment of this spectacular exhibition, Mr. Blaine was an inevitable candidate for the Presidency. But the fierce white light which beats upon a throne is no more fierce than that which beats upon a presidential aspirant. It was turned at once upon Mr. Blaine's whole past career. Every incident and every act of his were now subjected to minute investigation by his enemies and rivals. It was not long before a cloud was cast upon his personal integrity. Like a dank mist which rises at nightfall over marshy ground, there rose a vague, impalpable belief that in his public life he had not had a due regard for his own honor. Beginning with mere hints, and ending with public accusations, a dozen stories grew until they filled the minds of every one about him. It was said that Mr. Blaine had pledged a number of worthless railroad bonds to the Union Pacific Railway Company in return for a loan of $64,000, which had never been repaid. It was also charged that without consideration he had received bonds of the Little Rock and Fort Smith Railroad. Still another rumor said that while the Speaker of the House he had left the chair and asked one of the members to make a point of order which would be sustained by him, and which would be favorable to a railway company in which Mr. Blaine was interested. Among a very few it began to be whispered confidentially that there existed letters written by Mr. Blaine to a business associate which, if found, would prove that the ex-Speaker had had corrupt transactions with the Northern Pacific Company. These reports obtained so widespread a currency that Mr. Blaine was forced to rise in his place and bring the matter to the attention of the House. He read a letter from the treasurer of the Union Pacific and from Colonel Thomas A. Scott, the president of that railway, denying the story of the worthless bonds. He read another letter from Morton, Bliss and Company, who were alleged to have cashed the draft for $64,000 mentioned in the story, but who now declared that no such draft had been presented to them. Mr. Blaine went on to say that he had never owned the Little Rock and Forthsmith bonds, which he was said to have received without any consideration. Apparently, his name was cleared. He was, of course, extremely anxious to avoid investigation at the hands of Congress. The time for the National Republican Convention was drawing near. Many states had already instructed their delegates to support his candidacy. That he should be the subject of an investigation for corrupt transactions while his name was before the convention would be fatal to his chances, and he desired above all things to stave it off. Nevertheless, the House, which was strongly Democratic, ordered its Judiciary Committee to make such an investigation, though in the resolution ordering it, Mr. Blaine was not specifically named. This was on May 2nd, and at the first sessions of the committee the evidence was corroborative of Mr. Blaine's assertions. On May 31st, however, a very curious incident occurred. There was brought before the committee a man named James Mulligan. Mulligan had at one time been a clerk for Mr. Jacob Stanwood, the brother of Mrs. Blaine, and later a bookkeeper for Warren Fisher, Jr., a businessman of Boston who had had close relations with the management of the Little Rock and Forthsmith Railroad. While Mr. Mulligan was testifying, he chanced to mention very quietly that he had in his possession certain letters written by Mr. Blaine to Warren Fisher, Jr. At once it was observed that Mr. Blaine grew pale and gave every evidence of great excitement. A moment later, in a whisper, he asked a friend on the committee to move an immediate adjournment. The gentleman in question did so on the plea of illness, and the committee rose to meet again the following morning. When it so met, it listened to a most extraordinary story. During the brief respite given by the adjournment of the committee, Mr. Blaine had flashed his mind over all the possibilities of the situation. He knew that Mulligan had letters which, if made public by Mulligan himself, would be interpreted by everyone in a sense extremely unfavorable to Mr. Blaine. He knew that these letters would surely be asked for by the committee so soon as it should reconvene in the morning. To prevent this, and to gain time, he must act at once. He therefore went to the Riggs house, where Mulligan was staying, and met Mulligan, Fisher, and one Atkins in a private room. There he first asked to see the letters which Mulligan had with him. When this request was refused, he pleaded with all the earnestness of a man whose future was at stake that the letters might not be given to the committee. Mulligan declined to surrender them. He said that he had no wish to injure Mr. Blaine, but that he must keep the letters in order to protect himself in case his testimony were impeached. Mr. Blaine asked to read the letters, promising on his word of honor to return them after reading. Mulligan then handed the letters to Mr. Blaine, who read them very carefully, put them into his pocket, and carried them away with him. Such was the story which Mulligan under oath told to the committee when it met on the following morning. Note 9, page 23 and 24. Meanwhile, Mr. Blaine had secured advice from eminent counsel, Senator Matthew H. Carpenter and Judge Jeremiah Black, to the effect that he was not bound to return the letters. He therefore refused to do so at the request of the committee, and the matter for the moment rested there. The case, however, looked very black for Mr. Blaine. He had possession of the letters, to be sure, yet his conduct was everywhere interpreted as giving evidence of guilt. Great excitement prevailed throughout the country, and the friends of Mr. Blaine were everywhere dismayed. It soon appeared, however, that what he had done was only part of a well-conceived plan which did credit to his resourcefulness and audacity. On June 5th, Mr. Blaine rose in the House and claimed the floor on a question of privilege. He at once proceeded to recite the events which had led up to the incident just narrated, and then referring to Mulligan, he spoke as follows. This man had selected, out of correspondence running over a great many years, letters which he thought would be peculiarly damaging to me. He came here, loaded with them. He came here for a sensation. He came here primed. He came here on that particular errand. I was advised of it, and I obtained those letters under circumstances which have been notoriously scattered throughout the United States and are known to everybody. I claim I have the entire right to those letters, not only by natural right, but upon all the precedents and principles of law, as the man who held those letters in possession held them wrongfully. The committee that attempted to take those letters from that man for use against me proceeded wrongfully. They proceeded in all boldness to a most defiant violation of the ordinary private and personal rights which belong to every American citizen. Then there went forth everywhere the idea and impression that because I would not permit that man, or any man whom I could prevent, from holding as a menace over my head my private correspondence, there must be something in it most deadly and destructive to my reputation. Now, Mr. Speaker, I say that I have defied the power of the House to compel me to produce those letters. I speak with all respect to this House. I know its powers, and I trust that I respect them. But I say this House has no more power to order what shall be done or not done with my private correspondence than it has with what I shall do in the nurture and education of my children. Not a particle. The right is as sacred in the one case as it is in the other. I am ready for any extremity of contest or conflict in behalf of so sacred a right." Throughout this animated and even fiery justification of his right, the crowded House had listened in breathless silence, and with a tension of feeling which could almost be felt. There was abundant sympathy with Mr. Blaine. Even his adversaries were sorry for him. He seemed like a man driven into a corner and fighting for his very life. Yet the suppression of the letters looked only the more utterly damning. But at this moment, after a brief pause, Mr. Blaine dealt a master stroke which he had planned with consummate art, and which he now delivered with a dramatic power that was thrilling. Raising his voice, and holding up a packet, he went on: "And while I am so, I am not afraid to show the letters. Thank God Almighty, I am not afraid to show them. There they are. There is the very original package. And with some sense of humiliation, with a mortification that I do not pretend to conceal, with a sense of outrage which I think any man in my position would feel, I invite the confidence of 44 millions of my countrymen while I read those letters from this desk." The tension was broken. The whole assembly burst out into frantic and prolonged applause. Then Mr. Blaine read the letters, one by one, with comments and explanations of his own. Having done so, he faced one of the Democratic members of the committee, Mr. Proctor Knott, and in the course of a rapid dialogue brought out the fact that Mr. Knott had received a cablegram from a Mr. Caldwell, whose knowledge of the whole affair was very intimate, and that Mr. Knott had apparently suppressed it. The scene at the end of this exciting parliamentary duel baffled all description. The House went mad, and for 15 minutes there reigned a pandemonium amid which the Speaker was helpless in his efforts to restore even a semblance of order. Mr. Blaine, for the moment, had won a brilliant triumph. He had restored and strengthened the faith of all his followers, and had turned apparently inevitable disaster into victory. He had not, however, laid the ghost of the railway scandals. Reading over the so-called Mulligan letters in cold type, a great number of Mr. Blaine's own party associates found in them evidence, if not of actual corruption, at least of so blunted a sense of official propriety as to make Mr. Blaine no longer seem a fitting candidate for the highest office in the land. From that time he had to face not only the opposition of the Democratic party, but the mistrust of thousands of Republicans, among whom were men of the highest character and influence. The Mulligan letters showed that Mr. Blaine, in the years when they were written, had been suffering from what he called very pressing and painful pecuniary embarrassment. Writing to Mr. Fisher, he described himself as "left helpless and hopeless, and as crippled and deranged in all my finances." A complicated series of financial transactions stood revealed, and also a willingness on the part of Mr. Blaine to secure especial consideration, on the ground of his influence as an officer of the government. The following letters are the two which were afterwards most often quoted. The first was dated June 29th, 1869. My dear Mr. Fisher, your offer to admit me to a participation in the new railway enterprise is in every respect as generous as I could expect or desire. I thank you very sincerely for it, and in this connection I wish to make a suggestion of a somewhat selfish character. It is this. You spoke of Mr. Caldwell disposing of a share of his interest to me. If he really designs to do so, I wish he would make the proposition definite so that I could know just what to depend on. Perhaps if he waits till the full development of the enterprise, he might grow reluctant to part with the shares. And I do not by this mean any distrust of him. I do not feel that I shall prove a dead head in the enterprise, if I once embark in it. I see various channels in which I know I can be useful. Very hastily and sincerely your friend, J. G. Blaine. The second letter was marked confidential, and was dated at Washington, April 16th, 1876. My dear Mr. Fisher, you can do me a very great favor, and I know it will give you pleasure to do so, just as I would do for you under similar circumstances. Certain persons and papers are trying to throw mud at me to injure my candidacy before the Cincinnati Convention, and you may observe they are trying it in connection with the Little Rock and Fort Smith matter. I want you to send me a letter such as the enclosed draft. You will receive this tomorrow, Monday evening, and it will be a favor I shall never forget if you will at once write me the letter and mail it the same evening. The letter is strictly true, and is honorable to you and to me, and will stop the mouths of slanderers at once. Regard this letter as strictly confidential. Do not show it to anyone. The draft is in the hands of my clerk, who is as trustworthy as any man can be. If you can't get the letter written in season for the 9 o'clock mail to New York, please be sure to mail it during the night so that it will start first mail Tuesday morning. But if possible, I pray you to get it in the 9 o'clock mail Monday evening. Kind regards to Mrs. Fisher. Sincerely, burn this letter. J. G. B. A third letter, dated October 4th, 1869, made it evident that Mr. Blaine, while Speaker of the House, had sent his page to General Logan, suggesting a point of order which, if made, would block a scheme unfriendly to a land grant in which Mr. Blaine's financial associates were interested. Such, in brief, is the history of the famous Mulligan letters which sufficed to prevent Mr. Blaine's nomination for the Presidency in 1876 and 1880, and which now, in 1884, from the outset of his candidacy, were printed and scattered broadcast over the country by his political opponents. Note 10, page 28. The Democratic candidate against whom Mr. Blaine had now to make his fight was a man of a wholly antithetical type. Mr. Cleveland was in no respect a brilliant man. The son of a clergyman, and early left to make his own way in the world, he had, like his rival, been a teacher, and had later taken up the practice of the law in Buffalo. There he had held some minor public offices. In 1863 he was assistant district attorney for the county, and from 1870 to 1873 he had served as sheriff. He first attracted attention outside of his own city when in 1881 he was elected mayor of Buffalo by a combination of Democrats and Independents. In this office he instituted reforms and defeated various corrupt combinations, while his liberal use of the veto power maintained a wise economy. In 1882 he had received the Democratic nomination for the governorship of New York, and had been elected by the remarkable plurality of 192,000 votes. Note 11, page 29. Mr. Cleveland was a type of man such as had not before come to the front as a presidential possibility. He represented the practical, everyday, usual citizen of moderate means and no very marked ambitions, a combination of the business man and the unimportant professional person, blunt, hard-headed, brusque, and unimaginative, and with a readiness to take a hand in whatever might be going on. His education was of the simplest, his general information presumably not very large, and his interest in life was almost wholly bounded by the limits of his own locality. As a practicing lawyer he was well thought of, yet his reputation had not gone much beyond the local circuit. A bachelor, he had no need of a large income. His spare time was spent with companions of his own tastes. His ideal of recreation was satisfied by a quiet game of pinochle in the back room of a respectable beer garden, and perhaps this circumstance in itself is sufficient to give a fair notion of his general environment. He was, indeed, emphatically a man's man, homo inter homines, careless of mere forms, blunt of speech, and somewhat primitive in his tastes. But he had all the virile attributes of a Puritan ancestry. His will was inflexible. His force of character was extraordinary. He hated shams, believed that a thing was either right or wrong, and when he had made up his mind to any course of action, he carried it through without so much as a moment's wavering. So great was the confidence which his character inspired, that when a committee of the independent voters of Buffalo called upon him for the purpose of urging him to stand for the mayoralty, they asked him for no written pledges, but accepted his simple statement as an adequate guarantee. "Cleveland says that if elected he will do so and so," they told the people. And the people elected him, because they knew his word to be inviolable. As governor, Mr. Cleveland entered upon a wider field, and one that must have seemed at first a place of limitless exactions. But his lack of imagination stood him in good stead. He bent his back to the burden and did each day's work as it came. A stranger to large responsibilities, and retaining much of the narrowness of the provincial business man, he viewed all questions as equally important, attending personally to all his correspondence, looking for himself into every item and detail of executive business, and giving hours of time each day to minutiae which the merest clerk could have cared for with quite as much efficiency. This, however, was only one manifestation of the conscientiousness that showed itself far more commendably in higher matters. The rough, blunt independence of the man made him indifferent to the insidious influences that rise like a malarial mist about the possessor of high political office. Subtleties of suggestion were lost on this brusque novice, and anything more pointed than suggestion roused in him a cross-grained spirit that brooked no guidance or control. He forged ahead in his own way with a sort of bull-necked stubbornness, but with a power and energy which smoother politicians were compelled to recognize as very real. He cared nothing for popularity. He vetoed a bill requiring the street railways to reduce their fares, thereby offending thousands. He followed it up by a veto of another bill which granted public money to sectarian schools, and in consequence he estranged great masses of his Catholic supporters. He defied the Tammany leaders in the legislature, and made still more powerful enemies. But when the people at large had come to understand him, they admired his independence and applauded this burly, obstinate, tactless, but intensely earnest man. They were pleased when the professional politicians were trampled on; and even the labor representatives, to whose dictation Mr. Cleveland had sturdily refused to bow, at heart respected him for his firmness and his honesty. In the end, his record as governor of New York secured for him the nomination for the presidency. Against the brilliant, subtle, and magnetic Blaine was pitted the plodding, incorruptible, courageous Cleveland. The campaign opened immediately after the two candidates had been nominated. Those Republicans who were opposed to Mr. Blaine formed an organization at a conference held in New York on July 22, and prepared an address which was issued on the 30th by the so-called National Committee of Republicans and Independents, of which George William Curtis was the chairman, and George Walton Green the secretary. At once the movement assumed formidable proportions, and it was seen that thousands of Republicans were rallying to Cleveland, not because they had given up their party, but because they could not tolerate their party's candidate. Among them were men who had been identified with the Republican party from its earliest years: Henry Ward Beecher, William Everett, George Ticknor Curtis, Carl Schurz, and James Freeman Clarke. These independents received the popular name of mugwumps, a word which, having been first employed in a semi-political sense by the Indianapolis Sentinel in 1872, gained its popular currency through the New York Sun, which began using it on March 23, 1884. These mugwumps, or political purists, had been described by Mr. Blaine 4 years earlier in a letter to General Garfield, in which he said, "They are noisy but not numerous, pharisaical but not practical, ambitious but not wise, pretentious but not powerful." This sentence was extremely characteristic of the man who wrote it. Mr. Blaine was an old campaigner. He knew that his record would be violently assailed. He felt, however, that he had drawn all the enemy's fire in 1876 and 1880, and that in consequence their ammunition had been practically exhausted. He had no intention of conducting a defensive battle. With all his natural aggressiveness, therefore, he began to carry the war into the enemy's country. At first he trusted to the old sectional issue which had won so many elections for his party. The memories of the Civil War were again invoked. The perils of the "Solid South" and of "the South once more in the saddle" were pictured by 1,000 party orators. But somehow or other this issue had, in sporting parlance, gone stale. The new generation which had grown up since the war cared little for these things, and the older generation had grown weary of them. Mr. Cleveland was sneered at because he had not enlisted in the army but had sent a substitute. To this it was answered that he was then the sole support of a widowed mother, and that neither had Mr. Blaine himself enlisted nor sent a substitute. A feeling of dismay affected the Republican managers when it was discovered that the war issue was no longer powerful. The tariff question was then taken up and hammered at industriously. This had proved sufficient to pull Mr. Garfield through in 1880, and much was hoped from it by Mr. Blaine. The Democratic platform, however, had been very wisely drawn, and its tariff plank decidedly appealed to the common sense of the American people. It said, "Knowing full well that legislation affecting the occupations of the people should be cautious and conservative in method, not in advance of public opinion, but responsive to its demands, the Democratic party is pledged to revise the tariff in a spirit of fairness to all interests. But in making reductions in taxes, it is not proposed to injure any domestic industries, but rather to promote their healthy growth. The necessary reduction in taxation can and must be effected without depriving American labor of the ability to compete successfully with foreign labor, and without imposing lower rates of duty than will be ample to cover any increased cost of production which may exist in consequence of the higher rate of wages prevailing in this country. Sufficient revenue to pay all the expenses of the federal government can be got under our present system of taxation, from custom house taxes on fewer imported articles, bearing heaviest on articles of luxury, and bearing lightest on articles of necessity." End of Chapter 1, Part 2. Chapter 1, Part 3 of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905, by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Return of Democracy, Part 3. In this there was no suggestion of the favorite Republican bogey of free trade. It was instead a lucid definition of protection, as protection had been understood by Lincoln and by the Republican financiers of his administration. Hence the tariff issue was another weapon which bent and broke in the hands of those who tried to wield it. Seeing the futility of their efforts to rekindle the war spirit or to frighten the manufacturing interests, the Republican managers, in their desperation, descended to the lower plane of personal abuse, justifying themselves by citing the attacks which Democrats and Independents were making upon Mr. Blaine. From that moment the contest became shameful and indecent to an almost incredible degree. No such campaign of slander had ever before been waged. One is justified in thinking that no such campaign will ever again be known in American political history. To recall quite briefly some of its details may act as a deterrent in the future. Mr. Cleveland was then a bachelor, and so the Republican condottieri felt no such scruples as they might have entertained toward one who had a family to suffer. They thought him a fair target for every missile. An episode in his past, and one that had been long since ended, was now revived, and made the basis for a charge of repulsive and habitual immorality. When the story was first published, its substance was telegraphed to Mr. Cleveland, who immediately replied with the characteristic message, "Tell the truth." But the truth would not have been sufficient for the purposes of his opponents, and therefore the incident referred to was exaggerated, and became the nucleus of a shameful structure of foul invention and filthy innuendo. It was charged that Mr. Cleveland had abducted a woman and imprisoned her in an asylum in order to suppress her story, and that he had kidnapped and secretly immured a child which claimed him as its father. Mr. Cleveland had made himself hated by the baser elements in Buffalo through his fearlessness in suppressing vice while he was mayor, and now from every drinking den and brothel there was sent forth a swarm of vile and slanderous stories which the partisans of Mr. Blaine greedily caught up and scattered recklessly throughout the land. It was a debauch of slander, and for a moment the Independents were staggered. But a brief investigation showed that, with the exception of a single incident, this prurient mass had oozed from the lewd imagination of the stews. It all resolved itself into the exaggeration of one episode in Mr. Cleveland's life, which had occurred years before, and which long since had been atoned for by the rectitude of his after conduct. The following paragraph, from a letter written by the Rev. Dr. Kinsley Twining, an eminent clergyman of Buffalo who was conversant with all the facts, sets forth with sufficient clearness the truth which Mr. Cleveland desired to have told. This letter was endorsed by the most prominent citizens of Buffalo, and it was printed and circulated throughout the United States. The kernel of truth in the various charges against Mr. Cleveland is this, that when he was younger than he is now, he was guilty of an illicit connection; but the charge as brought against him lacks the elements of truth in these substantial points. There was no seduction, no adultery, no breach of promise, no obligation of marriage; but there was at that time a culpable irregularity of life, living as he was a bachelor, for which it was proper and is proper that he should suffer. After the primary offense, which is not to be palliated in the circle for which I write, his conduct was singularly honorable, showing no attempt to evade responsibility, and doing all he could to meet the duties involved, of which marriage was certainly not one. Everything here was eminently to his credit under circumstances which would have seemed to many men of the world to justify him in other conduct than that which he accepted as his duty. There was no abduction, only proper legal action under circumstances which demanded it. It is now believed by many that Mr. Cleveland chivalrously took upon himself the blame of this transaction in order to shield a personal friend who was himself the wrongdoer, but who had a family which would have suffered had the facts been brought to light. This belief suggested to the late Paul Lester Ford a dramatic chapter in his political novel, The Honorable Peter Sterling, Note 12, page 36, of which many incidents are understood to have been drawn from the life of Mr. Cleveland. Certain it is that there was no truth in the other stories. They were repeated on the stump with hideous unctuousness by an itinerant preacher who had been hired to proclaim them; but a move toward prosecuting him for slander brought him instantly to his knees. The wretched creature ate his words, and grovelled and begged abjectly for forgiveness. He denied having any authority for what he had said, and confessed that he had simply repeated the loose stories which he had picked up in the street. The opinion of the independent voters was very well expressed by the New York Evening Post. Taunted with its enmity to Blaine, who had been accused only of official dereliction, and with its support of one who had been confessedly unchaste, the Post replied that while an isolated instance of unchastity might affect the social reputation of a man, it had no relation whatever to his civic virtues; whereas the charges against Mr. Blaine, if true, disqualified him wholly for high office, since they were such as undermined the foundation of all civic honor. As the campaign proceeded, its tone became almost frantic. Those who clung loyally to Mr. Blaine did so with a passionate intensity that made them quite incapable of reasoning. The attacks on Mr. Cleveland had filled his followers with the bitterest resentment. It was known that the scandalous stories about him had been published with Mr. Blaine's consent, and that, in fact, Mr. Blaine had sent the original copy of them to the Republican National Committee. Note 13, page 37. Therefore, when certain industrious and not over-nice partisans unearthed a similar private scandal relating to Mr. Blaine, it was carried to Mr. Cleveland in the confident expectation that he would sanction its use in the campaign. To their surprise, he sternly forbade any such action, and notified the managers of his canvass to have nothing to do with it. This was early in the summer. A newspaper owner in the West, who had no such scruples as influenced Mr. Cleveland, resolved, on his own responsibility, to make the matter public. On August 8th, the Indianapolis Sentinel printed the story with sensational headlines. It asserted that the inscription on a headstone in the cemetery at Augusta, Maine, showed that a child had been born to Mr. and Mrs. Blaine within 3 months after the date of their marriage. Upon this circumstance the Sentinel made a series of editorial comments such as it is unnecessary to reprint, but which were insufferably frank and brutally explicit. Mr. Blaine was stung to the quick by this shocking reflection upon his own honor and the virtue of his wife. He at once telegraphed to an eminent legal firm in Indiana, directing that a suit for criminal libel be brought at once against the Sentinel. On September 6th he wrote a personal letter of explanation to Mr. William Walter Phelps, who gave it to the press. The essential portions of this letter may be quoted. At Georgetown, Kentucky, in the spring of 1848, when I was but 18 years of age, I first met the lady who for more than 34 years has been my wife. Our acquaintance resulted at the end of 6 months in an engagement, which, without the prospect of speedy marriage, we naturally sought to keep to ourselves. 2 years later, in the spring of 1850, when I was maturing plans to leave my profession in Kentucky and establish myself elsewhere, I was suddenly summoned to Pennsylvania by the death of my father. It being very doubtful if I could return to Kentucky, I was threatened with indefinite separation from her who possessed my entire devotion. My one wish was to secure her to myself by an indissoluble tie against every possible contingency in life; and on the 30th day of June, 1850, just prior to my departure from Kentucky, we were, in the presence of chosen and trusted friends, united by what I knew was, in my native state of Pennsylvania, a perfectly legal form of marriage. He then stated that this marriage subsequently appeared to have been technically irregular, inasmuch as, through ignorance of the Kentucky law, he had not secured the proper form of license. Therefore he had gone through a second marriage ceremony in Pennsylvania on March 25th, 1851, a date which had usually been accepted as that of his marriage to Miss Stanwood. He concluded: "At the mature age of 54, I do not defend the wisdom or prudence of a secret marriage suggested by the ardor and the inexperience of youth, but its honor and its purity were inviolate, as I believe, in the sight of God, and cannot be made to appear otherwise by the wicked devices of men. It brought to me a companionship which had been my chief happiness from boyhood's years to this hour, and has crowned me with whatever of success I have attained in life." To the discredit of human nature, this perfectly frank and truthful explanation had no effect upon many of Mr. Blaine's enemies; and up to the day of the election, disgusting innuendoes regarding the affair continued to be heard upon the stump. Note 14, pages 39 and 40. Political discussion, indeed, rapidly degenerated into personal abuse. Even the cartoonists of the different parties showed none of the humor which is usually to be found in the pictorial history of a campaign. Some of the caricatures were frightful in their malignity. It was at this time that Gillam drew his hideous pictures of Mr. Blaine as the tattooed man, which produced so painful an impression upon Mr. Blaine himself that his friends could with difficulty restrain him from instituting a criminal prosecution. On the other hand, the pages of Judge showed an almost equally offensive representation of the Democratic candidates. Many persons at that time had a very poor opinion of Mr. Cleveland's intellectual abilities, and regarded Mr. Hendricks as much the abler man. Hence a cartoonist drew the Democratic ticket as a kangaroo with an extremely small head, but with an enormous leech-like tail. The head, of course, was Cleveland, and the tail was Hendricks, whose face appeared upon it; and this conception, varied in 100 different ways and published in crude colors, was worked out in a fashion that was most repulsive, as were also scores of other coarse cartoons, which today would be suppressed by the police. Late in October it became evident that the vote of New York would decide the result of the election, and both parties concentrated upon that state their intensest energies. Mr. Cleveland as governor had, as already described, offended the labor vote, the Roman Catholics, and Tammany Hall, three immensely powerful elements. Mr. Blaine, on the other hand, because of his Irish descent, his Catholic mother, and his professed sympathies with the cause of Ireland, and the so-called Irish "patriots," was strong precisely where Cleveland was known to be the most vulnerable. Yet in New York Mr. Blaine had made one venomous and implacable enemy. This was Roscoe Conkling, with whom, so far back as 1866, there had been established something like a personal feud. The two men had always been temperamentally antipathetic. Conkling was overbearing, proud of his personal appearance, and bore himself with a swagger which impressed the galleries of the House, but which was offensive even to many of his own party associates. In 1866, in the course of a debate, Blaine and Conkling came into parliamentary collision, and the former was goaded into a withering blaze of scorn. Turning upon Conkling, he said in measured tones, and with an air of indescribable disdain: "As to the gentleman's cruel sarcasm, I hope he will not be too severe. The contempt of that large-minded gentleman is so wilting, his haughty disdain, his grandiloquent swell, his majestic supereminent, overpowering turkey-gobbler strut, has been so crushing to myself and all the members of this House, that I know it was an act of the greatest temerity for me to venture upon a controversy with him." Then, referring to a comparison which had been made of Mr. Conkling to Henry Winter Davis, he went on: "The gentleman took it seriously, and it has given his strut additional pomposity. The resemblance is great. It is striking. Hyperion to a satyr, Thersites to Hercules, mud to marble, dunghill to diamond, a singed cat to a Bengal tiger, a whining puppy to a roaring lion." This shock to his vanity Conkling never forgave, the less so as the cartoonists ever afterward depicted him as a turkey gobbler. From that day the two men were enemies for life. It was Conkling who aided in preventing Blaine's nomination in 1876 and in 1880. It was Blaine who, as Garfield's Secretary of State, urged the President to defy the New York Senator and indirectly to secure his retirement into private life. Now it was Conkling's turn again, and he meant to feed his resentment to the full. His power in New York was great, and the Republican managers could do nothing with him. A political friend sought him out for the purpose of persuading him to make at least one speech in defense of Mr. Blaine. Conkling, who was sitting in his law office at the time of the interview, listened impassively to the earnest's plea until the last word had been spoken. Then he looked up with a sardonic smile. "Thank you," he said, "but you know I don't engage in criminal practice." Blaine, therefore, took the stump himself, and went about speaking to great crowds, and endeavoring to win them by that eloquence and charm of manner which had made him famous. He was, however, no longer the indomitable political gladiator of past years. The strain of the conflict had told on him severely. Though he let it be known to few, he was acutely sensitive to the attacks that were made upon him so unscrupulously and often so brutally. He suffered even when he seemed externally serene. Moreover, his fellow candidate, General Logan, was not at all the associate whom Mr. Blaine would personally have chosen. Logan represented the opposing or stalwart faction of the Republican party, and was in sympathy with Conkling and his friends. He was, besides, a coarse-grained, illiterate sort of person, the precise antithesis of Mr. Blaine. Before the campaign had ended, a very marked coolness came to exist between the two men, a circumstance that inspired the following bit of doggerel, the syntax of which was supposed to represent General Logan's style of English. "We never speak as we pass by, me to Jim Blaine, nor him to I." Mr. Blaine had also well nigh reached the point of physical exhaustion. His health was already undermined. His vitality was failing. As he was dragged about from place to place, stared at by mobs, having always to appear affable and interested while haunted by a premonition of disaster, he almost experienced physical collapse. The acuteness of his mind must likewise have been somewhat dulled; for when on October 29th, a few days before the election, he received at the Fifth Avenue Hotel in New York City a number of clergymen, he failed to notice a remark of one of them who made a brief address. This clergyman was the Reverend Dr. Samuel D. Burchard, who closed his speech with the following sentences: "We expect to vote for you next Tuesday. We have a higher expectation, which is that you will be the President of the United States, and that you will do honor to your name, to the United States, and to the high office you will occupy. We are Republicans, and we do not propose to leave our party and identify ourselves with the party of rum, Romanism, and rebellion." These last words, so blazingly indiscreet when publicly addressed to a candidate who hoped to carry the pivotal State of New York by the aid of Catholic voters, were heard by Mr. Blaine, but their significance was not instantly appreciated. As he afterwards told his friends in private conversation, he was at the moment preoccupied in thinking over the answer which he was to make. He therefore took no notice of Dr. Burchard's peroration, though it must have been personally offensive to him as the son of a Catholic mother. He had, besides, himself just returned from visiting his sister, who was the Mother Superior of a convent in Indiana. Yet it was only after the delegation had withdrawn that he fully realized the serious blunder that he had made. He took immediate steps to suppress the word Romanism in the reports that were to appear in friendly newspapers. But it was too late. The Horatian maxim, volat irrevocabile verbum, was to find a striking illustration of its truth. In less than 24 hours every Democratic paper in the country had spread before its readers the Burchard alliteration. Every Catholic voter in the State had read it upon handbills, and had been told that Mr. Blaine had allowed a slur upon his own mother's faith to pass unrebuked. Still another political mistake was made by the Republican candidate on the evening of the same day. He attended a dinner in his honor at Delmonico's by a number of prominent New York gentlemen. The list of guests was a remarkably representative one, containing the names of men prominent in every walk of life. But unluckily for Mr. Blaine, there were many present there who to the popular imagination were associated only with great wealth or with wealth used for oppression. Such, for example, were Messrs. Jay Gould, H. Rogers of the Standard Oil Company, Cyrus W. Field, Russell Sage, and H. D. Armour, afterwards of the Beef Trust. As may be imagined, Mr. Blaine's enemies were not slow in using this so-called millionaire's dinner as a proof that Mr. Blaine was the chosen candidate of the rich, and therefore devoid of sympathy with the poor and needy. Some extracts from the New York World of the following day may be cited as typical, however absurd they may now appear. Yesterday was Black Wednesday for Mr. James G. Blaine. He will remember it with sorrow. The millionaires and monopolists banquet favorite candidates, but the people elect presidents, thank God. Is there a working man now who believes that James G. Blaine is sincere when he pretends to be the friend of labor? If so, why does he receive the homage of Gould, Cyrus Field, and the millionaire enemies of the working men? While Blaine and his millionaire admirers were feasting at Delmonico's last night, thousands of children in this great city whose fathers labored 12 hours a day went to bed hungry and many of them supperless. It was a Black Wednesday for James G. Blaine. Mr. Blaine was at home in the midst of the monopolists and millionaires last night. He loves them, and they admire him. But the people witnessed the shameless exhibition, and they will not elect to the presidency the defender of Jay Gould's schemes and the partner of Cyrus Field. From rum, Romanism, and rebellion at the Fifth Avenue Hotel, Mr. Blaine proceeded to the merry banquet of the millionaires at Delmonico's, where champagne frothed and brandy sparkled in glasses that glittered like jewels. The clergymen would have been proud of Mr. Blaine, no doubt, if they had seen him in the midst of the mighty wine bibbers. It was Mr. Blaine's Black Wednesday. Beaten by the people, hopeless of an honest election, Blaine's appeal at the banquet of the millionaires was for a corruption fund large enough to pay up New Jersey, Connecticut, and Indiana, and to defraud the people of their free choice for president. Every dollar subscribed at this late stage of the campaign, when all legitimate expenses have ceased, was given solely to purchase votes, to facilitate frauds, and to rob the people of a fair election. Every subscriber is an enemy of the Republic. Still the results seemed doubtful. Tammany Hall had not yet been won over. Its leader was John Kelly, a rough and ready politician, but an honest man, according to his lights. He had opposed Mr. Cleveland's nomination, pronouncing him no Democrat, and declaring that if elected he would prove a traitor to the party. Kelly held in his control the vote of Tammany Hall, and as a last resort Mr. Hendricks was summoned from Indiana to exert his influence. He made the journey of 1,000 miles, and conferred with Kelly until a late hour of the night. Hendricks was a party man of the straightest type, an old-time Democrat of the Middle West. He carried his point, and Kelly promised that for Hendricks' sake the Tammany vote should be cast for the party ticket. Then came the day of the election on November 4th. Early on the following morning it was known that Cleveland had carried all the Southern states besides New Jersey, Connecticut, and Indiana. New York was still in doubt, but it seemed to have gone Democratic. The New York Sun, which had supported the farcical Greenback candidacy of General B. F. Butler, and which was bitterly opposed to Cleveland, conceded his election. The Tribune, on the other hand, kept its flag still flying, and declared that Blaine had won. It was evident that the result depended upon a few hundred votes in the outlying counties of New York. A very ugly feeling was manifested among the Democrats. They suspected that a plot was on foot to cheat them of their rights and to repeat the discreditable history of 1876. This suspicion was intensified when the Republican National Committee issued the following bulletin: There is no ground for doubt that the honest vote of this state has been given to the Republican candidate. And though the defeated candidate for the presidency is at the head of the election machinery in this state, the Democratic party, which has notoriously been the party of frauds in elections for years, will not be permitted to overthrow the will of the people. Mobs filled the streets in the vicinity of the newspaper offices, watching intently every bulletin that was posted, and from time to time breaking out into savage cheers or groans. Violence was attempted in several cities, and bodies of men marched up and down as they had done at the outbreak of the Civil War. The excitement was most intense in the city of New York, where it was believed that Jay Gould, who controlled the Western Union Telegraph Company, was leagued with the more unscrupulous of the Republican managers to tamper with the delayed returns. Gould was one of the most sinister figures that have ever flitted bat-like across the vision of the American people. Merciless, cold-blooded, secretive, apparently without one redeeming trait, this man for many years had been the incarnation of unscrupulous greed. A railway wrecker, a corrupter of the judiciary, a partner of the notorious Fisk, the author of the dreadful panic of Black Friday in 1873, when he drove hundreds of victims to ruin, to self-murder, or to shame, Jay Gould, even at the present day, typifies so vividly all that is base and foul, as to cause even the mention of his name to induce the shudderings of moral nausea. No sooner was his repulsive personality associated with the belief that the election returns were being altered, than popular indignation broke loose from all restraint. An angry mob marched to the Western Union building with shouts of "Hang Jay Gould!" Gould added to his other despicable traits the quality of cowardice. Fearing for his life, he besought police protection, and then from some inner hiding place he dispatched a telegram to Mr. Cleveland, conceding his election and effusively congratulating him upon it. Note 15, page 48. On the evening of the 18th of November the official count was ended. And then the country knew that a plurality of 1,149 votes in the State of New York had given the Presidency to Mr. Cleveland. On that same night Mr. Blaine appeared at the door of his house in Augusta, Maine, and said to a somber, sullen crowd which had assembled there, "Friends and neighbors, the national contest is over, and by the narrowest of margins we have lost." The election of Mr. Cleveland marks an epoch in our national history, the importance of which can only now be fully understood. It meant that, with the exception of the negro question, the issues springing from the Civil War had been definitely settled. It meant the beginning of a true reunion of all states and sections. It meant that the nation had turned its back upon the past, and was about to move forward with confidence and courage to a future of material prosperity, and to a greatness of which no one at that time could form an adequate conception. And it meant, although none then surmised it, that as a result of new conditions there was ultimately to be effected a momentous change in the whole social and political structure of the American Republic. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2, Part 1 of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905, by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 Years of President Cleveland, Part 1. President Cleveland, from the very outset of his administration, was destined to confound the predictions of his political adversaries. The misrepresentations concerning him with which the country had been flooded during the campaign of 1884 had found lodgment in the minds of millions. Now that he was actually in office, a shiver of nervous apprehension ran through those Republicans who honestly believed that a Democratic administration meant ruin and disaster. They had been told that Mr. Cleveland was a man of limited intelligence, of low tastes, and of disreputable associations. Partisan newspapers had prophesied that his cabinet would be made up of bar-room politicians and old-time party hacks. It was said, for instance, that John Kelly would be appointed Secretary of the Treasury, in return for the support which Tammany Hall had reluctantly given to Mr. Cleveland. Editorial writers let their imaginations run riot in suggesting other like appointments as not only possible, but probable. At the North there were many who feared lest the results of the Civil War should be undone, and lest the government of the United States should be given into the hands of rebels. The negroes in the South were told that a Democratic president might seek to reënslave them. Not a few timorous souls all over the country looked for immediate commercial panic and financial ruin. In this respect history was only repeating itself. Just as the Federalists in 1801 had raised the cry that President Jefferson was an atheist, a satyr, a Jacobin, and an enemy to law and to the rights of property, and just as the Whigs in 1829 had thought to alarm the country, Note 1, page 50, by describing President Jackson as a gambler, murderer, and border ruffian, so Mr. Cleveland's accession to the presidency was declared to be the beginning of a political Saturnalia. His brief inaugural address, however, surprised those persons who had thought of him as dull and as capable of nothing more than platitude. Not only was it dignified and wholly worthy of the occasion, but it contained more than one passage of grave and almost stately eloquence. The following sentences embody a spirit which will be found to have animated Mr. Cleveland's whole career of public service. It expresses the ideal principle of true democracy. But he who takes the oath today to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States only assumes the solemn obligation which every patriotic citizen, on the farm, in the workshop, in the marts of trade, and everywhere, should share with him. The Constitution which prescribes his oath, my countrymen, is yours. The government you have chosen him to administer for a time is yours. The suffrage which executes the will of free men is yours. The laws and the entire scheme of our civil rule, from the town meeting to the state capitals and the national capital, are yours. Your every voter, as surely as your chief magistrate, under the same high sanction, though in a different sphere, exercises a public trust. Nor is this all. Every citizen owes to the country a vigilant watch and close scrutiny of its public servants, and a fair and reasonable estimate of their fidelity and usefulness. Thus is the people's will impressed upon the whole framework of our civil polity, municipal, state, and federal, and this is the price of our liberty and the inspiration of our faith in the Republic. Note 2, page 51. At the close of the inaugural ceremonies, President Cleveland transmitted to the Senate the names of the men whom he had chosen to constitute his cabinet. For Secretary of State he had selected Senator Thomas Francis Bayard, of Delaware, a portly gentleman who bore a name justly famous in American political history, since for 5 generations some member of the Bayard family had represented the State of Delaware in the National Senate, of which body Mr. Bayard himself had been temporary president in 1881. The new Secretary of War was Mr. William Crowninshield Endicott, of Massachusetts, a very Brahmin of the Brahmins, being a descendant of John Endicott, who was one of the 6 gentlemen to whom the first royal patent for the Massachusetts Bay Territory had been granted in 1628, and who was colonial governor in 1630 and 1664, and president of the United Colonies of New England in 1658. Mr. Endicott was a Harvard graduate, a lawyer of ability, and had served for 10 years as a justice of the Supreme Court of Massachusetts. He had taken an active part in political life, and was an earnest advocate of reform in the civil service. For Secretary of the Navy, the President nominated Mr. William C. Whitney, of New York. Mr. Whitney was sprung from old New England stock. Educated at Yale and Harvard, he had engaged in the practice of the law, and in 1871 had done effective work in destroying the Tweed Ring. Mr. Whitney was a man of wealth, an enthusiastic sportsman, possessed of a winning personality, generous, popular, and widely known. He was also a most astute politician, and had conducted Mr. Cleveland's campaign in New York with consummate skill. Mr. Daniel Manning, of New York, received the Treasury portfolio, although usage was against giving 2 cabinet offices to citizens of the same state. Mr. Manning had been better known as an active party manager than as a financier. He had been Mr. Tilden's trusted lieutenant, and had shown himself to be adroit and full of resource. He was the head of an important bank in Albany, and was soon to prove himself no less able in dealing with large financial problems than he had been fertile in political strategy. For Secretary of the Interior, the President named Senator L.Q.C. Lamar, of Mississippi. Senator Lamar had drafted the Ordinance of Secession at the Mississippi Convention of 1861, and had served in the Confederate Army for 2 years, and as judge advocate for a few months. He had, however, accepted the results of the war with frankness and sincerity, and was known to be as liberal-minded and patriotic as he was liked and respected. Note 3, page 52 and 53. Senator Lamar had the tastes of a scholar. He was fond of books and of philosophical researches, and was an admirable type of cultivated Southern gentleman. The new Attorney General was Senator Augustus H. Garland, of Arkansas, who had opposed secession in 1861, though subsequently he had been a member of the Confederate Congress, and later, after the war ended, governor of Arkansas. President Cleveland chose for the office of Postmaster General Colonel William F. Vilas, of Wisconsin, a Union soldier who had fought under Grant at Vicksburg. During the campaign he had served as chairman of the Democratic National Committee. Altogether, the new cabinet was one against which no reasonable criticism could be brought. More than that, it was a very remarkable body of administrators. For personal distinction it had had few, if any, superiors in the whole history of the government. For ability it had not been equaled since the days of President Lincoln. Those deluded partisans who expected the new President to surround himself with a group of henchmen, unknown or only too well known, were put to silence. Those who had looked for a government of ex-Confederates had naught to say. There was even some significance in the fact that President Cleveland's first official act after making his cabinet nominations was to sign the commission of Ulysses S. Grant, restoring that illustrious but now impoverished soldier to the retired list of the army with the rank and pay of general. Fortune soon gave the President a chance to show that in dealing with the foreign relations of the United States he could act with admirable energy and decision. Only a few days after his inauguration, a revolt broke out upon the Isthmus of Panama, headed by a local incendiary named Pedro Prestan. Prestan raised a motley force, proclaimed a revolutionary government, took the city of Aspinwall, now Colon, levied contributions on the merchants, both native and foreign, and threatened to take possession of the Isthmian Railway. Growing bolder, he seized an American steamship, the Colon, and imprisoned her officers. The United States consul who protested was thrown into a dungeon, March 31st. President Cleveland took instant action. 5 vessels of war were ordered to the Isthmus. A strong body of marines with Gatling guns and a battery of light artillery were landed; and the armed forces of the United States soon held the whole line of the Panama Railway. The Colon was taken from Prestan under the guns of the cruiser Galena, and his prisoners were rescued. The revolt collapsed. Colombian troops retook the city of Aspinwall, and Prestan himself was promptly hanged as a common malefactor. Not long after, the South American Republic of Ecuador received a needed lesson. The government of that country had imprisoned one Julio Santos, an American citizen, and had refused either to release him or to bring him to trial. President Arthur's Secretary of State had again and again protested, but in vain. President Cleveland took up the case with sharp decisiveness which gave the Ecuadorians a shock. A man of war, the Iroquois, appeared at Guayaquil. A peremptory demand was made, and Mr. Santos was promptly set at liberty. The country viewed with interest still another proof of the administration's capacity for action. In 1882, Congress had passed the so-called Edmunds Anti-Polygamy Bill, aimed against the plural marriages of Mormonism. The enforcement of this law had greatly irritated the leaders of the Mormon Church, who had always secretly regarded Utah as outside the jurisdiction of the nation's laws. Perhaps they now accepted the Republican estimate of President Cleveland, and fancied that he would prove to be a second Buchanan, nerveless and irresolute. At any rate, the Mormons in Salt Lake City began to show a spirit of insolence and insubordination. Armed companies of them were formed and drilled by night. On the 4th of July, the national flag was half-masted in derision by a Mormon officer. Threats were made that all Gentiles were to be forcibly expelled from Salt Lake City in defiance of the national government. If such a coup had actually been planned, it was speedily made impossible. By orders from Washington, 2 batteries of the United States artillery and a regiment of infantry were stationed at Fort Douglas, which dominated the city, and in the military department, which included Utah, 2,000 regular troops were held in readiness for instant service. Whatever plans for a Mormon outbreak had existed were crushed before they reached a head. All these circumstances attending the early days of Mr. Cleveland's administration gave the country at large an entirely new conception of the President and of his capacity for government. Moderate Republicans recognized the fact that he well deserved the full measure of their respect. Partisans who hoped that he would justify the unfavorable pictures which they had diligently painted were compelled to wait in sullen silence for some future opportunity of censure. The governmental departments were most efficiently conducted. Note 4. Pages 55 and 56. The country remained as prosperous as ever. The awful panic which had been predicted proved to be only another fiction of the campaign orators. Moreover, Republicans who had occasion to make the new President's acquaintance came away with nothing but pleasant words for his easy, unaffected, and good-humored ways. It was not many weeks, indeed, before Mr. Blaine himself appeared at the White House, to make a friendly call upon his late opponent. He was received with the greatest courtesy, and the 2 men chatted pleasantly together in the President's library. One of the unwritten laws of American public life permits a defeated candidate for the Presidency to ask a political favor of his successful competitor, and Mr. Blaine desired to avail himself of this gracious little privilege. He requested the President not to remove from office Mr. Joseph H. Manley, who was postmaster at Augusta, Mr. Blaine's home city. Mr. Manley was an old friend and earnest supporter of Mr. Blaine, and the President very cordially granted the request, after which the interview terminated with every evidence of personal good feeling. Note 5, page 56. Some time after, a visiting delegation at the White House was found to include among its members the redoubtable Dr. Burchard himself, and a smothered cheer went up, with not a little laughter, when the alliterative clergyman shook the President's hand and expressed his pleasure at finding him in such good health. Altogether, these days afforded as near an approach to an era of good feeling as Mr. Cleveland ever enjoyed throughout his years of public office. They represented the lull in political warfare that always follows an election, in which passion has for the time exhausted itself and kindly feeling has resumed its normal sway. Americans are proverbially the best natured people in the world, and in the case of a new President they always feel disposed to let him orient himself before the din of party strife begins again. Few Presidents have ever lived so completely under the microscope as did Mr. Cleveland during his first 2 years of office. That his countrymen should feel an intense curiosity regarding him was only natural. He had come so suddenly into prominence that, at the time of the election, he was scarcely known outside of his own state. To millions of those who had voted for him he was only a name and not a definite personality, as was Mr. Blaine, who had been conspicuous in public life for more than 20 years. Again, the very violence of the attacks that had been made upon him excited a lively interest in his ways and manners. Finally, he was a Democratic President, and no Democratic President had been seen for a quarter of a century. No wonder, then, that the Washington newspaper correspondents filled their letters with gossip about his goings and comings, his appearance, his opinions, and his daily acts. The slightest scrap of information regarding him was eagerly caught up and told and retold to interested listeners. In this universal curiosity there was almost no unfriendliness. It was the expression of a very human wish to know just what manner of man it was who had so suddenly and unexpectedly come into the very highest office in the land. Mr. Cleveland at this time was 47 years of age, and in the full vigor of life. Somewhat over the middle height, he was powerful of frame, inclined to corpulency, and of a sanguineous temperament. Contrary to the unfriendly description that had been widely circulated, his head was large and was well set upon a sturdy neck. A broad forehead projected slightly over a pair of deep-set, clear blue eyes. His nose and chin were both indicative of a strong will, as were the firm lines of his mouth, which was partly covered by a drooping blonde mustache. His complexion was ruddy with health, his broad shoulders were always vigorously squared, and he looked like one whom no amount of hard, exacting work could daunt. In his movements he was slow and almost sluggish, but the alertness of his mind impressed all who met him. His manner was one of perfect naturalness and simplicity. Now and then, in talking, a humorous gleam came into his eyes, and then one might expect some droll though dry remark, made more effective by the quiet manner of its delivery. His voice was of a tenor quality, not resonant or sonorous, yet one which had remarkable carrying power, so that in public speaking he could be clearly heard at a considerable distance. Those who made their first acquaintance with him at this time were almost always pleased, and were perhaps surprised to find that they were pleased. One of the visitors, Note 6, page 58, who afterwards became a strenuous opponent of the President's policies, wrote of him, "There is more to the President than even his friends are wont to allow, and he gains rather than loses an acquaintance. He has a deal of craft of the wiser and better sort, and needs only a little more training to foot it with the shrewdest of the politicians whom he affects to despise. He is a good listener and a good talker. His most obvious characteristics are straightforwardness and simplicity both in speech and bearing. He seems to be extraordinarily frank. But to a close observer these appear to be outer aspects merely. He is not a man of confidences or effusions, is uncommonly self-possessed and self-contained, and emits on occasion a tough, dry humor, ready, relevant, and illustrative." Mr. Cleveland had a colossal capacity for work. He rose early and was at his desk by 9 o'clock. He gave a close personal attention to details, wrote a good part of his correspondence with his own hand, and never spared himself in his endeavor to get at the bottom of every subject which came before him. He took nothing for granted, but delved into reports, documents, and letters until he satisfied himself that he had mastered the case, as a lawyer masters a brief. The Observer, who has just been quoted, wrote: "He is a wondrous worker. He has the poor man's love of work and trust in work. He wants to earn his day's wages, and there are some things which a President must do and ought to do which go against the grain, because they seem frivolous, belonging rather to play than to work." A keen but not unfriendly Republican critic made some further interesting notes. Note 7, page 59. "Cleveland gets his power from his resoluteness. He is a self-contained, honest man with strong indignations. He hates a liar, and will not let down his attitude of self-respect to please somebody whom he does not like. His intellectual repulsions are decided and irrevocable. The President gives more time to his office than is due to it, and he exacts of the subordinates that they give at least official hours to their tasks. Consequently, the government at present carries less time-killers and triflers than formerly. His greatest happiness he probably derives from his own rough self-assertion, and from his luck in reaching high stations in politics without much labor. He comes of a fortunate stock. The old blood of Connecticut is about the best blood for government uses that we possess. Cleveland's personal composition is this old Connecticut basis somewhat flavored by free living. He belongs to that class of preachers' sons who, for a period of time, fly the track and violate their parents' ethics, yet at bottom have a certain ethical truth, and are slightly harsh with infractions and infractors of rights. He observed that the Germans of Buffalo were, on the whole, about the best citizens, and he was happy sitting on a sanded floor with an old German landlady to refill his glass. Something of Martin Luther, therefore, became involved with the character of Jonathan Trumbull. Nothing that has come from him seems to show that he is an adept in society, or art, or law, or literature. He is a pretty good writer as presidents go, and makes his points concisely and impressively. Of imagination he seems to have none. But he is a good, stout, rough man of all work, who puts the establishment in running order, and is as good as a watchdog at the gate." The domestic side of the White House was directed by the President's sister, Miss Rose Elizabeth Cleveland, whose personality interested the country almost as much as did that of the President himself. Miss Cleveland was then a lady of some 39 years of age, who had been a teacher and a public lecturer on literary and historical subjects. She was a type of the intellectuelle, very carefully educated, very widely read, and a good deal of a personage in her own way. She wore her hair cropped like a man's, and had a touch of masculine decision in her bearing. During her stay at the White House, she published a volume of criticism entitled George Eliot's Poetry and Other Studies, Note 8, page 61, that had a good deal of vogue, which it deserved on its own merits, for it was written in a crisp, nervous style, and showed a good deal of intellectual acuteness. Note 9, page 61. Miss Cleveland did the social honors of the White House in a very satisfactory way, though her own tastes and ambitions were not social. She talked well, and very much as she wrote. In fact, her conversation must have seemed rather unusual to many of those who heard it, for it was decidedly allusive, and was interspersed with classical quotations that were probably Greek, indeed, to the politicians who attended the President's receptions with their families. One can imagine with what feelings a group of typical congressmen's wives would hear Miss Cleveland casually remark, "I wish that I could observe Washington life in its political phase, but I suppose I am too near the center to get an accurate perspective on that. Those who live on Mount Athos do not see Mount Athos." Note 10, page 62. The first annoyance which the President was forced to suffer came, not from his political opponents, but from his own followers. The Democrats, no less than the Republicans, had found many of their expectations unfulfilled. There were two reasons for this, with one of which the President had nothing at all to do. Ever since the disputed election of 1876, a sinister belief had taken a firm hold upon the masses of the party. The desperation with which, in the year just named, the Republicans had fought to keep the presidency in their own hands, had inspired a suspicion that something more than the mere spoils of office was at stake. Men then said that there were secrets which, if known, would show a frightful condition of affairs in the great departments of the government, and especially in connection with the Treasury. It was whispered that the Republican party stood ready to initiate even a civil war rather than allow a Democratic president to be seated with the power of bringing to light a mass of infamous transactions by which untold millions had been stolen. One of the documents most widely circulated by the Democrats in the Blaine-Cleveland contest was a pamphlet bearing on its cover in huge letters the words, "Open the books." It charged that the financial records of the government had been falsified, that in the ledgers of the Registrar of the United States and the Secretary of the Treasury more than 25,000 erasures and alterations had been fraudulently made, and that the official reports for 2 years alone, 1870 and 1871, showed a discrepancy amounting to nearly $250 million. A list of alleged defalcations was appended, affecting specifically the Pension Office, the Navy Department, the Post Office Department, and the Treasury. These charges were in part supported by extracts from the testimony taken by investigating committees of the House of Representatives in 1878, and by citations from official letters and reports. Mr. Hendricks, on July 12, 1884, addressing a large gathering in Indianapolis, had said with significant emphasis, "We want to have the books in the government offices opened for examination." Among the ignorant stories still more extraordinary were rife. The Garfield-Hancock campaign of 1880 had been marked by a lavish use of money on the part of the Republicans, especially in Indiana. This money had, for the most part, come from the employees of the government departments who had practically been forced to contribute through fear of dismissal. Note 11, page 63. But the rumor spread that the great sums spent in the purchase of venal voters had in reality come out of the United States Treasury. There were men who declared that the government printing presses had, in 1880, been run all night, printing off sheets of Treasury notes of low denominations, and that the paper money thus fraudulently and secretly made had been turned over to the Republican Campaign Committee. It is odd that so absurd a tale should have been told, and still more strange that thousands should have implicitly believed it. But the fact serves to indicate how thoroughly convinced were the masses of the Democratic party that the new administration would at once unearth evidence of stupendous crimes committed during the long Republican regime. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Chapter 2, Part 2 of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905, by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 Years of President Cleveland, Part 2. Of course, in this they were speedily undeceived. No one who really understands the manner in which the government is conducted could ever credit such impossible assertions. The party in power does not try to conceal its public acts from the leaders of the opposition, and the committees of Congress made up of members of both parties are thoroughly informed of whatever happens. Indeed, the old and experienced party leaders in both House and Senate work harmoniously enough together in matters of administrative detail. They battle fiercely in view of the galleries, but in the committee rooms they arrange matters with an eye to the general needs of the public service, and with the sensible purpose of seeing the government properly carried on. Whenever a zealous but inexperienced young member tries to make a stir upon his own account, and to attack those measures which have been arranged by his seniors, he is quietly suppressed by the chiefs of his own party, and the business of the government goes on unvexed. And therefore, naturally enough, the so-called discrepancies in the Treasury reports were found to be due simply to varying modes of bookkeeping. The awful revelations that had been looked for were never made, and with a single exception, there was no real ground for an attack upon the manner in which the Republicans had discharged their trust. Even the figures published by the Democrats themselves showed that the public service had been steadily improving in honesty and efficiency for many years. Thus, during the first term of President Grant, 1869 to 1873, when the loose and careless methods of the Civil War still partially prevailed, the government had lost by defalcations and in other irregular ways the sum of $8,875,483. During his second term, 1873 to 1877, however, this loss showed a diminution of nearly 50%, being $4,547,247. Under President Hayes, 1877 to 1881, the amount had fallen to $1,775,996, and under Presidents Garfield and Arthur, 1881 to 1885, to $1,569,733. The Democrats found nothing here to justify their dark suspicions and provide them with weapons for party use. One department alone had been disgracefully mismanaged, though of the fact the whole nation had long been unpleasantly aware. This was the Navy Department. Under President Grant, the Secretary of the Navy from 1869 to 1877 had been the notorious George M. Robeson of New Jersey, a man whose inefficiency and gross neglect, to use no harsher term, had practically destroyed the fleets which at the close of the Civil War had been the most formidable in the world. Robeson had spent millions upon what he called repairs, these repairs sometimes costing more than the original value of the ships repaired, and even then serving only to perpetuate types of vessels which had become obsolete and worthless in the face of naval progress in other countries. Secretary Whitney's first report summed up the matter with terse impressiveness. The country has expended since July 1, 1868, more than 3 years subsequent to the close of the late Civil War, over $75 millions of money on the construction, repair, equipment, and ordnance of vessels which some, with a very slight exception, has been substantially thrown away, the exception being a few ships now in process of construction. I do not overlook the sloops constructed in 1874 and costing $3 million or $4 million, and to avoid discussion they may be excepted also. The fact still remains that for about 70 of the $75 millions which have been expended by the Department for the creation of a navy, we have practically nothing to show. It is questionable whether we have a single naval vessel finished and afloat at the present time that could be trusted to encounter the ships of any important power, a single vessel that has either the necessary armor for protection, speed for escape, or weapons for defense. This, however, was an old scandal, and related more especially to the days when Grant was President. Under President Arthur there had been instituted a better order of things, and consequently political capital was not to be found in the condition of the Navy. The really serious grievance which many Democrats began to entertain arose from President Cleveland's position regarding the distribution of the public offices. At the time of his inauguration there were 52,609 ordinary postmasterships, 2,379 so-called presidential postmasterships, 111 collectorships of customs, 224 places in the local land offices, and 34 important diplomatic posts, besides scores of consulships, appraiserships, Indian agencies, pension agencies, territorial governorships and judgeships, positions in the revenue service, surveyorships, and superintendencies, many having attached to them a certain amount of petty patronage. Almost every one of these offices, some 110,000 in all, was occupied by a Republican. To secure them and to enjoy their emoluments was the hope of thousands upon thousands of Democratic Party workers, who now swarmed like locusts in the streets of Washington and besieged the governmental bureaus and the portals of the White House. Even when a Republican president had succeeded one of his own party, an invasion of office seekers had invariably followed. New congressmen always demanded changes in their districts. Members of the president's own faction always asked for removals and new appointments. Party rivals had always to be propitiated. But if this had been true in the case of an ordinary change of administration, it can be imagined how enormous was the pressure for recognition now that not only had the administration been changed, but that a party which had been out of power for a quarter of a century had resumed control. President Cleveland, in fact, was in the same position as that occupied by Mr. Lincoln in 1861, when a critical observer, after visiting Washington, thus wrote home: "The nation is going to pieces. States are seceding. Utter ruin is at hand. And here is Lincoln thinking of nothing except who shall be appointed postmaster in some little town, or gauger in some little port." Every successive president had felt the annoyance of a system such as this, and would have been infinitely relieved could the burden of it have been lightened. A practical remedy was the institution of such a reform in the appointment system as would protect the President from incessant importunity. In 1867 a report had been made to the House of Representatives, Note 12, page 67, recommending that a large class of appointments should be regarded as non-political, and hence to be made upon the basis of competitive examinations and with fixity of tenure conditioned upon meritorious service. In 1871 Congress authorized the President to appoint a Civil Service Commission, and to approve such rules as it might make for admission to government employ. This measure had the support of President Grant, who appointed the first commission, of which Mr. George William Curtis was chairman. But public sentiment, or at any rate party sentiment, was not yet ripe for a reform like this. All the influential party leaders on both sides despised it, and it was contemptuously spoken of as "civil service reform." From 1872 to 1875 the rules made by the first commission remained in force, but President Grant could not withstand the pressure brought to bear upon him, and so, somewhat reluctantly, he suspended their operation. After the assassination of President Garfield by a disappointed office seeker in 1882, both houses of Congress enacted a law usually known as the Pendleton Law (Note 13, page 68), which thoroughly satisfied the civil service reformers. This empowered the President to prescribe by executive order what classes of the public service should come under the operation of the merit system as framed by a new Civil Service Commission. Under President Arthur, some 14,000 government employees were brought within the so-called classified service. Note 14, page 68. Mr. Cleveland was thoroughly in sympathy with the principle of this reform. In his letter of acceptance, August 19, 1884, he had said: "The selection and retention of subordinates in government employment should depend upon their ascertained fitness and the value of their work, and they should be neither expected nor allowed to do questionable party service." This and other like declarations had done much to attract independent voters to Mr. Cleveland's side. After his election, and before his inauguration, a number of these independents addressed to him a letter asking his intentions with regard to civil service reform. Replying to them, December 20, 1884, Mr. Cleveland wrote some very significant sentences in which may be found an explanation of his subsequent course. They give evidence that he had already formulated very carefully a definite policy. After reiterating his former promise to uphold the civil service law, he went on to say: "I regard myself pledged to this because my conception of true democratic faith and public duty requires that this and all other statutes should be in good faith and without evasion enforced, and because, in many utterances made prior to my election as President, approved by the party to which I belong and which I have no disposition to disclaim, I have in effect promised the people that this should be done." Another paragraph shows that he did not underrate the difficulty of carrying out his pledge. "I am not unmindful of the fact to which you refer, that many of our citizens fear that the recent party change in the national executive may demonstrate that the abuses which have grown up in the civil service are ineradicable. I know that they are deeply rooted, and that the spoils system has been supposed to be intimately related to success in the maintenance of party organization, and I am not sure that all those who profess to be the friends of this reform will stand firmly among its advocates when they find it obstructing their way to patronage and place." A very important sentence in the light of what afterwards happened is the following: "There is a class of government positions which are not within the letter of the Civil Service Statute, but which are so disconnected with the policy of an administration that the removal therefrom of present incumbents, in my opinion, should not be made during the terms for which they were appointed solely on partisan grounds, and for the purpose of putting in their places those who are in political accord with the appointing power. But many men holding such positions have forfeited all just claim to retention because they have used their places for party purposes in disregard of their duty to the people, and because, instead of being decent public servants, they have proved themselves offensive partisans and unscrupulous manipulators of local party management." One sentence was obviously meant for Democratic perusal: "While Democrats may expect a proper consideration, selections for office not embraced within the civil service rules will be based upon sufficient inquiry as to fitness, rather than upon persistent importunity or self-solicited recommendations on behalf of candidates for appointment." One may add to these utterances a passage from a letter of his, September 11, 1885, to Mr. Dorman B. Eaton, a conspicuous civil service reformer: "A reasonable toleration for old prejudices, a graceful recognition of every aid, a sensible utilization of every instrumentality that promises assistance, and a constant effort to demonstrate the advantages of the new order of things, are the means by which this reform movement will in the future be further advanced." By putting all these statements together, President Cleveland's policy in regard to appointments was clear enough for any one to understand. In the first place, he did not intend to reform the civil service overnight, as some of the independent doctrinaries expected him to do. In the second place, he did not intend to sweep all Republicans out of office before the expiration of their terms, and without regard to the merit of the service which they had rendered. What he did mean to do was gradually to extend the operation of the civil service rules, and in the meantime, in filling vacancies with Democrats, to exact from them a reasonable standard of character and efficiency. This was a very sensible and very practical programme. It was certain, however, to subject him to a three-cornered attack. First, from the advanced reformers, who were impatient of all delay; second, from the Democrats, who had expected immediately to monopolize all the offices in the President's gift; and third, from his Republican adversaries, who were bound to find fault with him, whatever he might do. Mr. Cleveland had a vigorous contempt for professional office seekers, and he had no mind to be subjected to their importunities. Note 15, page 71. When approached by them, he could make himself extremely disagreeable. He had two separate and distinct manners of showing his displeasure, either one of which was quite effectual. At times he would become absolutely glacial. At other times his face would flush, and he would pound the table with his clenched fist, and give voice with vigorous expletives to an expression of his inflexible purpose. Some of his visitors who came on political errands found him anything but tractable. A somewhat rueful anecdote ascribed to Mr. Henry Watterson, note 16, page 72, may be cited as wholly characteristic of both men. "We chatted and joked and laughed, and were on terms of the most agreeable comradeship. I don't know what the President thought of me, but I marked him in my mental tablet as a splendid companion and a very jolly good fellow. After an hour pleasantly spent in the personal enjoyment of each other, and when the laughter had subsided that followed a story by the President, I thought it would be a good time to mention a little matter in which I felt interested. As soon as I began the recital, I could see the process of congelation, and before I had half finished my story the President was a monumental icicle. I became so thoroughly chilled that I broke off, took up my hat, and said, 'Good night, Mr. President.' That's the kind of a good fellow Cleveland is." Mr. Joaquin Miller, the poet, also had a little interview with the President, of which he subsequently published an account in the Chicago Times. "Here is my first interview, which I jotted down a few minutes after. Mr. President, I want Captain Hoxie to be returned to Washington, so as to complete our water works." "Captain Hoxie," answered the President instantly, "is subject to the orders of the Secretary of War," and he looked at me as if to say, "And you know it." Yes, I knew I had come to the wrong place, and was boring the President and bothering for nothing, much as I had the matter at heart. So I gave up that subject, and started on another equally important. "Mr. President, one thing more. I hear you are going to remove Commissioner Edmonds, the head of our commissioners, for Washington, and I. The President looked hard at me, and said promptly, "You have heard that? Well, I have not heard of it, and as I shall have to hear of it before he is removed, you can rest easy on that score for the present." By this time I felt that I had not the slightest business with the President, and so fell in with the band of shorn sheep that was passing on and out of the corral by another door. Naturally, the expectant Democrats could not all at once believe that Mr. Cleveland really meant to carry out his pledges. The cynical assumption that political promises are made only to be broken, and that Jove laughs at statesmen's vows no less good-naturedly than at those of lovers, was firmly fixed in all their minds. Of course, the President had a little fad in the matter of the civil service. Of course, he really meant what he had said. But equally of course he would give way, and thus make things more easy for himself. All other presidents had done so. It was merely a question of bringing enough pressure to bear upon him. And so thousands of place hunters lingered in Washington, wasting their time, and depleting their resources, while they waited for the necessary pressure to be applied. But as the weeks slipped away, it gradually dawned upon them that here was a President who could not be coaxed or driven or coerced. His cabinet officers were beset by congressmen and local leaders from all over the country, but they were just as helpless as the rest. The one great hope of the famished Democrats rested in Vice President Hendricks. He was a Western politician of the older type, a thorough partisan, narrow, intense, not squeamish about reforms, but a firm believer in Marcy's doctrine that in politics, as in war, the spoils belong of right to the victorious. Urged on by the almost frantic appeals that were made to him each hour of the day, Mr. Hendricks had a protracted interview with the President. Just what took place between them no one knows. but Mr. Hendricks came away with a long face, and the word was quickly passed that even he had failed. All this soon placed the President in a new light before the country. It is rather remarkable that the lesson of his firmness while Governor of New York had made no real impression elsewhere. After his election to the Presidency, and before he entered upon the duties of his office, speculation had been rife as to who would control the new administration. A writer, whose identity was kept secret, but who aspired to be a second Junius, had addressed to the President-elect a series of very bitter letters which were afterward collected and published in a book. Note 17, page 74. These letters are very curious reading now, for they show how little Mr. Cleveland's character was understood at the time when they were written. They take it for granted that the President will be "a pygmy among giants." It must move the heart of your most malevolent enemy to note with what a beggarly stock in trade you will open business in the White House. You know that you have nothing to expect after the term which will soon begin. You would like to float through its 4 years, softly and easily. You are well aware that in your political career you have been a pawn in the hands of stronger men. This was only what many persons had thought, but Mr. Cleveland had not been in office a week before his absolute mastery began to be understood. After his first cabinet meeting had adjourned, a leading politician asked one of the secretaries, "Well, who is running things?" To which the reply was made with a significant shrug, "Where McGregor sits, there is the head of the table. You may be sure of that." It was, in fact, the same in Washington as it had been in Albany. There was no divided responsibility, no kitchen cabinet. Whatever blame and whatever praise the administration might receive, the President was entitled to them both. Mr. Watterson wrote of him, "We have at this moment as personal a government as we had under Grant." That Mr. Cleveland had some of the defects of his qualities began also to appear. It was not sufficient for him to exercise the power which he possessed. He seemed almost morbidly desirous of impressing upon every one the fact that he alone was exercising it. Because it had been said that he would be a puppet, he thought it necessary to deal inconsiderately with those who were supposed to manage him. In this there was at times a touch of quite unnecessary arrogance. Thus, because Vice President Hendricks had been credited with ability superior to the President's, Mr. Cleveland was never cordial to him. Because Secretary Manning was one of the men who had helped to make Mr. Cleveland both Governor and President, he found a personal enemy appointed postmaster in his home city of Albany. Mr. Tilden, who might have had the nomination in 1884 had he not declined it in advance, wrote to the President and asked for the appointment of Mr. Smith M. Weed as collector for the port of New York. He was met with a flat refusal. Mr. Cleveland's enemies called this sort of thing a jealousy of greater men; a fairer judgment would perhaps call it a jealousy of his own independence. But in any case it caused bad feeling, and added to the dissatisfaction excited by his failure to appoint more Democrats to office. Party discontent became outspoken. Men recalled the saying of John Kelly to Mr. Hendricks before the election, "Cleveland is no Democrat. If elected he will prove a traitor to his party." Mr. Hendricks himself observed, "I had hoped that Mr. Cleveland would put the Democratic party into power in fact as well as in name." Senator Vance of North Carolina declared, "The President is not of my school of democracy. We differ as widely as it is possible for two persons belonging to the same political party to differ." Senator Pugh of Alabama denounced the President's course in terms both metaphorical and profane. The newspapers, especially in the South and West, began openly to attack the President. Some of them advocated reading him out of the party altogether. "Brand President Cleveland traitor, and kick him out of the party," cried an Alabama editor. The rage of the disappointed office hunters even found expression in verse. One hitherto mute, inglorious poet of the West got a wide hearing through some lines whose sincerity of feeling was more obvious than their elegance of diction. "A Democrat fool, who serves as a tool the men of his party to beat, deserves to be thrashed and have his head mashed, and kicked out into the street. 'Tis better to vote for some billy goat, that butts for his corn and his hay, than to vote for a man that has not the sand to stand by his party a day." Of course it was inevitable that the President should have many offices to fill. The terms of thousands of Republican incumbents expired, and the places were given to Democratic successors. Other Republicans were summarily removed, presumably because, in Mr. Cleveland's famous phrases, they had shown themselves to be offensive partisans, and guilty of pernicious activity while holding public office. Within a year some 8,000 fourth-class postmasterships had been allotted to Democrats. Yet these changes seemed infrequent and slow to the army of those whom Mr. G. W. Curtis had styled a hungry horde. The President, perhaps, moved a little more cautiously than he would otherwise have done had he not discovered that in many instances his confidence had been abused. Members of Congress, in whose judgment he had trusted, induced him to appoint men who soon turned out to be utterly unfit. Some of them had most unsavory records. A few had even worn prison stripes. This was the sort of thing which a President of Mr. Cleveland's temper could not forgive, and he became suspicious of all persons who urged the claims of friends. Toward those who had deceived him, his attitude became brusque to a degree. On one occasion, a prominent politician signed a request for the appointment of a certain individual to a judgeship in one of the Pacific States. The appointment was made, and the new judge was almost immediately seen to be absolutely unfitted for the office. The politician wrote to Mr. Cleveland, explaining that he had signed the petition, not for one moment believing the appointment was possible. In answer to this frank confession, the President wrote the following letter, which must have made its recipient writhe. Note 18, page 77. Executive Mansion, Washington, August 1st, 1885. Dear Sir, I have read your letter with amazement and indignation. There is but one mitigation to the perfidy which your letter discloses, and that is found in the fact you confess your share in it. The idea that this administration pledged to give the people better officers, and engaged in a hand-to-hand fight with the bad elements of both parties, should be betrayed by those who ought to be worthy of implicit trust, is atrocious, and such treason to the people and to the party ought to be punished by imprisonment. Your confession comes too late to be of immediate use to the public service, and I can only say that, while this is not the first time I have been deceived and misled by lying and treacherous representations, you are the first one that has so frankly owned his grievous fault. If any comfort is to be extracted from this assurance, you are welcome to it. Grover Cleveland. A certain senator on another occasion came to him to complain about his policy regarding appointments. "What do you want me to do?" asked the President, interrupting him. "Why, Mr. President, I should like to see you move more expeditiously in advancing the principles of the democracy." "Ah," said the President, with a flash of the eye, "I suppose you mean that I should appoint 2 horse thieves a day instead of 1." The extreme advocates of civil service reform, on the other hand, complained because so many changes had been made. One act of the Executive exasperated them beyond all measure. This was the designation of Mr. Eugene Higgins of Maryland to the appointment clerk in the Treasury Department. Mr. Higgins was the bête noire of all reformers. He was a protégé of Senator Gorman, and was known to be a spoilsman of the purest water. The Maryland Civil Service Association had once protested in vigorous terms against his appointment and asked for his immediate removal. This protest was taken up by the independents all over the country, and Mr. Higgins was denounced in terms of extravagant abuse. It was said that this one act of Mr. Cleveland's had destroyed all confidence in his professions. He was declared to have broken his pledges, to have betrayed the cause of civil service reform, and to have gone over wholly to the enemy. Mr. Higgins, however, was not removed, and the clamor of the mugwumps continued unabated. Meanwhile, the Republicans had remained quiescent. It amused them to see the new President so roundly berated by his own supporters. The Republican party leaders were biding their time, and were making a very careful study of the man whom they were presently to confront. Looking over the situation, the shrewdest of them thought it best to let things take their course. It seemed good policy for them not to play an obstructive part when Congress should assemble. They decided that a resort to promiscuous filibustering would prove in the end unpopular with the country. They were confident, however, that in time the President would make some serious mistake of which they might take immediate advantage. When Congress met in December, the watchword was passed along the Republican ranks, "Just wait a while, and then put Cleveland in a hole." A fortnight or so before the opening of the session, the Vice President, Mr. Hendricks, died at Indianapolis. Note 19, page 79. As Congress was not sitting, and as in consequence there was no President of the Senate, there existed no constitutional successor to the Presidency should Mr. Cleveland die during the interval before Congress met. Therefore he felt that he ought not to take the long journey necessary to attend the funeral at Indianapolis. Malicious persons saw in his absence on that occasion a confirmation of his alleged unfriendliness toward the deceased Vice President; but the country in general commended his refusal to run even the slightest risk of bringing about a condition which would leave the government without a head. End of Chapter 2, Part 2. Chapter 2, Part 3 of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905, by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 Years of President Cleveland, Part 3. President Cleveland's first message to Congress, Note 20, page 80, was a long and carefully written document which was received with general approval both in this country and abroad. Note 21, page 80. The recommendations which attracted most attention had to do with 1. The development of the Navy, which in its existing condition Mr. Cleveland characterized as merely "a shabby ornament to the government." 2. A reform of the land laws which should prevent immense tracts of territory from being acquired by single individuals or great corporations. 3. A reduction of tariff duties upon the imported necessaries of life. And 4. An extension of the reform of the civil service. In making this last recommendation, however, there were a few lines intended as a rebuke to some of the President's overzealous critics. He wrote: "Civil service reform does not require that those who in subordinate positions should fail in yielding their best service, or who are incompetent should be retained simply because they are in place. The whining of a clerk discharged for indolence or incompetency, who, though he gained his place by the worst possible operations of the spoils system, suddenly discovers that he is entitled to protection under the sanction of civil service reform, represents an ideal no less absurd than the clamor of the applicant who claims the vacant position as his compensation for the most questionable party work." But there was something else in the message which, though it attracted little general attention at the time, possessed, in view of what happened in succeeding years, an extraordinary significance. More than 5 pages of the message were devoted to the question of silver. By the so-called Bland-Allison law, enacted February 28, 1878, it had been provided that the coinage of the silver dollar of 412½ grains should be resumed. This dollar was made a legal tender for public and private debts, and a provision directed its compulsory coinage at the rate of not less than $2 million, or more than $4 million per month. The Bland-Allison bill was passed by a Democratic House and a Republican Senate. President Hayes vetoed it, and it was at once passed over his veto by heavy majorities. The message which Mr. Cleveland now sent to Congress asked earnest attention to the working of this law. He pointed out that silver had steadily fallen in intrinsic value, that a so-called bimetallic conference with European nations for the purpose of establishing internationally a common ratio between gold and silver had failed, and that if the coinage of silver should be continued under the Bland-Allison Act, the hoarding of gold would presently begin. The following sentences from this portion of the message are well worth recalling. "The desire to utilize the silver product of the country should not lead to a misuse or the perversion of this power. Up to the present time only about 50 million of the silver dollars so coined have actually found their way into circulation, leaving more than 165 million in the possession of the government. Every month 2 millions of gold in the public treasury are paid out for 2 millions or more of silver dollars, to be added to the idle mass already accumulated. If continued long enough, this operation will result in the substitution of silver for all the gold the government owns applicable to its general purposes. The nearer the period approaches when it, the government, will be obliged to offer silver in payment of its obligations, the greater inducement there will be to hoard gold against depreciation in the value of silver or for the purpose of speculating. This hoarding of gold has already begun. When the time comes that gold has been withdrawn from circulation, then will be apparent the difference between the real value of the silver dollar and a dollar in gold, and the two coins will part company. Gold will be at a premium over silver. Banks which have substituted gold for the deposits of their customers may pay them with silver bought with such gold, thus making a handsome profit. Rich speculators will sell their hoarded gold to their neighbors who need it to liquidate their foreign debts at a ruinous premium over silver, and the laboring men and women of the land, most defenseless of all, will find that the dollar received for the wage of their toil has sadly shrunk in its purchasing power. Mr. Cleveland quoted the words uttered by Daniel Webster in the Senate in 1834. The very man of all others who has the deepest interest in a sound currency, and who suffers most by mischievous legislation in money matters, is the man who earns his daily bread by his daily toil. He then proceeded to recommend that the compulsory coinage of silver dollars directed by the Bland Act be suspended. These striking sentences received but scant attention at the time. Far greater interest was felt in the possibility of a conflict between the Democratic President and the Republican Senate, which now elected Senator John Sherman to be its President pro tempore, and which had a Republican majority of 6. The House was Democratic by a majority of 42. With this division of power, it was obvious that no party measures, pure and simple, could be enacted. The field, therefore, was left clear for party skirmishing. It was not long before the Republican majority in the Senate made its first move toward "putting Cleveland in a hole." As has already been explained, the President had removed or suspended a number of Republican officials, and had appointed Democrats in their stead. In so doing, he had not made public his reasons for removal or suspension, other than the general statement that this action was for the good of the public service. The Republican senators sought now to bring him to an explicit and detailed accounting. Whether he refused or whether he acceded to their wish, they hoped to have it appear that he had removed Republicans solely from partisan motives. In this way his professed regard for civil service reform would be discredited; his independent supporters would be estranged, and the President himself would appear somewhat in the light of a hypocrite. The case of Mr. George M. Duskin was selected as a suitable one upon which to make the fight. Mr. Duskin had been United States District Attorney for the Southern District of Alabama. On July 17th he had been suspended by executive order, and Mr. John D. Burnett had been designated to perform the duties of the office in Duskin's place. When Congress met, the President nominated Mr. Burnett for appointment as Duskin's successor. The Senate passed a resolution requiring the Attorney General to send to it all the papers relating to Mr. Duskin's suspension. The Attorney General, by order of the President, informed the Senate that it was not considered that the public interests would be promoted by so transmitting these papers and other documents. Thereupon the Judiciary Committee of the Senate passed a resolution censuring the Attorney General, and, by inference, the President. It was evidently intended to make a formal demand upon the President himself for these papers. Senators of the United States have an exalted opinion of their own dignity. They are fond of calling the chamber to which they belong the most august deliberative body in the world. They claimed, moreover, in 1886, that inasmuch as the assent of the Senate was required to confirm the appointment of certain officers, these officers were not subject to removal by the President without the Senate's permission. This claim was based upon the so-called Tenure of Office Act, passed in 1867 during the conflict between Congress and President Johnson. To be sure, the more stringent features of the act had been stricken out in 1869, when General Grant assumed the presidency. Nevertheless, the Senate felt that, between its own overpowering greatness and its somewhat tenuous legal right, it could overawe a new and inexperienced President. Mr. Cleveland, however, did not wait for the issue to be fully joined between the Executive and the Senate. Like a good general, he attacked boldly before his opponents had fully matured their plans. On March 1st, 1886, he sent a message to the Senate in which he took high ground. "It is by no means conceded," wrote he, "that the Senate has the right in any case to review the act of the Executive in removing or suspending a public officer." Then he declared that the Attorney General had acted solely under executive direction. He said that the papers relating to the Duskin case were not public documents. "I regard the papers and documents withheld and addressed to me, or intended for my use and action, purely unofficial and private, and having reference to the performance of a duty exclusively mine. If I desired to take them into my custody, I might do so with entire propriety, and if I saw fit to destroy them, no one could complain. The requests and demands which by the score have for nearly 3 months been presented to the different departments of the government, whatever may be their form, have but one complexion. They assume the right of the Senate to sit in judgment upon the exercise of my exclusive discretion and executive function, for which I am solely responsible to the people from whom I have so lately received the sacred trust of office. My oath to support and defend the Constitution, my duty to the people who have chosen me to execute the powers of their great office and not to relinquish them, and my duty to the chief magistracy, which I must preserve unimpaired in all its dignity and vigor, compel me to refuse compliance with these demands." The message ended with the following haughty sentence: "Neither the discontent of party friends, nor the allurements constantly offered of confirmations of appointees conditioned upon the avowal that suspensions have been made on party grounds alone, nor the threat proposed in the resolutions now before the Senate that no confirmations will be made unless the demands of that body be complied with, are sufficient to discourage or deter me from following in the way which I am convinced leads to better government for the people." The boldness and vigor with which the President thus asserted his prerogative astounded the Republican Senators. They found themselves in the very hole into which they had gleefully expected to put Mr. Cleveland. Just what to do they did not know. They had no means of coercing the President of the United States, and his calm indifference to the senatorial dignity was as unpleasant as it was novel in their experience. They argued and debated, but finally, in a sheepish, shamefaced way, they came to the conclusion that nothing whatsoever could be done but swallow the medicine which the President had administered. Note 22. Page 86. One of their number, however, took an oratorical revenge. This was Senator Ingalls of Kansas. Mr. Ingalls was a very brilliant, fluent speaker, possessing a voluminous vocabulary of bitterness. A tall, thin, cynical-looking man, with a power of emitting words which scorched like drops of vitriol, he never failed to command the attention of his colleagues and of the public. He let it be known that he was about to scarify the administration with regard to its pretensions to reform. When he arose in his place on March 28th, both the floor of the Senate and the galleries were crowded. Speaking slowly, in order that every shaft might surely find its mark, he delivered an address which was a masterpiece of studied malice. First of all, he spoke of the attitude of his own party. "They believe, and I believe, that for the past quarter of a century, upon every vital issue before the American people, secession, slavery, coercion, the public credit, honest elections, universal freedom, and the protection of American labor, they have always been right, and that their opponents have always been wrong. And while they concede unreservedly patriotism and sincerity to their adversaries, temporary repulse has not convinced them that they were in error. There is neither defection nor dismay in their columns. They are ready, they are impatient to renew the battle. Animated by such impulses, it is not singular that they should feel that no Republican can hold an appointive office under a Democratic administration, without either sacrificing his convictions or forfeiting his self-respect. Accordingly, sir, when a little more than a year ago a Democratic administration was inaugurated, those who were in public station began, with one consent, to make excuse to retire to private life. They did not stand upon the order of their going, they trampled upon each other in a tumultuous and somewhat indecent haste to get out of office. There was no craven cry for mercy. No mercenary camp follower fled for shelter to the bomb-proofs of the Tenure of Office Act, no sutler crawled behind the fragile breastworks of civil service reform for protection. They lost their baggage, but they retained their colors, their arms, their ammunition, and their camp equipage, and marched off the field with the honors of war. If at the expiration of 1 year a few yet remain in office, rari nantes ingurgiti vasto, it is because the victors have been unable to agree among themselves, or been unable to discover among their own number competent and qualified successors." Speaking of the President, he said: "Sir, I am not disposed to impugn the good faith, the patriotism, the sincerity, the many unusual traits and faculties of the President of the United States. He is the Sphinx of American politics. It is said that he is a fatalist, that he regards himself as the child of fate, the man of destiny, and that he places devout and implicit reliance upon the guiding influence of his star. Certainly, whether he be a very great man or a very small man, he is a very extraordinary man. His career forbids any other conclusion." Then he paid his respects to the advocates of reform. In his sentences were concentrated the hatred and contempt which the vindictive partisan feels for all who exercise an independent judgment in politics. Mr. President, the neuter gender is not popular either in nature or society. Male and female created he them. But there is a third sex, if sex that can be called which sex has none, resulting sometimes from a cruel caprice of nature, at others from accident or malevolent design, possessing the vices of both and the virtues of neither; effeminate without being masculine or feminine; unable either to beget or to bear; possessing neither fecundity nor virility; endowed with the contempt of men and the derision of women, and doomed to sterility, isolation, and extinction. But they have two recognized functions. They sing falsetto, and they are usually selected as the guardians of the seraglios of Oriental despots. Geology teaches us that in the process of being upward from the protoplasmic cell, through one form of existence to another, there are intermediary and connecting stages, in which the creature bears some resemblance to the state from which it has emerged, and some to the state to which he is proceeding. History is stratified politics. Every stratum is fossiliferous; and I am inclined to think that the political geologist of the future, in his antiquarian researches between the Triassic series of 1880 and the Cretaceous series of 1888, as he inspects the Jurassic democratic strata of 1884, will find some curious illustrations of the doctrine of political evolution. In the transition from the fish to the bird there is an anomalous animal long since extinct, named by the geologist the pterodactyl, or winged reptile, a lizard with feathers upon its paws and plumes upon its tail. A political system which illustrates in its practical operations the appointment by the same administration of Eugene Higgins and Dorman B. Eaton, can properly be regarded as in the transition epoch, and characterized as the pterodactyl of politics. It is, like that animal, equally adapted to waddling and dabbling in the slime and mud of partisan politics, and soaring aloft with discordant cries into the glittering and opalescent empyrean of civil service reform. Note 23, page 89. A sufficient answer to the gibes of Mr. Ingalls was given a few days later by the organization of the new Civil Service Commission which, aided by the President in every way, now entered upon its work. A definite plan for promotion was perfected. Rigorous investigations were conducted, and these unearthed many violations of the law. A Republican was appointed chief examiner. The bitter discussion in the Senate had served to rivet public attention upon this important question, and sentiment in favor of the reform was strengthened and extended every day. Much feeling was excited in the spring of 1886 by the President's attitude toward private pension bills. That the military pension system had been grossly abused was perfectly well known to every one. Neither party, however, possessed the courage to eradicate these abuses. The Republicans had always officially posed as the friends of the veteran. The Democrats knew that if they took unfavorable action upon pension bills they would be accused of disloyalty and of hatred to the soldiers of the Union. The result was that disbursements for pensions had increased with startling rapidity. Thus, in 1866, the number of pensioners was 126,722, and the amount paid to them annually was $15,450,550. In 1875, there were 234,821 pensioners, receiving annually $29,270,407. At that time General Garfield declared in the House of Representatives that the expenditures for pensions had reached their maximum and thereafter might be expected to decrease. Congress, however, passed a so-called Arrears of Pension Act, giving to each pensioner back pay from the time when his disability had been first incurred. At once the expenditures were almost doubled. In 1885 the pensioners numbered 345,125, and the annual sum paid them was $65,171,937. The Pension Bureau was administered in a spirit of extravagant liberality. Pensions were granted to individuals whose claims were ludicrous and at times outrageous. Men who had been dishonorably discharged were on the pension list; others who had met with injuries from accidents while drunk were likewise favored. Pensions had actually been bestowed upon malingerers who had shot off their own fingers in order to escape from service in the army. Yet even the Pension Bureau had felt that somewhere it must draw the line; and therefore many applications were rejected. Unsuccessful claimants, therefore, got into the habit of embodying their claims in private bills, which were sent to Congress for special action. These bills were hastily rushed through both houses, without the slightest reference to their merits. It is recorded that on a single day the Senate once passed 500 private pension bills at a sitting. President Cleveland made up his mind that this sort of thing must stop. He began to make a careful study of each private pension bill that came before him, going into all the evidence with the scrupulous care of a trained lawyer. It became at once apparent that many claimants for pensions were no better than swindlers; and therefore, on May 8th, he sent to Congress the first of a series of veto messages, a series which was continued throughout that session. These messages were brief, pungent, and often tinged with sarcasm, and when collected they made very interesting reading as throwing light upon the fraudulent character of many pension claims. "We are dealing," wrote Mr. Cleveland, "with pensions, not with gratuities; and even had it been a question of gratuities, there was little reason for favorable action upon many of the bills. Some of the claimants were shown to have deserted from the army; one had fallen while getting over a fence, but had absolutely no trace of any injury upon his person; another asked for a pension because he had hurt his ankle while intending to enlist; another based his application upon the fact that 16 years after the conclusion of the war he had fallen from a ladder and fractured his skull; still another had broken his leg in a ditch while gathering dandelions long after the war; a widow asked for a pension because her husband had died of heart disease in 1881, a circumstance which she ascribed to a wound in the ankle received in 1863. Absurd as were these and many other claims, the fact that the President rejected them was made the basis of a charge of hostility to the veterans of the Civil War. The merits of each case had little weight with those opponents who cared nothing for the truth, but who sought to bring discredit on the President. As a matter of fact, many of his vetoes were in the interests of the very persons whose claims he set aside. In several instances, widows of soldiers had carelessly sought relief through a pension bill, when the granting of such relief would have cut them off from a far more liberal treatment through the regular channels of the Pension Bureau. Note 24, page 92. The President, therefore, by his vigilance, not only detected and exposed dishonesty, but he performed a real service to many worthy persons. In all, he vetoed one pension bill in every 7, or about 100 in the aggregate, and only one of these bills was ever passed over the President's veto. Early in 1886 the rumor went abroad that Mr. Cleveland was about to end his bachelorhood. This rumor naturally excited widespread interest and caused a temporary cessation of party strife. Only one President had ever been married during his term of office, and never had the wedding of a President taken place in the White House. Note 25, page 92. Before long it became known that the report was true, and that an engagement existed between Mr. Cleveland and Miss Frances Folsom, the daughter of his former law partner. At the time when the engagement was announced, Miss Folsom was in Europe; but she presently returned and became the object of an immense amount of friendly curiosity. Mr. Cleveland had been her guardian after her father's death, and it was said that the two had begun to take a sentimental interest in one another after certain gossips had spread a premature and quite unfounded story of their betrothal. Miss Folsom at this time was 22 years of age. She was a tall and graceful girl with manners that were at once dignified and winning. Her cordiality was sincere, and she was always tactful; and from the day when she first became known to the American people she remained deservedly a universal favorite. Following the usage which prevails with rulers of nations, the President was married in his official residence rather than at the house of his bride. The wedding took place in the evening of the 2nd of June, in the Blue Room, in the presence of a small but distinguished company, including most of the members of the cabinet. The ceremony was carried out with perfect taste, and the only incidents which suggested an official wedding were the presidential salute of 21 guns, fired from the arsenal, and a message of congratulation from the Queen of Great Britain, which was received just as the President and his bride were taking their departure. They went by special train to a cottage which had been placed at their disposal at Deer Park, in the mountains of Maryland. Public interest in the marriage was so great that the press of the country went far beyond the limits of what was permissible. On the following morning the President was astonished to find that a pavilion had been reared directly opposite his cottage, and that a throng of newspaper correspondents were collected there, provided with field glasses, so as not to lose even the slightest detail which a bold eyed curiosity could discover. This annoying espionage continued for several days, and fully justified some biting sentences which were written with regard to the editors who permitted such a breach of elemental courtesy. They have used the enormous power of the modern newspaper to perpetrate and disseminate a colossal impertinence, and have done it, not as professional gossips and tattlers, but as the guides and instructors of the public in conduct and morals. And they have done it, not to a private citizen, but to the President of the United States, thereby lifting their offense into the gaze of the whole world, and doing their utmost to make American journalism contemptible in the estimation of people of good breeding everywhere. Note 26, page 94. Congress adjourned on August 5, 1886. It had of necessity enacted no measure regarding which there was a difference of opinion between the two parties. A tariff bill had been prepared by the Democrats of the House, but no action had been taken upon it. On the other hand, the question of the presidential succession had at last been definitely settled by a law which named the Vice President and the Secretaries of the Departments in the order of their establishment to succeed in the event of the disability or death of those preceding them. Another bill, providing for an increase of the Navy, passed both houses, and received the signature of the President. This Naval Appropriation Act was long afterwards pronounced "historic" by a Republican Secretary of the Navy. Note 27. Page 94. It authorized the building of a battleship, the Texas, an armored cruiser, the Maine, a protected cruiser, the Baltimore, a dynamite cruiser, the Vesuvius, and a torpedo boat, the Cushing. In this way, new and wholly modern types of warships were introduced into the American Navy, and of these vessels every one was destined to be remembered in the nation's history. President Cleveland had by this time become thoroughly well known to all his countrymen. In some ways he had disappointed a section of his party. He had not altogether satisfied the expectations of the independent voters. But he had made no serious mistakes, and he had given to his followers a positive and definite policy to take the place of a purely negative, critical attitude, which for 20 years had brought them nothing but disaster. Both as a man and as a statesman his fame had grown. Few doubted his sincerity of purpose, his integrity of character, or his indomitable courage. In November, 1886, Harvard University celebrated the 250th anniversary of its foundation. President Cleveland accepted an invitation to attend the ceremonies as a guest of the University and of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Accompanied by the governor and escorted by a body of lancers, he proceeded to Cambridge, where he was received at the Sanders Theatre by President Eliot. Note 28, page 95. No such gathering had hitherto been seen upon this continent, representing as it did all that was most distinguished in American art and literature, in statesmanship, in science, and in learning. In the presence of this brilliant assemblage, James Russell Lowell, the greatest of American men of letters then living, delivered an address which for its tone of rare distinction still remains a masterpiece, starred with felicitous allusions and pregnant with suggestive thought. Toward the close he spoke a few graceful words of welcome to the guests of the University, and then at the last, turning to the most illustrious guest of all, he said, "There is also one other name of which it would be indecorous not to make exception. You all know that I can only mean the President of our Republic. His presence is a signal honor to us all, and to us all, I may say, a personal gratification. We have no politics here, but the sons of Harvard all belong to the party which admires courage, strength of purpose, and fidelity to duty, and which respects wherever he may be found the justum et tenacem propositi virum, who knows how to withstand the civium ardo prava jubentium. He has left the helm of state to be with us here, and so long as it is entrusted to his hands we are sure that, should the storm come, he will say with Seneca's pilot, 'O Neptune, you may sink me if you will, you may save me if you will, but whatever happen, I shall keep my rudder true.'" Note 29, page 96. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, Part 1 of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905, by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Memories of the Past, Part 1. How rapidly old issues and old causes were fading into political obscurity was impressed upon the mind of the American people by the passing away, early in President Cleveland's administration, of many men whose names evoked innumerable memories but whose careers already had receded into history. In 1885 died George B. McClellan and Ulysses S. Grant. In 1886, Chester Alan Arthur, Winfield S. Hancock, Horatio Seymour, and Samuel J. Tilden. Of these distinguished men, two, General Grant and Mr. Arthur, had been Presidents of the United States. Three, General McClellan, General Hancock, and Mr. Seymour, had been unsuccessful candidates for the Presidency. One, Mr. Tilden, will probably remain unique in American history as having been prevented by political intrigue from taking possession of the chief magistracy to which his countrymen had called him. The names of General McClellan and General Grant are linked indissolubly with the annals of the Civil War. The history of the one not only supplements the history of the other, but affords a striking contrast. It was McClellan's fortune to begin the task which Grant completed. McClellan rests today beneath the shadow of imputed failure. Grant wears in history the laurels of supreme success. The final judgment of posterity is a judgment from which appeal is hopeless. Yet in this one thing it is seldom wholly just. It takes no heed of circumstances or conditions. It makes no reservations. It exacts unqualified acceptance. It stands with a stolidity that is almost brutal upon the bedrock foundation of bare results. In 1861, McClellan, then an ex-captain of engineers, came to Washington to assume command of the nation's military forces in succession to the infirm and aged Scott. A few successful skirmishes in West Virginia, which popular inexperience magnified into battles, had won for him this swift promotion. He found the capital in a state of chaos. The rout at Bull Run had demoralized alike the army and the government. Raw levies from the North were encamped about the city, ignorant of the very rudiments of military training, and officered by no less ignorant civilians, tradesmen, lawyers, and politicians. As an army it was preposterous. As the raw material of an army, there was no better in the world. But to convert this mob-like mass into a great fighting machine, to give it discipline, coherence, confidence, endurance, and enthusiasm, was a problem to appall the genius of a Carnot. Yet this McClellan did, and he did it most superbly. The impatient North, smarting under defeat and fatuously expecting from a single campaign the conquest of an entire people of English stock, fretted at each moment of delay. President Lincoln and the bullying lawyer whom he had made his Secretary of War were little less unreasonable. McClellan had the infinite misfortune to take command when the nation was still childish in its hero worship, and as yet unsobered by the stern realities of war. Men called the new commanding general the young Napoleon, but not Napoleon himself could have satisfied the expectations of the Northern editors and war-mad orators. Moreover, McClellan was charged with nursing political ambitions because of the foolish speeches of some of his party friends. Note 1, page 99. He became an object of suspicion to members of the cabinet, first to Stanton, then to Chase, and a network of petty intrigue was woven around him to hamper and exasperate him. The President believed in him, yet never gave him a free hand in anything. A morbid fear lest the Confederates should make a sudden dash on Washington came over Lincoln from time to time, and still more strongly over Stanton, and paralyzed the operations in the field. The command was divided between Halleck and McClellan; and divided command naturally brought divided counsels. The army fought and fought heroically, for it loved McClellan. No other general in that war ever so completely won the devotion of his soldiers. An intelligent private who afterward published his recollections wrote: "Soldiers' eyes would brighten when they talked of him. Their hard, lean, brown faces would soften and light up with affection when they spoke of him." Note 2, page 99. Defeat or victory, it was all the same. He never lost his hold upon the men who followed him. That McClellan was an able soldier, and that his campaigns were ably planned, is an assertion which rests upon the highest military authority. General Lee, 5 years after the war, when asked whom he regarded as the greatest of the Northern generals, answered emphatically, "McClellan by all odds." Note 3, page 99. Von Moltke, in 1874, said that McClellan was the one scientific general on the Northern side, and that Grant's final campaign was worked out successfully on the strategic lines which McClellan had laid down. In 1862, McClellan pushed the Union forces to within 4 miles of Richmond. After the 7 days' battle, he was superseded by the boastful and incompetent Pope, under whom the Army of the Potomac was shattered at Manassas and driven in panic flight to Washington. Called in this dire emergency to command once more, McClellan restored as if by magic the morale of the army, which greeted his return with frantic cheers; and he soon after led it to the bloody field of Antietam, where he won a strategic victory over Lee. That he was presently sent into retirement, and that his name no more appears in military annals, must be ascribed to several circumstances. The country had not yet learned that the conquest of the South was utterly impossible until it should have been drained to the last drop of its resources, in Bismarck's ghastly but expressive phrase, "saigner à blanc." Single victories were expected to crush the Confederacy, though the Confederacy was still in the early years of its existence, amply supplied with men and with munitions, not intolerably pinched for money, and flushed with the brilliancy of its initial victories. President Lincoln had not yet nerved himself to the point of contemplating bloodshed with a feeling that it was inevitable. Stanton and the Radicals hated that general who, if successful, might prove to be a dangerous political opponent. In consequence, McClellan fought, as it were, with a rope about his neck. The delays, the repulses, the loss of life, the inconclusive battles, such as were afterwards so readily excused in Grant, were held to be unpardonable in McClellan. His 20 days' successful siege of Yorktown seemed to Mr. Lincoln a waste of time quite unendurable, whereas the months which Grant devoted to the siege of Petersburg brought on him no official criticism. McClellan's Peninsula campaign was rendered fruitless by the sudden withdrawal of McDowell's force of 40,000 men just at the psychological moment, while Grant's army was never weakened by executive interference. The knowledge that his enemies in the government were as active against him as his enemies in the field, intensified in McClellan a certain caution of which undoubtedly he already had too much. He exaggerated both the numbers and the equipment of the Confederates. After a battle, he could never quite understand that while his own troops were shaken, the enemy's army must be shaken quite as much. He seemed not to realize that what the foe could do his men could also do if urged. And so he balked at obstacles of which Lee made small account; he waited for supplies of food and clothing, while the Confederates marched hungry and in rags; and therefore he failed to follow up successes when prompt action might possibly have dealt a crushing blow. Judgment is given against McClellan because of the sequel to the battle of Antietam. Speaking of this, President Lincoln said to Mr. Albert D. Richardson, Note 4, page 101, "I adhered to him, McClellan, after all my cabinet advisers lost faith in him. But do you want to know when I gave him up? It was after the battle of Antietam. The Blue Ridge was then between our army and Lee's. We enjoyed the great advantage over them which they usually had over us. We had the short line, and they the long one to the rebel capital. I directed McClellan peremptorily to move on Richmond. It was 11 days before he crossed his first man over the Potomac. It was 11 days after that before he crossed his last man. Thus he was 22 days in passing the river at a much easier and more practical ford than that where Lee crossed his entire army between dark one night and daylight the next morning. That was the last grain of sand which broke the camel's back. I retired McClellan at once." There is really no answer to be made to this. Yet it must be noted that when precisely the same thing occurred after Gettysburg, no official censure was passed on Meade, who let Lee slip away, although the Southern army was badly broken, and although the Potomac, in the rear of the Confederates, was swollen by a flood, and for a time was practically unfordable. In that case, however, Lincoln merely wrote to Meade a fatherly letter, and even then refrained from sending it. Note 5, page 102. McClellan, in fact, received one kind of treatment, while Meade and Grant received a very different one. What confirmed and fixed the unfavorable opinion of General McClellan which many Americans now entertain, was the book which, after his death, was published under the editorship of Mr. W. C. Prime. Note 6, page 102. McClellan had left in manuscript for the private reading of his children his own account of his military career. This was put into the hands of Mr. Prime, together with all the letters which McClellan while at the front had dashed off to his wife from day to day. Mr. Prime most injudiciously gave to the public not merely the manuscript, but also the private letters. These letters were the confidences of a fond husband to an adoring wife, and they were never meant for any eye but hers. They are the hasty and unpremeditated expressions of a man laboring under immense responsibility, and with every nerve strained to the highest pitch, and they reflect accurately the moment's mood. Read fairly, 7/10 of what they contain should be eliminated in passing judgment on the writer of them. The outbursts of impatience, the unreserved freedom of criticism, the blunt comments upon men and things, are of no more real significance than the casual ejaculations and careless words of any one who finds that it relieves his mind to speak without restraint to a wholly sympathetic listener. Knowing that she to whom he wrote would rejoice in the honors that were paid him, he tells her many things of which no man would ever speak, save to a loving woman, and then for her delight and not for his. Yet all these little confidences, these tokens of an affectionate intimacy, were set forth in cold type, and they have been made to justify a condemnation of McClellan. Even so sensible and fair-minded an historian as Mr. J. F. Rhodes speaks of McClellan's puerile vanity, while upon the public mind there has been left a painful and quite false impression of fretfulness and pettiness and egotism. All this is due to the mistaken zeal of Mr. Prime, who in discharging the duties of a literary executor dealt a cruel blow at the reputation of a gallant soldier. For with all his military defects, and these he shared with many others whose fame is now secure, McClellan was a brave, unselfish lover of his country, which in the hour of its black despair he served both faithfully and well. Whenever a pure democracy undertakes a great and bloody war, some of those who serve it are certain to be sacrificed as the price of its education into an understanding of just what is needed for success. In the American Civil War it was McClellan who was sacrificed. By the time when Grant was ordered from the West and pitted against Lee, the North had fully learned the lesson over which it had so badly bungled for 3 melancholy years. All the bluster had been knocked out of it. Even the dullest minds perceived that a hostile army could not be routed by flag-raisings and florid oratory. That very Chinese mode of waging war was at an end, and men now buckled down to grim realities. Sentimentalism had no more place. Soldiers were now food for powder, and they were nothing else. Money was not to be saved and counted, but must flow like water, must be wasted even, rather than withheld. Military amateurs to the rear, professional soldiers to the front. Even law was silent amid the clash of arms. Citizens in the North who criticized the government were seized by armed men and hurried into fortresses. Newspaper offices were entered and their presses stopped. The courts were open, but their writs no longer ran. A telegram from Washington could send any man to Fort Lafayette. A few lines scribbled by a general officer served to annul an order of the Chief Justice of the United States. Everything was forced to yield to the supreme exigency of war. Democracy for a time gave way to military despotism. And so, when Grant was called to Washington, he was invested with a power which none of his predecessors had possessed. Note 7, page 104. There was no check upon his authority in the field. He was freed from Stanton's interference. Even the President forbore to meddle and direct. And the Treasury poured out $3 millions of money every day to replace the regiments as fast as they were slaughtered. Grant was a tactician, as McClellan was a strategist. As a soldier he resembled a lump of clay in which are embedded grains of gold. His normal mediocrity was at times lighted up by gleams of genius. He had moments of stolidity so dense as to be almost dullness, and again he would rise to heights of magnificent efficiency. The moral military qualities of courage, responsibility, and self-confidence he possessed in a rare degree, and these were reinforced by a strong good sense which often served him as an admirable substitute for theoretical knowledge. For his own technical deficiencies he once made a sort of apologia in the following shrewd sentences. Some of our generals failed because they work out everything by rule. They knew what Frederick did at one place, and Napoleon at another. They were always thinking about what Napoleon would do. Unfortunately for their plans, the rebels would be thinking about something else. I don't underrate the value of military knowledge, but if men make war in slavish observance of rules, they will fail. No rules will apply to conditions of war so different as those which exist in Europe and in America. Consequently, while our generals were working out problems of an ideal character, practical facts were neglected. To that extent, I consider remembrances of old campaigns a disadvantage. Yet Grant's two signal triumphs, Donelson and Vicksburg, were won by a close adherence to the established rules of warfare. The operations about Donelson have been compared with Napoleon's at Ulm; and at Vicksburg his well executed plan of crushing the enemy in detail was essentially Napoleonic. It was indeed at Vicksburg that Grant's military powers rose to a climax. Never again did he show so admirable a combination of strategic and tactical capacity, so much skillful planning and so much energy of execution. He seems himself to have understood this, for he said long after, "I don't think there is any one of my campaigns with which I have not some fault to find, and which, as I see it now, I could not have improved, except, perhaps, Vicksburg." Certainly he never again rose to the same height. Perhaps the explanation is to be found in the difference in military skill between his two opponents, Pemberton and Lee. Placed at the head of the Army of the Potomac, he fought the useless and bloody battle of the Wilderness, that name of horror, from which he was forced back with a loss of 20,000 men. At Spotsylvania he made 3 desperate frontal attacks upon a strongly fortified position, with no result except a lavish loss of life. Then came the crowning blunder of Cold Harbor, where again the Confederate intrenchments were assaulted from the front, and where within an hour 12,000 Union soldiers fell. It was here that Grant, unmoved by the frightful loss of life, ordered a third charge, and the army remained motionless, refusing to obey. Note 8, page 106. Had McClellan or Hooker or Meade been guilty of so terrible a failure, the whole nation would have demanded his disgrace. Even Grant himself in after years spoke of Cold Harbor with remorse. Note 9, page 106. In this one campaign, which earned for him the title of "the Butcher," he lost more men than Lee had in his entire army. But Lincoln said, as he had said after Shiloh, "I cannot spare this man. He fights." Here lay indeed the secret of Grant's ultimate success. He had grasped the one great central fact, that his true objective was not Richmond, but Lee's army. To grapple with that army at any time or any place, and at whatever cost in soldiers' lives, sums up the plan to which Grant held inflexibly. Lee could no longer be reinforced. His war-worn troops could with the greatest difficulty be fed and furnished with munitions. Back of Grant there was always an unlimited supply of men, of money, and of all that money can procure. Hence, in the end, Lee must succumb to the process of attrition involved in constant fighting. There was no genius in this plan. It bore the same relation to military science which slogging bears to scientific boxing. But it was certain to succeed when carried out by one who had alike the authority to pursue it, and the iron nerve to look unmoved on the fields of slaughter. When Lee finally surrendered, there was nothing but a fragment of his army left, half starved and ragged, and at the very limit of what flesh and blood can bear. The character of General Grant is usually held to be an easy one to read, and yet its curious contrasts indicate a singular complexity. There were in it elements of undoubted greatness, though few men have lacked so utterly the external marks of greatness. A keen observer, note 10, page 107, who saw him for the first time in 1864, described him as short, round-shouldered, utterly devoid of presence, rough, and with a rather scrubby look, one who neither marched nor walked, but pitched along as though his next step would bring him on his nose. He had a cigar in his mouth, and rather the look of a man who did, or once did, take a little too much to drink. The only softening of this description is found in the mention of a clear blue eye, and a look of resolution, as of one who could not be trifled with. General Horace Porter gives an almost pathetic picture of Grant, in the midst of the Wilderness campaign, clothed in a shabby, tarnished uniform, and whittling a stick, with hands encased in brown thread gloves, through the frayed finger ends of which his nails protruded. Note 11, page 108. At the surrender of Lee, the Confederate commander came to the interview, as courtesy required, in complete uniform, and wearing at his side a jeweled sword. Grant came clothed in the garb of a private soldier, spattered with mud, swordless, and with no sign of rank save the stars of a general stitched upon his faded blouse. He carried this excessive simplicity into everything. Bred as a soldier, he had no liking whatsoever for military pomp. When he visited Berlin in 1877, the Emperor offered for his entertainment the spectacle of a military review, only to be met by the remark, "A military review is a thing which I hope never to see again." He could not even bear the sound of martial music. It was, indeed, no less as a civilian than as a soldier that Grant secured the liking of his countrymen. In many respects he exemplified the average American, and he possessed in a high degree those homely virtues which the average American admires and respects. He was a man of singular purity, both in word and deed. No one ever heard him use an oath; and the strongest ejaculation that he is recorded as having uttered was the mysteriously bucolic expletive, "I jings." General Wilson tells an anecdote that is very characteristic. One evening at dinner, an officer of high rank, who was noted for his repertoire of indecent stories, remarked, after glancing about the table, "I will tell a little anecdote, as I see there are no ladies present." "Ah," said Grant, quietly, with unmistakable intonation, "but there are gentlemen present." Note 12. Page 109. His nature had a strong domestic side. When he was in camp at City Point, Mrs. Grant would sometimes spend a few days at headquarters; and to the amusement of the immediate staff, she and the General would sit at dusk in an obscure corner of his tent, holding hands, like a pair of rustic lovers, both of them greatly perturbed if some heedless person inadvertently approached them. After death, and when his body was being prepared for burial, there was found about Grant's neck a long tress of hair which had been sent him by his young wife 32 years before, when he was a captain assigned to duty in the Far West. Under an undemonstrative exterior, he felt for his children an equal warmth of strong affection. During his presidency, his only daughter was married in the White House to an English gentleman with whom, of course, her home was to be made thereafter in a distant land. Throughout the ceremonies Grant was gravely cordial, a courteous host to all the company; but after the young couple had said farewell, the President was discovered to be missing. After a time his wife sent to recall him; and in his daughter's room, with his face buried in his hands, this iron soldier, whom the horrors of the battlefield had never shaken, was found sobbing like a child. The contradictions in his character are difficult of explanation. Considerate, tender hearted, and as merciful as Lincoln himself, he could yet order the sacrifice of thousands, and look upon their slaughter with a perfectly impassive face. Shrewd and practical in military administration, he failed to make even a comfortable living in civil life; and when the war broke out, he, at the age of 39, was a debt-ridden clerk in a country store, with an annual salary of $800. Incorruptibly honest, he was, nevertheless, surrounded throughout his presidency by stock jobbers, money sharks, ringsters, and blacklegs of every sort, whose baseness he could not be made to see, so that he stood by them to the end with a loyalty which was at once sublime and pitiful. His last years were clouded by the shadow of disgrace which came upon him from his business association with a common swindler, by whom Grant himself was ruined, together with hundreds of unfortunate persons who had been lured to beggary by the misuse of an illustrious name. In any other man, such trustfulness, such blindness to the truth, would have been little less than imbecility. In Grant it was only one of the many paradoxes in a character which in its depths must always be inscrutable. When he died, his countrymen, moved by the pathos of his end, forgot the sordid drama of his presidency, and remembered only the days of his true greatness, his courage and tenacity, and his noble magnanimity to a conquered foe. Throughout the future, when his name is spoken, it will inevitably recall the picture of a silent man on horseback, unmoved, unflinching, undismayed; one whom the mists of time have already blurred into a figure of heroic mold. End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Chapter 3, Part 2, of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905, by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Memories of the Past, Part 2. Horatio Seymour was the ablest, the sanest, and the most wisely patriotic of all those democratic statesmen who, throughout the period of the Civil War, maintained on constitutional grounds an opposition to the administration of President Lincoln. The year 1862 was marked by one of those widespread waves of depression and discontent which from time to time swept over the people of the North and made the Union cause seem almost hopeless. From the armies in the field there came no cheering news of victory. From Washington there was poured forth an endless tale of mismanagement, of peculation, and of jobbery, such as sickened the moral sense of the whole nation. The Edict of Emancipation was for the moment unpopular with the country. The suspension of the Habeas Corpus Act, the frequent military arrests of private citizens, and the seeming incapacity of Congress and the President drove thousands of patriotic citizens into the ranks of the opposition. Hence, at the autumn elections, 6 states Note 13, page 111, which 2 years before had voted solidly for Mr. Lincoln, now left the Republican column and elected Democratic governors. Even the President's own state declared against him. It was, however, the defection of New York which caused Mr. Lincoln the most serious concern; for this was the richest and most populous of all the states, and Mr. Seymour, who now became its chief executive, was a political opponent to be reckoned with. He had been described by Republican speakers as hostile to the cause of union, and as one who sympathized with treason. That he should have been chosen governor of New York seemed a misfortune almost comparable with disaster in the field. But those who thus misrepresented Mr. Seymour had little knowledge of his character and principles. Not Lincoln himself was a purer patriot nor more devoted to the cause of national unity. His public utterances were wholly admirable. "At this moment," he had said in October, "the destinies, the honor, and the glory of our country hang poised upon the conflict in the battlefield. We tender to the government no conditional support." He spoke of "this wicked and mighty rebellion," and he called God to witness that "I would count my life as nothing if I could save the nation's life." Of the President he always spoke with courtesy, at a time when many others styled him the Illinois baboon. His opposition was not personal at all, nor was it directed against the efficient conduct of the war. What Mr. Seymour criticized, and what thousands of Republicans also criticized, Note 14, page 112, was the arbitrary conduct of Secretary Stanton, the waste and corruption which honeycombed the administration of the army, and the suspension by military order of those personal rights which are guaranteed by the Constitution to every American. But as governor of New York, Mr. Seymour was as energetic in giving military support to the President as had been his Republican predecessor. When Lee invaded Pennsylvania in 1863, Seymour telegraphed to Secretary Stanton, "I will spare no effort to send you troops at once," and at the battle of Gettysburg there were present 19 New York regiments which had been hurried to the front by Seymour's orders. In 2 dispatches, Secretary Stanton, by the personal direction of the President, telegraphed his thanks to Governor Seymour for his "energy, activity, and patriotism." Note 15, page 112. When the draft riots broke out in New York City just after Gettysburg, Governor Seymour was hastily summoned. The greater part of the town was already in the hands of a furious mob. The police had been routed, houses had been sacked and burned, negroes had been hanged, beaten to death, and even burned. The city was stripped of troops, and there was no physical force at hand to quell disorder. Governor Seymour addressed the rioters from the steps of the City Hall, and endeavored by persuasion and by promises to stay the work of devastation. He began his speech with the words, "My friends," and for years his employment of these words to a crowd of rioters was flung at him as a bitter taunt. "Such," said his opponents, "are Governor Seymour's friends." But of course the words were a mere form of speech. Had he addressed the rioters as "gentlemen," he would undoubtedly have been far less criticized, yet the ruffians whom he fearlessly confronted were no more his friends than they were gentlemen. A sufficient answer to his enemies is to be found in the fact that within a year the Republican legislature of the State passed resolutions highly commending Governor Seymour for his action at that critical time. There are some who hold that any opposition to the national government in a time of civil war is both unwise and unpatriotic. A careful study of the years from 1862 until 1864 will surely not sustain this view. An opposition such as that of Seymour was in the highest degree salutary and even necessary to the Union cause. For that cause had been seriously compromised by those acts of the administration which Mr. Seymour most urgently opposed. Nothing so estranged Mr. Lincoln's loyal following at the North as did this series of military arrests in parts of the country that were wholly peaceful and where the courts were open. There is no evidence that the President himself ever personally ordered any one of these arrests, and it is known that he often disapproved of them. Yet, of course, he was officially responsible for them, and they proved in the end to be in the highest degree impolitic and useless. It shocked the Anglo-Saxon respect for the orderly processes of law to witness old men of 70 dragged from their beds at midnight and hurried to prison by squads of soldiers under circumstances of inexcusable brutality. The arrest of children for the offense of selling newspapers of which some military commander disapproved, was even more obnoxious. In fact, had not Congress taken the matter in hand and limited the exercise of this arbitrary power, the violence which had already broken out in the Republican states of Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Illinois, would have kindled at the North a backfire so formidable as to paralyze all military operations at the front. Mr. Seymour's opposition, therefore, was justified both in reason and from the standpoint of the national welfare. It led the President and Congress to abstain from continuing a course of conduct which would have imperiled the cause of union. The task of one who acts in opposition is inevitably a thankless task, since it is always certain to be misunderstood, and to be made the subject of the cruelest reproach. All the more honor, then, to those who, like Seymour, have the high moral courage to perform that duty as he has performed it, without expectation of reward, and in a way that leaves after the lapse of years no trace of bitterness behind. Note 16, page 114. Mr. Tilden was in a sense Governor Seymour's political successor. He is the supreme illustration in American political history of sheer intellect unrelieved by any of those human qualities which win men's love as well as their respect. Born with a body so frail that he never knew a day of perfect health, he had no boyhood. But even as a child, his mind was given wholly to the mastery of government and politics. In his father's house he heard political discussions between some of the most adroit and wily party managers of that day. By the time when he was 15 years of age, he was as well informed in American political history and in the maneuvers of political strife as any one of those whose revelations he had listened to so eagerly. He studied law and soon rose to high rank in that profession. With its pursuit he blended political ambition, and both in law and politics he brought to bear all the resources of a cold, calculating nature, unmoved by passion or by prejudice, able to bide its time, to temporize, to dissemble, and to scheme, not merely for the present, but for the distant future. He knew that money was a power in political life, and he accumulated a large fortune as a railroad lawyer, making his political prominence also a source of gain, though, as a matter of far-seeing wisdom, setting his face against political corruption. At the time when Tweed and his vulgar bandits began their sway in the city of New York, Tilden made no sign of opposition. He even used this tawdry despot for his own ends, until the moment came when he could strike with deadly certainty. And then the ring was smashed, and its servile judges, Barnard, Cardoza, and McCunn, were driven from the bench. Elected governor of New York in 1874, he ruled the state with such intelligent integrity as to win for himself in 1876 the Democratic nomination for the presidency. The nation at large, wearied by the scandals and corruption of Grant's second term, saw in Tilden the very leader demanded by the hour, a true reformer fit to cleanse and purify the departmental sewers at Washington. In the election he received not only a majority of the popular vote, but likewise a majority of 20 votes in the Electoral College. To destroy this majority it was necessary for his opponents to alter the result in the states of South Carolina, Florida, Louisiana, and Oregon. This was accomplished by the superb political management of the Republicans, who received their cue from Mr. Chandler's famous telegram, "Claim everything." Through the Electoral Commission, voting always on strictly party lines, 8-7, the 4 doubtful states were given to Hayes, who was declared elected by a majority of a single vote. The announcement was made only 2 days before the new president was sworn in. There can be little doubt that Mr. Tilden was rightfully elected. Such was apparently the view of President Grant himself, if we may credit the statement of his intimate friend, Mr. G. W. Childs. Every Democrat in the country was convinced of it, and not a few Republicans. Had Mr. Tilden been a different sort of man, he would, perhaps, have said the word to precipitate a civil war. But he was not the one to seek his ends by force; and so he accepted a result which he and all his friends believed to be a triumph of injustice. It must be said, however, that the Electoral Commission was not invented as a partisan device, but as a means of securing an honest decision. In Congress, the bill creating it was passed in each house by a combination of Republicans and Democrats. Had the Democrats voted solidly against it, the Commission could not have been established. It is not unfair to say that the Commission was more truly a Democratic than a Republican measure, for it was the Republicans who at first feared that it would give the presidency to Tilden. Therefore Tilden's party was logically bound to accept the final verdict, even though it believed that the majority of the Commission had acted not as judges, but as partisans. Mr. Tilden was never so highly honored by his countrymen as in the hour of his defeat. Unfortunately for him, the scandal of the so-called cipher telegrams robbed him to a great degree of the respect and sympathy which until then had been so freely given him. In January, 1877, a number of telegrams relating to the election of the previous year were delivered to a committee of the House of Representatives, of which the chairman was a Democrat. More than 30,000 other telegrams were furnished to a committee of the Senate, of which a Republican was chairman. Mr. William H. Orton, the president of the Western Union Telegraph Company, a thick and thin Republican, had first allowed certain members of his own party to examine these dispatches and to abstract such ones as they required. Many of the telegrams were written in cipher, and in a mysterious manner they found their way to the office of the New York Tribune, where some ingenious person worked out the key to their decipherment. On October 8, 1878, that paper published the translation of a number of telegrams concerning the disputed Florida election; and on the 16th of the same month it gave the translation of another batch of telegrams relating to the canvass in South Carolina. From these it appeared that offers had been made in behalf of the returning boards in Florida and South Carolina to cast the electoral votes of those states for Mr. Tilden in return for a large sum of money. It subsequently became known that like offers had been made to Mr. A. S. Hewitt by persons representing the Louisiana Returning Board. Some of the cipher dispatches had been addressed to Mr. Tilden's residence in New York City, and had been delivered to his nephew, Colonel Pelton. The Republicans at once charged that Tilden had endeavored to secure the presidency by bribery, or at any rate that he had been in negotiation with scoundrels concerning such a plan. Mr. Tilden wrote to the chairman of the Congressional Sub Committee, then sitting in New York, and asked to be heard as to the inquiry which it was making. He appeared before it on February 9, 1879, and was subjected to a rigid examination by Mr. Thomas B. Reed, a Republican member of the committee. Tilden was in a state verging on physical collapse. Partly paralyzed, and with limbs contracted, he dragged himself haltingly to his seat, and gave his answers in a voice so feeble and so hoarse as to be almost inaudible. As the probe was relentlessly applied, his pallid face became mottled with excitement, his lips twitched, and his hands trembled, until the sight of him was painful. Note 17. Page 118. If one were to base a final judgment upon the record of this examination, it could scarcely be in Mr. Tilden's favor. He answered clearly with regard to every circumstance which helped his case; but at times he seemed afflicted with a most extraordinary lapse of memory, and many of his answers were vague, evasive, and unsatisfactory. He seemed to avoid all categorical replies. "I presume I did." "I do not remember." "I guess not." "I may have done so." "I do not believe so." "I think I did not, so far as I remember." "I think not. I may have seen it." This is the way in which Mr. Tilden again and again made answer. The effect of his examination upon public opinion was distinctly bad. It lost him the sympathy of thousands of Republicans, and to some extent it led his own followers to qualify the confidence which they had had in him. He seemed for the time no longer the stern reformer and high-minded patriot, but rather the sly and foxy politician stooping at least to contemplate dishonor. That Mr. Tilden was actually unaware of what was going on in 1877, and that he knew nothing at all of the telegrams which were received in his own house by a near relative, and in a matter of such vital interest to him, is very difficult to believe. That he had any corrupt purpose, however, is quite incredible. He may have hoped to lay a trap for his opponents, or to secure evidence to discredit the venal canvassers of the doubtful Southern States. This is at any rate a reasonable theory. The facts undoubtedly acquit him of anything more serious. These facts are very convincingly summed up by Mr. Tilden's biographer, Mr. Bigelow. Only one electoral vote was required to elect Tilden. The votes of 3 states were in the market, and at a price which Tilden could easily have paid. Tilden did not get that vote. Hayes needed all the votes of 3 states. All were for sale. Hayes got them all, and was elected, and within 6 months after his inauguration, every person known to have been concerned in securing or in giving those votes, from the highest to the lowest, received an office, or the offer of one, from Mr. Hayes. Tilden, as a politician, was a combination of Jefferson and Van Buren. His hold upon his party was stronger than that of any other leader since Jackson's time. An admirer wrote of him: "His qualities were of the solid and reflective type that are slowly recognized by the masses, but when once perceived constitute the strongest claim upon public attention, and yield to their possessor the largest influence with his fellows." The secret of Mr. Tilden's success in life as a lawyer, a man of business, and a statesman, was the thorough way with which he did everything that he attempted to do. He never took anything for granted. He never went into court with a case until he had searched every nook and cranny of the law. He never made an investment until he had personally studied the last details of the business. He never went into a political campaign without looking out after every individual voter. In the campaign of 1876 he took everything into account up to the closing of the ballot boxes, and he beat his opponents according to the rules of the game. If the election laws of the whole country had been like those of New York, he would have been President of the United States. As a man he was one to be respected, but hardly to be liked. His whole life was given up to his ambition. He had a lust for power, and to this all else was sacrificed. His feeble health contributed to isolate him from the great mass of humanity. He was all intellect, and this intellect was dominated always by the spirit of calculation. Frugal, cautious, cold-blooded, he was absolutely destitute of the emotions and the passions which are felt by normal men. His friendships, such as they were, never led him into any warmth of feeling. He treated his friends as though at some time they might become his enemies. In all the years of his life he never loved a woman. The very naive biography of Mr. Tilden, written by his friend and literary executor, says of him: "Tilden never married only because he never felt the need of a wife. Women were, so far as he could see, so unimportant to his success in any of the enterprises upon which his heart was set, that marriage never became a subject of leading interest." Note 18, page 121. When he became widely known as a candidate for the presidency, many foolish women addressed him in letters of mawkish sentimentality, some of them perhaps through a sort of hero worship, and others for the reason that he was very rich and still remained unmarried. It was not a very amiable trait in Mr. Tilden that he carefully preserved these letters, and left them to his biographer and literary executor, who in his turn saw fit to publish extracts from them. Yet perhaps this circumstance affords the most convincing of all evidence to show how far was Mr. Tilden from entertaining any romantic or chivalrous regard for women. Just as, when a boy, he had no part in sports and games, never whittled a stick, tossed a ball, climbed a tree, ran a race, or pulled an oar, so in his maturer years he had few pleasures such as render the mind elastic and cultivate the taste. He knew little or nothing about art. Music he never cared for. He read much, but solely because he sought the power which knowledge gives. Physical exertion was distasteful, and he enjoyed massage because it gave him exercise without exertion. Such was Mr. Tilden, less a man than a highly intelligent machine, a machine which worked with absolute precision, but in which the only thing to be admired was the perfection of its mechanism. Winfield Scott Hancock was the knightliest figure in all the hosts which the North sent forth to battle in the days of the Civil War. Bred at West Point, he had served under Scott during the Mexican campaign, where, in the desperate assault on Molino del Rey, and in the fierce fighting at Contreras and Churubusco, he won instant recognition for his intrepid courage. Hancock was indeed born to the profession of war. He was thoroughly a soldier to the very deepest recesses of his nature. Unlike Grant, he loved the stir, and even the outward pomp, of martial life. The drum beat and the bugle call were music to his ears; the battle smoke was incense to his nostrils. When the cannon sounded their tremendous diapason, when the field was swept by shell and musketry, when ranks were shattered, and columns were split into chaos, when the enemy pressed most fiercely upon front and flank, and when mere holiday soldiers became dazed and panic stricken, then Hancock rose to the full height of his splendid powers. The shock of battle cleared his brain, and gave to him a joyous confidence. Note 19, page 122. And he had the instinct of authority. He loved command, and he exercised it with the majesty and the finality which are the essence of a great military leader's influence. He was an inspiring, virile figure, fully 6 feet in height, handsome, with the mien of a conqueror, gracious and high bred, and of a winning courtesy which he exhibited no less to his foes than to his chosen comrades. When the Civil War broke out, no serious tasks at first were given him; but ere long, in the indecisive fight at Williamsburg, note 20, page 122, he had a chance to show his mettle. At the head of a brigade which he had drilled into a splendid fighting force, he turned the tide of battle, defeated the two able Confederate leaders, Hill and Early, and, by a combination of audacity and cool judgment, prevented a grave disaster to the Union arms. It was of this action that McClellan telegraphed his famous comment, "Hancock was superb." Promoted to the command of a division, he was present on the field of Antietam. He fought like a hero of chivalry at Fredericksburg, where Burnside's blunder hurled a whole army against the flaming slopes of Mary's Hill, with death blazing out from every inch of parapet. Finally, at the end of the Second Corps, that gallant host, which in losing 15,000 men in battle had never lost a color or a gun, note 21, page 123. He rode into the first day's clash at Gettysburg, having been set for the moment by Meade over the head of seniors such as Howard and Sickles. The selection was an ideal one, and it showed Meade's skillful estimate of his generals. Hancock found the troops shattered and demoralized by the first impetuous onset of the Southern army. Broken regiments, panic stricken, were streaming to the rear amid an inextricable tangle of horses, wagons, ambulances, and artillery trains. The Confederates already held Seminary Ridge and the town of Gettysburg itself, while great masses of their infantry could be descried, sweeping ominously forward in what appeared to be an illimitable host. To meet them there were in line only the broken remnants of the brave First Corps and a division of Buford's cavalry. It was at this critical moment that Hancock, hurrying to the front, arrived and took command. Never was the magic of martial genius more instantly perceptible. On the instant a change lightning-like was wrought in that grim scene of panic and despair. The rout was checked, the broken regiments were reformed, the drifting guns were swept up and massed in batteries, and so skillful a disposition was made of the now heartened troops as to stay for the time the Confederate advance. Note 22, page 124. Amid this scene Hancock bestrode his horse, cool, calm, self-possessed, the master of himself and of his place. The captain of a main battery, note 23, page 124, afterwards wrote, "I shall never forget the inspiration of his commanding, controlling presence, or the fresh courage he imparted, his whole atmosphere strong and invigorating." It was Hancock who, upon his own responsibility, altered the plan of battle that had been arranged by Meade. He selected the now historic Cemetery Ridge as the key to the Union position, planted cannon on its crest, and strengthened the force already stationed there. It was upon the summit of this hill that Hancock reached the climax of his fame. On the third and final day of the great battle, the Confederate artillery began the appalling cannonade which was the prelude to Pickett's heroic charge. 115 guns hurled in an appalling and infernal crash a cyclone of projectiles against the Union lines, which were soon to meet the breaking of a human storm. It was a scene to terrify the stoutest heart, and some of the regiments which lay upon the ground amid the exploding shells had never been under fire before. Then, in the midst of this roaring hell, Hancock, sitting his great black charger, with the corps flag borne beside him and followed by his staff, rode slowly up and down the lines, as calm and even joyous as though upon a holiday parade. The sight was indescribably thrilling; and the men who saw him not only held their ground, but forgot the storm of bursting shells in their admiration for their leader. Later, when Longstreet's 14 brigades were hurled against the ridge, Hancock met them at the head of the defenders; and then, at the very moment when the charging columns wavered and recoiled, Hancock was stricken down. Yet still he would not leave his place; and when a Vermont regiment swung to the front, Hancock, with his blood spurting in great jest from a ghastly wound, cried out to the commander joyously, "Go in, Colonel, and give it to them on the flank!" When they bore him from the field, it was amid a burst of tremendous cheering, which told that the crucial struggle of the war had been won by the soldiers of the Union. In the following year, though his wound was far from healed, he served with the same intrepidity and efficiency under Grant, whose praise he won in the Wilderness and amid the carnage at the salient. Hancock's patriotism was as unalloyed as was his courage. When McClellan was summarily removed from command of the army after Antietam, many of his brother officers were so indignant as to make remarks which verged on open mutiny; but though Hancock loved McClellan, he made but one reply: "We are serving our country, and not any man." When after the war he was made military governor of a part of Louisiana and Texas, he showed himself to be no satrap, but one who felt profound respect for civil law. He did all within his power to discourage trial by military commission instead of before the courts. He believed that the reunion of all sections of the country would be most speedily effected by treating the intelligent and patriotic men of the South in a spirit of confidence and of generosity rather than that of harshness and distrust. Hancock was the only trained soldier of equal eminence and achievement who, during the Civil War, never rose above the rank of corps commander. It was not his fortune to direct the operations of an army in the field. The chance which gave this opportunity to Burnside, Pope, and Hooker, passed Hancock by. It may be that, like them, he would have failed; yet what he actually did accomplish makes the contrary seem probable. He is perhaps the only officer of conspicuous rank of whom it could be said, as Grant declared of him, that his name was never mentioned in dispatches as having committed a single military error. Note 24. Page 126. Whatever was given him to do, he did with the precision and perfection of an accomplished soldier. He was, perhaps, too purely martial a spirit to be rightly appreciated in a peace-loving republic such as ours; since, with all its latent capacity for defense, our nation, like the English nation, sets the victories of peace above the victories of war. Yet it is to the honor of the republic that in its hour of need it could summon forth to battle this soldier of heroic mold, a type belonging to the high ideals of chivalry. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4, Part 1, of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905, by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Republican Rally, Part 1. The year 1886 was marked by serious disturbances arising from strikes and other labor movements which recalled the events of 1877, when the industries of the country were paralyzed and when, at the great centers of traffic in 12 states, conditions existed that seemed to threaten civil war. In 1886 there was less violence, yet the social unrest was so widespread as to be at once significant and ominous. From the shipyards in Maine to the railways in Texas and the Far West, there was continual disorder in nearly every branch of industry. In New York City, the employees of the streetcar lines began a strike on February 3rd, which was ended on the 18th by a victory for the strikers. The disturbances, however, broke out again on March 2nd and continued intermittently until September 1st, when the managers of the roads once more gave way. On one day every line in New York and Brooklyn was tied up completely. In June, the elevated railways had a similar though much more brief experience. The mania for striking seemed to be in the very air, and on April 20th in Boston, even the children in 2 of the public schools struck for a continuous session and adopted all the approved methods of the conventional strike, stationing pickets, attacking such children as refused to join them, and causing a small riot which had to be put down by the police. Note 1, page 127. The storm centers of labor agitation were in St. Louis and Chicago. In St. Louis, a demand was made by the employees of the Texas Pacific Railway for the reinstatement of a foreman who had been discharged. The receiver refused the demand, and a strike took place which very soon extended to the Missouri Pacific, and in fact to all the roads constituting the Gould system. Traffic throughout the whole Southwest was practically suspended, and before long the strike took on the form of riot and incendiarism. United States troops were sent to maintain order. Note 2, page 128. But their numbers were insufficient, and the rioters cared nothing for the special deputies who had been sworn in to keep the peace. A squad of these deputies fired upon a crowd, killing or wounding a number of persons, April 7th. This act inflamed the mob, which armed itself and for a time was master of the city. The torch was applied to railroad property, factories were closed, and great losses were inflicted, not only upon the railways but upon the entire population. The leader in these depredations was a Scotchman named Martin Irons, a typical specimen of the ignorant fanatic, exactly the sort of man who comes to the front whenever the populace is inflamed by passion and bent on violence. Sly, ignorant, and half an animal, he nevertheless was able to play upon the prejudices of his fellows, and to stimulate their class hatred so artfully as to make them deaf to the counsels of their saner leaders. For a time he had his way. Yet in the end this strike collapsed after those who shared in it had forfeited hundreds of thousands of dollars in wages, and after the railroads had incurred an even heavier loss. In Chicago, the men in the Pullman works began a strike in May, and before long nearly 50,000 laborers were out. In a conflict with the police a number of workingmen were shot. Chicago had for some time been the headquarters of a small but very active group of anarchists, nearly all of whom were foreigners. The strikers had no sympathy with anarchists, nor any affiliation with them. Nevertheless, the anarchists believed that the proper moment had now come for them to strike a blow, and they hoped thereby to win to their support new followers from the ranks of the discontented. There were published in Chicago 2 newspapers, one in English, The Alarm, conducted by a man named Parsons, and the other in German, the Arbeiter Zeitung, conducted by one August Spies, both of them devoted to the anarchistic propaganda. About the time when the strike began, there appeared in the Alarm a most inflammatory article, of which the following is a part. Dynamite! Of all the good stuff, this is the stuff. Stuff several pounds of this sublime stuff into an inch pipe, plug up both ends, insert a cap with a fuse attached, place this in the immediate neighborhood of a lot of rich loafers who live by the sweat of other people's brows, and light the fuse. The dear stuff can be carried around in the pocket without danger, while it is a formidable weapon against any force of militia, police, or detectives that may want to stifle the cry for justice that goes forth from the plundered slaves. On May 4th a mass meeting of workingmen was held in the Haymarket Square to protest against the acts of the police. Late at night, after some rather tame addresses had been delivered, an anarchist leader, an Englishman named Samuel Fielden, broke forth into a violent harangue. He denounced all government in the most savage terms, yelling out, "The law is your enemy. We are rebels against it." Word had been sent to police headquarters, and while Fielden was in the midst of his wild talk, a battalion of nearly 200 policemen marched into the square. Their captain commanded the gathering to disperse. Fielden replied, "We are peaceable." He was, however, arrested. A moment later a pistol was fired, apparently as a signal, and at once a bomb was hurled into the ranks of the police. It exploded with terrible effect. Nearly 50 policemen were thrown to the ground, and 7 of them were so badly wounded that they died soon after. With splendid discipline the ranks were at once closed up, and a charge was made upon the mob, which scattered hastily in flight. Of the anarchists arrested for this outrage, 7 were sentenced to death by Judge Gary. Of these 7, 4, Engel, Spies, Parsons, and Fisher, were hanged. 1, Ling, committed suicide, and 2, Schwab and Fielden, had their sentences commuted to imprisonment for life. 8 years afterward, a governor of Illinois, Mr. John P. Atgeld, moved partly by the appeals of sentimentalists, and partly by his own instinctive sympathy with lawlessness, gave a free pardon to such anarchists as had been imprisoned. In June, 1886, in New York, the disturbed conditions were reflected in political agitation, though here also the anarchists showed their heads. They were, however, dealt with before they could do mischief. One of their leaders, named Johann Most, and 3 of his companions, were imprisoned on the charge of inciting to riot. Most was a foul creature, at once murderous and cowardly. When arrested, he was found hiding under the bed of his mistress, and was taken away whimpering in abject terror. With him and with his kind, the workingmen of New York had no affinity, but sought to redress their grievances at the polls. In this year Mr. Henry George (Note 3, page 131) was nominated as the labor candidate for the mayoralty of New York City, against Mr. A. S. Hewitt, the Democratic candidate, and Mr. Theodore Roosevelt, the candidate of the Republicans. Although Mr. Hewitt was elected, it was only by a plurality. He received some 90,000 votes against 68,000 votes given to Mr. George, while Mr. Roosevelt stood at the bottom of the poll with a little more than 60,000 votes. Wherever throughout the country the labor element had shown its discontent, the name of the Knights of Labor was, in one way or another, pretty certain to be heard. This organization was one whose origin and evolution are of great significance in the social and economic history of the United States. Prior to 1866, such organizations of workingmen as existed were either societies for general purposes, not necessarily connected with labor questions, or else they were trade unions in the narrowest sense, confining their membership to men and women engaged in particular and special industries. In 1866, however, there was formed the National Labor Union, of which the purpose was to promote the solidarity, not only of skilled workmen, but of the masses in general, with a view to the amelioration of their condition. This body, unfortunately, almost from the first, fell into the hands of politicians, and in 1870 it died a natural death. Its aims, however, were adopted by a number of garment cutters in Philadelphia in 1869, who at first formed a secret order, secrecy being adopted because of the hostility of employers to labor organizations. This was the origin of the Knights of Labor, who admitted to membership in their body all persons above the age of 16, except saloon keepers, gamblers, bankers, and lawyers. In 1882 it ceased to be a secret order, and thereafter it rapidly increased in membership until in 1886 it was said to number more than 700,000 persons. The principles which the order officially professed were distinctly socialistic. It advocated equal rights for women, the common ownership of land, and the acquisition by the government of public utilities such as railroads, telegraphs, and telephones. It is here that we first find in the United States a large and influential body of men pledged to the support of what was in reality a system of state socialism. Note 4, page 132. In order to understand the significance of this movement, and to explain the rapid propagation of socialistic principles, it is necessary to recall a few important facts relating to American economic history of the preceding 30 years. One effect of the Civil War had been the rapid acquisition of great fortunes by individuals, and the growth of powerful corporations. Conspicuous among the latter were the railway companies. The period succeeding the war had been a period of railway building. Between 1860 and 1880 more than 60,000 miles of railway had been constructed and put into operation. They represented an enormous amount of capital, and this capital represented an enormous amount of influence, both political and social. How much the nation owed to its railway system was very obvious. The easy distribution of its products brought prosperity to every section. Population was extended over new areas. Great cities sprang up in the remotest prairies at the magic touch of the railway builder. Moreover, in one sense, the unity of the Republic itself was the work of the railway, which proved to be a great assimilator, annihilating distance, bringing one section into easy communication with another, and thereby creating not only common interests, but a common understanding. On the other hand, a moment's thought will make it clear that railways were essentially monopolies, and that their growth lodged in the hands of their owners the right to tax at will the people from whom they had received their charters, and whose interests they were supposed to serve. In 1870, when there were only 53,000 miles of railroad in the United States, the revenue collected by the railway companies from the public amounted to $450 millions, representing a transportation tax which the owners of the roads imposed at their own discretion, and without the intervention or consent of any other authority. At that time Mr. Charles Francis Adams wrote: "Certain private individuals, responsible to no authority, and subject to no supervision, but looking solely to their own interests or to those of their immediate constituency, yearly levy upon the internal movement of the American people a tax equal to about one half of the expenses of the United States government, army, navy, civil list and interest upon the national debt included." Note 5, page 133. Even if the individuals to whom this irresponsible power was entrusted had been always wise, unselfish and public spirited, the unregulated right of taxation would have been an anomaly in a free state. But as they were very human, serving their own interests, and naturally seeking their own enrichment, abuses and very gross ones were inevitable. Still, no hostile sentiment would have been aroused against them had they levied their transportation tax equitably upon all and without discrimination. That they did not do so, and that in consequence they began, about 1870, to create and foster other still more gigantic combinations inimical to the public welfare, are facts which serve to explain the prevalence throughout the country of great social discontent, beginning in 1870 and growing deeper and more intense with each succeeding year. An instance, the most striking of all instances, of an abuse of corporate power by the railways is found in the history of the Standard Oil Company. In 1862 a partnership for the refining of petroleum was formed between John D. Rockefeller, his brother William Rockefeller, and an English mechanic named Samuel Andrews. This partnership grew into a corporation which, after 1870, became known to the country as the Standard Oil Company. From 1860 to 1868 the oil wells in Pennsylvania and West Virginia had enriched the people of several states, and had added very largely to the wealth of the entire country. By the year 1870 the production of oil had increased to such an extent that the United States exported to Europe not less than 100,000,000 gallons a year. 100 new wells were drilled every month. The people of the Oil Region had in 10 years created a new industry at the cost of patience, self-sacrifice and labor, supplemented by invention. New cities and towns had sprung up, humming with life, and full of hope and confidence in the future. Churches, schools, libraries, banks, and all the machinery of prosperity had been established, and these were supported by the oil wells and refineries. Presently, in some mysterious way, all this activity was checked. It was found that certain shippers of oil were obtaining from the railroads rates so low as to enable them, by underselling other oil producers, to drive their competitors out of business. These favored shippers turned out to be a body of 13 men, among whom were the two Rockefellers (Note 6, page 135), who were thus gaining a complete monopoly of the oil business. They were united in what was known as the South Improvement Company, and with the South Improvement Company the oil-carrying railroads (Note 7, page 135) made a secret contract which provided: 1. That the freight rates should be doubled to all other shippers. 2. That the increase collected from competing shippers should be turned over to the South Improvement Company. 3. That any other changes in the freight tariff necessary to crush out competition should be made. And 4. That the railroads should inform the South Improvement Company of all the details of its rivals' business. The result, of course, was the ruin of the oil producers. They were faced with the alternative of selling out to the South Improvement Company at a merely nominal figure, or else of giving up their business altogether. Some of them went to the officials of the Erie and the New York Central roads in order to expostulate. They were told, "You had better sell out; there is no help for it." Many did sell out to the oil monopolists at 50 cents on the dollar. One refinery, which produced annually an average profit of $40,000, and which represented an investment of $150,000, was abandoned to the monopoly for the sum of $45,000. The owner, Mr. Robert Hanna, said: "I would not have sold out if I could have got a fair show with the railroads." Note 8, page 136. The blow fell alike upon producer and refiner. Within 2 days after the secret contract went into effect, the prosperity of the oil region was at an end. The entire business of the oil regions became paralyzed. Oil went down to a point 70 cents below the cost of production. The boring of new wells is suspended. Existing wells are shut down. The business in Cleveland has stopped almost altogether. Thousands of men are thrown out of work. Note 9, page 136. The annals of this time show a black record of ruin, despair, and suicide. Naturally, so great a wrong was not accepted with meekness. The law was tested in a great number of suits, some of them brought by individuals, and some of them technically in the name of the State of Pennsylvania. Indictments against the Rockefellers for criminal conspiracy were found by a grand jury, but with no result. The state officials seemed strangely unwilling to push these cases. Officers of the law became of a sudden wonderfully listless. Governor Hoyt of Pennsylvania refused to issue an order for the extradition of the Rockefellers. The highest court in Pennsylvania interfered to stay proceedings in the lower courts. The oil monopolists boasted with cool confidence that the case against them would never come to trial. Law having failed, a political agitation was begun, accompanied by outbreaks of disorder. Railway tracks were torn up. Oil tanks were destroyed. Popular sentiment justified an appeal to physical force against trickery and fraud. This state of things led to the calling of a constitutional convention in 1873. A very able lawyer, Mr. Samuel C. T. Dodd, addressing this convention, used the following forcible language: "In spite of the law, we well know that almost every railroad in this state is today in the habit of granting special privileges to individuals, to companies in which the directors of such railroads are interested, to particular businesses, and to particular localities. We well know that it is their habit to break down certain localities and to build up others, to break down certain men in business and to build up others, to monopolize certain business themselves by means of the numerous corporations which they own and control, and all this in spite of the law and in defiance of the law. The railroads took one of those charters which they got from the legislature, and by means of that they struck a deadly blow at one of the greatest interests of the state. Their scheme was contrary to law; but before the legal remedy could have been applied, the oil business would have lain prostrate at their feet had it not been prevented by an uprising of the people, by the threatenings of a mob, if you please, by threatening to destroy property, and by actually commencing to destroy the property of the railroad companies. And had the companies not cancelled the contract which Scott and Vanderbilt and others had entered into, I venture to say there would not have been 1 mile of railroad track left in the country of Venango. The people had come to that pitch of desperation. Unless we can give the people a remedy for this evil, they will sooner or later take the remedy into their own hands." Note 10, page 137. As this subject will be more fully discussed hereafter, it need not, for the present, be treated in detail. Suffice it to say that the secret contract between the South Improvement Company and the railways was ostensibly cancelled. Yet the freight discriminations continued just the same. Furthermore, the example set by this one monopoly was copied and improved upon by other corporations in all parts of the country; and the railways lent their aid unscrupulously to combinations of all kinds in restraint of trade, and in discouragement of individual enterprise. In 1882, the same Mr. Dodd who had so bitterly denounced both the oil monopoly and the railways, but who soon after accepted a large salary as general counsel to the Standard Oil Company, invented a form of trust agreement under which the Standard Oil Company was reorganized in such a way as to provide that the stockholders of each of the companies composing it should assign their stock to a few trustees, thus giving them a permanent and irrevocable power of attorney. In return for the stock so assigned, the trustees distributed trust certificates to the stockholders of the separate companies. On these trust certificates the profits were divided. Note 11, page 138. This trust agreement was finally pronounced illegal by the courts; but for several years it was a favorite form of organization with the great corporations, so that in popular language the word "trust" came to be applied to every combination of capital which had a monopolistic tendency. The long struggle between the trusts and their less powerful competitors brought out very clearly one great central fact. The backbone of monopoly was to be found in an abuse of the power which the railways of the country were exercising so oppressively. Unless in some way this power could be checked and regulated, the individual citizen was at the mercy of a comparatively few men whose command of money made them indifferent because superior to the ordinary processes of law. Popular sentiment then became so hostile to the railway interests as almost to justify the violence which had been shown in the strikes of 1886. It was during President Cleveland's first administration that Congress made a vigorous attempt to grapple with this subject. The President's very long message of December 6, 1886, did not touch directly on the connection of the railroads with social discontent, though some passages spoke of the relation of capital to labor and to the public interests. The events of the preceding summer, however, were fresh in the minds of all; and therefore early in the session, a bill was reported in both houses intended to regulate and control the railways, under that clause of the Constitution, Article I, Section 8, paragraph 3, which gives Congress the right to regulate commerce among the several States of the Union. Note 12, page 139. This was not the first time that such an attempt had been made. 10 years earlier, a flood of petitions had poured in upon Congress, together with copies of resolutions passed by public meetings, chambers of commerce, and boards of trade. On May 16, 1876, Mr. Hopkins of Pennsylvania had asked unanimous consent of the House to introduce a resolution providing for a committee to investigate the charges against the railroads, and to report a bill for the regulation of interstate commerce. Immediately Mr. Henry B. Payne of Ohio rose and made objection, an objection which he refused to withdraw at the request of other members. Mr. Payne subsequently went to Mr. Hopkins and explained that his objection was based upon considerations of economy. A special committee would be too great an expense, he said. He begged Mr. Hopkins to reintroduce his resolution and asked that it be referred to the Committee on Commerce. This was done. When the Committee on Commerce met to consider it, a representative of the Standard Oil Company, Mr. J. N. Camden, took his seat beside the chairman, whispering suggestions in his ear and practically presiding. The treasurer of the Standard Oil Company, Mr. O. H. Payne, and Mr. Cassett, the vice president of the Pennsylvania Railroad, were summoned to testify. Both of them refused to answer questions. The committee adjourned, ostensibly to consider means for compelling these witnesses to answer. It never again took up the subject; it never recalled the witnesses; it never made any report. When Mr. Hopkins afterwards asked to see the record of the testimony that had been taken, he found that it had been stolen. The bill which was now reported by a conference committee was much more stringent than either the Senate bill or the Reagan substitute of the preceding session. It provided for the appointment of a commission of 5 members, to whom authority was given to inspect the books and other papers of all railways engaged in interstate commerce, and to summon witnesses and compel them to answer any questions relating to the railway management. It forbade discrimination in rates, and also the "pooling" of freight revenues by competing railways, or the division of such revenues between them. It forbade also a greater charge for a "short haul" than for a "long haul," over the same line and in the same direction. The Commission might appeal to the United States courts to enforce its mandates, either by injunction or by attachment, and the courts might impose a penalty of $500 for each offense, and a fine of $500 per day during such time as an offending railroad remained in contumacy. This bill was opposed by railway attorneys both outside and inside of Congress. No one ventured frankly to defend the past conduct of the railways; but a vast amount of concern was expressed lest the proposed act might be unconstitutional. Congress, however, did not dare to reject the measure. The problem of the trusts had already become a leading political issue, so that both parties were anxious to make a satisfactory record. A conference committee reported the bill to the Senate on December 15, 1886, and it was passed by a vote of 43 to 15, 14 senators being absent or not voting. It was reported to the House and was passed January 21, 1887, by a vote of 219 to 41, 58 members being absent or not voting. The Interstate Commerce Act became law on February 4th, on which day it was signed by President Cleveland. As will appear later, this law did not by any means attain the object sought by its framers. Note 13, page 141. It established, however, an important precedent, and marked a long step forward in the direction of a complete national control of railway management. The President appointed to membership in the first commission, Thomas M. Cooley of Michigan, a very eminent jurist, with William R. Morrison of Illinois, August Schoonmaker of New York, Aldous F. Wheeler of Vermont, and Walter A. Bragg of Alabama. This session of Congress was unusually fruitful in other salutary legislation. Very important was the Electoral Count Act, which definitely ended the possibility of such a dispute as that which followed upon the Hayes-Tilden contest of 1876-77. By the bill which now became law, February 3, 1887, each state must, through its own tribunals, determine the result of a disputed election. Only when it fails to do so does Congress have jurisdiction, and even then no electoral vote shall be rejected except by the concurrent vote of both houses. In the case of a disagreement between the Senate and the House, the votes of the electors whose appointment shall have been certified by the executive of the state under the seal thereof shall be counted. A stringent anti-polygamy act was also passed, making polygamy a criminal offense. It became law without the President's signature. Other non-partisan measures which were passed provided for the withdrawal of the trade dollar from circulation, for the extension of the free delivery system of the Post Office Department, for the reference of private claims to a court of claims, and for the granting of land and severalty to the Indians. Finally, the Tenure of Office Act, with which the Senate had attempted, as already told, to hamper the President's freedom in making removals from office, was repealed. The repealing bill was introduced in the Senate by a Republican, Mr. Hoar of Massachusetts. He very shrewdly perceived that in the contest between the Senate and President Cleveland, popular sympathy had been with the President. The people, both Republicans and Democrats, expected that the political control of the most important offices would be changed when a new party came into power. Note 14, page 142. Senator Hoar's action irritated many of his Republican colleagues, especially Senator John Sherman, and only 3 of them voted with him; but with the solid support of the Democratic senators the repeal was carried, as it was also in the House; and thus was blotted out a law which, as the President observed, had properly fallen into innocuous desuetude. Note 15, page 143. During this session Mr. Cleveland continued to veto private pension bills, accompanying his vetoes, as before, with caustic words. Had he done nothing more in this direction, he would have continued to receive from the country at large more gratitude than criticism. But on February 11, 1887, he returned without his approval a bill known as the Dependent Pension Bill, which granted a pension of $12 monthly to every honorably discharged veteran of the war who had served 3 months and who was dependent upon his own labor or upon others for his support. It gave a like relief to the dependent parents of all deceased veterans. This was, in effect, a general service pension, and the President vetoed it, saying in his message, among other things: "I cannot but remember that the soldiers of our Civil War, in their pay and bounty, received such compensation for military service as has never been received by soldiers before, since mankind first went to war; that never before on behalf of any soldiery have so many and such generous laws been passed to relieve against the incidents of war; and that never before in the history of the country has it been proposed to render government aid toward the support of any of its soldiers, based alone upon a military service so recent and where age and circumstances appeared so little to demand such aid." The veto of the Dependent Pension Bill, and the terms which the President had employed in expressing his disapproval, brought upon him the loudly voiced enmity of the Grand Army of the Republic. This organization, established in 1868, was composed of veterans of the Civil War, and in 1887 it had a membership of more than 400,000 persons. Ostensibly non-political, it had always taken a keen interest in pension legislation, and the fear of its influence had been very powerful, alike with Congress and with the officials of the Pension Bureau; for, directly and indirectly, the veterans were believed to control not less than 1,000,000 votes. The Grand Army men were now unrestrained in their abuse of the President. They called him an enemy of veterans, and a friend of the Confederacy; and they asserted that his action on the pension bill had been taken to please his supporters, the rebel brigadiers. Their wrath was not allayed by the comments which were published in the newspapers that defended Mr. Cleveland's veto. These journals pointed to the long list of pension frauds in the past, the extravagance of the Pension Bureau, and the tricks of the attorneys who made a specialty of pushing shady pension claims. It did not soothe the anger of the members of the Grand Army to be characterized as bloodsuckers, coffee boilers, pension leeches, and bums. A very bitter feeling was engendered, and was still intense when President Cleveland perpetrated a colossal blunder. There were stored in the custody of the War Department a number of Union flags captured by the Confederates during the Civil War and afterward recaptured by the Northern troops, and also a number of Confederate flags taken by the Union armies. On April 30th, after Congress had adjourned, Adjutant General R.C. Drum addressed a letter to the Secretary of War suggesting that all these flags, Union and Confederate alike, be returned to the respective states in which the regiments bearing the flags had been organized. Secretary Endicott submitted this letter to the President, and it was approved by him May 26, whereupon the Adjutant General drafted letters to the governors of the different states, offering to return the flags in the name of the President. No sooner had this action become known than a cry of indignation arose throughout the North and West. The "rebel flag order," as it was called, was denounced in the most violent language, and by men of every shade of political belief. Naturally, the Union veterans were the most deeply moved. Scores of Grand Army posts met and passed indignant resolutions. General Sherman in a letter said: "I know Drum. He has no sympathy with the army which fought. He was a non-combatant. He never captured a flag, and values it only at its commercial value. He did not think of the blood and torture of battle. Nor can Endicott, the Secretary of War, or Mr. Cleveland." Note 16, page 145. Others pointed out that the President had exceeded his authority in approving such an order. These flags, they said, were the property of the nation, and could not be disposed of in any way except by the authority of Congress. Looking into the matter more carefully, Mr. Cleveland found that such was indeed the case, and so he was obliged to take the humiliating step of publishing an executive order, June 16th, admitting his mistake and annulling the action of the Adjutant General. Note 17, page 145. This did not end the affair, however. The President had been invited by Mayor Francis of St. Louis to be present at the annual encampment of the Grand Army of the Republic to be held in that city in July. He had accepted the invitation, but after the issuance of the "rebel flag order," he began to receive threatening letters from all parts of the country. It was declared in them, and it was generally believed, that should he attend he would be publicly insulted. Facts seem to bear out these assertions. A number of Grand Army posts held a meeting in the city of Wheeling, West Virginia. A street parade was one of the features of this meeting, and various banners had been suspended over the line of march. One of them bore the words, "God bless our President, Commander in Chief of our Army and Navy." Nearly all the posts halted when they reached this banner. Then, refusing to pass beneath it, they folded and reversed their flags, and marched around it through the gutters. Soon afterwards the President addressed a letter to Mayor Francis, July 4th, revoking his acceptance of the invitation to St. Louis, and saying: "The threats of personal violence, which scores of misguided, unbalanced men, under the stimulation of excited feeling, have made, are not considered. Rather than abandon my visit to the West and disappoint your citizens, I might, if I alone were concerned, submit to the insults to which, it is quite openly asserted, I should be helplessly subjected if present at the encampment. But I should bear with me there the people's highest office, the dignity of which I must protect." Note 18, page 146. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Chapter 4, Part 2 of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905, by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Republican Rally, Part 2. The President at this time further exposed himself to a hot fire of criticism from his former supporters, the Independents and Civil Service Reformers. He himself had not altered his mind as to the value of the merit system, but in practice, the various departments had departed from his theory. There was a general relaxation of principle all along the line. A reformed civil service had become more and more unpopular among leading Democrats. In the Senate, the leaders of the President's party were openly hostile to him on this issue. Senator Vance of North Carolina, Senator Pugh of Alabama, and Senator Peck of Kentucky took the lead in this opposition within the party. Few of the Democratic senators liked Mr. Cleveland personally. Note 19, page 147. Senator Vance even made an effort to have the appropriation for the Civil Service Commission discontinued. He failed in this; but the attempt seems to have nettled Mr. Cleveland, and to have called out in him a certain petulance which was one of the noticeable traits of his character. Giving way to this mood, he let things take their course for a while, with the result that removals and appointments were made by his subordinates from strictly partisan motives. The most conspicuous instance of this was found in the Post Office Department. Mr. Adlai E. Stevenson of Illinois had been made First Assistant Postmaster General. He was an old school Democrat, a thorough believer in the spoils system, and he now set to work unchecked to sweep Republicans out of office. In the political slang of the time, thousands of heads fell into the basket, and Democrats all over the country wrote and uttered panegyrics on Adlai and his acts. Had Mr. Cleveland allowed these removals early in his term, he would at least have won the gratitude of his own party leaders. Had he stood fast by the principle of reform, he would have kept his hold upon the Independents. As it turned out, however, he had yielded too late to propitiate the former, while the latter were rabid in their denunciation of him. Mr. Stevenson won all the party applause, while the President received all the mugwump's abuse. Mr. Hale of Maine laid before the Senate a table showing the changes in office effected during 2 years of the Cleveland administration. A part of it may be quoted as illustrative. Offices: Fourth Class Postmasters, number 52,609. Changes 40,000. Presidential Postmasters, number 2,379. Changes 2,000. Foreign Ministers, number 33. Changes 32. Secretaries of Legation, number 21. Changes 16. Collectors of Customs, number 111. Changes 100. Surveys of Customs, number 32. Changes all. Naval Officers, 6. Changes all. Internal Revenue Collectors, number 85. Changes 84. District Attorneys, number 70. Changes 65. Territorial Judges, number 30. Changes 22. Territorial Governors, 8. Changes all. Local Land Offices, 224. Changes 190. Years afterward, in speaking of this time to a personal friend, Mr. Cleveland said with much feeling, "You know the things in which I yielded, but no one save myself can ever know the things which I resisted." The President had the misfortune to alienate the sympathies of the press at large. He had always had a dislike for the newspapers, possibly because of the manner in which he had been attacked by them in 1884, and perhaps also because of the journalistic discourtesy which had been shown him at the time of his marriage. This dislike he took little pains to hide. The Washington correspondents, the elite of the profession, declared that he had snubbed them at public functions. On December 12, 1885, he wrote a letter to Mr. Joseph Kepler, the editor of Puck, in which he said, among other things, "I don't think there ever was a time when newspaper lying was so general and so mean as at present, and there never was a country under the sun where it flourished as it does in this. The falsehoods daily spread before the people in our newspapers, while they are proofs of the mental ingenuity of those engaged in newspaper work, are insults to the American love of decency and fair play of which we boast." On July 25, 1886, he addressed another letter to Mr. C. H. Jones, an editor in Jacksonville, Florida, in which he said, "I am surprised that newspaper talk should be so annoying to you, who ought so well to understand the utter and complete recklessness and falsification in which they so generally indulge." Again, in the speech which he made at the Harvard banquet, November 8, 1886, he spoke of "the silly, mean, and cowardly lies that every day are found in the columns of certain newspapers, which violate every instinct of American manliness, and in ghoulish glee desecrate every sacred relation of private life." The newspapers certainly did their best to justify these strictures. Pretty nearly every public or private act of President Cleveland was misrepresented and made to appear in a light that was either unfavorable or ludicrous. When he went fishing on Memorial Day, this was interpreted by the press as a studied insult to the memory of the Union dead. When Secretary Manning lay ill of the malady from which he soon after died, it was reported that Mr. Cleveland never sent to inquire after his condition, but rather ostentatiously went down the river to attend a dinner given by a duck shooting club. When the President made a short journey to the Middle West, delivering occasional speeches on the way, the New York Sun at once asserted that all of these speeches had been compiled sometimes word for word from an encyclopedia. The same paper professed to believe that Miss Cleveland had written her brother's messages to Congress, and that his famous phrases, "offensive partisans," "pernicious activity," "innocuous desuetude," and "ghoulish glee" had been coined by her. Reports were printed to the effect that the President had quarreled with his sister because she had published a book, and that she had left the White House because she disapproved of his marriage. 3 newspapers, the New York Tribune, the Sun, and the Washington Critic, took to inventing imaginary dialogues between the President and the members of his household, including his private secretary, Colonel Daniel S. Lamont. These dialogues were, for the most part, stupid and rather silly, but they were widely copied by the press throughout the country, and they annoyed the President far more than might have been supposed. One of the earliest of them shows fairly well a purpose to perpetuate the notion that the President's tastes were rather primitive. Servant to Mr. Cleveland: "The cook wants to know, sir, what you will have for dinner, sir." Mr. Cleveland: "Isn't Miss Cleveland in?" Servant: "She dines out, sir." Mr. Cleveland: "Oh, yes, I had forgotten that. Dinner, let me see. Rose dines out, and Dan is at Old Point Comfort. Good enough. We'll have pig's feet, fried onions, and a bottle of extra dry." Another, published at the time of Congressional elections, derived its point from the spoilsman's assertion that Mr. Cleveland was no Democrat. "Daniel," remarked the President this morning, as he sat at his desk with 2 or 3 political almanacs and several tables of last year's figures spread out before him. "Yes, sire," replied Daniel, who was pasting an editorial from the New York Times into the presidential scrapbook. "The election is in progress to day, I believe?" "Yes, sire." "I remember it because I have $500 on it, Daniel." "Yes, sire." "Do you think we shall win, Daniel?" "Oui, sire," inquired Daniel, upsetting the paste pot on the scrapbook. "I said oui, Daniel." "To whom do you refer by oui, sire?" "The Democratic party, of course, Daniel," said the President a little sharply. "Oh!" And Daniel slapped the scrapbook shut, and went out of the room with pernicious activity which surprised and shocked the President. Toward the close of 1887, both parties began to look forward to the presidential contest of the following year. In spite of all the uproar that had been raised over the President's pension vetoes, and over his partial failure as a reformer of the civil service, the Republicans felt that they had no genuine issue upon which to make a strong appeal to the country. The people, as a whole, seemed very well satisfied with the President; and while they recognized his mistakes, they had come to admire his sturdy independence. On the other hand, although the Democratic leaders personally disliked him because they found him hard to manage and exceedingly plain spoken, there was really no other candidate possible for the party. The Congressional elections of 1886 showed a slight falling off in the Democratic vote; but the party still retained control of the House, while the Senate was almost evenly divided. If the President acted with discretion, so his friends told him, and precipitated no new issue, he might be fairly certain of a reelection. The Republicans were secretly depressed. The theory of their invincibility had been shattered in 1884, and they had no great confidence in their immediate future. Mr. Blaine was in Europe. His health was said to be very bad. The party lacked at once a leader and an issue. If the Democrats raised no new question, their prospect of success seemed good. But the President would not take advice. He had made up his mind that something must be done with regard to the national finances. For the coming year it was estimated that the surplus in the Treasury would be, in round figures, $140 millions. That so much money should be withdrawn from general circulation and locked up in the Treasury seemed to him certain to disturb business, to diminish the circulating medium of the people, and at the same time to offer a perpetual temptation to extravagance in Congress. Inasmuch as this huge surplus, wholly unnecessary for the needs of the government, was due to the operation of the tariff, he made up his mind that the tariff ought to be revised. In this he was only following good Republican precedent. General Garfield, in a speech of July 13, 1868, had declared that there must be a rational and considerate adjustment of the tariff. President Grant, in his message to Congress in December, 1874, had said, "Those articles which enter into our manufactures and are not produced at home should be entered free." A Republican Tariff Commission appointed by President Arthur in 1881 had in its report recommended a substantial reduction of existing duties. The Commission advised such a reduction to the extent of an average of 20%. Finally, the Republican National Platform of 1884 had specifically pledged the party to correct the inequalities of the tariff and to reduce the surplus. President Cleveland, therefore, prepared a message which he purposed to transmit to Congress at the opening of its session in December. Departing from an unbroken line of precedent, he resolved to devote his entire message to the single subject of tariff reform. His intimate friends to whom he disclosed this purpose were aghast. They thoroughly believed in the measure which he advocated, but they told him that the time was inopportune. The presidential election was at hand. The message would be styled by the Republicans a free trade document. The protected manufacturers would be alarmed. The people would not understand. To send such a message at this time would mean the loss of the election. Mr. Cleveland, however, stood firm. He admitted that the election might be lost, but he said that he had a duty to perform, and that it must be performed regardless of any personal consequences to himself. "It is more important to the country that this message should be delivered to Congress and the people than that I should be elected President." Note 20, page 153. The message would at least give to the party and the people a living issue for the future, and one which would ultimately lead to victory. Congress met on December 6th, and the message was transmitted to it. After speaking of the condition of the Treasury, the President went on to recommend a reduction of the duties on raw materials, and especially upon wool, a recommendation which had been made by President Grant in 1874. Toward the close of the message occurred the following sentences: "Our progress toward a wise conclusion will not be improved by dwelling upon the theories of protection and free trade. This savors too much of bandying epithets. It is a condition which confronts us, not a theory." The reading of this message created an immense sensation. The Republicans now felt that they had a fighting chance. The Democrats, on the other hand, saw that their one prospect of success lay in accepting the doctrine of the President, in closing up their ranks, and in presenting a united front. The party lines were very closely drawn. The word was passed that Democrats who would not speak and vote for tariff reform were no longer to be considered members of the party. A tariff measure was introduced in the House by Mr. Roger Q. Mills of Texas. It removed the duty upon raw wool, and made other changes intended to reduce the annual customs revenue by some $50 million. The average reduction in the tariff contemplated by this bill was 7%, or less by half than the reduction proposed by the Republican Commission of 1881. The House of Representatives passed the Mills bill by a party vote. The Senate proposed, as a substitute, a bill reducing the duty on sugar by one-half, and repealing altogether the internal revenue tax upon tobacco. Republicans intimated that they were willing to abolish the internal revenue taxes entirely, rather than lower the custom duties. Debate waxed hot. The Republican proposal was jeered at by the Democrats. They said that it meant free whiskey and free tobacco, while their own proposal simply meant free wool. The Republicans retorted with the alarm cry of "free trade and the destruction of American industries." The battle for the next presidency was already on. There was a general feeling among the Republicans that Mr. Blaine was entitled to receive the nomination. No other candidate could make so strong an appeal to his own party, and there was felt, besides, a great deal of sympathy with him because of his defeat in 1884. It was believed that the old charges against him would no longer affect the masses of his party. Mr. Blaine, however, on January 25, 1888, addressed a letter from Florence, Italy, to the chairman of the Republican National Committee, saying that, because of "considerations entirely personal to myself," his name would not be presented at the next National Convention. Many were unwilling to accept this as a final withdrawal; but a second letter from Paris to Mr. Whitelaw Reid, May 17th, made it practically certain that Mr. Blaine was out of the running. Putting him aside, the names most often heard as of probable candidates were those of Senator John Sherman of Ohio, for whom a number of Southern States presently instructed their delegates to vote; Mr. Walter Q. Gresham of Illinois; General Russell A. Alger of Michigan; and ex-Senator Benjamin Harrison of Indiana. The Democratic Convention met at St. Louis on June 5, 1888, and nominated Mr. Cleveland by acclamation, an honor not previously given to a Democratic candidate since Jackson's time. As the nomination was uncontested, the proceedings were unusually tame and lacking in incident. For the Vice Presidency, the nomination went to Mr. Allen G. Thurman of Ohio. Judge Thurman was an old-fashioned Democrat who had been a senator, and whose popularity in the West was reckoned upon to carry the doubtful state of Indiana. It was thought possible, too, that he might succeed in his own state of Ohio, which had given Mr. Blaine a rather small majority at the last election. Judge Thurman was a somewhat picturesque figure in politics, and was popularly styled the Old Roman; but he was now advanced in years, feeble in health, and belonged wholly to the past. The average voter knew little about him, except that he was in the habit of carrying and frequently brandishing a large red bandana, a fact which gave point to a remark made by Senator Riddleberger of Virginia soon after the convention. Someone asked the senator what he thought of the nomination for the Vice Presidency. "Think?" said he. "Why, I think that you've simply nominated a pocket handkerchief." The Republican Convention met in Chicago on June 19th. It was not until the third day and after 7 ballots that it chose its candidate. Senator Sherman led with a vote of 249 out of 830. Gradually, however, his following fell away, while that of General Alger and of Mr. Harrison increased. Mr. Sherman afterwards declared that the Southern delegates who had been instructed for him were brought over by the Alger interest. If so, Alger did not profit by the bargain. After the third ballot, General Harrison's vote rapidly grew, until at last he obtained a clear majority. Mr. Sherman charged that this was due to a secret and corrupt arrangement made with a member of the New York delegation, presumably Mr. Thomas C. Platt, and that friends of Mr. Harrison had made pledges on his behalf in order to secure the New York delegates. Note 21, page 157. For the Vice Presidency, the convention nominated Mr. Levi P. Morton, a New York banker who had served a term in Congress and had been United States Minister to France. Mr. Harrison was descended from Governor Benjamin Harrison of Virginia, a signer of the Declaration of Independence, and was the grandson of President William Henry Harrison. By profession he was a lawyer, and he had served in the Civil War under General Sherman. He was an excellent public speaker, a man of unblemished character, and a citizen of the state of Indiana, the vote of which was thought to be necessary to Republican success. The campaign was comparatively a quiet one. No bitter personalities marred it. The contest turned mainly upon the issue presented by Mr. Cleveland in his tariff message. The Republican canvass was conducted with a feeling akin to desperation. Speakers sought to alarm the manufacturing interests by the cry of "British Free Trade," and in this they were successful. Large sums of money flowed into the campaign treasury and were spent like water. It was in this campaign that the old-time torchlight processions were generally given up. Political clubs were organized in their place and did effective work. As in the Harrison campaign of 1840, party songs were sung to stimulate enthusiasm, and at all Republican meetings this crude minstrelsy held an important place. There was something almost fanatical in the spirit with which the Republicans strove for victory. They were not very hopeful, yet all that unlimited money and careful organization could do for them was done. The people at large admired the courage with which President Cleveland had raised an issue of principle even when it jeopardized his own political prospects. Early in October it seemed quite certain that in addition to the solid vote of Southern states he could count upon that of Connecticut and New Jersey. The only 2 states that were really doubtful and that were needed to re-elect him were Indiana and New York. Both parties recognized this fact, and the supreme efforts of each were concentrated upon these 2 states. As Mr. Harrison was a citizen of Indiana, he was thought on the whole to have the better chance; but the Republicans left nothing to mere luck. They proceeded to pour great sums of money into Indiana, and to arrange quite openly a scheme for the purchase of voters on an elaborate scale. A letter said to have been written by Mr. W. W. Dudley, the treasurer of the National Republican Committee, and unquestionably emanating from that committee, was sent to the party leaders in Indiana. It contained the following memorable sentence: "Divide the floaters into blocks of 5, and put a trusted man in charge of these 5 with the necessary funds, and make him responsible that none get away, and that all vote our ticket." In New York, which was President Cleveland's own state, he might have looked for a majority had the political conditions there not been peculiar. A large number of Democrats who represented the Tilden wing of the party were very hostile to Mr. Cleveland. They accused him of gross ingratitude to Tilden. According to their story, Mr. Cleveland's nomination in 1884 was due to Mr. Tilden's favor. They asserted that in June, 1884, Daniel Manning had gone to Mr. Tilden and had asked for his aid, promising in return to give to Mr. Tilden any assurances he required in regard to the naming of Mr. Cleveland's cabinet, should he be elected. Note 22, page 159. After Mr. Cleveland became President, he neglected to consult Mr. Tilden until every cabinet place but one had been filled. He then asked Mr. Tilden to advise him as to the appointment of a Secretary of the Treasury. On Mr. Tilden's recommendation, Mr. Manning was appointed. He found himself, however, in an unfriendly atmosphere, as his letters to Tilden show. He wrote, December 21, 1885, "I am living in an atmosphere that is full of mischief, and where the whirl is so great that one is inclined sometimes to doubt whether he comprehends his associates, or fully understands anything of what he is about." It is quite evident that Tilden had hoped, as Mr. Bigelow expresses it, that the Cleveland administration would be "a continuation of the Tilden dynasty," with Mr. Tilden himself as the power behind the throne. One can scarcely blame the President if he resented this assumption of control, though he might doubtless have been more tactful in declaring his independence. Practically, however, he proscribed all of Mr. Tilden's friends; he ignored Mr. Tilden's recommendations; and he made Mr. Manning feel that he was regarded with unfriendliness because of his relations with Tilden. Between the President and such a man as Mr. Tilden, indeed, there could be, in any case, little real sympathy. They had no more natural affinity than has a mastiff with a fox; and the result of this temperamental antipathy was an unfortunate one for Mr. Cleveland. When Secretary Manning finally left the cabinet in 1886, his friends felt that he had been greatly injured. Note 23, page 160. And his death, which soon after followed, was even ascribed to the harshness with which the President had treated him. Consequently, in New York there were many Democrats who were not unwilling to punish the President by helping to defeat him at the polls. Even so staunch a Democrat as Mr. A. S. Hewitt, then mayor of New York, let his long friendship for Mr. Tilden estrange him from the present leader of his party, whom he had cordially supported in 1884. "I shall not make a speech nor spend $1 in the campaign," said he. "Cleveland is no statesman, and I don't believe in his reelection." Note 24, page 160. Tammany Hall was also disaffected. Its leaders had never liked Mr. Cleveland, and they had come to like him even less. As it happened, too, there now arose in New York politics a personality which sought to profit by Democratic dissension. When Mr. Cleveland became President, he had resigned the governorship of New York. The lieutenant governor succeeded him. This was Mr. David Bennett Hill, a sublimated type of the practical politician. Mr. Hill had regarded Mr. Cleveland's efforts to reform the civil service as disloyal to the Democratic party. He posed as being a partisan through and through, and was fond of uttering in public addresses the emphatic declaration, "I am a Democrat," significantly intimating that the President was not. Mr. Hill was now a candidate for governor, and he, or his friends for him, appeared to have entered into an alliance with the Republicans under an arrangement by which Democratic votes were to be cast for Mr. Harrison, in exchange for Republican votes to be given to Mr. Hill. The campaign in New York had, in consequence, some peculiar features. Flags bearing the words "Harrison and Hill" were displayed all over the state. Meetings were held and were addressed by speakers who urged the election of Hill, and said nothing about Cleveland. On the whole, the Democratic prospects in New York grew more and more unfavorable. Toward the end of October the Republicans prepared and executed a genuine coup. Mr. Cleveland's tariff position had been described by the campaign orators as essentially pro-British. It was difficult, however, to represent Mr. Cleveland as a partisan of England; for in dealing with the Canadian fisheries question he had urged Congress to pass measures which would have brought the country within appreciable distance of a war with Great Britain. Hence the Republicans resorted to a trick to place the President in a false light on this issue. On September 4, 1888, a letter dated at Pomona, California, was addressed to Sir Lionel Sackville West, the British minister at Washington. This letter, which was signed Charles F. Murchison, but which was actually written by a man named Osgoodby, purported to come from an Englishman naturalized in the United States, and asked Sir Lionel for information as to whether Mr. Cleveland's policy toward Canada was sincere, and whether he was not at heart a friend of England. The following sentences, very artfully framed, deserve quotation: "I am unable to understand for whom I shall cast my ballot, when, but 1 month ago, I was sure that Mr. Cleveland was the man. If Cleveland was pursuing a new policy toward Canada, temporarily only and for the sake of obtaining popularity and the continuation of his office for 4 years more, but intends to cease his policy when his re-election in November is secured, and again favor England's interest, then I should have no further doubt but go forward and vote for him. I know of no one better able to direct me, sir, and most respectfully ask your advice in the matter. Mr. Harrison is a high tariff man, a believer on the American side of all questions, and undoubtedly an enemy to British interests generally. As you know whether Mr. Cleveland's policy is temporary only, and whether he will, as soon as he secures another term of 4 years in the Presidency, suspend it for one of friendship and free trade, I apply to you privately and confidentially for information which shall in turn be treated as entirely secret. Such information would put me at rest myself, and if favorable to Mr. Cleveland, enable me on my own responsibility to assure many of my countrymen that they would do England a service by voting for Cleveland, and against the Republican system of tariff." To this letter Sir Lionel Sackville West was indiscreet enough to make the following reply: "Sir, I am in receipt of your letter of the 4th instant, and beg to say that I fully appreciate the difficulty in which you find yourself in casting your vote. You are probably aware that any political party which openly favored the mother country at the present moment would lose popularity, and that the party in power is fully aware of the fact. The party, however, is, I believe, still desirous of maintaining friendly relations with Great Britain, and still desirous of settling all questions with Canada which have been, unfortunately, reopened since the restriction of the treaty by the Republican majority in the Senate, and by the President's message to which you allude. All allowances must, therefore, be made for the political situation as regards the presidential election thus created. It is, however, impossible to predict the course which President Cleveland may pursue in the matter of retaliation, should he be elected. But there is every reason to believe that while upholding the position he has taken, he will manifest a spirit of conciliation in dealing with the question involved in his message. I enclose an article from the New York Times of August 22nd, and remain yours faithfully, L. S. Sackville West." The Republicans held back this correspondence until October 24th, when they published it both in the newspapers and in millions of handbills. A shout went up that Mr. Cleveland was now undoubtedly the British candidate. Sir Lionel's letter was interpreted as meaning that the President was especially friendly to British interests, that his apparently rigorous attitude toward Canada was adopted solely for electioneering purposes, and that in case of his re-election he would pursue a very different policy. Mr. Blaine, who had now returned from Europe in improved health, went about addressing great gatherings of Irish American voters, and using everywhere the Murchison letter as a text. President Cleveland at first paid no attention to this matter, and was obviously disposed to treat it with contemptuous silence; but his party managers insisted that something should be done to neutralize the effect of the letter. A telegram informed him that "the Irish vote is slipping out of our hands because of diplomatic shilly-shallying. See Lamont at once. Something ought to be done to day." The clamor increased, and President Cleveland then showed the one and only trace of weakness that can be detected throughout his whole career. To gain votes he demanded that the British government recall its minister. Lord Salisbury demurred. Naturally enough, he did not see why the diplomatic relations of the two countries should be strained because of the exigencies of an American political campaign. Thereupon the President ordered that Sir Lionel's passports be given him, and he left Washington soon after. Note 25, page 164. Had this action been taken so soon as the Murchison letter was published, it might have saved some votes. Had no action at all been taken, the President's dignity and his reputation for political courage would not have been impaired. As it was, he had obviously yielded to expediency, and therefore he gained nothing whatsoever. At the election, Mr. Harrison won by a majority of 65 electoral votes. He carried both Indiana and New York, though in the latter state Mr. Hill was elected governor. Note 26, page 164. Cleveland carried the South and also New Jersey and Connecticut. The Republicans were successful in the congressional elections, having a majority of 10 in the next House. An analysis of the vote showed that Mr. Cleveland had been defeated by a very narrow margin. Even in Mr. Harrison's own state he had come within 2,000 votes of a majority, and had obviously lost New York only through the treachery of his own party. In the popular vote as against Mr. Harrison, he had a majority of over 100,000 ballots. The sentiment of the country as a whole, therefore, still seemed to be on his side. But the victorious Republicans in their rejoicing took small account of these considerations. They had won, and they believed that their party had come back to stay. They spoke of Mr. Cleveland as of one politically dead. On the night before the inauguration of Mr. Harrison, Washington was filled with civic and military organizations which had come to celebrate the glorious victory. Late in the evening, a motley crowd proceeded to the grounds of the White House. The windows of the Executive Mansion were darkened as though to symbolize defeat. Then the crowd of revelers, composed of marching clubs, drunken militiamen, and hooligans of the city, lifted up their voices and chanted in discordant tones the ditty which had been most popular of all in the late campaign. Down in the cornfield hear that mournful sound, all the Democrats are weeping, Grover's in the cold, cold ground. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5, Part 1 of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905, by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Presidency of Benjamin Harrison, Part 1. Benjamin Harrison was inaugurated in the midst of a violent rainstorm which, continuing all through the day, converted the streets of Washington into a muddy lake. While the oath of office was being administered, Mr. Cleveland good-naturedly held his umbrella over the bared head of his successor; and when the new President stepped forward to pronounce his inaugural address, the torrential splashing of the rain made his words inaudible to the 60,000 men and women who were huddled about the Capitol, drenched to the skin and shivering in the raw east wind. Superstitious persons spoke of the Harrison hoodoo, and recalled the fact that President William Henry Harrison had died within a few weeks after his inauguration, as the result of a chill contracted on that day. There was much criticism of the ceremonial arrangements which had been unintelligently planned. Members of the House of Representatives complained bitterly of the insolence with which they were treated by the employees of the Senate, and they even discussed the subject afterwards in a heated debate upon the floor of the House. The procession from the Senate chamber to the east front of the Capitol was so badly managed that it degenerated into an unseemly scramble. The customary review, in which nearly 40,000 men defiled before the President, was shorn of its impressiveness by the condition of the streets and the bedraggled appearance of the paraders. Altogether, the inefficiency of man seemed to combine with the disfavor of the elements to render this day of Republican triumph inauspicious. Mr. Harrison's very long address contained, in addition to the usual rhetorical passages, several paragraphs that were of interest as foreshadowing his future policy. He spoke of the development of the new navy, and said that the construction of a sufficient number of modern warships and of their necessary armament should progress as rapidly as is consistent with care and perfection in plans and workmanship. A general approval was given to the protective theory of the tariff, but on this head he probably thought it unnecessary to speak at length. There were a few sentences relating to the trusts. The evil example of permitting individuals, corporations, or communities to nullify the laws because they cross some selfish interest, is full of danger, not only to the nation at large, but much more to those who use this pernicious expedient to escape their just obligations, or to obtain an unjust advantage over others. They will presently themselves be compelled to appeal to the law for protection, and those who would use the law as a defense must not deny that use of it to others. If our great corporations would more scrupulously observe their legal limitations and duties, they would have less cause to complain of the unlawful limitations of their rights or of violent interference with their operations. Regarding the matter of appointments to office, Mr. Harrison was very frank. Though he pledged himself to enforce, fully and without evasion, the civil service law, he added for the encouragement of good party men, "Honorable party service will certainly not be esteemed by me a disqualification for public office. It is entirely creditable to seek public office by proper methods and with proper motives, and all applicants will be treated with consideration. Persistent importunity will not be the best support of an application for office. I hope to do something to advance the reform of the civil service. The ideal, or even my own ideal, I shall probably not attain. Retrospect will be a safer basis of judgment than promises." The President established himself very quietly in the White House. He was far from being the object of that sort of public interest and curiosity which Mr. Cleveland had experienced. This was due, of course, partly to the fact that he was not, in politics, altogether a novus homo. Though not particularly well known in the East, his public career had been a long and honorable one. As colonel of an Indiana regiment in the Civil War, he had served with conspicuous gallantry, heading a bayonet charge at Resaca, and commanding a brigade at Kennesaw Mountain. Because of his share in the operations about Nashville in 1864, he had been brevetted a brigadier general of volunteers for ability and manifest energy. After the war he practiced law and was elected official reporter to the Supreme Court of Indiana, publishing subsequently a volume of judicial decisions. In 1876 he made his first appearance in politics as the Republican candidate for governor, failing however to secure an election. In 1880 he was sent to the United States Senate, where he served upon several important committees, and won some reputation as a clear and forceful reasoner. With this record, and because his personal character had not been an issue in the presidential campaign, it was natural that he should, as President, be made the subject of fewer pen pictures and anecdotes than his predecessor. But still another reason was to be found in the fact that his personality was less remarkable. At the time of his inauguration he was in the 56th year of his age. Almost abnormally short of stature, he seemed, nevertheless, to be taller than he actually was, owing to the length of his body and the dignity of his manner. Sturdy of frame, he enjoyed vigorous health. A grayish beard, cut nearly square, covered a goodly portion of his face. His neck was so short as to give his head the appearance of being set directly upon his shoulders, and he usually held his chin down and partly drawn back upon his somewhat protuberant chest, a circumstance which led the irreverent to liken his appearance to that of a pouter pigeon. If, however, he was not particularly impressive, his bearing was nevertheless the bearing of a gentleman, and he was one with whom not even an intimate friend would have dreamed of taking liberties. Mr. Harrison, unfortunately for himself, had two separate and distinct manners. With the members of his own household, and a very few others, he was genial, hearty, and spontaneously cordial. But to the rest of the world he exhibited a wholly different and most unsympathetic demeanor. His tone and manner were as cold as ice. He lacked that most delightful of all personal gifts, responsiveness. To strangers, and even to political friends who had to do with him, he appeared almost ungracious in his aloofness and indifference. Those who talked with him were met with a frigid look from two expressionless steel gray eyes, and their remarks were sometimes answered in a few chill monosyllables, devoid of the slightest note of interest. The President had also some rather unpleasant little personal traits and habits which offended many of his visitors; so that, on the whole, an unfavorable impression got abroad with regard to Mr. Harrison as an individual. The whole matter was rather strikingly summed up by one who knew him well, in these two sentences: "Harrison can make a speech to 10,000 men, and every man of them will go away his friend. Let him meet the same 10,000 men in private, and every one will go away his enemy." President Harrison was a man of much intellectual ability. He had the mind of a trained lawyer, acute, penetrating, and analytical. Something of the casuistry of the advocate at times appeared in what he wrote and said, but in the main he was eminently fair. An uncompromising adherent of his own party, he accepted its policy without question and defended it without reservation. Note 1, page 170. This he could do the more readily in that his intellect, though cultivated, lacked breadth, so that his views of public questions were often narrow ones. He showed, indeed, during the first year of his presidency a certain absorption in minor interests, and a fondness for fussing over questions relating to petty patronage and to all the minutiae of politics. This tendency he afterwards largely overcame, for in him, as in most American presidents, the pressure of great responsibility gradually broadened and developed his whole nature. His integrity was never questioned, and this inherent honesty often made it hard for him to endure the companionship of many whose good will it was politic to conciliate. He felt, indeed, a strong personal dislike for some of the most influential leaders of his party, and though in his official intercourse with them he tried hard to treat them with cordiality, he did it with so bad a grace that his actual sentiments became perfectly well known. As a public speaker, President Harrison attained to an unusual degree of excellence, in fact, more truly so than any other president since Garfield. While in the Senate he had always been listened to with interest, but at that time he had not yet matured his powers. There were invariably traces of formality and heaviness, and while he was always dignified he was seldom graceful. His phraseology sometimes suggested the lay exhorter, the Presbyterian elder, or the leader of a prayer meeting. One of his locutions was, "I lift up a prayer," an expression which some of the newspapers caught up and rang the changes on with malicious glee. After his nomination, the party managers, who at first regarded him somewhat in the light of a respectable figurehead, urged him to be silent during the campaign. Note 2, page 171. But to this cautious advice he paid no attention, and when delegations visited him at his home he made short, off-hand speeches, which were so neat and telling as to be regularly reported in the press, and to furnish many effective texts to his followers. In all he delivered 94 of these impromptu addresses, and surprised even those who knew him by his facility and felicity. As president he never made a flat or feeble speech, nor one composed of platitudes. His oratory was marked by ease and finish, and a certain geniality of tone which by no means belonged to his ordinary conversation. In 1891 he made a journey through the South, and often addressed the throngs that greeted him. Here he was surrounded by those who were politically his opponents, and against whom he had fought at the time of the Civil War. It was no easy matter to speak offhand under conditions such as these, without saying something that would give offense, or without descending to the most obvious banality. Yet President Harrison never once did either, but rose above all criticism in a series of little speeches that were gems of occasional oratory, graceful, winning, suggestive, and tactful to a degree. Note 3, page 172. In the longer addresses which he made while he was president, the same qualities were noticeable, and sometimes there was revealed a touch of that higher eloquence which combines dignity and reason with sincere, unstudied feeling. The new cabinet, with 2 exceptions, was one of no very marked distinction or ability. The exceptions were Mr. Blaine and Mr. Tracy. President Harrison had been more or less reluctant to give Mr. Blaine a place in his official household. So brilliant, ardent, and magnetic a personality was not likely to lend itself to subordination. The President felt that he might himself be overshadowed by it. In fact, his attitude toward Mr. Blaine resembled that of Mr. Cleveland toward Tilden. The President wished to be master in his own house, and it did not please him to hear Mr. Blaine spoken of continually as the uncrowned king. Nevertheless, he had no choice. Precedent required that he should appoint to the chief cabinet office the man who might have had the nomination had he wished it, and who, it was said, had really given it to Mr. Harrison. Mr. Blaine had sent a telegram to his friends while the Chicago Convention was in session, and although its contents were kept secret, the Blaine leaders had given Mr. Harrison their support immediately after its receipt. It was claimed that, in return, Mr. Harrison had promised to make Blaine his premier. This was undoubtedly untrue, since such a pledge was quite unnecessary. The President practically had no choice in the matter, and therefore, as it appeared, with reluctance and somewhat sullenly, he offered the portfolio of state to Mr. Blaine. Mr. Benjamin F. Tracy of New York, who became Secretary of the Navy, was an eminent lawyer, a veteran of the Civil War. He had been United States District Attorney in New York, and for 2 years an Associate Justice of the highest court in that state. Surprise was expressed that he should be chosen for the Navy Department rather than for the Attorney Generalship. He was, however, so intelligent an administrator as fully to justify the President's selection of him, and during the next 4 years he did admirable work in building up a modern fleet. Mr. William Windom of Minnesota, the Secretary of the Treasury, was a safe man of moderate ability. He had been for a few months a member of President Garfield's cabinet, retiring at the accession of Mr. Arthur, and entering the United States Senate for a second time. The new Secretary of War was Mr. Redfield Proctor of Vermont, a wealthy gentleman who had been governor of his own state. Mr. Harrison's Secretary of the Interior was Mr. John W. Noble of Missouri, a veteran of the war and subsequently a practicing lawyer. At the time of his appointment he was little known outside of his own state. The new Postmaster General was Mr. John Wanamaker of Pennsylvania, a rich business man. To the Attorney Generalship the President called his former law partner, Mr. W. H. H. Miller of Indiana. Congress had established a Department of Agriculture in addition to the existing executive offices, and this post was now filled by Mr. Jeremiah M. Rusk of Wisconsin, a state of which Mr. Rusk had been governor for 7 years. Mr. Rusk was a somewhat picturesque personage. He had been in his early years a farmer, and his quaint and often racy speech still smacked of the soil. He had served all through the Civil War, and had displayed remarkable gallantry at Atlanta and during Sherman's march to the sea, where, like Mr. Harrison himself, he had been brevetted a brigadier general. Next to Blaine, Mr. Rusk was the most popular member of the cabinet. He had a bluff, hearty, unconventional manner. He administered the new department with great success, and his frank honesty and quaint utterances endeared him to the masses, who spoke of him with affectionate familiarity as Uncle Jerry. The appointment of Mr. Wanamaker was one that called forth a certain amount of criticism. Mr. Wanamaker was the proprietor of a large shop in Philadelphia, and he was also conspicuous as a religious leader and a promoter of young men's Christian associations and Sunday schools. But during the campaign of 1888, Mr. Wanamaker had both himself contributed and had collected from the rich protected manufacturers of Pennsylvania an immense campaign fund, which he turned over to Senator Matthew S. Quay, whose political methods were notoriously objectionable. Mr. Quay was then chairman of the Republican Executive Committee conducting the campaign, and the cash provided by Mr. Wanamaker had formed a part of the funds which, in Indiana, had influenced the floaters and consolidated the "blocks of 5." The contrast between Mr. Wanamaker's piety and the purposes for which his money had been given was a little too glaring to pass unnoticed by his political opponents, though there was no reason for holding Mr. Wanamaker accountable for the use made of the fund by others. Nevertheless, under the circumstances, his appointment to a cabinet office distinctly savored of a commercial transaction. His acceptance of the post, therefore, was held to indicate conditions which, as was said by one critic, President Harrison must know, and knowing must deplore and feel ashamed of. That Mr. Wanamaker will administer the office respectably we have little doubt, and that this will after a while be used as an argument even by clergymen and religious newspapers in favor of allowing cabinet offices to be purchased by contributions to campaign funds we have just as little. Nearly all corruption begins under some harmless guise. Votes are always bought for the good of the cause, decisions are always sold to the right side, and we finally get to the comfortable conclusion that not only is God with the big battalions, but that He makes political debauchery one of His instruments for good. Note 4, page 175. Some adverse criticism also arose in certain quarters from the fact that Mr. Wanamaker did not always appear to keep his high political office distinct from the interests of his business. As head of the nation's postal system, he was the absolute chief of thousands of country postmasters. These men were kept reminded by circulars and otherwise that the Postmaster General was also a great retail merchant. When the Pan American Congress, composed of delegates from all the American republics, was in session, its members visited Philadelphia, and as a matter of courtesy to the Postmaster General they made an inspection of his emporium. Upon leaving, each of these gentlemen was presented with a souvenir volume, ornately printed and containing a description in florid rhetoric of the glories of the Wanamaker shop. Following the description was this request, with which, however, Mr. Wanamaker probably had nothing to do: "Dear Sir, confident of our commanding position in the mercantile world as leaders in retail commerce, and believing that we have reached the highest point yet attained in our country in the science of retail trading, we beg leave to ask your acceptance of this souvenir of your visit to our place of business, in the hope that it contains information sufficient to warrant its submission to your government as a portion of your report upon the honorable Congress to which you are accredited." Because of these and similar occurrences the whole country was amused when the New York Sun gave an exhibition of its impish cleverness at the expense of Mr. Wanamaker. Picking out day by day the flamboyant advertisements of his wares which appeared over his signature in the newspapers, it treated them with great gravity, professing to believe that they had been personally composed by him as serious literary productions, and discussing in terms of aesthetic criticism Mr. Wanamaker's essays on ladies' underwear, his unrhymed poems on walking skirts, his reflections on flannels, and his philosophical musings upon muffs. Note 5, page 176. But while the Postmaster General contributed nothing to the prestige of the administration, the new Secretary of State won laurels for himself and for his chief. The State Department was a post admirably suited to the tastes and intellectual qualities of Mr. Blaine. Like Disraeli, whom in some respects he strikingly resembled, Blaine loved administration on a large scale. He had long been the most conspicuous figure in national politics, and it gratified alike his ambition and his imagination to appear in the still more spacious theatre of international affairs. His friends shared his enthusiasm, and spoke with proud anticipation of the "spirited foreign policy" which was presently to be carried out. Mr. Blaine's opponents, on the other hand, professed a feeling of disquietude. They said that, with regard to the foreign relations of the United States, safety rather than brilliancy was to be preferred in the conduct of affairs. They prophesied that Mr. Blaine, restless, aggressive, and with a love of dramatic effects, would involve the country in some dangerous complication; and to justify this belief they recalled what had occurred in 1882, when for 9 months Mr. Blaine had been Secretary of State in President Garfield's brief administration, and until President Arthur relieved him. The reminder of that time was an interesting one. Peru and Chile were then at war with one another, and Secretary Blaine had used his influence to preserve the territorial integrity and the independence of Peru, both of which were threatened by the triumphant Chileans. This action had given great offense to Chile, and it had been severely criticized in the United States. It was Mr. Blaine's misfortune to have excited a suspicion that his motives were not disinterested. He had had some casual interviews with an adventurer named Shippard; and in the course of the negotiations over the Chilean affair, he had taken up certain claims against Peru known as the Landreau and Cochet claims, in which Shippard was pecuniarily interested. Mr. Blaine wrote a dispatch August 4, 1882, to the American minister in Peru, directing him to notify both the Chilean and Peruvian governments that no treaty of peace between the two countries must be made until the Landreau claim should be settled. Note 6, page 177. This dispatch deeply angered Chile, as did the further activities of the Secretary at that time. Many thought that had not Mr. Arthur become President when he did, and had he not taken the matter out of the hands of Mr. Blaine, war might have occurred. The whole matter was investigated afterwards by the House of Representatives. Mr. Blaine appeared before a committee of the House, and his appearance led to an exciting scene. Note 7, page 178. A Democratic member, Mr. Perry Belmont of New York, took a leading part in examining Mr. Blaine, and he asked such searching questions and seemed so skeptical that at last Mr. Blaine was nettled. Mr. Belmont was a new member of Congress, and was, besides, a young and unknown man, while Mr. Blaine was the most eminent of American statesmen. He therefore tried to overawe his youthful cross-examiner by assuming the grand manner. The phrasing of a certain telegram was under discussion. Mr. Blaine declared that the words had been garbled. Mr. Belmont stuck to his own interpretation. "I am not in a police court to be badgered," said Mr. Blaine; and he went on to say that Mr. Belmont had intentionally altered the dispatch, and was persisting in a falsehood. Belmont's face grew white to the lips, and then flamed red with anger. He looked Blaine straight in the eyes, then he said, "I believe you are a bully and a coward." It was these incidents, the Shippard connection, the so-called guano claim, and the strained relations with Chile in 1882, which Mr. Blaine's opponents now brought up again; but most persons regarded them as ancient history, and waited with interest to see to what the new Secretary of State would first turn his hand. As a matter of fact, at the very moment when President Harrison was taking the oath of office, there existed in a far quarter of the globe a condition of affairs so critical that it might at any moment plunge the United States into a war with the foremost military power of Europe. To understand this situation one must recall the succession of events which had made it possible. Ever since the humiliation of France at the hands of Germany in the War of 1870, the latter power had arrogated to itself a sort of supremacy over other nations. Allied with Austria and Italy, the German Empire set no bounds to its pretensions. Russia was quiescent; England was isolated; France was prostrate. Prince Bismarck, as he sat in his chancellery on the Wilhelmstrasse, felt that there indeed was the true omphalos of earthly power. He had despoiled Denmark in 1864; he had humbled Austria in 1866; he had crushed France in 1870. He was now treated with almost servile deference by ambassadors and statesmen. A frown of his, an impatient speech, or curt despatch, was enough to send the shivers down the back of every foreign minister in Europe. No wonder that he had grown arrogant, and that all official Germans, taking their tone from him, cultivated a swaggering insolence which paid no heed to others' rights or feelings. In the early 80's the Chancellor was pushing his scheme of planting German colonies in distant lands, and any unconsidered trifles of territory which he chanced to find unclaimed were promptly visited by German men of war, and recorded on the official map as being German soil. This policy was quite openly directed against England as the great colonizing power; but England was under the spell of Germany's enormous self-assertiveness; so that Downing Street seemed timidly anxious to avoid a clash with the autocrat of the Wilhelmstrasse. In course of time Prince Bismarck cast his acquisitive eye upon the Samoan Islands. The Samoan Islands are 12 in number, lying in the track of vessels which ply between the American seaports on the Pacific coast and Australia. They have, therefore, a certain commercial importance, and to a naval power a definite strategic value. Upon the principal island Upolu, where the chief town Apia is situated, a number of Germans, Americans, and English had settled. A Hamburg trading firm was established there, besides a thriving American business house, and a company of Scotch merchants. In 1878 a treaty was made by which the Samoan chief, or king, of that time, gave the United States the use of the harbor of Pango Pango for a naval station. As was natural, the small foreign community in Upolu, isolated from the greater world outside, and thus thrown in upon itself, was rent by the small jealousies, intrigues, and bickerings which arise when petty interests clash in a petty sphere. Race prejudice intensified the feeling until Apia fairly seethed with pent-up enmities. Gradually, however, two distinct factions were formed, when the Americans and English made common cause against the Germans, who were the more numerous, and who were also unpleasantly aggressive. By the year 1884 it had become clear that Germany intended by hook or by crook to get control of the islands, and in doing so to ignore the rights of the English and American residents. The German consul, one Herr Stubel, began to manifest extreme activity. He had all the morgue and frigid insolence of the true Prussian official, and moreover he had at his beck several German ships of war, which always appeared most opportunely whenever Stubel was carrying things with a particularly high hand. The German residents assumed a most offensive bearing toward the other foreigners as well as toward the natives. In April, 1886, Stubel raised the German flag over Apia, and in a proclamation declared that only the government of Germany should thereafter rule over that portion of the islands. The British consul hesitated to act without instructions; but the American representative hoisted the colors of the United States and proclaimed an American protectorate. Note 8, page 181. This conflict of authority was serious, and led Secretary Bayard to energetic action. A conference at Washington between the representatives of Germany, Great Britain, and the United States agreed that the action of both consuls should be disavowed, and that the status quo ante should be preserved in Samoa pending further negotiations. Bismarck, however, had no intention of abandoning his ultimate purpose, or even of abiding by his agreement. A new consul, Herr Becker, was sent out from Berlin, and proved to be as obnoxious as his predecessor. He planned a stroke that was delivered with prompt efficiency. The native king, Malietoa, was favorable to the English and Americans. Becker, seizing upon the pretext afforded by a drunken brawl between the German sailors and a few Samoans, declared war upon Malietoa, by order of His Majesty the German Kaiser. Martial law was proclaimed in Apia, German marines were landed, Malietoa was seized and was deported in a German ship, while a native named Tamasese, a creature of the Germans, was set up in his place. From that moment events tended rapidly toward a crisis. The American consul, Mr. Harold M. Sewall of Maine, wrote vigorous dispatches to Washington and sent emphatic protests to Herr Becker, who answered him with sneering incivility. The Samoans refused to acknowledge the German puppet king, and took to the bush, where the English and Americans furnished them with arms. But in Apia, a German judge was set over the local courts, the captain of a German cruiser was made prime minister, and the German flag again flew over the soil which Germany had pledged itself to regard as neutral territory. A writer of genius, Mr. Robert Louis Stevenson, who was a resident of Samoa throughout these troublous times, has left a minute account of the intolerable bearing of the Germans, and of the indignities to which other foreigners were subjected by them. Note 9, page 182. Mr. Sewall, single-handed, resisted their aggressions. The British consul sympathized with him, but the spell of Germans' predominance in Europe seemed to paralyze his will. At last, to punish those Samoans who were in arms against Tamasese, the German corvette Adler was ordered to shell the native villages, and thus to inspire the people with a wholesome dread of German power. Just prior to this time there had arrived in Samoan waters the United States gunboat Adams, under the orders of Commander Richard Leary. Commander Leary was to his very finger-tips a first-class fighting man. His name, as Stevenson remarked, was diagnostic. It told significantly of a strain of Celtic blood in the man who bore it. Leary had, indeed, a true Irishman's nimbleness of wit, an Irishman's love of trouble for its own sake, and even more than an Irishman's pugnacity. When he had learned just how things stood in Apia, and when he had noted the bullying demeanor of the Germans, his blood grew hot. Until now the notes of protest addressed to Becker had been couched in formal phrases. From the moment when Leary took a hand in the correspondence, these notes became suddenly pungent with a malicious and most ingenious wit which made the sacrosanct emissaries of His Imperial and Royal German Majesty fairly gasp with indignation. The diabolical cleverness with which Leary followed up their every move was utterly infuriating, and no less so was his supreme indifference to what they thought or wanted. When the German warship fired rocket signals at night, Leary used to sit on his afterdeck and send up showers of miscellaneous rockets which made the German signaling quite unintelligible. He refused to recognize their appointed king, and in a score of ways he covered them with a ridicule which seemed likely to make them ludicrous even in the natives' eyes. Meanwhile, a German night attack upon the Samoan rebels had been repulsed and several Germans had been killed. Very eagerly then did Herr Becker urge the captain of the Adler to bombard the rebel position at Apia. Surely the sound of the cannon and Donner would bring the natives, and also the insolent Yankees, to their senses. Captain Fritz, of the Adler, therefore ordered up his ammunition, and prepared for the bombardment. Leary's ship, the Adams, was a wooden vessel whose heavy armament consisted of smooth bores, only a few of which had been converted into rifled guns. The German corvette was also wooden, but her guns were of the latest pattern turned out by Krupp. Nevertheless, at short range, this superiority would count for little, and the Adams was commanded by a sailor who would rather fight than eat. At the appointed hour, the Adler steamed out with the German ensign flying at her peak. The Adams followed close upon her heels, as if for purposes of observation; but it was noticed that her deck was cleared for action. Soon the Adler slowed down and swung into position, so as to bring her broadside guns to bear upon the helpless village. Instantly volumes of black smoke poured from the funnel of the Adams, the long roll of her drums was heard as they beat to quarters, and the American ship dashed in between the Adler and the shore, where she too swung about, her guns at port and trained directly on the Germans. Presently Commander Leary, in full uniform and accompanied by his staff, boarded the Adler. His colloquy with the German captain was short and sharp. "If you fire," said he, "you must fire through the ship which I have the honor to command. I shall not be answerable for the consequences." So saying, he took his leave and returned to his own vessel. Captain Fritz could scarcely believe his ears. Such audacity had never yet confronted him. He could not fire on the village unless he fired through the Adams. He knew that his first shot would be answered by an American broadside, and that this would be the signal for a war between his country and the American Republic. He faltered, shrinking from so terrible a responsibility; and then, his heart swelling with humiliation, he turned tail and steamed sullenly away. That night there was joy in Apia; and the Germans, lately boastful, went about with shamefaced looks. Soon afterwards Leary set sail for Honolulu, whence he might send despatches to his government. In his absence, the Germans tried to accomplish on land what they had failed to do on water. It was known that the Samoans had gathered in large numbers in the interior of the island, and that they were in arms against the king whom Germany had tried to force upon them. A daredevil American named Kline, a correspondent of the New York World, was with them, and acted as a sort of military leader. The Germans laid a plan to surprise them and to seize their chiefs. On December 18, 1888, long before daylight, a battalion of marines was disembarked from the German cruiser and marched stealthily through the forest. An hour later, the Samoans fell upon them and whirled them back to the seashore with a loss of 50 men and several officers. The fury of the Germans was unrestrained. Vice Consul Blacklock telegraphed to Washington soon after: "Germans swear vengeance, shelling and burning indiscriminately, regardless of American property. Protest unheeded. Natives exasperated. Foreigners' lives and property in greatest danger. Germans respect no neutral territory. Americans in boats, flying. American flag seized in Apia harbor by armed German boats, but released. Admiral with squadron necessary immediately." Up to this time the situation in Samoa had aroused but little interest in the United States. Samoa was very far away. Most Americans had never even heard of it. But this stirring cablegram, followed as it was by detailed accounts of German aggression and of insults to the American flag, Note 10, page 185, roused the people to a warlike mood. To this mood President Cleveland's government responded. The warships Nipsic, Note 11, page 185, and Vandalia were hurried off to Apia, followed shortly by the Trenton, the flagship of Admiral Kimberly, a fine old sea dog of the fighting type. The British government at last took heart of grace and ordered the cruiser Calliope to Samoa. The Germans were no less active, and early in March there were anchored off Apia, besides the vessels just enumerated, a German squadron consisting of the Adler, the Eber, and the Olga, all with their decks cleared and their crews ready for immediate battle. A single rash act might provoke a mighty war. Such was the situation when President Harrison took office on March 4th. 4 days later it was rumored in Germany that the Nipsic had fired on the Olga. On March 10th, a despatch from Kiel, which was supposed to have come by way of Australia, reiterated the report, and added that the American vessel had been sunk by a torpedo from the Olga. A wave of excitement swept over the whole country. In San Francisco, great crowds filled the streets and massed themselves about the newspaper offices to await the posting of further bulletins. The tone of the press was one of intense hostility to Germany. The government at Washington began preparing for any emergency that might arise. All the vessels of the Pacific Squadron were notified to be in readiness. The new steel cruiser, Philadelphia, was hastily equipped for service. But the news, when it came, was very different from that for which men waited. It told of a fearful battle, not with human forces, but with the elements. A fierce typhoon had struck the Samoan Islands on March 16th, and within a few hours 6 of the warships that had been anchored in the harbor of Apia were driven from their moorings. The Eber was dashed against a coral reef and sunk. The Adler was capsized. The Olga and the Nipsic were hurled upon the sand; while the Trenton and the Vandalia, shattered and dismantled, settled to their gun decks in the tremendous waves. The British ship Calliope alone escaped. Her captain with high courage staked the safety of his vessel upon the chance of reaching the open sea. Crowding on every pound of steam until her boilers were almost bursting, and with her machinery red hot, the British cruiser fought her way out inch by inch against the hurricane. As she passed the American flagship, Admiral Kimberly led his sailors in 3 hearty cheers, which were answered by the British seamen, amid the shrieking of the storm. When the typhoon subsided, it was found that few lives had been lost, and Admiral Kimberly, parading the band of the Trenton, took temporary possession of Apia to the strains of the national anthem. Note 12, page 187. End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Chapter 5, Part 2, of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905, by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Presidency of Benjamin Harrison, Part 2. The news of this disaster dispelled all thoughts of war in Germany and in the United States. Prince Bismarck proposed a conference at Berlin to deal with the Samoan situation. He was confident that he could win by his strenuous diplomacy what he had failed to gain by bluster and a show of force. He felt, perhaps, that his personal presence and the greatness of his fame would overawe the untrained American commissioners, as it had invariably overawed the skilled diplomatists of Europe. He had dealt with Americans before. In 1883, a minister of the United States at Berlin, Mr. A. S. Sargent, had displeased him by one of his dispatches. Bismarck therefore ordered the officials of the Foreign Office to speak only German to Mr. Sargent whenever he called. As Mr. Sargent spoke nothing but English, he was placed in a very humiliating position, and for a whole year was obliged to transact all his official business through a secretary of legation. During Mr. Cleveland's administration, Germans naturalized in the United States were expelled from Germany with only 24 hours' notice. Mr. Bayard had tried to resent this breach of amity and of treaty rights, but he had proved to be no match for Bismarck. On the whole, then, the Chancellor felt quite easy in his mind. The conference began on April 29, 1889. The United States was represented by Mr. J. A. Casson, Mr. William Walter Phelps, and Mr. G. H. Bates, Mr. Bates having already visited Samoa and made himself familiar with the conditions there. Prince Bismarck's object was to make a treaty which should recognize the political predominance of Germany in Samoa. After he had set forth his views, the American commissioners opposed them absolutely. They insisted that the United States, Great Britain, and Germany should share alike, and that the rights of each should be recognized as equal. Bismarck was a great actor. He could assume at will a tremendous indignation, and work himself into a rage which his huge bulk of body made really awe-inspiring. He now resorted to this device, and frowned portentously as he growled out sentences that seemed full of menace. The Americans were thoroughly impressed by his manner, and they cabled to Secretary Blaine informing him that the Chancellor was very irritable. Mr. Blaine at once flashed back the terse reply, "The extent of the Chancellor's irritability is not the measure of American rights." Note 13, page 188. This message so stiffened the backbone of the American commissioners that they held to their point with unyielding pertinacity. Their British colleagues, heartened by their example, united in supporting the American position. Bismarck found that he could accomplish nothing, either by threatenings or by cajolery, and at last the man of blood and iron backed down squarely and conceded every point. Malietoa, whom the Germans had seized and exiled, was restored as King of Samoa. A general act was signed, under which the 3 powers established a condominium in the islands. Note 14, page 189. This was the first diplomatic reverse which Bismarck had encountered in all his great career, and he had met it at the hands of the United States. It was a signal triumph for Mr. Blaine and for the nation. The incident made a profound impression in Europe, and most of all in England. The London Saturday Review, an organ usually known for its hostility to everything American, summed up the events in Samoa, and then added, "It has been left for the navyless American Republic to give us a lead in the path of duty and of honor." Taken by itself, this Samoan affair was but a trifling incident, and might well be chronicled in a single paragraph. But in the light of subsequent events its ultimate significance is seen to have been very great. First of all, it revealed to the American people their need of a more powerful navy; and Congress soon after provided the sum of $25 millions for the building of new ships, a sum which was presently augmented by a further appropriation of $16,500,000. By the end of the year 1890, the United States had under construction 5 battleships of the first class, an armored cruiser and an armored ram, besides 10 steel cruisers and 6 vessels intended for coast defense. Another and very far-reaching result was found in the growth among official Germans of an intense animosity toward the United States, for having at every move of the Samoan game thwarted and humiliated Germany. This feeling grew with the lapse of time, and 9 years later, in another island of the sea, it was destined once more to drive the two nations to the very brink of war. Note 15, page 190. Even more impressive was the Samoan episode as the revelation of a new temper in the people of the United States. This has been well described by Mr. John Bassett Moore in the following words: "The chief historical significance of the Samoan incident lies less in the disposition ultimately made of the islands than in the assertion by the United States not merely of a willingness, but even of a right, to take part in determining the fate of a remote and semi-barbarous people, whose possessions lay far outside the traditional sphere of American political interests. The tendency thus exhibited, though to a certain extent novel, was by no means inexplicable. The intense absorption of the people of the United States in domestic affairs, which resulted from the Civil War and the struggle for reconstruction, had ceased. The old issues were no longer interesting. The national energy and sense of power sought employment in other fields. The desire for a vigorous foreign policy, though it jarred with tradition, had spread and become popular." Note 16, page 190. Mr. Blaine was less successful in his attempt to establish for the United States the claim that Bering Sea was practically a mare clausum. The object of this claim was to secure to American sealers the sole right to take seals in Bering Sea. Seal catching was immensely profitable and was engaged in by Russians, Canadians, and Americans. These sealers made their catches in so indiscriminate a manner, killing alike the females and the males, as to make it probable that before many years all seals would be exterminated. The Cleveland administration had tried to establish American jurisdiction over Bering Sea, and had seized several British sealing vessels in the open waters. These vessels were subsequently released; but the whole question still remained unsettled when Mr. Blaine began a correspondence with Lord Salisbury in support of the American claim. In this correspondence, it must be said that the American secretary did not appear to the best advantage. The traditions of diplomacy require the tone of all formal communications to be ceremonious and courtly to the last degree. However burning the question at issue may appear, the diplomatic duelists must everywhere observe the most punctilious etiquette, and never, either in word or phrase, overstep the limits of a stately self-restraint. These traditions Lord Salisbury on his side followed absolutely. His immensely able argument was couched throughout in terms of the finest courtesy, suggesting in every line the urbanity and graceful deference which marks the intercourse of high-bred gentlemen. Mr. Blaine's dispatches, on the contrary, however plausible, were marked at times by a certain swagger, a tone of lurking insolence, and an offensive assumption that his opponent's argument was one of conscious duplicity and falsehood. Note 17, page 191. This perhaps was due to the fact that in his heart of hearts Mr. Blaine was quite aware of the weakness of his case. Certain it is that he accomplished nothing, and at last he betook himself from diplomacy to methods based on force. Instructions were issued to American revenue cutters to capture British sealing vessels even when found in open waters. The British minister at Washington had once informed his government, and immediately Lord Salisbury dispatched a vigorous protest, June 14, 1890, which ended in the following very ominous words: "The undersigned is instructed formally to protest against such interference, and to declare that Her Britannic Majesty's government must hold the government of the United States responsible for the consequences that may ensue from acts which are contrary to the established principles of international law." What this really meant was that if American cruisers should molest British vessels in Bering Sea outside of the 3-mile limit, British ships of war would forcibly resist them. The gravity of the crisis was sufficiently apparent; and Mr. Blaine, though he seems to have weighed the question of war and peace, decided presently for peace. In a very characteristic private note to the President, March 6, 1891, he said: "If we get up a war cry and send navy vessels to Bering Sea, it will re-elect Lord Salisbury. England has always sustained an administration with the prospect of war pending. Lord Salisbury would dissolve Parliament instantly if we made a demonstration of war. On the other side I am not sure, or rather I am sure, that war would prove of no advantage to you. New York and Massachusetts are steadily against war with England unless the last point of honor requires it. Again, I think you will bitterly disappoint Lord Salisbury by keeping quiet. We should have all the fuss, and there would be no war after all. Not a man in a million believes we should ultimately have war. Note 18, page 192. The whole question was subsequently referred to arbitration. A mixed tribunal met in Paris in 1893, and decided that the American case was defective, and it was therefore lost upon every legal point involved. The final decision held that the United States have no right to protection of, or property in, the seals frequenting the islands of the United States in the Bering Sea, when the same are found outside the ordinary 3-mile limit. While Secretary Blaine was confronting Bismarck, President Harrison was busying himself with the much less noble task of parceling out the offices. The significant sentence in his inaugural which declared that honorable party service should not be a disqualification for appointment had been accepted by party workers as a special invitation. These now descended upon the Capitol and overwhelmed the President with their importunities. Questions of petty patronage occupied his entire time, and they seem moreover to have greatly interested him. His activities for several months were those of an office broker, and the spectacle was not altogether edifying. He observed the civil service law as it stood upon the books, and within the range of the classified service no changes were made from partisan motives. But elsewhere, what was practically a clean sweep was carried out. It cannot be said that the result strengthened Mr. Harrison even with his own party, since for every office seeker who was gratified by an appointment, at least 3 or 4 expectant ones were disappointed, while the majority of the people viewed this office mongering with something like contempt. It will be remembered that, according to Senator Sherman, note 19, page 193, Mr. Harrison had received the Republican nomination as the result of a bargain with Mr. T. C. Platt of New York. It was reported that Mr. Platt had been promised the Secretaryship of the Treasury. If such a bargain had actually been made, it was undoubtedly made without Mr. Harrison's consent, for Platt was not appointed. Nevertheless, to console him, he was allowed to have a large share of federal patronage, and the same concession was made to Mr. Key of Pennsylvania. President Harrison likewise looked very carefully after the interests of his own relatives. Offices were given by him to his father-in-law, to his son's father-in-law, to his daughter's brother-in-law, to his own brother, and to several of his son's college chums. He also brought upon himself much criticism by bestowing important places on the editors of newspapers which had supported him in the late campaign. Mr. Whitelaw Reid of the New York Tribune received the mission to France. Mr. Thorndike Rice, who, as editor of the North American Review, had published an outrageously personal attack upon Mr. Bayard, was made minister to Russia. Mr. Anander, a Chicago editor, became minister to Denmark. An Oshkosh editor received the Peruvian mission, and an Indianapolis editor to English consul generalship. One J. S. Clarkson, editor of the Iowa State Register, was allowed to distribute the 4th-class postmasterships. The editor of the Utica Herald became assistant United States Treasurer at New York. Mr. Robert P. Porter of the New York Press was appointed head of the Census Bureau. Mr. Porter was an Englishman by birth, a free trader who had with suspicious suddenness become a convert to protectionism. One of these appointments fell through. It was that of Mr. Murat Halstead of the Cincinnati Commercial Gazette to be minister to Germany. Mr. Halstead was rejected by the Senate for an interesting reason. During the Cleveland administration, the Ohio legislature had elected as United States Senator Mr. Henry B. Payne, a warm friend of the Standard Oil Company. Note 20, page 195. Subsequent investigation showed that Mr. Payne's election had been due to the most barefaced bribery. Another Ohio legislature secured the necessary evidence of this fact, and forwarded it to Washington, accompanied by a resolution asking the Senate to investigate the case of Mr. Payne with a view to unseating him. Senatorial courtesy was held to demand that Mr. Payne himself should welcome such an investigation, and should ask for it, as an honorable man might have been expected to do. But Mr. Payne held his tongue, and though lashed by Senator Hoar with indignant sarcasm, he said no word. The Senate therefore declined to investigate the matter. Note 21, page 195. Mr. Halstead in his newspaper had declared that this refusal was due to improper influences, and the Senate now took its revenge by rejecting the editor's nomination. All these circumstances, the attempt to subsidize the press, the Wanamaker affair, the partisan removals and appointments, the affiliation of the President with such men as Platt and Key, and the proofs of a petty nepotism, excited throughout the country a feeling of disgust which found expression in a most unexpected place. On April 29th and the 2 following days, there was celebrated in New York City the 100th anniversary of the first inauguration of President Washington. The details of the old-time ceremonies were carefully reproduced. Like Washington, President Harrison was entertained by the governor of New Jersey, and then proceeded to Elizabethport, whence he was conveyed by water to the foot of Wall Street, landing at the very place where Washington had disembarked 100 years before. A squadron of warships thundered a salute as the President came ashore. There were given 2 public receptions, and in the evening a gala ball. On the 30th, the President was escorted as Washington had been to St. Paul's Church, where in the pew which Washington had occupied he listened to a religious service conducted by the Bishop of New York, the Right Reverend H. C. Potter. When the Bishop entered the pulpit in which Bishop Provost had preached before Washington, the presidential party settled themselves down comfortably, expecting to hear a polished historical address, lightened here and there by a few graceful compliments to Washington's successor. It came to them with something of a shock when the Bishop, far from pronouncing a bland discourse, replete with pleasant things, spoke out with something of the fire of an ancient prophet. In words that burned, he contrasted the simplicity, integrity, and honor of George Washington and of the nation's founders, with the vulgar display, the self-seeking, and the shamelessness of men in high places at the end of 100 years. The growth of wealth, the prevalence of luxury, the massing of large material forces, which by their very existence are a standing menace to the freedom and integrity of the individual, the infinite swagger of our American speech and manners, mistaking bigness for greatness, and sadly confounding gain and godliness, all this makes it impossible to reproduce today either the temper or the conduct of our fathers. And then the Bishop spoke 2 sentences which struck home. The conception of the national government as a huge machine existing mainly for the purpose of rewarding partisan service, this is a conception so alien to the character and conduct of Washington and his associates that it seems grotesque even to speak of it. It would be interesting to imagine the first President of the United States confronted with someone who had ventured to approach him upon the basis of what are now commonly known as practical politics. Note 22, page 197. This sermon caused a great sensation throughout the country. Some said that the Bishop was guilty of bad taste in choosing an occasion such as this for a rebuke so pointed and so personal. Others said that the whole discourse was on the very highest plane, and that the Bishop had shown himself a true priest of God, speaking out boldly the lesson which the hour and the place demanded, and undeterred from his duty by these considerations which too often influence the time-serving and timid ecclesiastic. Certain it is that his words were caught up and repeated all over the land, and that they voiced the sentiment of millions. When Congress met on December 3rd, the President's message took up the question of the surplus in the Treasury. At the end of the Cleveland administration this had amounted to very nearly $97 million, and as Mr. Harrison had pointed out, it was more likely in the ordinary course of events to increase rather than to diminish. He recommended, therefore, a revision of the tariff and the removal of the internal tax upon tobacco. Congress, however, in both houses of which the Republicans had a working majority, took a very cheerful view of the surplus, holding in the naive words of Colonel Frederick Grant, that "a surplus is easier to handle than a deficit." The Senators and Representatives felt that if the surplus in the Treasury proved embarrassing, the easiest and simplest way to reduce that surplus was to spend it. Hence Congress promptly passed the dependent pension bill which President Cleveland had vetoed. At once the number of pensioners rose from about 350,000 to nearly 550,000, and steadily increased until, 10 years later, it had reached 1,000,000, while the yearly payments grew from $65 million to $150 million, representing pretty nearly half the entire annual budget of the United States. Note 23, page 198. Heavy appropriations were made for the Navy and for an exposition in Chicago to celebrate the 400th anniversary of the discovery of America. Money was also poured out lavishly for various public works. Until this Congress, in its 2 sessions, had made itself responsible for an expenditure which exceeded that of any other Congress by $170,000,000. The total amount of money voted for various purposes was roughly computed at $1,000,000,000. Hence, the 51st Congress was generally spoken of as the $1,000,000,000 Congress. When this name was uttered in the presence of Mr. Speaker Reed, he remarked casually, "Yes, but this is a $1,000,000,000 country." The saying was very characteristic of the man who now began to play a somewhat spectacular part in national legislation. Mr. Thomas B. Reed was a native of Maine, who had been a member of Congress for 23 years. He was a very striking figure. Fully 6 feet in height, of huge girth, and impressing the beholder with a sense of great reserve power, he was both physically and mentally a giant. A keen reasoner, alert, audacious, and absolutely self-possessed, his party recognized in him a leader who could neither be outwitted nor outfaced. His speech was caustic, his wit keen, and he took delight in destroying shams, sometimes even those shams in which his associates pretended to believe. He had a nasal Yankee drawl, and the eyes which peered out of his large round face twinkled with an irrepressible humor. He was now elected Speaker of the House, and he was counted upon by the Republicans to force through some very controversial legislation against a minority which was both large and decidedly pugnacious. The measure which threatened to meet with the bitterest opposition was a Federal Elections Bill, intended to give the Federal Government power to supervise Congressional elections, and, if necessary, to use military force for the protection of every legal voter. This measure was directed against the South, where the negro vote had practically been suppressed. The fact was perfectly well known. The South was unanimous against any interference which would once more tend to restore the negro to political importance. Over the proposed bill, therefore, the fight was certain to be acrimonious and protracted. It was believed that the minority, by making use of filibustering tactics, by introducing dilatory motions, and by demanding the roll call upon each of these, could wear out the endurance of the majority, and thus prevent the passage of the bill. By refusing to vote, the Democrats could, under the existing rules, prevent a quorum of the House unless practically all the Republican members should be present. Speaker Reed and his party friends decided to thwart such obstructions. They drew up and adopted a set of rules empowering the Speaker to refuse to entertain motions obviously intended to delay the business of the House, and also to "count a quorum," meaning by this that the Speaker could direct the Clerk of the House to record as present and not voting all members who were actually there and who refused to answer to their names at roll call. It required strong nerves and complete presence of mind to enforce these rules to the letter, but Mr. Reed was fully equal to the task. The sessions of the House soon resembled pandemonium. Member after member on the Democratic side would rise and make a series of motions, shutting out the words at the top of their lungs. But the Speaker paid no more attention to them than if they had been miles away. While he counted his quorums, members sought to escape from the hall, but found that the doors were locked. Note 24, page 200. Then they raged up and down the aisles, denouncing the Speaker in unmeasured language, yelling, shrieking, and pounding their desks, while the Republicans added to the din by cheering and whistling with delight. Passion waxed so hot that even the correspondents in the press gallery shared in it, and many of them leaned over the railing shaking their fists at the Speaker, and pouring forth a torrent of profanity which was quite inaudible amid the uproar. Through it all, Mr. Reed sat tranquilly in his chair, serene as a summer morning, unheeding the deluge of denunciation which descended on him, while he would say slowly in his most exasperating drawl, "When the excitable gentleman from Texas has come to order, the chair will rule upon the point." These tempestuous sessions continued day after day, and under the guidance of Czar Reed, as he was called, the Federal Elections Bill ultimately passed the House. In the Senate, however, it died a peaceful death, because there existed in the upper house the right of unlimited debate, and an alliance was formed between the Democrats and a number of Republican senators to prevent the passage of the bill. There was, as a matter of fact, little real desire in the North for its enactment into law. That the negro vote was suppressed throughout the Southern States was not denied. Yet most fair-minded men had come to feel that the enfranchisement of the negro had been a political error. and no one liked to contemplate even a partial return to the hideous scenes of the Reconstruction period, when ape-like blacks had leagued themselves with the vilest whites in a repulsive and disgraceful political orgy. Under the Reed rules were passed the Dependent Pension Bill, already mentioned, a bill for the admission of Idaho and Wyoming as new states, and bills to repeal the Bland-Allison Act, and to substitute in its place the so-called Sherman-Silver Law. This last act provided that thereafter the government should purchase every month 4,500,000 ounces of silver, and issue against this bullion, up to its full value, legal tender notes redeemable on demand in coin. As the genesis and the operation of this new law will be discussed more fully in a subsequent chapter, note 25, page 201, it may be passed over here without a special comment. The most important legislation of the session was a tariff bill framed by the Committee on Ways and Means, of which the chairman was Mr. William McKinley of Ohio. The passage of this bill marked a new stage in the development of protective legislation in the United States. Prior to the Civil War, the tariff system of the United States had, as a whole, been primarily devised to produce revenue, and only secondarily to protect domestic industries against foreign competition. Thus the Acts of 1824, of 1828, and of 1832, which represent the high water mark of protective sentiment in antebellum days, were at the most intended to give American manufacturers of iron, cotton, and woolen goods, and a few other commodities, some temporary assistance until they should have established themselves upon so firm a basis as to stand alone. The protectionists of those days were of the old school, regarding a high tariff on imported goods only as a means to a definite end, and not as an end in itself. The infant industry argument was the one which writers and speakers upon the subject most often used, and which most appealed to the popular intelligence. Give us help for a while, until our factories are built, our machinery installed, our business organized, and our experience acquired, and then we can hold our own against the world. This was quite in accordance with the independent, individualistic spirit of the native American of the early 19th century, who asked only for an opportunity to make a fair start, and who, after that, had a sturdy confidence in the sufficiency of his own brain and his own hands. By 1842, in fact, the country at large had begun to experience a reaction from even so much of protectionism as was embodied in the acts just mentioned. To be sure, in 1842, a new tariff bill, passed by the Whigs, was professedly a protective measure; but its life was short, and under President Polk, the duties were scaled down by the tariff of 1846 to a point where many of the articles about which protectionist writers have the most to say were subjected to an average duty of only 30%. These rates were lowered still further by the Act of 1857, a purely non-political measure; and when the Civil War broke out, the tariff system of the United States represented an approximation to free trade in that it was intended to produce revenue for the needs of the government, and not especially to shelter or build up any industries which without protection would be unprofitable. Agitation on the subject of the tariff had at that time practically ceased. Both political parties were satisfied to leave things as they were. The country had been extraordinarily prosperous. Manufactures flourished, and the infant industries which had appeared to require assistance in 1832 were well past the period of infancy. When therefore, in 1860, with a view to the coming election, the Republicans introduced into Congress a new tariff bill with a higher scale of duties, note 26, page 203, they were rebuked by one of the ablest of their own number, Mr. Sherman, who declared: "When Mr. Stanton says the manufacturers are urging and pressing this bill, he says what he must certainly know is not correct. The manufacturers have asked over and over again to be let alone." Note 27, page 203. In fact, the instinctive dread of any change whatever, which in after years led business men and producers generally to dread a lowering of the tariff, operated in 1860 to make them dread an increase in the duties. The Civil War, however, brought with it an insistent and incessant demand for money to meet the drain upon the Treasury. Every species of taxation that could be devised by the Harris Chase was legalized by Congress. When at last the expenses of the government had risen to something like $3 millions a day, there came a climax to the financial agony in the passing of measures of taxation, direct and indirect, more sweeping than any modern people had ever known. Incomes were taxed, the excise imposts grew heavier and heavier. Checks, notes, drafts, wills, deeds, mortgages, business agreements, insurance policies, and almost every form of legal document were valid only after they had paid their tribute in the form of revenue stamps. The barest necessities of life, even medicine, salt, and matches, yielded great sums to the tax gatherer. Specific or ad valorem duties were heaped upon a vast number of products and manufactures. Transportation by rail or boat was taxed, and so was the business of the telegraphs and of the express companies. A multitude of ordinary callings had to pay heavy license fees. More than this, not only were the manufacturers subjected to a general tax, but at each stage of production a separate tax was levied on every article, first while it existed only as raw material, and then again when it had been turned out as a finished product. Nothing escaped the eye of the Inquisitor. Many persons ruefully recalled the pungent words in which Sidney Smith had depicted the miseries of tax-ridden England at the close of the Napoleonic Wars. Note 28, pages 204 and 5. It was the manufacturers who suffered most, and in order that they might not be absolutely ruined, some compensatory legislation was needed in their interest. "I shear my sheep, I do not flay them," said the Emperor Tiberius on one occasion. And in the same spirit the financiers at Washington sought to preserve the manufacturing industry from extinction, so that they might continue to be a source of revenue. "If we bleed manufacturers," said Mr. Morrill of Vermont in 1862, "we must see to it that the proper tonic is administered at the same time." The tonic was administered in the shape of a high tariff on imported manufactures. This largely shut out foreign competition, and so gave to the American producers a monopoly of the home market as a compensation for the heavy burdens which they were bearing in time of war. The measure was understood to be distinctly a war measure. It was avowedly a temporary arrangement, a part of the whole abnormal, exceptional legislation which Congress enacted in order to meet an extraordinary crisis in the struggle for national existence. Its advocates never dreamed that it was to be perpetuated, any more than the tax upon the telegraph, or the license to carry on an ordinary business. After the war had ended, nearly all these unprecedented expedients for wringing money from the people were speedily abandoned. The floating debt was funded. Stability and order brought renewed prosperity, and when the need of maintaining 500,000 men in arms ceased to exist, Congress repealed tax after tax. At last every one of the exceptional burdens from which the manufacturers had suffered was removed. Logically, then, the protective duties which had been imposed to enable them to bear those burdens should also have been abolished. This, however, was not done. Leading Republican statesmen, even those who were protectionists, admitted that the high duties were no longer necessary, and therefore that they were no longer just. Note 29, page 206. Many attempts were made to remove or modify them, as in the abortive measure of 1867, which had a majority in both houses of Congress, but which failed to pass because, owing to a technicality of parliamentary law, a 2/3 vote was needed to bring it before the House as an amendment. Gradually, the long delay in lowering the duties produced a singular effect upon the public mind. The special circumstances under which the duties had originally been levied were forgotten. They ceased to be regarded as a war tax, but were rather viewed by many as an integral and normal part of our financial system. Moreover, the manufacturers, who were heaping up fortunes through the continuance of the war tariff, exerted all the power which great wealth afforded of creating a sentiment in their behalf. Liberal gifts to the campaign fund of the Republican party were rewarded by legislative favors. But the tariff issue was not strictly a party one. There were high tariff Democrats as well as low tariff Republicans. For instance, Mr. Samuel J. Randall, who was long a Democratic leader in the House, and who twice served as Speaker, was as thoroughgoing a protectionist as Pig Iron Kelly himself, and in fact, in some of his canvasses for re-election, the Republicans in his district set up no candidate to oppose him. Protection sentiment, in a word, was strong in the states where protected manufacturers flourished, and weak in the agricultural states, which received nothing from the tariff except an increase in the cost of living. When General Hancock in 1880 said, "The tariff is a local issue," the remark was received with a shout of derision; but in the sense in which he meant it, it was profoundly true. In the course of time the agricultural communities of the West began to get an inkling of the truth, and to perceive how preposterous it was to protect industries which had, without protection, successfully maintained themselves against foreign competition before the war. Various popular movements, such as the Farmers' Alliance, Grangerism, and the like, note 30, page 207, made the Republican managers uneasy. Several revisions of the tariff were undertaken, ostensibly in the direction of lower duties. The Act of 1872 was one of these attempts, but it was so artfully framed as, in fact, to leave things very much as they had been before. In 1883 a general revision of duties actually raised many of them, as for example those on woolen dress goods, iron ore, and steel. Nevertheless, economic causes were at work which were distinctly unfavorable to a perpetuation of high protectionism as a policy. Chief among these causes, as has been seen, was the increasing surplus in the Treasury. Every Republican President, from Grant to Arthur, had called the attention of Congress to this, and had specifically recommended lower rates of duty. It is likely that, had the Republican party remained in power, these recommendations would have been ultimately carried out. It was the election of Mr. Cleveland in 1884, and his attitude toward the tariff, which solidified the Republicans, not merely in support of the old war rates, but of an extension of these rates to new classes of imported goods. When Mr. Cleveland made a distinct issue of lowering the tariff, his opponents from sheer necessity were driven to take the other side. They ignored the whole history of protection in the United States. They put aside the utterances of their own leaders in the past. In the end, they went even further than they had probably intended, until at last they flatly declared that protection, so far from being a temporary measure, was one to be perpetuated for its own sake, and that duties, instead of being lowered, should be made even higher than they had been under the actual stress of war. The campaign of 1888 had practically been fought out over this issue, and since the Republicans were successful, they felt that the country had given them a mandate to do whatever they saw fit. It was with this conviction that the Act of 1890, popularly known as the McKinley Bill, was framed by the Republican members of the House Committee, and ultimately reported by the chairman, Mr. McKinley. From this time dates the new protectionism, which proclaimed the doctrine that high duties and high prices are a distinct advantage to the country. Its framers intended to reduce the surplus in the Treasury by enacting tariff schedules that were prohibitive. The McKinley Bill was a very radical measure. It raised the duties on a great number of articles, and it removed from the free list a great many others. Unlike the earlier acts, it laid imposts upon commodities which are used in every household, articles of clothing, carpets, table linen, thread, tools, and also upon many kinds of food. The effect of this was certain to be felt at once throughout the entire country in the shape of a direct rise in prices. Some of the Republicans themselves had an uncomfortable feeling that the measure was eminently unwise. Such was emphatically the view of Mr. Blaine, himself an old-time protectionist, and one who remained unconverted to the doctrines of Mr. McKinley. Mr. Blaine saw that the new tariff bill would not only prove unpopular with the country, but that it would shut out American trade from the most desirable foreign markets. "There is not a section or a line in the entire bill," he wrote to Senator Fry, "that will open a market for another bushel of wheat or another barrel of pork." He even appeared before the committees of Congress to urge them with all his influence a wiser policy. Mr. Blaine was the shrewdest of politicians. He knew the value of a taking catchword. What he wanted to secure was the admission of foreign goods untaxed from such countries as would admit American products of certain classes free of duty. This was in reality a species of free trade, but he artfully described it as reciprocity, a word which would not alarm the timid voter who had been taught that free trade spelled ruin. Day after day the Secretary of State labored with his party associates to introduce the principle of reciprocity into the pending bill. Every stage of its passage was watched by him with intense interest, and he wrote to Mr. McKinley many pointed notes, of which the following is typical. Washington, April 10, 1890. Dear Mr. McKinley: It is a great mistake to take hides from the free list, where they have been for so many years. It is a slap in the face to the South Americans with whom we are trying to enlarge our trade. It will benefit the farmer by adding 5 to 8% to the price of his children's shoes. It will yield a profit to the butcher only, the last man that needs it. The movement is injudicious from beginning to end, in every form and phase. Pray stop it before it sees light. Such movements as this for protection will protect the Republican party into a speedy retirement. Very hastily, James G. Blaine. Note 31, page 210. Mr. Blaine had small success with the members of the House of Representatives. The McKinley following had gone mad over high protective duties. They acted as though, whatever they did, there would be no day of reckoning. They placed duties upon the sheer necessities of life. They sought artificially to stimulate the production in this country of commodities, such as tin plate, that had never before been produced in the United States. They were not forgetful of the fact that the protected manufacturers had furnished the great campaign fund which had carried Indiana for Mr. Harrison. Remembering that Mr. Cleveland, like his Republican predecessors, had urged the remission of duties on raw materials, Mr. McKinley removed one such duty. This, however, was the duty on raw sugar, and its abolition meant millions of profit to the great Sugar Trust, which was beginning to be extremely powerful in Washington. The folly of such a course was pointed out by Mr. Blaine, note 32, page 211, who hammered away by argument, exhortation, and published letters in behalf of reciprocity. Before the Senate committee he made a speech so energetic and so full of passion that the reports of it, in an imperfect form, went all over the country. In his vehemence, Mr. Blaine pounded the desk on which lay a draft of the proposed bill, and in doing so he smashed his tall hat under his descending fist. Note 33, page 211. This appealed to the people's sense of the picturesque. "Blaine has smashed his hat on the McKinley bill," was the sentence that went from mouth to mouth, and this trivial incident attracted more attention to the measure than the whole columns of printed speeches. At last the Senate proved somewhat more open to reason than the House had been, and an element of reciprocity, in a negative form, was introduced into the bill by a Senate amendment, rather ungraciously worded, which authorized the President to impose duties on certain free goods whenever the country from which they came imposed duties that were reciprocally unequal and unreasonable upon certain specified American exports. End of Chapter 5, Part 2. Chapter 5, Part 3 of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905, by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Presidency of Benjamin Harrison, Part 3. The McKinley Bill had been passed by the House of Representatives in May. With the Reciprocity Amendment, it passed the Senate in September, and it became law by receiving the signature of the President on the first day of October, 1890. Note 34, page 212. Even before the measure had been adopted, but when its passage had become a moral certainty, a sharp advance in prices throughout the country was acutely perceptible. Merchants were unwilling to sell their goods at the old rates when the cost of importation was so soon to be increased. Those who did so made a virtue of the fact by advertising that certain wares would be sold at low figures for the next few weeks, but that after a specified date the prices would be raised because of the McKinley Bill. Although these announcements were only business devices, they helped to imbue the public mind with the belief that the new Tariff Act was certain to increase the cost of living. Importers hastened to bring in enormous quantities of goods so as to take advantage of the more favorable rates that still prevailed. Ocean liners sought to break the record for speed in hurrying cargoes across the Atlantic before the new act should take effect. The Cunard steamer Etruria, reaching the port of New York a few minutes before the hour set for the enforcement of the McKinley Bill, saved by her speed something like $1 million for the owners of her cargo. Everywhere the pinch of higher prices was quickly felt, while no increase in wages was perceptible. For the first time since the war the nation received an object lesson as to what high protection really meant. Hitherto the average man, and especially the average woman, had turned a deaf ear to tariff talk. What did they care whether steel rails and iron ore cost more or less? They did not clothe themselves in iron, nor did they dine and breakfast upon steel rails. But now every household throughout the land learned that the purchasing power of the family income had been seriously reduced. The housewife who went to market and suddenly discovered that she must pay much more for supplies than she had ever paid before, began at once to take a very personal interest in the cause of this phenomenon. Butter, eggs, flour, dried apples, lard, potatoes, bacon, corned beef, and poultry leaped up in price after a fashion which to persons of limited means was most alarming. Note 35, page 213. It now cost more to clothe the family, to carpet the rooms, to provide table linen, and to keep the domestic utensils properly renewed. An outcry went up from those who usually paid no attention to economic questions. Party hacks tried hard to create enthusiasm for Bill McKinley and the McKinley Bill, but their efforts were met with sullen silence or open denunciation. The way in which the measure had been "jammed through" the House of Representatives under the iron rule of Speaker Reed was offensive to the American sense of fairness. Mr. Reed, having got a taste of arbitrary power, apparently became intoxicated with it. At first, the country had applauded the nerve with which he dominated the body over which he presided. So long as he used the new rules only to prevent filibustering, and to ensure the efficient dispatch of public business, the sentiment of the people was with him. When he said in his epigrammatic way, "This House is no longer a deliberative body," the remark called forth an approving laugh. But in time, what at first had been a wise autocracy became something very like oppression. It was not permitted to members of the minority to question the accuracy of the Speaker's count. Representatives were recorded by him as present when they were actually hundreds of miles away. Even the privilege of an appeal from the ruling of the chair was no longer recognized. Mr. Reed carried his tyranny so far that at last members of his own party were driven to revolt. On one occasion, note 36, page 214, the Speaker ordered parts of the Journal of the House to be omitted in the daily reading. Mr. Mills of Texas objected, and it came out that the Speaker had been guilty of a misstatement, and that the parts of the Journal which had been omitted contained a record of proceedings which had never taken place. Even then, the arrogant Reed refused to have the necessary correction made. An appeal from his ruling was taken, and enough Republicans united with the Democrats to override the Czar. The Congressional elections of 1890 took place at the very moment when public sentiment was most deeply stirred against the record which the Republicans had made. In less than 2 years the Treasury had been emptied, the odious Force Bill had been introduced, a sort of tyranny had been established in the popular chamber, the cost of living had been enormously increased, and no one had received any benefit save the multimillionaires of the protected industries and the Sugar Trust. The election therefore proved to be a veritable cataclysm. The Republican majority in the House was swept away. When Congress met in 1891, the Democratic representatives numbered 235, and the Republicans only 88, while in the Senate the Republican majority was reduced from 14 to 6. A significant fact was the strength which had been shown in the West by a new party which now became known as the Populists, who elected 9 representatives and 2 senators. Note 37, page 214. In the South, out of 121 members, there were only 3 Republicans. Even in New England the Democrats secured a fair majority. In Ohio, Mr. McKinley was defeated at the polls, and retired for a time to private life. Mr. Blaine's prophecy of disaster had been strikingly fulfilled. Note 38, page 215. In 1890, great popular interest was aroused by a movement to overthrow the Louisiana Lottery Company. The story of this contest deserves to be repeated here, because the issue presented was not unlike the issue involved in the battle against the trusts. It was a contest between great wealth and selfish interest on the one hand, and an enlightened moral sentiment upon the other. Those who feel a sense of hopelessness when they endeavor to forecast the final outcome of any struggle such as this, may take courage from recalling the defeat of one of the most ably planned conspiracies against the common welfare which this country has ever witnessed. The Louisiana Lottery had been chartered in 1868 by a carpet-bag legislature, at a time when political conditions in that state were indescribably depraved. The promoters of the lottery were 3 in number: John A. Morris, Z. E. Simmons, and C. H. Murray, men as unscrupulous and as able as any who engineered the later trusts. At that time, although most states had by law forbidden the sale of lottery tickets within their borders, these laws were practically disregarded. Several enterprises of the sort, nearly all of foreign ownership, reaped a rich harvest by the sale of tickets for their monthly drawings. Among these were the Havana Lottery, the Royal Saxon Lottery, the Hamburg Lottery, and later the Kentucky Lottery. Morris and his associates, having secured their charter in return for an annual payment of $40,000 to a charity hospital, proceeded to organize their business in a very far-sighted way, taking every precaution to fortify themselves alike against the law and against popular prejudice. They secured the services of General Early and General Beauregard to superintend their monthly drawings. They advertised extensively in leading newspapers throughout the United States, paying for their advertisements several times the ordinary rates. They even established newspapers of their own and maintained them, so that, if necessity arose, the lottery would have staunch defenders in the press. In every great city of the Union the ablest lawyers were employed as counsel for the company, to watch for and to avert every possible form of danger. In Louisiana, Morris practically controlled the state. Many of the judges were to all intents and purposes appointed by the lottery. Money was spent lavishly in charity, on behalf of public enterprises, and in private gifts. Vast sugar works were even opened and operated by the lottery owners, who desired to pose as representative business men engaged in fostering one of the great industries of the state. In 1877, when Louisiana was striving to shake off the last vestige of the carpet-bag regime, the lottery company gave the money needed to bribe those legislators whose votes were necessary to oust the carpet-bagger Packard from the governor's chair. Public sentiment in Louisiana, therefore, was more than cordial to the lottery. Its charter was renewed in 1879. And after that it seemed to be assured of a permanent lease of life. Its revenues were very great. 1/3 of the entire mail matter which reached New Orleans was addressed to M. A. Dauphin, the nominal head of the company. It was said that the postal notes and money orders which it cashed amounted to no less than $30,000 a day. In 1880 the attention of Mr. Alexander K. McClure, editor of the Philadelphia Times, was attracted by the persistency with which the Louisiana lottery sought to have advertisements inserted in his newspaper. He was startled also by the lavish offers of money made to secure such advertising. An investigation showed him that although the Pennsylvania law imposed a penalty for advertising lotteries, not less than $50,000 a year was paid to the newspapers of the state for the use of their columns. Mr. McClure brought suit in the lower courts to test the law, and it was found to be defective. He then framed a more stringent bill, and after a vigorous canvass he secured its enactment by the Pennsylvania legislature in 1883. In the course of the discussion which went on in the press, Mr. McClure's own paper spoke out with frank severity of the lottery managers. These persons, angered by the loss of their Pennsylvania business, and wishing to make an example of the man who had opposed them, noted down his name, and waited until circumstances should enable them to take revenge. 2 years later, in 1885, Mr. McClure visited the New Orleans Exposition. The lottery, through its spies, had learned that he was coming, and at the very moment of his arrival he was served with a writ, sworn out by Dauphin, and claiming $100,000 damages for libeling the lottery. Mr. McClure was in a distinctly hostile community, where the courts were in the hands of lottery appointees. The lawyers of the city were nearly all in the lottery's pay, and to defend the suit seemed to be an absolutely hopeless undertaking. Even one of Mr. McClure's personal friends said to him, "We are all in it here, and I hardly know how to advise you." So pleased was Dauphin over his successful coup, that he telegraphed an account of it to every city in the land through the agency of the Associated Press. Note 39, page 218. This little burst of exultant insolence on the part of Dauphin was perhaps not unnatural, but it cost the lottery company dear. It stirred to active indignation a feeling which had lain dormant all over the country, and even in Louisiana itself. Within a few hours after Dauphin's news had been made public, a wealthy Philadelphian telegraphed Mr. McClure that $50,000 had been placed to his credit for use in his defense. The unbought press in every state took up the case with vigor. In New Orleans itself, a committee of lawyers, all strangers to Mr. McClure, called upon him to say that the bar of that city would defend the suit without cost. The governor of the state, though friendly to the lottery, deplored its action in this instance, and gave Mr. McClure the benefit of his advice, sending to him as counsel a lawyer whose fidelity and honor were above suspicion. The lottery managers refused to take warning from this display of enlightened sentiment. They resolved to press the case at once to trial. They felt themselves to be omnipotent. They regarded the judges as their creatures. Even the marshal who drew the names for the jury was in their pay. They had millions of money at their disposal. Why should they not make a conspicuous example of this stranger from the North? They laid their plans in such a way as to prevent, so they thought, all chance of an appeal to the Supreme Court of the United States. Mr. McClure's counsel, however, devised a plea which baffled them. It appeared that a suit instituted against Mr. McClure by the lottery in Pennsylvania was still before a United States District Court on a question of appeal. The situation was therefore anomalous in that the company was prosecuting Mr. McClure upon the same charge before two federal courts at one and the same time. These facts were duly set forth, and a plea of justification was entered, to which was appended a long series of questions which Dauphin would be forced to answer should the case be tried. These questions were most ingeniously framed, and Dauphin could not answer them without giving information which would expose himself and his agents to criminal prosecution in nearly every state and territory of the Union. This meant not merely fine and imprisonment for the lottery officials, but the absolute destruction of their business. So soon as Dauphin's lawyers perceived the gulf which was yawning for their employers, they experienced a genuine panic. When the case was called, they actually opposed a motion to have the appeal advanced upon the docket. By this time, many leading men in Washington had become interested in the matter. Senator Edmunds and Senator Hawley arranged that the trial, when it took place, should be presided over by Mr. Justice Wood, a judge of unimpeachable integrity. The Attorney General of the United States appeared in the Supreme Court in opposition to the lottery company. An agitation was begun in Congress which seemed full of menace to the lottery interests. Dauphin and his associates, therefore, capitulated on their knees. One of their representatives went to Mr. McClure and begged that the suit might be discontinued, offering to pay all the expenses, counsel fees, the cost of depositions, printing, and the rest. Mr. McClure consented, and within 24 hours the company had settled every bill and had withdrawn its suit. But they had gone too far, and they had thereafter to deal with the public resentment which they had evoked. Measures were passed in Congress excluding lottery tickets from the mails, and forbidding the transmission of newspapers which contained lottery advertisements. The Anti-Lottery Bill of 1893 even forbade the delivery of registered letters, or the payment of postal orders to the company. Driven from the mails, the lottery sought to carry on its business through the express companies. But as these were engaged in interstate traffic, Congress again effectively interfered. At last, in Louisiana, the question of a renewal of the company's charter came before the people. A campaign against it was carried on successfully in a burst of moral indignation. The company offered to pay the state $1,250,000 every year, but the bribe had no effect. And in 1893 this gigantic structure of lawlessness and corruption was swept out of existence forever. Public wrath against the lottery was only one phase of a wider agitation. The 51st Congress enacted two very important legislative measures which reflected a rapidly growing hostility to trusts in general, and to the lawlessness of railway corporations. Senator Sherman of Ohio, on December 4, 1889, introduced a bill which, with a few amendments, was subsequently passed, and was approved by President Harrison on July 2, 1890. It is usually spoken of as the Sherman Antitrust Law, though its formal title was "An Act to Protect Trade and Commerce against Unlawful Restraints and Monopolies." And both in its phraseology and in the intention of its framer it was a very drastic measure. Its purpose, as described by Senator Sherman himself, was to arm the federal courts within the limits of their constitutional power, that they may cooperate with the state courts in checking, curbing, and controlling the most dangerous combinations that now threaten the business, property, and trade of the people of the United States. It aims only at unlawful combinations. It does not in the least affect combinations in aid of production where there is free and fair competition. It is the right of every man to work, labor, and produce in any lawful vocation, and to transport his products on equal terms and conditions, and under like circumstances. This is industrial liberty, and lies at the foundation of the equality of all rights and privileges. Note 40, page 221. The immediate cause of the enactment of this law was an investigation which had been conducted by a committee of the Senate in 1888-89. Sittings were held in Washington, Chicago, and elsewhere; and in spite of the reluctance of some witnesses and the absence of others, a mass of testimony was taken which proved beyond question that many of the great corporations were crushing out competition and destroying industry by means which were in direct violation of the common law. Some very peculiar facts were brought to light regarding the operations of the Sugar Trust, the Standard Oil Company, and the Great Dressed Beef Combination, of which Armour and Company of Chicago were the head. But it was not this investigation alone which made it impossible for Congress to remain quiescent any longer. Similar inquiries had been conducted by state legislatures, and testimony taken in many civil and criminal cases in the state courts had been made public. Moreover, thousands of business men had felt the crushing weight of monopoly in the destruction of their means of livelihood. Therefore, although certain senators professed to feel doubts about the constitutionality of the bill, it was passed by a non-partisan vote in both houses. The essential provisions of this act applied to all contracts and combinations in the form of trusts or otherwise, and to conspiracies in restraint of either interstate or international commerce. Such contracts or combinations were made illegal, and persons participating in them were declared to be guilty of a misdemeanor, and subject either to a fine not exceeding $5,000, or to imprisonment not exceeding 1 year, or to both these penalties at the discretion of the court. Furthermore, all goods shipped in violation of the act were to be seized and forfeited by proceedings instituted by the Attorney General on behalf of the United States. How far this act was to prove effective as a weapon against monopolies will be considered in another chapter. Note 41, page 222. It was in itself a strong measure, and did honor to the statesman who framed it, and ably advocated it. Another concession to the widespread sentiment regarding corporate abuses was an act aimed against those railroads which had practically defrauded the government and the nation in the matter of public hands. The generosity of the national government to the railways of the West had been remarkable. The case of the Union Pacific Railway Company, after 1880 known as the Union Pacific Railroad Company, is sufficiently illustrative to justify citation. This company had been incorporated in 1862. It received from the government a grant of 5 sections of public land for each mile of rail, and 2 years later this grant was doubled. In all, it received the enormous total of 6,806,497 acres. Note 42, page 223. It is interesting to remember that the contractors of the road, in order to augment the land grants, built their road, not in a straight line across the prairies, as would naturally have been the case, but in an erratic zigzag with twists and turns intended solely to increase the length of line, and thus practically to cheat the government out of hundreds of thousands of acres. In order to assist the railway still further, the Secretary of the Treasury was directed to turn over to it, as a loan, 16 currency bonds of the United States, each of the denomination of $1,000, for every mile of road constructed through the plains, and 48 similar currency bonds for each mile of road built through the region of the Rocky Mountains. The total issue of such bonds for the benefit of the railway was $61 million. As though all this were not enough, the company was allowed to issue first mortgage bonds equal in amount to the government bonds just mentioned. Thus the lien of the government upon the railway dropped to the position of a second mortgage. The road was actually built by the notorious Credit Mobilier, which took over all the resources of the original company, both land and cash. Of course, the construction of a railway uniting the Atlantic states with those of the Pacific was a work of immense national importance. On the other hand, it became evident in after years that the generosity of the government had been ill requited. Thus, under the directorship of J. Gould, and later of Mr. Charles F. Adams, the management diverted a good part of its earnings, above operating expenses and fixed charges, to the building of branch lines, instead of applying a percentage of the profits toward canceling the obligation to the government, as provided in the Act of 1862. Indeed, the government received but slight consideration from any of these western roads for whose construction it had pledged its credit. In the matter of the public lands, the railroads were peculiarly unscrupulous. In President Cleveland's first message to Congress, note 43, page 224, attention was sharply called to the whole subject by the declaration that these "princely grants and subsidies" had been "diverted to private gains and corrupt uses. Our great nation does not begrudge its generosity, but it abhors peculation and fraud. A faithful application of the grants to the construction and perfecting of their roads, and an honest discharge of their obligations are all the public asks, and it will be contented with no less." But as time went on, it was plain that the railroad magnates had no conception of public duty, and thought simply of their own enrichment. One of them, Mr. C. P. Huntington, who had wrung a great fortune out of his manipulation of Pacific railways, was told that if he did not fulfill his obligations the government might step in and take possession. "It's quite welcome to," he cynically answered. "There's nothing left but 2 streaks of rust and a right of way." In 1890, however, this scandalous state of things came to an end. The Western States were swept by a feeling of anger against the railways, which, in impudent disregard of their own obligations, were holding vast tracts of fertile land, and thus barring them against intending settlers under the Homestead Law. An act of Congress which the President approved on September 29th ordered the forfeiture of all such lands, of which more than 100,000,000 acres were thus restored to public uses. The last 2 years of Mr. Harrison's administration were marked by great activity in the State Department. This was not due so much to Mr. Blaine's fondness for a spirited foreign policy as to circumstances over which he had no initial control. In March, 1891, a band of Italian criminals in New Orleans reached a climax of sporadic lawlessness by murdering the chief of police. For a long time they had been extorting money from citizens under threat of death, and had committed other crimes with practical impunity, because the local juries were either afraid to convict them or else had been bribed to disagree in rendering a verdict. Hennessy, the head of the police, showed immense energy and acuteness in tracking down the members of this band. They had him watched and followed, and late one evening he was shot almost to pieces at a signal given by an Italian boy. Against 9 Italians strong evidence was gathered, and they were promptly brought to trial. To the astonishment of the judge himself, the jury acquitted 6 of the prisoners and disagreed in the case of the other 3. On the following night a mob, led by some of the most substantial citizens, broke open the prison, seized the prisoners, and either hanged or shot them all. Within a few hours the Italian government cabled a strong protest to Mr. Blaine. Italy's prime minister, the Marquis di Rudini, demanded that the lynchers should be immediately punished, and that an indemnity should be immediately paid. Mr. Blaine answered temperately to the effect that the United States government had no local jurisdiction in Louisiana, but that to Italian residents the state courts were open precisely as to citizens. He did, however, strongly urge Governor Nichols of Louisiana to set the legal machinery of the state in motion, and he assured the Italian premier that the whole affair should receive most careful consideration. The Italian blood was up, however, and Baron Fava, Italy's minister at Washington, was directed to press Mr. Blaine incessantly. Baron Fava intimated that unless immediate action were taken he must withdraw from Washington. To this hint he received from Mr. Blaine a very sharp reply. "I do not recognize the right of any government to tell the United States what it shall do. We have never received orders from any foreign power, and shall not begin now. It is a matter of indifference what persons in Italy think of our institutions. I cannot change them, still less violate them." To this curt note, written much in the same spirit as Webster's famous letter to the Chevalier Haussmann in 1850, the Italian minister made no answer, but at once left Washington and took passage for Italy. His action caused great excitement, especially in New Orleans. Many persons expected that Italy would deliver an ultimatum which President Harrison's government would certainly reject, and thus bring war within an appreciable distance. Rumor said that an Italian squadron was being mobilized, and might soon appear off the mouth of the Mississippi to menace New Orleans. The situation looked even graver when the American minister at Rome left Italy. But those who were well informed felt no disquietude in view of the enormous disparity in fighting strength between Italy and the United States. An English naval officer, who was in New York at the time, made a joking comment which contained a certain element of truth. "You people," said he, "want more ships for your navy. Just let those Italian fellows send over a fleet. Then you take the fleet, and there you are." As a matter of fact, the Italian government thought better of it before long. And though many Americans were mobbed and otherwise insulted in Italy, and though the Italian press breathed forth threatenings, amicable relations were soon restored. It turned out that only 3 of the Italians who had been lynched were subjects of the King of Italy, the rest having been naturalized in this country; and so when Congress, purely as an act of grace, voted the sum of $25,000 to be given to the relatives of the dead men, King Humbert accepted the award, and diplomatic relations were resumed. An embroilment between the United States and Chili, which took place at this time, was a much more serious affair. In January, 1891, a furious civil war broke out in Chili. Of all the Spanish American republics, Chile has been the only one to conduct its foreign and domestic affairs in such a way as to win the respect of other nations. Situated in the temperate zone and ribbed with mountain ranges, its climatic and geographic conditions seem to have developed in its people certain characteristics for which one looks in vain among the other South American states. The government of Chile has been conspicuous for its intelligence, conservatism, and integrity. Its finances have been ably administered. Order has been maintained through the strict enforcement of enlightened laws. Its political institutions are modeled upon those of the United States, and throughout the greater part of its history it has been free from turbulence and mercenary insurrection. Its successful war with Bolivia and Peru in 1881 made it plain that henceforth Chile deserved respectful consideration as a naval and military power. A knowledge of these facts, however, has led the Chilean people to cultivate a self-consciousness which does not always show itself in the most attractive fashion. Educated Chileans are apt to forget that after all their nation is a very small one and that, from the nature of things, it cannot figure very conspicuously in the history of the world. They are too fond of comparing it with the wretched little republics which are its immediate neighbors, and they forget that while Chile is an important state when contrasted with Peru or Uruguay or Venezuela, it is only a dwarf beside the United States or the giant nations of Europe. But the typical Chilean has a dream of his own, and one which he has cherished for more than 50 years. He believes that ultimately his country is destined to assert an hegemony over all the Spanish-speaking peoples of South America, and in the end to extend its influence northward, until, at last, having absorbed even Mexico, Chile shall confront the mighty North American Republic upon the borders of the Rio Grande. There are not a few Chileans who even think that by the end, perhaps, of another century, the United States may have to do battle with its southern rival for the mastery of the Western world. There is a touch of Spanish vanity in this magnificent vision, yet though to Americans it may seem only ludicrous and fantastic, it appeals very strongly not merely to the Chilean imagination, but to the Chilean sense of probability. Not unnaturally, therefore, the statesmen of that small republic have always been extremely sensitive concerning the claim of the United States to concern itself with South American affairs, and they resent the assumption that the Monroe Doctrine has any application to their country. It is necessary to remember these facts in order to understand the drift of the events which are now to be narrated. In 1886, Chile elected as its president one of those extremely able but unscrupulous men who appear from time to time in South American nations, and among whom Francia of Paraguay and Guzman Blanco of Venezuela stand out in history as interesting types. This was Señor Don José Manuel Balmaceda, whose rule up to the end of 1890 was marked by the most enlightened measures. He belonged to the so-called Progressist party, and as president he did much to promote public education, to foster internal improvements, and generally to develop the resources of his country. His political opponents, however, who headed a sort of oligarchy made up of leading members of the Chilean Congress, accused the president of plotting to perpetuate his power by securing the election of a tool of his as his successor. When he dissolved Congress and raised revenue without the authority of law, the Congressional party proclaimed a civil war (Note 44, page 229), and sought to overthrow Balmaceda by force of arms. In this struggle the United States had no direct interest, but various circumstances soon led to complications of a very serious nature. It had been for 30 years the policy of our government to give no encouragement to revolts in other countries. Mr. Blaine, therefore, by President Harrison's direction, continued as before to recognize Balmaceda as the lawful head of the Chilean Republic, and to refuse to the Congressionalists the belligerent rights which they claimed. Balmaceda had been legally elected president. He held possession of the capital of the country. He controlled an army which was carrying on operations in the field against the rebels. Therefore, why should the United States sever its official relations with him and suddenly recognize his enemies? The case seemed plain enough, yet there were circumstances which made the situation somewhat delicate. Ever since the events of 1882, which have already been narrated, Note 45, page 230, Mr. Blaine had been viewed with a certain rancor by Chileans of all classes. They regarded him as an intermeddler, or even worse, and honestly believed him to be actuated by a feeling of hostility to Chilean interests. Therefore, when he continued to recognize Balmaceda, the Congressional party in Chile claimed that his action was due to an unfriendly spirit; and before long they professed to see what they called his malign influence at work against them. A good part of the Chilean navy had joined the revolutionists. Some engagements took place between these ships and the ships whose officers were Balmacedists. A small American squadron under Rear Admiral Brown had been ordered to Chilean waters to protect American interests, and the Congressionalists asserted in very bitter language that officers from American vessels had acted as spies; that they had reported to Balmaceda the strength and also the movements of the rebel ships; and that in various other ways the naval force of the United States had violated the requirements of strict neutrality. Admiral Brown indignantly denied this charge, which was made in the most offensive manner. There was, indeed, no evidence at all to justify it. Nevertheless, it was generally believed by the Congressionalists, who presently got possession of the entire sea coast and the great fortified port of Valparaiso. Hatred of the United States became nearly universal in Chile after an incident which occurred in May. End of Chapter 5, Part 3. Chapter 5, Part 4 of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905, by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Presidency of Benjamin Harrison, Part 4. Early in that month, a Chilean ship, the Itata, chartered by the Congressional party, put in at the harbor of San Diego, in California. It was reported to the government at Washington that the Itata was taking on a cargo of arms and ammunition for the Chilean rebels, in defiance of the neutrality laws. On May 6th, a United States marshal took possession of the ship, forbidding it to leave the port. On the following day, the Itata's commander cut her cable, overpowered the United States officers, and put to sea, carrying them away as prisoners. This high-handed proceeding stirred the Washington government to instant action. The cruiser Charleston was dispatched in swift pursuit with orders to take the Itata and to sink her if she resisted. When the Chileans heard of this, the hotheads among them sent their new steel cruiser, the Esmeralda, to meet the Itata and to protect her against capture. The Charleston and the Esmeralda were ships of equal size and armament, and the result of a fight between them was awaited with breathless expectancy. It was supposed that the Itata would put in at the harbor of Acapulco on the Mexican coast; and to this harbor the Charleston hastened. The Esmeralda did the same; and both cruisers lay there with steam up, with decks cleared for action, and with the crews ready at their guns. It was an exciting moment, but no shot was fired; for the Itata failed to appear, and made her way direct to her destination. By the time of her arrival there, the Congressionalists had thought better of their defiance of the United States; and on June 4th they delivered up the Itata to Rear Admiral McCann, in command of the American squadron at Iquique. Note 46, page 231. The revolt in Chile proved to be successful. On August 7th, Balmaceda's forces were routed by the Congressional army, which marched upon the capital, Santiago, and entered in triumph. Balmaceda took refuge in the Argentine legation, where, on September 18th, he committed suicide. A new government was proclaimed in Chile under the presidency of Senor Jorge Montt. Everywhere the revolutionists prevailed, and they were now formally recognized by the United States. The most serious part of the whole affair was, however, still to come. Soon after becoming Secretary of State, Mr. Blaine had secured the appointment as Minister to Chile of Mr. Patrick Egan. Mr. Egan was one of the group whom Mr. Blaine's political opponents were accustomed derisively to call "Blaine Irishmen." He had not long been naturalized as an American citizen, having come to the United States somewhat hastily, in order to escape arrest and imprisonment at the hands of the British authorities in Ireland, who charged him with political offenses in connection with the Irish Land League. Critics of the Harrison administration spoke of Mr. Egan as an escaped jailbird, and even insinuated that he had been connected with the Phoenix Park murders in 1882. There was not a shadow of truth in all this. Mr. Egan was a man of ability and honor, who had simply made himself disliked by the castle set in Dublin at a time when the British government was trying one of its periodical experiments in repression. Nevertheless, his appointment to a diplomatic post was properly open to criticism; and in Chile especially, where there were so many influential English residents, it was a cause of social embarrassment. Mr. Egan, moreover, in carrying out his early instructions to recognize the Balmaceda government, had perhaps erred through excess of zeal, so that he was peculiarly obnoxious to the Congressionalists, who regarded him as a partisan of their enemy. When Santiago fell and the troops of the Revolution entered that city, intoxicated with their victory, there were enacted fearful scenes of lust and wholesale murder. Many of the Balmacedas, fearing for their lives, took refuge in the American legation, begging the protection of the minister. By the law of nations, the precincts of an embassy or of a legation are regarded as being the soil of that country whose flag flies over it. But whether the immunity which such a place enjoys should be used to protect citizens of the state to which the embassy is accredited is a disputed point. Mr. Egan, however, received the Balmacedas, among them the late Minister of Foreign Affairs and the late Governor of Santiago, together with members of their households. The new Chilean Foreign Minister demanded the surrender of the fugitives. Mr. Egan hoisted the American flag and declined to accede to the demand. The Chileans were furious, yet they hesitated to violate the sanctity of the legation. They tried other means, however, hoping to annoy Mr. Egan into compliance. The neighborhood of his residence swarmed with spies. Drunken soldiers reeled by, yelling out vile epithets and making boisterous threats. It was believed by Mr. Egan that a plot existed to set fire to the legation and thus drive out the fugitives. Meanwhile, the Chilean State Department carried on a correspondence with the American minister with regard to the rights of the question from the standpoint of international law. Here Mr. Egan neatly scored on his adversary in a series of very able notes, in which he showed that in 1866, during a revolution in Peru, the Chilean government had directed its minister in that country to insist upon two principles: the right of asylum and the right of safe conduct to a neutral territory for persons taking shelter in a foreign legation. In 1888, at the Congress of American Republics, Chile had again defended the same principles. Mr. Egan, in fact, made out so good a case as to put an end to the design of taking his guests from him by force, though the right of safe conduct was still denied. All this controversy, following upon the charges against Admiral Brown, and also the affair of the Itata, intensified Chilean animosity toward the United States. The newspapers contained violent attacks upon Egan, Blaine, and Americans in general. Every sort of slanderous story was circulated and believed, and day by day popular feeling grew more and more inflamed. At this time the United States cruiser Baltimore, commanded by Captain W. S. Schley, was in the harbor of Valparaiso. On October 17th, Captain Schley rather unwisely gave shore leave to nearly 100 of his sailors. Within a few hours after they had landed, they were surrounded by a mob of over 2,000 Chileans, who separated them into small groups and then attacked them. The sailors were unarmed, but defended themselves manfully until a body of 50 policemen armed with carbines and bayonets took part in the assault upon them. 2 of the Americans were killed, one of them being shot by a policeman, and 18 were badly stabbed, cut, or bruised by stones. The rest were dragged to prison through the streets, some of them by the heels, amid the threats, curses, and uproar of the mob. The news of this affair naturally caused great indignation in the United States, and it led to a long and voluminous diplomatic correspondence, as well as to a sharp interchange of notes between Captain Schley of the Baltimore and the Intendente of Valparaiso. Of course the sailors who had been dragged to prison were speedily released, but the Chilean authorities were unwilling to admit that the United States had a just grievance. An investigation instituted by Captain Schley showed the facts concerning the assault to have been those which have been here set forth: that the police of Valparaiso had taken part with the mob in shooting and otherwise assaulting unarmed bluejackets. The Chileans, on the other hand, asserted that the Americans were drunk, and that they had provoked the attack by their outrageous conduct. The charge of drunkenness was doubtless true, for sailors of whatever nationality are not wont to ask for shore leave from motives which would commend themselves to total abstinence societies. Note 47, page 235. But it was perfectly evident that the attack had been made upon them because of hatred to the uniform they wore, and that it was directed against them not as individuals, but as Americans. The conduct of the police, moreover, showed an official animosity which surpassed even that of the rabble. Under the circumstances, Secretary Blaine insisted upon a specific apology from the Chilean government, and upon an indemnity to the wounded men and to the families of those who had been killed. The Chileans put the demand aside, pending a further investigation on their part. This investigation was protracted interminably, and on November 25th Mr. Blaine complained of the delay. The Chilean minister in Washington informed him that Spanish law was slow in its processes but exact in its conclusions, and with this statement Mr. Blaine was for the time forced to be content. It was plain enough that the Chileans intended to postpone any definite action and to let the affair drag along until it should have been half forgotten. From time to time vague hints were made looking to arbitration, but nothing definite was suggested. Meanwhile the newspapers of Santiago and Valparaiso continued their abuse of the North Americans, and especially of Mr. Egan and Mr. Blaine. It looked as though the final outcome of the incident might be very grave. As a precautionary measure, the United States government put all its vessels of war into commission. Rear Admiral Walker with a squadron was ordered to Brazil, and the vessels already stationed off the Pacific coast were held in readiness for active service. At this time the opposition press in the United States very intemperately accused Mr. Blaine of seeking to stir up a war with Chile. Reviewing all the evidence, it is impossible now to hold this belief. Mr. Blaine's attitude was a firm one, yet it is certain that all the while he was exerting his influence to hold back the President. Mr. Harrison was, perhaps unconsciously, influenced by the thought that a foreign war would almost certainly re-elect him; but whatever his motives, he seemed anxious to force matters to a point at which war would become inevitable. Mr. Blaine, on the other hand, displayed a commendable patience, and refrained from any action which could be regarded as precipitate. Note 48, page 237. The Baltimore was withdrawn from Valparaiso. The Boston, which was cruising in Chilean waters, merely touched there and then proceeded northward. During the critical days of December, although the harbor of Valparaiso was dotted with foreign ships of war, the United States was represented only by the little gunboat Yorktown, under the orders of Commander Robley D. Evans. Commander Evans was a Virginian, who had adhered to the Union throughout the Civil War, in which he had fought with great gallantry, receiving several serious wounds. He was popularly known to his comrades in the navy as Fighting Bob, a name which was always a curious puzzle to the honest commander himself, for in his own estimation he was one of the most peaceful of living men. He thought himself a miracle of patience and forbearance, whereas in fact he was never truly happy unless he could sniff the smell of gunpowder. He resembled that interesting hero of Conan Doyle's who vivaciously announced that he would slash to pieces any man who dared describe him as pugnacious. The position of Commander Evans at Valparaiso was a very trying one. Nearly the whole of the Chilean fleet was distributed about him in the harbor. If he went ashore, he was dogged by spies and scowled at by the rabble. The foreign element, especially the Germans, were still more unfriendly, if such a thing were possible. Finally, the government at Washington depended upon him for frequent and detailed accounts of the state of public feeling, while Mr. Egan was continually sending to him from Santiago messages of the most alarming character. Commander Evans, however, kept his head and carried off the situation in admirable form. He treated the Chilean officials with punctilious courtesy, while at the same time resenting hotly any overt acts of enmity. The Chilean torpedo boats began to engage in what they called practice drill. This drill consisted for the most part in speeding their craft as near to the Yorktown as was possible without touching it, often within a distance of a few feet. The object of this was twofold. First of all, it was meant to show the American commander how utterly he was at their mercy. In the second place, it was intended as a little diversion at the expense of the Yorktown and for the amusement of the German, French, and English naval officers whose ships were in the harbor. After a few days of this sort of thing, Commander Evans sent for the officer in charge of the torpedo drill, and protested against his action as discourteous. "I beg to inform you," said the Chilean, with a veiled sneer, "that the water of this harbor belongs to my government, and that I propose to use it in manoeuvring the torpedo boats under my command." "Very good," returned Commander Evans, "but I beg to inform you that the Yorktown is the property of my government, and that if one of your boats so much as scratches its paint, I will blow her bottom out." Note 49, page 238. This put a speedy end to the Chilean torpedo drill. On another occasion, a party of roughs amused themselves by throwing stones at one of the small boats of the Yorktown, and daring the men in it to come ashore. Commander Evans at once visited the Chilean cruiser, Cochrane, whose captain, VIII, was a senior officer, not only of the fleet, but of the city. Evans has described the interview in these words, which suggest that his sobriquet of Fighting Bob was not wholly misapplied. "I could hardly hold myself down while I told him of it, but I did, and then read him the riot act. I demanded of him immediate and efficient protection by the police, and served notice on him, then and there, that a repetition of the offense would be sufficient evidence that they could not control their people; and that I should arm my boats and shoot any and every man who insulted me or my men, or my flag in any way. Vile was greatly shocked, turned as white as a sheet. My manner was not very mild, I fancy; swore and damned the discharged soldiers, and said they were doing all they could to involve the country in war with the United States. After a few moments Captain Vile hastened on shore to jump on the police, assuring me that I should have an ample apology to morrow." Note 50, page 239. In the meantime, the situation of the refugees in the American legation at Santiago was becoming a very serious one. Crowded into a comparatively small house, unable to leave its shelter, their lives threatened at every moment, they were doubtful whether the protection accorded them by the American minister would prove effectual for very long. The Chileans were now willing to let them slip away secretly to the shore, but refused to grant them formally a safe conduct. As the American government still refrained from pressing matters to an extremity, the arrogance of the Chileans increased from day to day. Most of them believed in all sincerity that their navy was more than a match for that of the United States. Their newspapers boasted that in case of war, San Francisco would be laid in ashes, and that the whole Pacific coast of the United States would be ravaged and laid under contribution. This boast, although it seems preposterous now, was not wholly due to the sort of pride which goes with Spanish blood. There was in Valparaiso a very large German colony composed of merchants and persons engaged in shipping. They, together with the English, had largely monopolized the foreign trade of Chile, thanks to the high protective tariff of the United States. The Chileans therefore knew little about Americans; they did not trade with them; they seldom saw them; and they listened eagerly to the German talk about the helplessness and general insignificance of the United States. It came at last to be an article of faith that in the event of war the German Empire would come to the support of Chile. One finds it difficult to believe that any such delusion possessed the government officials in Santiago. Yet perhaps one member of that government may have entertained it, since otherwise it is very difficult to understand his action. On December 11th, 1891, Senor Don Manuel Mata, formerly a journalist, but now the Minister of Foreign Affairs, addressed a telegram to the Chilean minister in Washington relating to a message on Chilean affairs sent by President Harrison to Congress. In this telegram language was used which was insulting not only to Mr. Egan, but to Secretary Tracy and even to President Harrison. Senor Mata spoke of the President's statement as erroneous or deliberately incorrect, deliberadamente inexactos. A note of Mr. Egan's was described as aggressive in purpose and virulent in language. Mata's telegram ended with an allusion to what he called the intrigues which proceed from so low a source and the threats which come from a source so high. This dispatch was read by Mata to the Chilean Senate, and was telegraphed to all the Chilean legations in Europe, thus publishing the insult to the world. Mr. Egan at once sent a note to Senor Mata demanding to know whether the text of the telegram as given in the newspapers was correct. Mata replied that it was, intimating at the same time that it did not concern any one save the government of Chile and its officials. The Chilean minister at Washington thoroughly appreciated the "blazing indiscretion" of which his chief had been guilty, and he took the responsibility of suppressing the offensive telegram so far as he could do so. It was, however, cabled to the American press, and was read by the American people with intense indignation. Even Mr. Blaine no longer sought to hold President Harrison in check. Preparations for war were openly begun. The navy yards at San Francisco and Brooklyn worked night and day. A squadron of 8 cruisers was assembled in Pacific waters, blockading ships were ordered to be bought, and an ultimatum was finally sent to the Chilean government containing 3 peremptory demands: first, that the Mata telegram should be withdrawn, its language disowned, and an explicit apology offered for it; second, that an indemnity should at once be paid for the outrage upon American sailors; and third, that the refugees in the American legation at Santiago should receive a safe conduct to neutral territory. For a moment the scales were evenly balanced between peace and war. Volunteers offered their services to the War Department in Washington. The Chileans boggled over the terms which Mr. Blaine had laid before them. They talked of arbitration. They offered, while refusing to withdraw the Mata telegram, to declare that it was not meant to be offensive. The Chilean minister argued that it was a purely domestic communication and therefore privileged. Mr. Blaine and the President, however, stood firm, and on January 23rd the Chilean government executed a complete backdown. The terms in which its submission was offered left nothing to be desired on the score of completeness. Wrote Senor Pereira to Mr. Egan: "The undersigned deplores that in that telegram there were employed through an error of judgment the expressions which are offensive in the judgment of your government. In fulfillment of a high duty of courtesy and sincerity toward a friendly nation, the government of Chili absolutely withdraws the said expressions; a declaration which is made without reservation, in order that it may receive such publicity as your government may deem suitable." The sum of $75,000 was paid from the Chilean treasury to the injured sailors of the Baltimore, and the refugees in the American legation received a safe conduct and left Chilean territory unmolested, under the protection of the United States. Note 51, page 242. This was the second incident during the Harrison administration which showed that the American people were no longer unconcerned with their foreign relations. As in Samoa, so in Chili, a new spirit in American diplomacy had been manifested in a striking manner, and had made it plain to all the world that the United States was becoming a force to be reckoned with in international affairs. Mr. Blaine's enemies at home bitterly attacked his conduct of these negotiations. The opposition press accused him of jingoism, of duplicity, and of insincerity. So violent was this opposition in the end as to find expression in the most unpatriotic sentiments. At the very moment when peace and war were trembling in the balance, a semi-political association in New York, known as the Reform Club, actually invited a Chilean emissary to address it, and listened with applause to his venomous attacks upon the President and Government of the United States. Note 52, page 243. Such incidents as this, however, merely disgusted and repelled all right-thinking people, and Mr. Blaine came out of the Chilean imbroglio with his popularity greater even than it had been before. Not long after the Chilean affair had reached its climax, events of much interest took place in a distant island of the Pacific. The little kingdom of Hawaii had for 40 years been living under a constitutional monarchy which continued the line of native kings. Its independence had been guaranteed by France and England in 1843, and the United States, though not a party to this agreement, had nevertheless, on more than one occasion, used its armed forces to repress disorder and maintain the reign of law. The white population of the island comprised a large number of persons of American ancestry, and these acted in accord with the resident English, the two together constituting an enlightened and highly prosperous community. In 1881 the Hawaiian king, Kalakaua I, who had not before regarded himself as a particularly important personage, made a tour of the world. Much to his surprise and delight, he found his kingly dignity recognized by some of the greatest sovereigns of Asia and Europe, who treated him with every mark of respect as a member of the royal caste. His flag was saluted by the fleets of Japan, England, France, and Germany. Military reviews were held in his honor, and he was welcomed to palaces and feted as cordially as though he were a monarch of much greater power and pretensions. Note 53, page 244. When he returned, he brought with him not merely jeweled decorations from the Czar, the Austrian Kaiser, the Queen of England, and the Pope, but brand new crowns which he had purchased in London for himself and for his consort, together with a field battery intended for a standing army which in his imagination already existed. His foreign journey, in fact, had turned his head. On a small scale he reproduced the follies and extravagances of the Egyptian Khedive Ismail, the greatest spendthrift of modern times. Kalakaua began to imitate the monarchs at whose courts he had been so lavishly entertained. In his private life he gave himself up to the parasites and panders who swarmed about him, and suggested to him new forms of wastefulness and new refinements of vice. He instituted an order with insignia and decorations. He built himself a palace. He had himself crowned with splendid ceremonial, though he had already been a king for 9 years. Already he saw himself at the head of a great Polynesian empire, and in 1887 he tried to interfere in the affairs of Samoa, with some dreamy notion of adding its islands to his own small kingdom. Note 54, page 244. Worse than this, he tried to ignore or to evade the constitution which had been established and ratified by the Hawaiian people. The royal expenses were now paid by the personal order of the king out of the public funds and without the knowledge or approval of his ministers. He tried to negotiate a foreign loan of $10 millions in order to maintain a standing army for the enhancement of his royal prestige. He even lent an ear to the native element, who urged him so to modify the constitution as to exclude from the franchise the white residents of Hawaii. These, however, uniting with the more intelligent of the natives, not only resisted the attempt, but compelled the king to keep more closely within his constitutional limitations. In 1891, worn out by worry and by unrestrained excesses, Kalakaua died, and was succeeded by his sister, Liliuokalani. The new Hawaiian queen was a woman of great force of character and of much personal charm. Her bearing was truly regal. She presided over public functions with marked dignity, while all who were received by her in private audience came away charmed by her grace and affability. She had been highly educated, and spoke both French and English with perfect purity and elegance. She was, however, as thoroughly imbued with a sense of her royal prerogative as though she had been an Elizabeth or a Maria Theresa. She was in England when the Constitution of 1887 was established in Hawaii, and when she learned that under its provisions the white residents were to have an equal share of political power, her indignation passed all bounds. Upon her accession to the throne she set herself to the task of abrogating that instrument, and of restoring the personal government of the Kamehamehas. She had no sooner taken the coronation oath than she declared to one of the cabinet, "My ministry shall be responsible to me alone." She dismissed the existing cabinet, and chose a ministry of her own selection, which was opposed by a majority in the Hawaiian legislature. To provide the funds needed for her campaign against constitutionalism, she leagued herself with certain interests which sought a lottery franchise and a law licensing the sale of opium. By a series of intrigues which it would be tedious to detail, these measures were legalized, and at once the legislature was dissolved. On January 14, 1893, the Queen had planned to promulgate by royal decree a new constitution, which should supersede the old one. Her ministry informed her that such an act would be revolutionary. She demanded their resignations, but they refused compliance, and issued a proclamation, January 15th, setting forth these facts and declaring the throne vacant. On the following day, a mass meeting of the foreign residents and many of the natives formally decided that in view of the Queen's arbitrary acts, stringent measures were needed for the preservation of the public credit and to avert the final ruin of a financial condition already overstrained. A provisional government, headed by Mr. Sanford B. Dole, a justice of the Supreme Court, was organized, with an advisory council representing the best elements of the community. This body, in view of the intense excitement prevailing in Honolulu, called upon the United States Minister, Mr. John L. Stevens of Maine, for assistance in preserving order. The United States cruiser Boston was lying in the harbor, and at the request of Mr. Stevens, a battalion of sailors and marines was landed by Captain Wilkes, and marched through the streets of the capital, encamping before the government building. Mr. Stevens, on his own responsibility, recognized the new government, and officially proclaimed Hawaii to be under the protection of the United States, February 1, 1893. The Queen, seeing that resistance was useless, made a formal protest, and then yielded, as she said, "only to the superior forces of the United States of America." The provisional government, doubtful of the effect of these events upon public opinion in the United States, hurriedly dispatched a commission to lay their case before President Harrison, and to ask for the annexation of Hawaii to the United States. The President and Mr. J. W. Foster, who had succeeded Mr. Blaine as Secretary of State, strongly favored this suggestion, which was in fact not a new one, since as early as 1854 annexation had been considered. A treaty was hurriedly negotiated between the commissioners and the Secretary of State. and on February 15th a treaty of annexation was signed, providing for the continuance in power of the Dole government and the retention of the existing Hawaiian laws, subject, however, to the exercise of supreme authority by the United States, which was to appoint a commissioner empowered to veto any or all acts of the local administration. It was further provided that the United States should assume the Hawaiian debt. Note 55, page 247. That it should allow the deposed queen an annual grant of $20,000, and that it should give to the Princess Kaiulani, who was next in line of succession, the sum of $150,000 in return for a renunciation of her rights. This treaty, after having been duly signed, was immediately submitted by President Harrison to the Senate for ratification, accompanied by a message in which he said: "The overthrow of the monarchy was not in any way promoted by this government, but had its origin in what seemed to have been a reactionary and revolutionary policy on the part of Queen Liliuokalani, which put in serious peril not only the large and preponderating interests of the United States in the islands, but all foreign interests, and, indeed, the decent administration of civil affairs and the peace of the islands. The restoration of Queen Liliuokalani to her throne is undesirable, if not impossible; and unless actively supported by the United States, would be accompanied by serious disaster, and the disorganization of all business interests. The influence and interest of the United States in the islands must be increased and not diminished. It is essential that none of the great powers shall secure these islands. Such a possession would not consist with our safety and with the peace of the world. This view of the situation is so apparent and conclusive that no protest has been heard from any government against proceedings looking to annexation. Every foreign representative at Honolulu promptly acknowledged the provisional government, and I think there is a general concurrence in the opinion that the deposed queen ought not to be restored." Note 56, page 248. President Harrison's assertion that the United States had had no part in the revolution in Hawaii was regarded by the opposition as disingenuous. It was said that Mr. Dole and his associates were simply conspirators, who had acted in accordance with a preconceived plan, the details of which had been fully communicated to the American government. The opportune presence of the Boston at Honolulu was viewed as something more than a coincidence. The action of Mr. Stevens was denounced as treacherous to the government to which he had been accredited. The whole affair was described as an outrage upon a helpless people, and as an attempt on the part of Mr. Harrison and his advisers to seize territory in a distant part of the world without any shadow of justification. The white residents of Hawaii were styled "carpet-baggers," and their new government a bare-faced usurpation. Many sneers were directed at these "sons of missionaries," who, though aliens, had deprived the natives of their political birthright. Reviewing this affair in the light of all that is now known, two facts stand out beyond the possibility of refutation. In the first place, there can be no doubt that Queen Liliuokalani had just forfeited her throne. She had violated the Constitution, which she had solemnly sworn to maintain, and was proceeding to action such as would, in the case of an English sovereign, have led at once to the forfeiture of the royal rights. Furthermore, the sneers aimed at the "sons of missionaries" as aliens were thoroughly unwarranted. Mr. Dole, for instance, and his immediate associates were not aliens at all. Though of foreign ancestry, they had been born in Hawaii. Their homes were there. All their interests were there. They were the ones who had transformed the island into a civilized and prosperous community. It was they who maintained the system of public education, who paid the greater part of the taxes, and who supported the administration of the laws. If revolution is ever justified, and of this no Anglo-Saxon can feel any doubt, the revolution in Hawaii was surely so, as being the act of men defending their political liberties and personal rights. On the other hand, it may be regarded as absolutely certain that the American minister, Mr. Stevens, was not only well aware of what was going on, but that he had fully informed his government, and that President Harrison and his advisers sympathized with the annexation movement. In February of 1892, Mr. Stevens had written to the State Department a letter in which he said: "There are increasing indications that the annexation sentiment is gaining among the business men." On March 8th of the same year, he had asked Mr. Blaine for special instructions, "in case the government here should be reorganized and overturned by an orderly and peaceful revolutionary movement. I have information which I deem reliable, that there is an organized revolutionary party in the islands. These people are very likely to overthrow the monarchy and establish a republic with the ultimate view of annexation to the United States. On December 30th, Admiral Scarrett, who was under orders to take command of the Pacific Squadron, had called at the Navy Department in Washington for final instructions. He said to the Secretary, "Mr. Tracy, I want to ask you about these Hawaiian affairs. When I was out there 20 years ago, I had frequent conversations with the then United States Minister, Mr. Pierce, on the subject of the islands. I was told then that the United States government did not wish to annex the islands of Hawaii. Mr. Tracy answered, 'The wishes of the government have changed. They will be very glad to annex Hawaii. As a matter of course, none but the ordinary legal means can be used to persuade these people to come into the United States.' 'All right, sir,' answered Admiral Scarrett. 'I only wanted to know how things were going on as a cue to my action.'" Note 57, page 251. Finally, Mr. Stevens, on the day when the American Marines were landed in Honolulu, had sent a dispatch to Washington, saying, "The Hawaiian pear is now fully ripe, and this is the golden hour for the United States to pluck it." From all these facts, it is quite obvious that the American government was fully aware of the impending revolution, and was in sympathy with it as a means of securing the annexation of the islands. Whether the revolution would have succeeded had not Marines been landed from the Boston at the critical moment is a purely hypothetical question. As to the morality of the whole proceeding, opinions will always differ. At the time, the administration received much harsh criticism, and though President Harrison, in his message on February 15th, urged the Senate to ratify the annexation treaty at once, definite action upon it was delayed. The sands of the Harrison administration were fast running out. Its hours were numbered, and the Hawaiian question was soon to assume a new form and to pass through many different phases before it reached a final settlement. A few days more, and another hand had laid a firm grasp upon the helm of the state. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6, Part 1 of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905, by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Election of 1892, Part 1. After witnessing President Harrison's inauguration, Mr. Cleveland had left Washington, and presently became a resident of New York City, where he resumed the practice of law, as an associate of the firm of Bang, Stetson, Tracy, and McVeigh. In the eyes of the professional politicians of both parties, his public career seemed to have ended, and to have ended in utter failure. He was regarded as one who had, by an accident of politics, attained a transitory greatness to which he had proved to be personally unequal. His dogged determination in forcing an apparently unpopular issue, almost on the eve of a presidential election, and merely as a matter of conviction, had been quite incomprehensible at the time, and the result appeared to justify the contempt which partisans such as Senator Gorman and Governor Hill confidentially expressed to their intimates. They felt that Mr. Cleveland had now been eliminated from national politics. He had settled down as an everyday lawyer in a great cosmopolitan city, where the complexity of life and the clash of material interests reduce even the most eminent of its citizens to comparative obscurity. Mr. Henry Watterson rather complacently remarked at this time, "Cleveland in New York reminds me of a stone thrown into a river. There is a plunk, a splash, and then silence." The ex-president accepted this verdict with philosophical good humor. He had nothing to regret. He had acted in accordance with his sense of right, and had done what he believed to be the best both for his country and for his party. As he said a little later at a banquet given in his honor, Note 1, page 253, "We know that we have not deceived the people with false promises and pretenses, and we know that we have not corrupted and betrayed the poor with the money of the rich." By his savings and by judicious investments in real estate, Mr. Cleveland had already secured a modest competence. As a lawyer, his professional labors yielded him a generous income. He practiced little in the courts, but important cases were often referred to him by the sitting justices, while his unquestioned integrity and conscientiousness led many prospective litigants to submit their interests to his arbitration. There was one kind of legal practice which he persistently refused to undertake. No persuasion could induce him to accept retainers from the great corporations. Note 2, page 253. Mr. Cleveland was convinced that the moneyed interests had already become a menace to the welfare of the nation, and with them he was unwilling to associate himself in any fashion whatsoever. In the message which he sent to Congress soon after his defeat for reelection, he had pointed out the perils which he saw in vast and irresponsible aggregations of wealth, whose possessors felt themselves to be above the law. The fortunes realized by our manufacturers are no longer solely the reward of sturdy industry and enlightened foresight, but they result from the discriminating favor of the government and are largely built upon undue exactions from the masses of our people. The gulf between employers and employed is constantly widening, and classes are rapidly forming, one comprising the very rich and powerful, while in another are found the toiling poor. As we view the achievements of aggregated capital, we discover the existence of trusts, combinations, and monopolies, while the citizen is struggling far in the rear or is trampled to death beneath an iron heel. Corporations, which should be carefully restrained creatures of the law and the servants of the people, are fast becoming the people's masters. The existing situation is injurious to the health of our entire body politic. It stifles in those for whose benefit it is permitted all patriotic love of country, and substitutes in its place selfish greed and grasping avarice. Devotion to American citizenship for its own sake, and for what it should accomplish as a motive to our nation's advancement, and the happiness of all our people, is displaced by the assumption that the government, instead of being the embodiment of equality, is but an instrumentality through which a special and individual advantages are to be gained. Communism is a hateful thing, and a menace to peace and organized government; but the communism of combined wealth and capital, the outgrowth of overweening cupidity and selfishness, which insidiously undermine the justice and integrity of free institutions, is not less dangerous than the communism of oppressed poverty and toil, which, exasperated by injustice and discontent, attacks with wild disorder the citadel of rule. Note 3, page 254. But although Mr. Cleveland was no longer an object of interest to the politicians, there were many quiet indications that the great mass of his countrymen had not forgotten him. Invitations came to him continually from professional, commercial, religious, educational, and civic organizations which sought the honor of his presence at commemorative banquets and other public gatherings. Note 4, page 254. When his engagements permitted, he acceded to these requests, for, as he said on one occasion, he had no sympathy with those good souls who "are greatly disturbed every time an ex-president ventures to express an opinion on any subject." Not infrequently he spoke at length to interested listeners, and what he said was always sensible and wise, and sometimes pregnant with suggestion. As a public speaker Mr. Cleveland was far from attaining brilliancy. Even his warmest friends could scarcely claim that he was an orator. His manner and his style alike were heavy. He had a strong preference for polysyllabic words, and for sentences so involved as to be Johnsonian in their ponderosity. He had probably never heard the dictum of the French stylist who said, "L'adjectif, c'est le plus grand ennemi du substantif." For almost every noun was coupled with an adjective, and these adjectives were frequently applied in pairs. Moreover, like many another statesman, he often took refuge in the baldest truisms, which were seldom freshened up by originality of phrasing. Mr. Abram S. Hewitt once said of him, in a tartly cryptic epigram, which may be interpreted as conveying either praise or censure, "Cleveland is the greatest master of platitudes since Washington." It is likely, however, that Mr. Cleveland's oratorical deficiencies were, on the whole, a distinct advantage to him. The American people at that period still held to the conservative tradition which viewed exceptional accomplishments in public men, if not with suspicion, at least with a certain amount of caution. Brilliancy might rouse admiration, but it could not inspire confidence. In the long run it was the safe man rather than the showy man who secured the highest honors from the electorate. Clay and Webster and Blaine had won the frantic applause of millions, yet they had all failed to achieve the one great prize on which their hearts were set. No president had ever been an orator of the first rank, save only Lincoln; and Lincoln's great political addresses represented the oratory of reason rather than the oratory of emotion. And hence, in Mr. Cleveland's case, even when his utterances were very tame and his sentences quite commonplace, they appealed to the multitude as embodying sound morality, conservative opinion, and what General Grant was fond of calling good horse sense. Mr. Cleveland's lines, therefore, at this time were cast in pleasant places. Successful in his profession, and respected by those whose personal esteem was worth the having, he enjoyed a period of tranquillity that must have been most grateful after his stormy years of public office. He spent his summers at a charming country seat upon the Massachusetts coast, to which he gave the name Grey Gables. There he entertained his intimate friends with a genial, friendly hospitality, and there, as an angler, he won a reputation which he was said to value quite as much as any public honors that he had ever gained. It was an ideal life for a retired statesman, a life that he would gladly have continued to enjoy, unvexed by the strife and din of party politics. But the fates had decreed it otherwise. The discussion of the McKinley Bill in 1890, and the overwhelming Republican defeat in the Congressional elections which followed close upon the passage of that measure, brought Mr. Cleveland once again into a prominence such as he was far from seeking. It was he who in his bold message of 1887 had first raised the tariff issue. It was he who had forced the Republicans to adopt a policy which had ended in their utter rout. Though he had at the time failed of re-election, he had, nevertheless, inspired his party with aggressiveness and confidence. Many Democrats now began to ask whether anyone was so well fitted as he to lead the party back again to power. The campaign of education begun in 1888 was commencing to bear fruit. Looking forward to the coming struggle for the presidency, popular feeling instinctively went out to Mr. Cleveland as the logical candidate for 1892. Yet, although this sentiment was beginning to pervade the rank and file of the Democracy, it was most distasteful to the party managers. In a phrase of their own choosing, they had "no use" for Mr. Cleveland. To them he had always shown himself intractable, and they had been pleased at what appeared to be his permanent elimination from politics. It was not agreeable to think of him as likely to become again a candidate. Therefore they took no notice of the popular feeling in his favor, but endeavored to ignore him and to speak of him in public with a studied indifference, as of one whose day was over, and who had become, politically, a back number. Most of the party organs refrained from mentioning him in connection with the presidency. Some of them endeavored to discredit him by a systematic press campaign of defamation. Conspicuous in this was the New York Sun, at that time under the editorship of Mr. Charles A. Dana. Charles Anderson Dana was undoubtedly the most remarkable figure that had yet arisen in the history of American journalism. Born in 1819, and educated at Harvard, he was a careful student and omnivorous reader, with a memory so tenacious as to place at his command a vast array of facts, which his quick wit and literary skill enabled him to use with singular effectiveness. As a very young man he had joined the Fourierites for a time, in the erratic though memorable experiment at Brook Farm. A little later he was engaged in miscellaneous writing for the Boston newspapers. In 1847 he joined the staff of the New York Tribune, in whose office he developed a pungent style, which was afterward to make him feared and famous. Here, too, he came into contact with all the most important public men of the antebellum period. A violent dispute with Horace Greeley over the latter's unfortunate "On to Richmond" editorial led to Dana's retirement from the Tribune in 1862. Note 5, page 258. And in the following year he was made Assistant Secretary of War. In this capacity he rendered highly important service to his chief, Stanton, who sent him upon confidential missions to the headquarters of the army, with instructions to report upon the character and conduct of the leading generals. Dana's knowledge of human nature, his grasp upon essentials, and his power of going to the very heart of things, made his reports invaluable both to the Secretary and to Mr. Lincoln. It was due to Dana's favorable judgment that General Grant was not relieved of his command in 1863, but was upheld by the administration, in the teeth of the fiercest criticisms. In 1864, however, Dana left the War Department and returned to journalism, editing for a while the Chicago Republican. In this he failed completely. Discouraged and uncertain of his future, he came to New York, where he established himself in 1868 as editor of the New York Sun. It was the year of Grant's first election to the presidency. Dana, remembering the service which he had done the general, and having, besides, a real liking for the man, wrote a life of Grant, which he intended to be a sort of campaign biography, for it was highly eulogistic and was written with an intimate knowledge of its subject. Political usage and personal gratitude might have suggested to the new President the bestowal of some reward on one whose ability was so exceptional as Mr. Dana's. Yet for some reason which has never been satisfactorily explained, Grant absolutely ignored the claim. It was Dana's desire to be made Collector of the Port of New York, but the office was given to another; and by this act Grant made an enemy whose unrelenting hatred pursued him to the grave. With an almost frantic eagerness Dana set about destroying every copy of the Life upon which he could lay his hands, so that today the book is practically unattainable outside of a few libraries. Then in the columns of the Sun he waged upon Grant a war of slander which for sheer malignity has never been surpassed. Dana knew quite well that Grant was honest, clean living, patriotic and sincere. Note 6, page 254. Yet now, with a perversion of facts that was infernal in its ingenuity, he painted him as a corrupt and brutal scoundrel, one who used his office for his personal enrichment, a tyrant, a vulgar ruffian, and a common drunkard. Every one connected with the President, even his wife and family, came in for a share of Dana's wrath or ridicule. At one time the editor was indicted in the District of Columbia, and an attempt was made to have him removed to Washington for trial. Over such a prospect Dana was almost beside himself with fear. His hysterical editorials made it plain that had his case been actually tried in Washington he must have gone to prison. But Judge Blatchford, sitting in New York, refused the change of venue. In consequence the case was dropped, and Dana continued to lash the President with even greater fury than before. After Grant's retirement to private life, the attitude of the Sun remained the same. Even when the hero of the Great War was awaiting burial, and when all other criticism was stilled in the presence of death, Dana launched a poisoned shaft at those who loved Grant best. The Sun published an account of an undertaker's bill which the General's family had very properly refused to pay, but which Dana himself had settled with an ostentatious show of hypocritical benevolence that was absolutely devilish. The change in Dana's attitude toward Grant in 1868 was, however, only a single aspect of a change which had altered his entire nature. Until then he had been genial and fair-minded, with a touch of something like idealism in his view of things. He had associated with honorable men, and his life had been a useful one. But as he now looked back upon it, that life appeared to him a failure. Uprightness, optimism, and a regard for others had not paid. Both in journalism and in public life he had somehow missed success, and he was now in his 50th year. And so he seems to have said to himself that henceforth in his career as journalist he would take no heed of right or wrong, but would gain a certain sort of fame and a sure material reward by throwing overboard all principle. From that time he was thoroughly a cynic and a pessimist. In his charming home at Roslyn, and to a very few intimate friends, he still showed himself to be a genial, cultivated gentleman, interested in his books and flower gardens, and with a genuine enthusiasm for rare pottery of which he was a connoisseur. But as editor of the Sun he played consistently the part of devil's advocate. He set himself to jeer at whatever was best and noblest, to degrade and burlesque whatever decent men respected, to defend or palliate the base, and to treat corruption as an admirable joke. Thus he supported Tammany in the days of its worst offenses. He was the apologist of Tweed. He warmly commended the proposal to erect a public monument to that notorious malefactor. On the other hand, every attempt to improve political conditions, such as the reform of the civil service and the movement for an honest ballot, was greeted by Dana with an outburst of derision. He used his newspaper also as a weapon to avenge his personal dislikes, and whoever incurred his enmity or roused his prejudice was pilloried in the columns of the Sun. Had Mr. Dana been a journalist of the usual type, his hatreds and his expression of them would soon have ceased to be of any interest, and would most probably have proved the ruin of the Sun. But the man was a genius in his way. His rhetoric was superb, and even those who most disliked him were reluctantly compelled to own the power of his invective. He had an unerring instinct for touching his victim on the raw; and his ingenuity in giving pain was marvelous. Furthermore, there was something tricksy, something impish even in his malevolence, so that, outrageous though he was, his outrageousness had an indefinable quality which raised it far above the level of vulgarity. To him might well have been applied the description which Disraeli once gave of Lord Salisbury. a master of jibes and flouts and jeers. A careful student of his editorial work once wrote of him: "He had a gift for making men seem hateful or contemptible or ridiculous, and he used his talent most unsparingly. His nicknames and epithets stuck like burrs to those at whom he hurled them. Who cannot recall a score of these appellations (Note 7, page 262), every one of which conveyed to the mind the suggestion of something ludicrous?" And, quite apart from its editorial page, the Sun was managed with great ability. It was then, perhaps, the most readable newspaper in the United States. Its news was collected with the utmost accuracy. Its reporting was often done with a skill and cleverness that gave it a distinctly literary quality. Its editor was regarded with intense admiration by journalists throughout the country, and he became the founder of a journalistic cult. Dana was ostensibly a Democratic partisan. His friends asserted that at election time he had always voted the Republican ticket. If so, this was a characteristic example of his cynicism; for in his editorial columns everything Republican was anathema. Most probably he preferred to be in opposition because such a role gave fuller scope to his peculiar gifts. Indeed, in 1880, when the September election seemed to indicate that the Democratic candidate, General Hancock, was likely to be chosen President in November, Dana deliberately wrote a double-leaded editorial in which he sneered at Hancock as "a good man weighing 250 pounds," a jibe which greatly delighted the Republicans. The only note of sincerity in Dana's writings was found in his support of Mr. Tilden, who was his personal friend. When Mr. Cleveland was elected governor of New York, Dana at first was favorable to him, but presently he became inimical for reasons that are variously given. Some say that as Mr. Tilden's liking for Governor Cleveland cooled, Dana took his own cue from Tilden. Others assert that Mr. Cleveland rejected certain overtures that were made to him by Dana, and declined to invite the editor to Albany in answer to a hint. Note 8, pages 263 and 64. However this may be, the Sun soon ranged itself among the anti-Cleveland journals; and in 1884 it supported the Greenback nominee, General B. F. Butler. It was exceedingly like Dana to advocate the election of this brazen charlatan, who holds in history the bad eminence of having been the only conspicuous Northern commander in the Civil War, against whom charges of personal corruption were practically proven. Note 9, page 264. Throughout Mr. Cleveland's presidency, Dana maintained a sort of malevolent neutrality, giving many a satirical thrust at the man whose reforming spirit was obnoxious to the presiding genius of the Sun. On the day after Cleveland's defeat in the election of 1888, Dana printed without comment an entire column of quotations from medical and physiological works on the subject of obesity. Thereafter the Sun ignored the ex-president until once more he loomed up as a possible candidate. Now, dipping his pen in vitriol, Dana outdid himself in running the entire gamut of abuse from ridicule to excoriation. To him Mr. Cleveland became the perpetual candidate, and later the stuffed prophet. Some of these editorials were masterpieces of malignity, and as such they are almost worthy of permanent preservation. They served no end, however, save to draw increased attention to his enemy's political availability. It was Mr. Cleveland himself who, in the judgment of many persons, deliberately ruined his own prospects by an utterance which he made at this time upon a question which had been violently injected into national politics. Before narrating the occurrence, it is necessary to give a brief account of the growth of the silver movement in the Western States. In the early years of its existence, the Republican party had been dominated by one controlling purpose: the destruction of slavery. The issue which gave it birth was distinctly a moral issue, and the enthusiasm which inspired it was a moral enthusiasm. Its first declaration, made at Jackson, Michigan, on July 6, 1854, declared that the Republican party was "battling for the first principles of republican government and against the schemes of an aristocracy." All Republicans were pledged in this declaration to "act cordially and faithfully in unison, postponing and suspending all difference with regard to political economy or administrative policy." Note 10, page 265. The Republican party, therefore, was distinctly not a party of caste or of class, but preeminently a party of the people, devoted to the cause of human freedom. In those days the power of wealth and the pride of birth were equally arrayed against it. The rich merchants and bankers of Boston, New York, and Philadelphia viewed this new party as a menace to political tranquillity and vested interests. They joined hands gladly with the aristocratic planters of the South in seeking to stamp out so strange and disquieting a fanaticism. It was the most respectable citizens of Massachusetts who ostracized Charles Sumner, who broke up anti-slavery meetings, who mobbed Garrison and threatened to lynch Whittier. The Republican leaders boasted that their party was not one of wealth and privilege, but of intelligence and moral worth. Clergymen, teachers, writers, and small professional men joined its ranks, which were still further recruited from the agricultural portions of the country. The great strength of the Republican party lay not in the Eastern States, but in the young commonwealths of the West, in Ohio, Illinois, Iowa, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. The first Republican president was the very incarnation of democracy, so plain in manner, so simple in life, and so ruggedly sincere as to seem to the fastidious denizens of the East a mere barbarian. It was, therefore, as a party of the people that Republicanism first won its way to political power. When the Civil War ended, the great purpose of the primitive Republicans had been achieved. Slavery was abolished forever. The feudalism based upon it was annihilated. Every inch of American territory had become free soil. As we now look back upon that period, with a sense of true political perspective, it is plain that the old Republican party really died in the year 1866. The party which afterwards continued to bear its name was altogether different from that which had rallied around Fremont in 1856, and which had twice elected Lincoln. It was different in its aims and aspirations, different in the character of its leaders, and different in the influences which shaped its policy. Its years of almost irresponsible power had utterly transformed it. Controlling the national finances with an overwhelming majority in Congress, and having in its gift not merely office and opportunity, but every sort of legislative favor, it drew to itself the support of every interest which 10 years before had been arrayed against it. It was now the party of the bankers, the manufacturers, the lords of commerce, and all those active, restless, scheming spirits who had learned that great fortunes were to be made in other ways than by legitimate industry. The true citadels of the Republican party were now the crowded centers of the East, while the agricultural states received but slight consideration. The continuance of the war tariff, which enriched a comparatively few interests at the expense of the entire population, was the most striking factor in the development of this new republicanism. The farmer was compelled to pay tribute to the manufacturer; and so the Republican party in this second phase of its existence became a party of class, as truly as the Democratic party had ever been in the days before the war. The West was slow in recognizing the significance of this change. But as time went on, financial conditions operated to cause serious distress. In the first place, the gradual appreciation in the value of the paper dollar pinched the debtor class severely. The farmer, for example, who in 1863 had mortgaged his farm for 5,000 paper dollars worth, perhaps not more than half that sum in gold, found that he must repay the loan in dollars worth nearly twice as much, and therefore representing twice as much economy and diligence and labor. The resumption of specie payments in 1879, though a triumph of financial management, did, nevertheless, inflict a serious hardship upon all men who had borrowed money at a time when the paper currency of the United States was worth much less than its face value. This hardship was of course inevitable, but it was none the less a hardship, and it is not surprising that those who suffered from it should have tried to seek a remedy. Hence arose the so-called Greenback party, which as early as 1876 nominated candidates for the presidency and vice presidency on a platform which demanded the repeal of the act for resuming specie payments, and which advocated the issue of United States notes as the sole currency of the nation. Upon this platform, Peter Cooper of New York received in that year a popular vote of 81,000, while in 1880 another Greenback candidate, James B. Weaver of Iowa, polled a vote of over 300,000. This movement, however, represented only one form of popular discontent. There were other grievances more irritating and apparently more easily remediable. One was the manner in which the railways of the country had monopolized the public lands. Note 11, page 268. Barring great tracts to settlers, while refusing to comply with the conditions under which the grants of land had been bestowed. Another grievance was the discrimination in railroad rates by which the small shipper was forced out of business by powerful corporations. Note 12, page 268. Still another was the working of the tariff laws which had steadily discriminated against the most widespread of all American industries, agriculture, while forcing it to bear the greater burden of taxation. It came at last to be widely asserted and believed that the government of the United States was becoming a creature of the corporations, that Congress was filled with corporation agents, railway senators, and trust representatives, and that even the judges on the bench were often men whose antecedents as corporation lawyers discredited their judicial decisions. All these and still other reasons for public discontent first found expression in isolated political movements throughout the West. Besides the Greenback or National Party, there arose the so-called Anti-Monopoly Party, which held its first convention at Chicago in 1884. In 1888, two labor parties appeared, each with a different set of grievances. The so-called Granger movement was another evidence of the popular discontent. The Grangers, or as they were officially styled, the Patrons of Husbandry, were an organization of which the founder was one O. H. Kelly, a clerk in the Bureau of Agriculture. Their general aim was to unite for self-protection all who were actually engaged in agricultural pursuits. By 1875, the Grangers, who then numbered more than 1,500,000 men and women, had definitely formulated certain measures which they hoped to have embodied in both state and national legislation. Like the Knights of Labor, they advocated woman's suffrage and the regulation of railway rates. This organization afterwards grew into the Farmers' Alliance, just as the Knights of Labor grew into the American Federation of Labor, and as both of them had many aims in common, they effected a coalition in 1889, when they agreed upon a common platform of principles demanding the abolition of national banks, an increased issue of government paper, and the government ownership of all means of transportation and public intercourse. By this time the Western States were in a condition of political ferment. As yet there was no general cohesion or agreement between the different factions and parties. They lacked a leader. They had not as yet developed any political machinery. In the East, little notice was taken of them. The newspapers treated them with easy ridicule, and described the intensely earnest men and women who composed them as "cranks" and "calamity howlers." Many of them were indeed unintelligent fanatics. Many of their wrongs were fanciful. Many of their remedies were quite impossible. Yet there did remain a very solid substratum of reason for these various movements, and the discontent was not without substantial justification. The epithet so sneeringly applied to the rank and file of the new parties recalled the no less sneering epithets that had been hurled at the Republicans in the days of their anti-slavery crusade. They too had been described as wild men and fanatics and enemies of public order. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2, of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905, by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Election of 1892, Part 2. It may be asked why the discontented did not flock to the Democratic party and use it as an instrument for turning out the Republicans, who were held to be primarily responsible for existing conditions. The reason was that both of the old parties were now almost equally distrusted. Both were regarded as being under the control of the money power. During Mr. Cleveland's administration, from 1885 to 1889, it had been made clear that the trusts were quite as influential in Democratic as in Republican politics. Mr. H. B. Payne, for whom the Standard Oil Company had bought the Ohio legislature, was ostensibly a Democrat. It was charged also that Secretary Whitney, Mr. Cleveland's closest adviser, was dominated by the same sinister influence. Senator Hoar had asked, "Is it, the Standard Oil Company, represented in the Cabinet at this moment?" Note 13, page 270. And the question had rasped the nerves of the entire nation. Therefore these new factions that were springing up in the West and in the South felt that a clean sweep must be made, and that both of the old parties must be driven out. Seceding Republicans in the West declared themselves to be reverting to the earlier Republicanism of Lincoln, while in the South those who had once been Democrats professed to be reviving the democracy of Jefferson. All of them wished to get back to simplicity, honesty, and economy in government, to secure a fair field for all, to resist commercialism, to oppose the money power, and the general corruption and cowardice of the old parties. Party conventions and organizations were now mere machines for winning elections and keeping control of the offices. They were unscrupulous oligarchies controlled by the rich. A few astute and wealthy managers and magnates, called business men, controlling the party managers as their henchmen, set things up in private conferences, while the masses were being fooled and manipulated like voting herds. Then the business magnates who dictated the nomination of the candidates and furnished the sinews of war for the campaign were of course to conduct the government; and equally of course the laws were to be made and administered in such a way as to take good care of these managers' business interests. It was felt that if any president or senator or congressman began to urge, honestly and effectively, that the great mine owners or railroads or trust combinations, the moneyed forces that controlled the money, land, and transportation of the people, should be actually brought face to face with the enforcement of just and equal laws, then some silent but powerful influence within the parties would retire such public servants to private life. Note 14, page 271. The storm center of this third party agitation was the state of Kansas. In September the Farmers' Alliance and the Knights of Labor assembled in convention there and nominated a full state ticket and also candidates for Congress. In the October elections this ticket was elected, and out of the 7 congressmen allotted to Kansas, the new party elected 5, while the state legislature sent to the Senate a country editor, Mr. William Alfred Peffer, who had been a leader in the movement. In the following year a general fusion took place of the different factions representing both the industrial and agricultural interests, now uniting for the first time as a definite political party under the name of People's Party or Populists. Their first national convention was held at Cincinnati in May, 1891, and it drew up a platform which demanded the free and unlimited coinage of silver; the issue of paper money which should be loaned to the people at not more than 2% per annum on the security of non-perishable agricultural products; the national ownership of railroads, telegraphs, telephones, and steamship lines; a graduated income tax; and the election of United States Senators by popular vote. Note 15, page 272. It was the financial part of this platform that was most immediately important. The demand for the free coinage of silver represented a general belief which had permeated the minds of the Western people. They had come to entertain what is known as the quantitative theory of money, believing that an increased supply of money would raise the prices of farm products. It was a matter of indifference to them how this increase of money was to be effected, whether by the issue of irredeemable greenbacks or by the unlimited coinage of silver. They would have preferred, if left to themselves, to substitute paper money for a metallic currency of any sort. But here came in another influence which for some time past had been at work. The price of silver as compared with that of gold had for a long time while been steadily falling. In consequence the great mine owners of Nevada, Colorado, and other western states found the production of silver ceasing to be profitable. They had, therefore, as early as 1877, secured the passage of the Bland Silver Law, directing the government to purchase silver bullion and to coin each month not less than 2,000,000 or more than 4,000,000 silver dollars. Note 16, page 272. In 1890 this act had been repealed, and in place of it the so-called Sherman Silver Law had been enacted, directing the government to purchase every month 4,500,000 ounces of silver, and to issue it against legal tender notes redeemable on demand, in coin, either gold or silver, at the discretion of the Secretary of the Treasury. Note 17, page 273. These 2 laws, although afterwards attacked by the Republicans, involved a logical application of the doctrine of protection. Silver was an American product, and the mine owners, as representing an American industry, demanded legislation which should make their industry a profitable one. As the tariff could not effect this, it was accomplished by forcing the government to provide an artificial market for the product of the silver mines. The Sherman Law was passed in the hope of propitiating the adherents of silver in the West, but it failed entirely of its object. It did not go far enough to please the silver men, while it alarmed the conservative financiers. What the Populists now desired was to make the coinage of silver an unlimited one, so as to render money plentiful and cheap, to drive gold out of circulation, and thus to secure artificially a general increase in the values of agricultural products. The silver propaganda was received with great enthusiasm in the West. Meetings were held in thousands of country schoolhouses to hear this new gospel of prosperity proclaimed by perfervid orators. The movement threatened to demoralize both of the old parties, for it was felt that the silver vote would be able at the next election to turn the scale in favor of whatsoever candidate should show himself to be most truly a friend of silver. It was while this agitation was at its height that the Reform Club in New York City (Note 18, page 274) held a meeting to voice the opposition of New York business men to the free coinage of silver. An invitation to be present was sent to Mr. Cleveland. When this fact became known, many of his friends urged him to stay away and to keep to himself his opinions on the silver question. They knew that he was inflexibly opposed to any increased silver coinage. His messages to Congress had shown this very plainly. But they pointed out to him that by keeping silence he might let it be supposed that he had changed his mind, or that at least he was willing to approve a compromise. To offend the silver men was, they said, to throw away his chances for the presidency. He could not possibly receive a nomination if it were known that he was not a friend of silver. The West would be solidly against him. It was a time to temporize and to exercise a little diplomacy, both for his own sake and for the welfare of his party. Mr. Cleveland listened to this talk without saying very much. His engagements made it impossible for him to attend the Reform Club meeting. But he wrote a letter to the chairman, which on the following morning appeared in every newspaper throughout the United States. In it he said: "It surely cannot be necessary for me to make a formal expression of my agreement with those who believe that the greatest peril would be invited by the adoption of the scheme for the unlimited coinage of silver at our mints." And in the last sentence of his letter he spoke of "the dangerous and reckless experiment of free, unlimited, and independent silver coinage." Note 19, page 274. These bold, uncompromising words created an immense sensation. Mr. Cleveland's enemies read them with exultation. Cleveland was out of the race at last. He had once more played the fool and made himself a political impossibility out of sheer pig-headedness. At last he was in reality a dead one. So thought the cynical Mr. Dana of the Sun, and so thought all the leading Democrats who had been nourishing presidential ambitions of their own. Admirers of the ex-president admired him more than ever. Yet they could not repress a feeling of regret that he had spoken out so freely and, as it seemed to them, so unnecessarily. For they too viewed this Reform Club letter as putting an end to the movement for his re-election. Such was, in fact, Mr. Cleveland's own belief, yet in his heart there lurked no shadow of regret. An intimate friend who met him on the day after the letter had been published spoke to him ruefully about the matter. Mr. Cleveland's only answer was to throw out both his arms with the gesture of one who casts away a heavy burden. "Oof!" said he. And then, with a gleeful look at his friend's troubled face, he went on to talk about his summer plans. Yet neither his enemies, nor his friends, nor he himself, had accurately gauged the effect of this act of defiant frankness. Beyond the haunts of the scheming politicians who managed caucuses and packed conventions, the pregnant sentences of that letter were read with an electric thrill of joyful recognition. Here at last was a man, one who knew his own mind and was not afraid to speak it, one who would not trim and shuffle to win votes, one who would kick aside a nomination for the presidency rather than wear a muzzle even for a moment. A shrewd English observer was once asked to explain the secret of Lord Palmerston's unbounded popularity. "Why," said he, "what the nation likes in Palmerston is his you-be-damnedness." It was something of the same quality in Mr. Cleveland that caused the American people at this moment to let their hearts go out to him; for the American people admire courage in their public men in exact proportion to the infrequency with which they have a chance to see it. Instantly, from having been merely a logical candidate for the presidency, Mr. Cleveland became the inevitable candidate. The stampede of Democrats to the ranks of the populace was checked at once. All through the West the party lines were closed up solidly once more, while in the East, conservative men, Republicans and Democrats alike, rejoiced over the growing influence of this dominant personality. It was only among a small coterie of professional politicians that the new aspect of affairs produced a feeling of anger and consternation. Before the appearance of the Reform Club letter, there had been several aspirants whose chances for the next Democratic nomination were seriously considered. One was Mr. Horace Boyce of Iowa, an earnest, able leader with convictions and a reputation for intelligence and integrity. He had fought a hard fight on the tariff issue ever since Mr. Cleveland's message of 1887 had brought that question to the forefront, and in the campaign which followed the passage of the McKinley Bill he had wiped out the vast Republican majority in Iowa and had been elected governor. He was a man of the people, in the best sense of the term, representing new issues and new blood, and he had always been consistently a Cleveland Democrat. Mr. Isaac Pusey Gray of Indiana was an old-school party leader, not conspicuous for his mental attainments, but popular in his own state, of which he had been governor. It was thought that he could carry Indiana, and he had the negative qualification of having made no important enemies in the party. Still another receptive candidate was Mr. Adlai E. Stevenson of Illinois, who had been Assistant Postmaster General in Mr. Cleveland's administration. His partisanship while holding that office (Note 20, page 277) had highly commended him to the petty spoilsmen of the Democracy, and they pictured to themselves, with rare enthusiasm, the liberal fashion in which, if elected President, he would deal out offices to faithful henchmen. In the background, alertly watching every opportunity, was Senator Arthur P. Gorman of Maryland. Senator Gorman was one of the most astute and subtle of all the Democratic leaders. Of Irish descent and humble origin, he had as a boy been a page in the Senate chamber. In after years, with a truly Celtic genius for political intrigue, he had made himself master of the party organization in his own state, and an important personage in the national councils. Smooth, bland, and insinuating, he resembled both in appearance and in manner a typical Italian ecclesiastic, and his adroitness and inscrutability fully carried out the same resemblance. Mr. Gorman had kept on good terms with Mr. Cleveland during the latter's presidency. For his sake, the administration had incurred the odium of retaining Mr. Eugene Higgins in office (Note 21, page 277), against the protest of the Maryland civil service reformers, and had given aid and comfort to Mr. Gorman in his local party fights. Senator Gorman, however, was always at heart absorbed in his own ambitions. He had many private interests and personal associations not known to the world at large. He spun webs of exceeding fineness that were invisible even to his nearest friends; and while he was all things to all men, oily of speech and propitiatory in manner, he nourished ambitions for which he would sacrifice unsparingly whatsoever person interfered with them. The effect of Mr. Cleveland's outspoken letter on the silver question had been to eliminate these four would-be rivals from immediate consideration. There still remained, however, one who was rightly regarded by the Cleveland Democrats as a very formidable obstacle in the way of their candidate's success. This was Mr. David B. Hill, who had been chosen Democratic governor of New York in 1888, receiving for that office some 18,000 votes more than were given to Mr. Cleveland at the same election. Note 22, page 278. Governor Hill now stood forth conspicuously as the only person who could possibly wrest the next Democratic nomination from Mr. Cleveland, and therefore around him there rallied all who represented machine politics, hatred of reform, and the worship of the great god Expediency, together with such as entertained a personal dislike for the only Democrat who had been inaugurated President since 1857. Mr. Hill was a lawyer who had attained to his prominent position by the most meticulous attention to the minutiae of New York politics. His private life was as blameless as his public record was vulnerable. He had no personal vices even of the minor sort. He neither smoked nor drank. To the society of women he was utterly indifferent. He cared nothing for money, and earned a moderate income by hard professional labor. His one joy in life was found in political strategy and intrigue, to which his heart and mind and soul were unstintedly and absolutely given. Over great questions of public policy he wasted no reflection. He seems to have had at this time no serious convictions on such national issues as the tariff, finance, or foreign relations. It was the machinery of politics that absorbed his whole attention: the manipulation of primaries, the arrangement of "slates," the elaboration of deals, the word juggling of party platforms, the carrying of elections. He knew the pettiest details of New York state politics by heart. Nothing was minute enough to escape his microscopic eye. He mistook, in fact, political myopia for statesmanship, and the march of great events bewildered him. But in his own sphere he was unsurpassed as a wily, patient, and hitherto successful plotter, a consummate artist in intrigue. During his 2 terms as governor, Mr. Hill had devoted all his powers to building up an organization in New York State which should have the efficiency of an absolutely flawless machine, and he had succeeded to a marvelous degree. Every local leader was a partisan of Mr. Hill, taking orders from him alone, and executing them implicitly. An alliance with Tammany Hall gave him support of that well drilled and disciplined organization. In short, Mr. Hill was now absolute master of the New York political engine, and this fact gave him an undoubted claim upon the attention of the Democratic party throughout the nation. Mr. Hill's friends said with an air of finality, "Hill carried New York State in 1888. Cleveland lost it. You can't win without New York. Hill is the man who can surely give you New York's 36 electoral votes." This boast, however, was heard by many Democrats with the deepest anger and resentment. They said, "Yes, Cleveland lost New York and Hill carried it, but why? Because Hill sold out Cleveland, and made us lose the presidency in order that he might gain the governorship. Do you think that we have forgotten this, and that we are going to give the highest honors of the party to the man who openly betrayed it?" But Mr. Hill cared little for mere talk. He set about giving the party and the country an object lesson of his grip upon New York. He remarked to a friend of his, "Presidential nominations are not handed out on silver salvers in these days." In January, 1892, the Democratic National Committee issued a call for the convention of the party to be held in Chicago on June 21st. Within a few days, on January 25th, after this call had been promulgated, the New York State Committee, at Mr. Hill's dictation, summoned a State Convention to meet in Albany on February 22nd, for the purpose of choosing New York's delegates to Chicago. The Democrats of New York were startled. Never had a State Convention been called so early, 4 full months before the National Convention. It was clear that Mr. Hill intended to steal a march upon the Cleveland men, to pack the State Convention, and to secure for himself the delegates from New York. A burst of indignation and of angry protest came from every quarter against the attempt to force a snap judgment from a snap convention. But the Hill machine worked smoothly, and began at once to grind out delegates to Albany. Democrats friendly to Mr. Cleveland refused to take any part in the district caucuses, and so a solid body of "snappers," as they were called, poured into Albany on the 22nd to do the bidding of their master. The convention met, organized, and finished its entire business in 2 hours and a half. Only 3 speeches were made, all carefully revised beforehand. Mr. Cleveland's name was not so much as mentioned. A delegation to Chicago was selected, pledged to Mr. Hill, who was then summoned from the Delavan House, where, in Tweed's old headquarters, he had been waiting for his followers to do their work. He spoke briefly and in a perfunctory sort of way, and the gathering then adjourned. The only spontaneous applause which had been heard there on that day was given to Mr. Richard Croker, the new head of Tammany Hall. Once more, then, Mr. Cleveland was thought to be out of the running. His own State had apparently declared against him, and no candidate had ever received a nomination for the presidency without the support of his home delegation. Whether Mr. Hill should win or not, he seemed to have it in his power to defeat his quiescent rival, or failing that, to give the nomination to any one with whom he could make the best political bargain. The Cleveland men in New York called a convention of their own, alleging that the gathering at Albany had not been truly representative. These anti-snappers chose a Cleveland delegation for Chicago, though there was practically no chance of its securing recognition there. Note 23, page 281. For the moment, the star of Mr. Hill was undoubtedly in the ascendant. In the meantime, the Republicans, though outwardly harmonious, were on the verge of serious dissension. President Harrison's administration had, on the whole, been satisfactory to the masses of his party, but the President himself had not been able to inspire any marked devotion to his own person. Every one admitted his integrity, his good judgment, and his ability. He had gained the respect even of his opponents. Nowhere, however, was there the slightest enthusiasm for him or for his administration. The feeling of the Republican managers toward the President was not so tame a one as that of the rank and file. It had, in fact, become one of positive and intense dislike. Quite typical was the changed attitude of 2 very conspicuous leaders, Mr. Thomas C. Platt of New York, and Senator Matthew Stanley Key of Pennsylvania. Mr. Platt had, at the beginning of President Harrison's term, expected to receive either a cabinet office or some other high appointment. It was he who, as head of the Republican State organization in 1888, had presumably arranged the bargain with the Hill Democrats, by which Hill had been chosen governor while the electoral votes of New York were cast for Harrison. Mr. Platt, however, had been thwarted in his hope. He had received no appointment to office, though a certain amount of federal patronage had been placed at his disposal. Mr. Platt was a secretive, silent sort of person, and he accepted what was given him. He was not, however, satisfied, and he felt that he had been treated with ingratitude. Furthermore, the President showed no great liking for his company, nor did he receive Mr. Platt's advice with any perceptible cordiality. Therefore Mr. Platt, in his subterranean fashion, set himself to undermine President Harrison with the party as a whole. The case of Mr. Key was somewhat different. In his private life this man had many attractive qualities. He was genial and sympathetic in manner, and was always doing little acts of spontaneous courtesy to those about him. He had a scholar's tastes, and an Elzevir Horace was his constant companion. But in his public career he was one of the most depressing illustrations of triumphant baseness in all American political history. He perpetuated in Pennsylvania the corrupt traditions of Simon Cameron, who had been forced to leave President Lincoln's first cabinet because he had used the War Department's funds in private speculations. Key was a man without honor, without principle, and without shame. He began his political life by the betrayal of his friends for a money bribe, and this first act of his career was typical of all the rest. His audacity, however, and his skill in appealing to the lowest motives of the men about him, had given him almost absolute control of the Republican party in Pennsylvania, his only rival being another able "boss," one Chris McGee. Key had at first secured a share of President Harrison's favor, and was rather ostentatiously his supporter; but in 1890 something happened which affected the President very deeply. In that year Mr. H. C. Lee, a very eminent and influential citizen of Philadelphia, published certain charges against Senator Key, which if true made it clear that Key's proper place was not in the Senates of the United States, but in the penitentiary. Mr. Lee declared, and his assertion was corroborated by a vast amount of testimony, that Key, while Secretary of State for Pennsylvania, had misappropriated the sum of $260,000 which he had lost in speculation, and that while State Treasurer he had used $400,000 of the public funds in stock gambling, which amount was subsequently replaced. These charges were repeated in the House of Representatives by Mr. R. P. Kennedy of Ohio; but by a party vote the Republican majority refused to let Mr. Kennedy's speech appear upon the record. Key, with his wonted shamelessness, allowed the charges to go unanswered, and though they were published all over the country, he remained silent with regard to them. The immediate result was an overwhelming Democratic victory in Pennsylvania in that year, and the election of Mr. Robert E. Pattison as governor. That Key was guilty of common theft was accepted as a fact, not merely by the people at large, but by the President, whose sturdy honesty made him shrink from all association with a felon, even though that felon had escaped unwhipped of justice. Key's anger was extreme. In private, he accused Mr. Harrison of profiting by his services, and then repudiating him under fire. There were many other malcontents whom Mr. Harrison had either knowingly or unknowingly offended, some by his cold, unsympathetic manner, others by his refusal to appoint them to office. All these men flocked to Platt and Key as natural leaders, and plotted with them to prevent the President's renomination. It was plain enough that under ordinary circumstances the party was bound to make Mr. Harrison its candidate a second time. Not to do so would be to declare that his administration had been a failure, and thus to stultify Republican professions. But if for him there could be substituted a still more eminent leader, one of unquestioned supremacy and of unchallenged claims, then this action would not necessarily put the party upon the defensive. That Mr. Blaine was such a leader could not be disputed; and so the Republican opponents of President Harrison begged the great Secretary for permission to use his name. Mr. Blaine's position was a very delicate one. He had become almost as unfriendly to the President as had Messrs. Key and Platt, though for very different reasons. His personal and official intercourse with Mr. Harrison had grown more and more distasteful to him. The two men were temperamentally antipathetic. Blaine, ardent, impulsive, abounding in original ideas, a man of imagination; Harrison, cold, sluggish, matter of fact, inhospitable to suggestion. From the beginning, the seeds of an estrangement were sown by the refusal of the President to appoint Mr. Blaine's son Walker to be Assistant Secretary of State. This refusal constituted a personal, a family grievance. Note 24, page 285. And other causes of a gradual alienation were presently not wanting. During the Chilean crisis, the divergent views of the two had strained their relations nearly to the breaking point. At one of the cabinet meetings, Mr. Blaine's excited opposition to the President's opinions became so violent as to induce an attack of vertigo and an illness of several days. Not from love of his chief, therefore, did the Secretary of State reject the advances of Key and the anti-Harrison leaders, but because of the fact that Mr. Harrison was, indeed, his chief. Political etiquette and even common decency forbade a member of the cabinet to intrigue against the President who had appointed him, and of whom he was the official adviser. But, urged the plotters, why not resign the cabinet office and announce frankly that you are a candidate? Then another and an even stronger reason became known. Mr. Blaine, in very truth, was sick of party strife. For 30 years he had toiled and fought. He had received high honors, even though he had failed of his supreme ambition. But now he was weary of it all, the noise, the turmoil, the intrigues and the lying, the seething mass of mean ambitions, the bold-eyed greed, the insolence of vulgar curiosity, the steam of sweating mobs, and all for what? Mr. Blaine reviewed it with the sense of true perspective which comes to men with years, and in his very soul he loathed the thought of dragging once again his weary limbs down into that reeking, roaring hell of all the evil passions. His strength was spent. Though still apparently in perfect health, there was lurking somewhere in his system an obscure disorder that was draining his vitality. His chosen biographer tells us that he had become a hypochondriac, given to morbid brooding over his condition and to the use of many drugs. Nothing, not even the presidency, seemed any longer worth his while. And so he wrote an open letter declaring that he would not, under any circumstances, consent to be a candidate. Key and the other plotters, therefore, turned away from Mr. Blaine and shaped their plans to give the nomination to ex-Speaker Reed, who had also become estranged from President Harrison. The weeks sped on. The Republican convention at Minneapolis had been summoned for the 7th of June. On June 4th, 3 days before the convention met, the country was amazed to learn that Mr. Blaine had written a curt note to the President, resigning the Secretaryship of State, and asking that his resignation take effect at once. Note 25, page 286. Intense excitement ran through the ranks of the Republicans. What was the meaning of this sudden act? Had Mr. Blaine's health really broken down? Had he quarreled with the President? It was felt that no matter what the ultimate cause might be, the time chosen for the resignation made it an act of obvious unfriendliness to Mr. Harrison. Senator Key sought to rouse the old-time Blaine enthusiasm among the delegates. But the effort was in vain. Some believed that their former hero's health was now completely shattered. Others resented the confusion and bewilderment caused by the letter of resignation. "Mr. Blaine is playing fast and loose with us. He will ruin himself by his duplicity," said Mr. Depew, until then his devoted admirer. "The plumed knight now carries a broken lance," said Mr. New of Indiana. The anti-Harrison leaders came to the convention with divided counsels. The Harrison forces were compact and confident. The former fought for delay in order to form new combinations, and for 3 days the sessions were devoted to the platform and to trivial details. The Reed movement did not appeal to very many, and the delegates from Mr. Reed's own section failed to stand by him, greatly to the disgust of several of his ardent friends. Mr. then Governor McKinley of Ohio had been made permanent president of the convention, and the enthusiasm which his appearance called forth led the opponents of Mr. Harrison to "boom" the high tariff advocate, though soon they returned once more to Mr. Blaine. Finally, on June 9th, in the midst of the flurry, a vote upon the admission of a contesting delegation afforded a fair trial of the relative strength of the two factions. The Blaine men controlled 423 delegates, the Harrison men 463. Instantly there was a break in the ranks of the opposition. It was plain that Harrison must win. All the time servers at once flocked to him. On the following day, after the usual speech-making, Mr. Harrison, who had been put in nomination by Mr. Depew, was chosen on the first ballot with 535 votes, or 82 more than were required. Mr. Blaine received 182 votes, and Governor McKinley precisely the same number. On the following day, Mr. Whitelaw Reid, the editor of the New York Tribune, was nominated for the vice presidency. When Mr. Blaine learned of what had happened, he wrote an open letter urging his friends with all the loyalty of a veteran to support the Minneapolis ticket. But Mrs. Blaine remarked, in the presence of a large gathering, "I am sick and tired of the whole thing." It was, in truth, upon Mrs. Blaine that the responsibility of this rather pitiable denouement rested. No authorized explanation of Mr. Blaine's sudden retirement from the Cabinet has ever been put forth, yet it was perfectly well known to many at the time that this step, so ill advised and so contrary to Mr. Blaine's own judgment, was taken because of his wife's insistence. Mrs. Blaine was a very masterful, high-spirited woman, unblessed with tact and far too prone to interfere with her husband's political concerns. More than once in his career this interference had caused him great embarrassment, though matters had always been arranged in such a way as to avoid anything like an overt esclandre. But when Mr. Blaine entered President Harrison's cabinet, his political difficulties were heightened by domestic complications. Almost at the outset a coolness arose between the wife of the Secretary of State and the wife of the President, and this coolness increased until it became at last a positive antipathy. Mrs. Blaine was far too conscious of the fact that her husband might have been elected President in place of Mr. Harrison, had he chosen to accept the nomination in 1888, and she let this consciousness be felt in many of the irritating little ways which feminine ingenuity so easily devises. Mrs. Harrison not unnaturally resented this, with a result that can be imagined. When, therefore, Mr. Blaine was urged to let his name be used in opposition to the President, Mrs. Blaine became an active ally of the anti-Harrison politicians. For a long time she was unsuccessful; but age and illness had sapped her husband's power of will and had perhaps obscured his judgment; so that finally he yielded to incessant domestic pressure and took the step which resulted so disastrously. From that moment his political career was ended. He retired to his home in Maine, and after a lingering illness died early in the following year. Note 26, page 289. There is something infinitely pathetic in a survey of Mr. Blaine's remarkable career. With so many qualities, with such high ambitions and such splendid opportunities, he never reached the goal upon which his gaze had been continually fixed, and toward which he had struggled with such dauntless hope and energy. It is not too much to say of him that for resourcefulness and for that sort of imagination which enters into constructive statesmanship, he had had no equal since the days of Jefferson. He possessed every gift that goes with supreme leadership save only one. He lacked that higher moral sense without which, in the last and crucial test, a statesman's strength is turned to weakness. As was said of him at the time, he reflected accurately the influences that were in the ascendant throughout the Civil War, amid whose storm and stress his political character had been moulded. The ardent patriotism, the fiery courage, the intense devotion to a cause which made that period memorable, were his. But through all those years he had seen about him the play of meaner motives, and the inevitable jobbery and corruption which are the accompaniment of war, and long familiarity with these had blunted a naturally fine sense of honor, and had led him to set expediency sometimes in the place of right. The most serious charges brought against him were undoubtedly untrue, but he had so acted as to justify them in the minds of millions of his countrymen, and he was forced to pay the penalty of his indiscretion. Yet, whatever were his faults, he was a very great American; and when he bade farewell to public life, even his political opponents thought of him with something more than kindness. At a Democratic mass meeting held at Chicago in the campaign which followed, a speaker chanced to mention Mr. Blaine. At once the great audience sprang to its feet and thundered forth its uncontrollable applause. When it subsided, the speaker said, "Blaine seems to have more friends here than he had at Minneapolis," and a voice replied amid a second tempest of applause, "We were all his friends." End of Chapter 6, Part 2. Chapter 6, Part 3 of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905, by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Election of 1892, Part 3. The Democratic National Convention met at Chicago on June 21st, with Mr. William L. Wilson of West Virginia as its permanent president. Events had taken an unexpected turn. Senator Hill's snap convention of the preceding February had proved to be a political boomerang. Its action, so far from coercing the Democrats of other states, had inspired them with indignation toward Mr. Hill and with enthusiasm for Mr. Cleveland. They regarded the maneuver as a most unworthy trick. The prominence of Tammany in the whole proceeding had repelled them, for Tammany had always been mistrusted by the Democracy at large, particularly in the West. Therefore a very strong drift had at once set in toward Mr. Cleveland's candidacy. In the words of General Bragg, uttered in 1884, men loved him most of all for the enemies that he had made. State after state had instructed its delegates to vote for him, and it was already plain that he would have a sure majority in the convention at Chicago. Democratic usage, however, required a two-thirds vote to effect a nomination, and therefore Senator Hill did not yet despair. He might not himself win, but he felt that he could at least defeat his rival and give the nomination to another candidate. Even Mr. Cleveland's friends were still afraid to hope. Mr. Tracy of New York met Colonel Morrison of Illinois in Washington a day or two before the convention had assembled. "Morrison," said he, "we are going to nominate Cleveland or die." "Maybe," returned Morrison, "but are you certain that you are not going to do both?" When the convention met, however, the tide for Cleveland was running like a mill race. His portraits were displayed all over the city, his badges were on the breasts of more than half the delegates. His name alone seemed to be in the mouth of every one. A feeling of buoyant confidence inspired the great crowds which poured into Chicago. A sense of coming victory was in the air. The Democracy was at last in fighting trim, and had fixed upon a leader of whose invincibility no doubt was felt. Ex-Secretary Whitney was in charge of Mr. Cleveland's canvass. He had come to Chicago expecting to make an uphill fight, but he found himself at once the master of the situation. "I can't keep the votes back," said he to an intimate friend. "They tumble in at the windows as well as at the doors." On June 20th, the day before the convention was opened, even the New York Sun grudgingly admitted that Cleveland's nomination was quite probable. The immense wigwam at Chicago, with its amphitheater roped off like a prize ring, was packed to suffocation. Mr. Wilson, whose voice was weak and whose presence was unimpressive, could not control the delegates, who sang and cheered and had things wholly their own way. In the committee which drafted the platform there was a sharp struggle over its tariff plank. The conservatives of the committee inserted a shifty and ambiguous declaration, such as had been usual in other years, and being in the majority they had adopted it. No sooner had it been read to the convention, however, than it was greeted with tempestuous derision. The delegates were in an aggressive mood. They would have no compromise, no evasion of a dominant issue, and so by a great majority the plank as reported was stricken out and a substitute adopted, bolder than any declaration on the subject of the tariff which a Democratic convention had ever ventured to put forth. It began: "We denounce Republican protection as a fraud, a robbery of the great majority of the American people for the benefit of the few. We declare it to be a fundamental principle of the Democratic party that the federal government has no constitutional power to impose and collect tariff duties, except for the purposes of revenue only; and we demand that the collection of such taxes shall be limited to the necessities of the government when honestly and economically administered." In vigorous phrase it went on to speak of the McKinley tariff law as "the culminating atrocity of class legislation." It pledged the party to give the people free raw materials and cheaper manufactured goods. It declared that since the McKinley tariff had gone into operation, wages had been lowered in many trades, with resulting strikes and general distress. It called attention to the fact that after 30 years of high protection, the homes and farms of the country have become burdened with a real estate mortgage of over $2,500,000,000, and it denounced a policy which fosters no industry so much as it does that of the sheriff. The convention had now taken the bit between its teeth and was beyond control. The Hill leaders fought vainly to secure delay. The discussion of the platform had lasted until nearly midnight, and an attempt was made to adjourn the convention until the following day. The motion was shouted down amid indescribable uproar. The delegates refused to adjourn before the candidates were nominated. The customary nominating speeches were then made. Mr. Cleveland's name was presented by Governor Abbott of New Jersey, and the name of Senator Hill by Mr. William C. DeWitt of New York. Other candidates were put in nomination, among them Governor Boys of Iowa, Senator Gorman of Maryland, and Mr. Stevenson of Illinois. It was now 2:00 in the morning, but the convention showed no signs of weariness. The vote was certain to be taken before daybreak. The friends of Mr. Hill therefore played their trump card, the threat that Mr. Cleveland could not possibly be elected without the vote of his own State. To drive home the assertion with all possible point and power, they had reserved their ablest speaker until this moment. At 2:15 A.M., the bulky form of Mr. Bork Cochrane was seen emerging from the mass of delegates and moving toward the platform. Mr. Cochrane was an Irishman by birth, who had come to New York as a young man and had been admitted to the bar, achieving great success as a jury lawyer. Fluent of speech, witty and adroit, he was a natural rhetorician, and could be either denunciatory or persuasive with great effect. In after years he received the nickname of the Mulligan Guard Demosthenes, because his eloquence was almost always at the disposal of Tammany Hall. Nevertheless, he was a superb stump speaker, and even the Cleveland men became hushed and silent to catch his opening words. Mr. Cochrane had some of the gifts of a very clever actor. As he faced his audience he seemed languid, heavy-eyed, and utterly exhausted. A feeling of sympathy won him the good will of the convention before he spoke a word. Then, in a voice that was rich and resonant, he uttered an earnest plea for harmony, making it appear that harmony could be achieved only by dropping Mr. Cleveland as a candidate. Here he spoke with perfect tact, anxious to offend no prejudice. For the personality of Mr. Cleveland he entertained, so he said, the most profound respect. "I feel for him a personal friendship. I oppose him in this convention solely because he stands between the Democratic party and the light of victory." He spoke of the great tidal wave of 1890, which had overflowed the Force Bill, and repudiated McKinleyism. He alluded to the service which Mr. Hill had rendered in that fight, and to the importance of New York as a factor in the election which was imminent. "Pennsylvania boasts," he then went on, "that she has never made a threat in a convention. I ask you, what could Pennsylvania threaten? Pennsylvania, in November, with her 32 electoral votes, will thrust the democracy of New York into the ditch dug for it here. I believe that Mr. Cleveland is a popular man." Applause. "A most popular man." Increased applause. "Let me now add that he is a man of most extraordinary popularity on every day of the year except election day." Uproar. "He is popular in Republican states because his democracy is not offensive to Republicans. I oppose him in this convention because his candidacy imperils the success which now comes to us with bright, alluring prospects. I appeal to you to pause now, before this contemplated action is taken, before this invasion is made complete. Build, gentlemen, build your hopes of success, not upon the shifting sands of political professions. Build it upon the solid rock of democratic harmony, of democratic unity, and of democratic enthusiasm. Then the people in whom you have trusted will repay your confidence with majorities so decisive that Republican prospects throughout the Union will receive a completer check even than they have received in the State whose triumphant democracy now asks you only for permission to win for you a democratic victory in November." Note 27, page 295. But Mr. Cochrane's eloquence was unable to stem the tide. In the early hours of the morning, the roll of the convention was called; and long before the last delegation had responded, it was plain to every one that Mr. Cleveland had secured not merely a bare majority, but more than the 2/3 necessary to make him his party's candidate. The record showed that 617 votes were cast for him, 10 more than were required, while Senator Hill received only 114, Governor Boys 103, and Senator Gorman 36. Amid a scene of tumultuous enthusiasm, with bands blaring and banners waving, the galleries joined with the excited partisans upon the floor in chanting a song which had struck the fancy of the public. Note 28, page 295. "Grover, Grover, 4 more years of Grover! In he comes, out they go, then we'll be in clover." On the following day, to please the old-fashioned party men, Mr. Adlai E. Stevenson of Illinois was nominated for the vice presidency. Another candidate was said to be more acceptable to Mr. Cleveland, But just before the balloting began, a serious personal scandal regarding him became known to the delegates and served to prevent his nomination. It was characteristic of Mr. Cleveland that on the night when his political fate was hanging in the balance, he should have been chatting quietly in a friend's library, far distant from the telegraph wires and quite out of reach even of his own excited partisans. When the news was brought to him the next morning, he received it with the same tranquillity that had marked his bearing ever since his retirement from office. The same news was heard in a very different spirit by Mr. Dana of the Sun. He had pinned his faith on Hill up to the last moment, hoping against hope. In his paper for June 22nd he had styled Hill "that heroic and powerful statesman, a faithful, fearless, and successful champion." Now that Mr. Cleveland had been nominated, Dana was in a dreadful quandary. He hated Cleveland and everything for which Cleveland stood, yet not to support the nominee of the Democratic party would probably mean for himself and for his paper financial ruin. Furthermore, there was no other party open to him. And so he reversed himself in a fashion so awkward and so insincere as to excite the mirth of every one. Pretending that Republican success would mean the enactment of a force bill, he came out for Cleveland on June 24th, saying that the one supreme issue was "the question whether those Southern states which have inherited a negro population surpassing the number of their white citizens shall, by federal law and federal military force, be subjected to the political domination of the negroes, to negro legislatures, negro governors, and negro judges in their courts, or whether they shall continue to be governed by white men as now. Better vote for the liberty and the white government of the Southern states, even if the candidate were the devil himself, rather than consent to the election of respectable Benjamin Harrison with a force bill in his pocket." And so, throughout the ensuing campaign, Mr. Dana devoted himself to writing vociferous leaders around his watchwords, "No force bill, no negro domination." The Populists held their national convention at Omaha on July 2nd, and nominated for the presidency General James B. Weaver of Iowa. Note 29, page 297. And for the vice presidency Mr. James G. Field of Virginia. Their platform accused both of the older parties of subserviency to the capitalists, declaring that "from the same prolific womb of governmental injustice we breed the two great classes of tramps and millionaires." It demanded, among other things, the free and unlimited coinage of silver and gold at the ratio of 16:1, a graduated income tax, the establishment of postal savings banks, and the ownership by the government of railroads, telegraphs, and telephones. Few political campaigns in American history have been conducted upon so high a plane as that which followed in the summer and autumn of 1892. President Harrison said in a spirit that did him honor, "I desire this campaign to be one of republicanism and not one of personalities." A very dignified campaign it was. Even the speakers upon the stump alluded to their opponents in terms of personal respect. No scandals were unearthed, and no sensational episodes occurred, like that of the Murchison letter. The main fight between the two great parties was fought out upon the issue of the tariff. For the first time in its history, the Republican party was on the defensive. In 1884 it had been obliged to defend the record of Mr. Blaine, but its own past was held to be unassailable. Now the inequalities of the McKinley tariff were vigorously attacked by every Democratic speaker, and the explanation and defense of them taxed the ingenuity of the Republicans. Higher prices and lower wages were, indeed, strong Democratic arguments. President Harrison's own contribution to political discussion consisted of the sapient remark, "A cheap coat means a cheap man under the coat," an epigram which was about as convincing as Dr. Johnson's burlesque line, "Who drives fat oxen must himself be fat." By tacit consent, both Republicans and Democrats said very little about the silver question. The Populists, on the other hand, preached the doctrine of free silver with great vigor and enthusiasm. In some states of the West and South, coalitions were made with the Populist party. Thus, in Louisiana, the Republicans divided their electoral ticket evenly with the Populists. In Oregon, one Populist elector was placed upon the Democratic ticket; and in Minnesota both Democrats and Populists united upon 4 electors. In 5 states, Colorado, Idaho, Kansas, North Dakota, and Wyoming, the Democrats nominated no electoral ticket at all, but voted for the Populistic candidates. The object of this was not merely to defeat the Republicans at the polls. It was thought possible that enough Populist electors might be elected to prevent any party from having a clear majority in the Electoral College. In that event, the election would be thrown into the House of Representatives. Note 30, page 299. Voting by states, in which case the Democrats would have a clear majority. As the summer drew near its end, both parties were hopeful, yet both believed that the result would be very close. One feature of the election would be novel. For the first time it was recognized that money could no more be used in directly bribing voters. Of the 44 states of the Union, 35 had adopted some form of the Australian ballot, thus enabling the voter to cast his vote in secrecy. As was written at the time, "No blocks of 5 can be marched to the polls on election day with their ballots held in sight of the man who has bought them till they are dropped into the ballot boxes." What the same isolation will accomplish in great manufacturing centers is equally obvious. No working man need fear loss of employment if he votes in accordance with his own beliefs and against the interests of his employer; for his employer cannot see how he votes. In the list of the 35 states which have the new systems are to be found all the so-called doubtful states, and all those states in the Northwest in which the tariff reform sentiment has made such havoc with old-time Republican majorities. In the great cities of the land there is another gain from the new system which is as important as that of the secret ballot. Trading and deals will be practically impossible, because of the difficulties which are thrown in the way. Other agencies for securing votes must be sought, and other managers than professional corruptionists and traders must be put at the head of the party organizations to conduct the campaign. Note 31, page 299. Something which occurred in Pennsylvania during this year did much to endanger the prospects of Republican success. In June, the Carnegie Steel Company at Homestead reduced the wages of its employees. A trade organization known as the Amalgamated Steel and Iron Workers sought to intercede; but the Carnegie Company refused to recognize it, and soon afterwards ordered a shutdown and closed its works, throwing thousands of men out of employment. These men, a majority of whom had served the company long and faithfully, were not strikers. They were summarily deprived of their employment for the sole reason that they were members of a union. The intention of the company was to reopen the mills with non-union men. Anticipating trouble, the Carnegie managers, instead of appealing to the authorities for legal protection, employed a force of armed men to act as a garrison for the mills. This small army was placed in armored barges and brought to Homestead by the river. As they neared their destination, the men who had been locked out fired upon them and were met by a counterfire. A sort of battle took place, lasting for nearly 2 days, and involving the use of cannon and of burning oil, with which the river was flooded. 7 of the Carnegie army were killed, and a much larger number wounded. The loss of their assailants was even greater. In the end, the men in the barges surrendered and were badly treated by a mob, and finally state troops were sent to Homestead and restored order by the establishment of martial law. In various ways this incident was unfortunate for the Republicans. In the first place, here was a highly protected industry cutting down the wages of its workmen at the very time when Republican orators were proclaiming the blessings of the McKinley Bill. In the second place, the country beheld a very striking instance of the lawlessness of corporations. These great steel magnates, so said the Democrats, were acting precisely after the fashion of feudal barons, maintaining private armies, disdaining the protection of the law, and shooting down citizens without any legal warrant. The employment of armed men by corporations had already attracted the attention of Congress, and the bloody affair at Homestead made the private militia system exceedingly unpopular. Another cause of concern to the party in power was the condition of the national treasury. The $1 billion Congress had not only wiped out the surplus, but had authorized expenses which it was practically impossible to meet. For the 6 months ending December 31, 1891, the Treasury had paid out $86 millions less than was called for by the existing laws. This sum had not been paid for the excellent reason that the funds were lacking. The customs revenue had fallen off, expenses had increased, and now the government of the richest nation in the world was in the position of a hard-up debtor, postponing from day to day the payment of its bills, and living, as it were, from hand to mouth. On the whole, then, the Democratic chances seemed very good. Only in one state, but that a most important one, could danger be detected. This was in New York. Mr. Hill and his followers had returned from the National Convention in a sullen mood. They had been soundly beaten by the Cleveland element. Would they take their revenge upon election day? This was a question which perplexed the Democratic managers, and most of all Mr. W. C. Whitney, who felt himself responsible for the result in his own state. The most dangerous element of opposition, as in 1884, was to be found in Tammany Hall. John Kelly had died, and had been succeeded by Mr. Richard Croker, who now wielded a power far greater even than that of Kelly. Croker was an Irishman by birth, who had been brought to the United States when he was 2 years old. He had been a machinist and then a fireman, and had gradually worked his way into local politics, advancing from one position to another, until in 1886 he became the head of one of the most formidable political organizations in the world. He was a man of immense force of character, illiterate but shrewd. In many of his personal traits, as in his physical appearance, he reminded one of General Grant, having the same taciturnity, the same grim doggedness of purpose, the same iron strength of will. The vote of New York City was in his gift, and he had been consistently opposed to Mr. Cleveland. Nevertheless, it was known that Tammany Hall was anxious not to be regarded as disloyal to the party. Years before, Croker had been accused of murder, and among his counsel had been Mr. Whitney. For him, ever since that time, Croker had entertained a kindly feeling. Upon this feeling Mr. Whitney diplomatically worked, until Croker agreed to meet his party's candidate and come, if possible, to an understanding. He not unnaturally supposed that Mr. Cleveland would give promises in exchange for Croker's own promise to make his men vote straight. Mr. Cleveland, however, showed no inclination for an interview with Croker. It was only as a personal favor to Mr. Whitney that he at last consented, and the three men, with a second Tammany chief, dined together in a private room at Mr. Whitney's house. When the political conversation began, Mr. Cleveland took a line that was most unexpected. Instead of suggesting conciliation and speaking smoothly, he squared his shoulders, and gave Croker such a talk as he had never listened to before. He told him what he thought of Tammany Hall, of Tammany politics, and of Tammany men. As he towered above Croker, punctuating his remarks with heavy blows of his fist upon the table, he completely dominated the great "boss," who in reply could merely iterate his hope that matters might be arranged between them. In the end, Mr. Cleveland said that what had happened in the past would not influence him in his future actions; and with this very meagre concession Croker had to go away content. Mr. Cleveland, in fact, meant to win the presidency, if he won it at all, without giving pledges to any human being. Among the many interesting anecdotes then current regarding him, one of the most characteristic was told by a distinguished man of letters who had long been his intimate personal friend. There was a certain rich contractor, a Blaine Irishman, a liberal employer of labor, who, because of his own ancestry, was thought to have great influence with the Irish voters in New York. Just at that time, the Irish vote in New York was a very uncertain element in Democratic calculations. Therefore it occurred to the literary gentleman, who happened to know the contractor very well, that he might perhaps do his favorite candidate a good turn by bringing the two men into personal relations. So it came to pass that one evening they met in the poet's library, without the least suspicion on their part that the interview had been prearranged. After a few moments their host made some excuse for slipping out of the room. Returning at the end of half an hour, he found Mr. Cleveland and the contractor chatting very amicably together. A little later, the ex-president, having finished his call, departed. "Well," said the host, "what do you think of him?" The contractor's face fairly glowed. "Ah, sure," said he, slipping into his native brogue, "he's the greatest man I ever saw. He's a fine man, a grand man. He wouldn't promise to do one thing I asked him." And from that time until election day no one worked harder for Mr. Cleveland than the man who had failed to extort a single promise from him. The November election astonished Democrats, Republicans, and Populists alike. Mr. Cleveland swept the country. Of course the Southern states were solidly for him, but in addition he carried all the "doubtful states," Connecticut, Indiana, New Jersey, and New York, while to the amazement of the political prophets, California, Illinois, and Wisconsin gave him their electoral votes. Michigan cast 5 of its 9 votes for him, and even Ohio, the home of Mr. McKinley, returned 1 Democratic elector. In the Electoral College, Cleveland and Stevenson had 277 votes against 145 for Harrison and Reed. Note 32, page 304. Even had Mr. Cleveland lost New York, the presidency would still have been his own. A very startling result of the election was the enormous strength displayed by the Populists throughout the West. Not only did their candidate, General Weaver, poll more than 1,000,000 votes, but he actually carried 4 states, Colorado, Idaho, Kansas, and Nevada, receiving also 1 electoral vote in Oregon and 1 in North Dakota. For the first time since the birth of the Republican Party, a third political organization was represented among the presidential electors. Note 33, page 305. It is true that the vote given to the Populists was an exaggeration of their actual numbers, because in all but one of the states which they carried, the Democrats had made no nominations. But none the less, the election figures were indicative of an immense popular upheaval that was ominous for the future of the older parties. Meanwhile, Mr. Cleveland had won an extraordinary personal triumph. Disliked by all the politicians, nominated against the protest of his own state, and opposed by the powerful corporate interests throughout the country, he had, nevertheless, been carried into the presidency by a great spontaneous movement of the people themselves, who gave him their implicit confidence because they felt that in him they had found a leader courageous enough to defy coercion, and of moral fiber strong enough to resist those other influences which are only the more dangerous because insidious. He received the presidency for the second time, bound by no pledge save that contained in the declaration of his party to govern honestly, to reduce the tariff, and to curb the trusts. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7, Part 1 of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905, by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. President Cleveland once more. Part 1. When Mr. Cleveland, as President-elect, proceeded to the Capitol to take the oath of office for the second time, it seemed almost as though the earlier ceremony of 1889 were being faithfully repeated. Now, as then, he was accompanied by Mr. Harrison, and only the relations of the two were changed. Then Mr. Cleveland was the defeated candidate giving place to his victorious successor. Now it was Mr. Harrison who was gracefully sustaining the same role, and in his turn making way for an opponent. In externals, however, the scene was essentially the same, even to the aspect of the weather, for a storm of mingled sleet and rain was raging, and Washington had awakened on that raw March morning to find the streets all whitened by a swirl of snow. Amid a driving gale, and standing in what an observer graphically described as a blizzard-riddled wooden pen, the new president, bareheaded, delivered without notes of any kind a brief inaugural address. And then for 5 hours he reviewed the long procession which marched past the presidential stand. Its most conspicuous feature was the entire National Guard of Pennsylvania, headed by the Democratic governor of that state. For the first time also in the history of inaugural parades, women participated in the pageant. A cavalcade of them from Maryland, superbly mounted, rode past the president, adding a new element of the picturesque. More interesting, however, in view of recent political events, was the presence of 3,000 Tammany men, of whom several hundred were arrayed in Indian garb, and with whom were leaders such as Croker, Grady, and others who for 9 years had waged relentless war on Mr. Cleveland. Assuredly it was for him a day of genuine triumph when even such consistent enemies as these had been brought to heel. On the day following the inauguration, Senator Hill called upon the president, and the two were closeted for hours. Just what passed between them no one ever learned, but it seems quite certain that Mr. Hill accepted frankly the inevitable. From that day he never seriously opposed the policy of his successful rival, and more than once in the tempestuous times which followed he did staunch service in its defense. And thus began the years of President Cleveland's second term of office, which a philosophical writer has truly characterized as "the most momentous period in a time of peace in the history of the country, and the most interesting from a political point of view in either war or peace." Note 1, page 307. The fury of the elements that raged throughout the day of its inception symbolized, as it were, the storm and stress which marked the years of its continuance, and which reached a climax at its close. The composition of the new cabinet had become known to the people before the nominations were laid before the Senate. The Secretary of State was Mr. Walter Q. Gresham of Illinois, lately a judge in one of the federal courts. Mr. Gresham had been a lifelong Republican until a few months prior to President Cleveland's election. He had even been regarded as a possible Republican candidate for the presidency. At the Republican National Convention of 1888 he had received on the first ballot 111 votes, standing second only to Senator Sherman, who led the poll until the combination in favor of Harrison was effected. Note 2, page 308. Mr. Gresham had always been a conservative, a Lincoln Republican, wholly out of sympathy with the later tendencies of his party, and when the tariff was made a direct issue in 1892 he turned his back upon high protection as a policy and publicly announced his purpose of voting for Mr. Cleveland. Mr. Gresham was popular with the labor element in the Middle West, and as a judge had given from the bench decisions accompanied by obiter dicta that greatly pleased the opponents of privilege. He was a man of the Cleveland type, sternly honest, inflexible of purpose, and vigorous in mind. In some respects he fell short of the ideal requirements in a Secretary of State. His training had not sufficiently familiarized him with the minutiae of diplomatic relations. He failed, perhaps, to appreciate the importance of these relations as compared with concerns of domestic interest. Moreover, on the personal side, he lacked something of that regard for the fitness of things which ought to characterize one who has to do with the representatives of foreign countries. It was Mr. Gresham's wont to receive ambassadors and ministers, men bred to the most punctilious etiquette, sitting in his shirt sleeves at his desk and chewing on the stump of a cigar, while he was over fond of lounging about the corridors of Willard's Hotel and mingling with the very motley mob which sprawled there at all hours of the day and night. Naturally, Mr. Gresham's appointment was rather sharply criticized. Republicans regarded him as a renegade from their ranks, while many Democrats thought it hard that the chief cabinet position should go to so very recent a convert to democracy. Mr. John G. Carlisle of Kentucky was made Secretary of the Treasury, and offered a brilliant contrast to his two immediate predecessors. He was an experienced legislator, who had been 3 times Speaker of the House and a member of 7 different Congresses, in all of which he had concerned himself with questions of theoretical and practical finance. Mr. Carlisle was of a calm, reflective, and judicial cast of mind, and he had to an exceptional degree the gift of lucid and convincing exposition. While acting as Speaker, Mr. Carlisle once received an unusual compliment from a political opponent. Mr. (afterwards Senator) Hiscock of New York said of Mr. Carlisle, "He is one of the strongest of Democrats, and I am one of the strongest of Republicans, yet my imagination is not strong enough to conceive of his making an unfair ruling, or doing an unfair thing against the party opposed to him in this House." Note 3, page 309. The President appointed as Secretary of War Colonel Daniel S. Lamont of New York, who had been private secretary to Mr. Cleveland while the latter was Governor of New York, and also during his first administration as President. It was essentially a personal appointment, well justified both by Colonel Lamont's devotion to Mr. Cleveland and also by his ability, his sound judgment, and his admirable tact. Another personal appointment was that of Mr. Wilson S. Bissell of New York, an old and intimate friend, to be Postmaster General. The new Secretary of the Navy was Mr. Hilary A. Herbert of Alabama, the first ex-Confederate to be placed in charge of one of the military departments of the government. Mr. Herbert was an accomplished gentleman and a skillful administrator. He had served as chairman of the House Committee on Naval Affairs in 3 Congresses, and was intimately familiar with the duties of his new office. Under him the Navy of the United States, which a few years before had ranked as only 12th among the navies of the world, advanced to the 5th place, being surpassed only by the armaments of Great Britain, France, Russia, and Germany. Mr. Hoke Smith of Georgia became Secretary of the Interior, and Mr. Julius S. Morton of Nebraska, Secretary of Agriculture. The cabinet was completed by the appointment to the Attorney Generalship of Mr. Richard Olney of Massachusetts, whose name was destined to be honorably associated with some of the most stirring events of President Cleveland's administration. When he became Attorney General he was almost unknown outside of his native state. Educated at Brown and Harvard, he was a successful lawyer who had mingled but little in public life, beyond serving in the Massachusetts legislature. He had, however, a very forceful personality, combining the keenness and prompt decisiveness of a trained reasoner with a certain aggressive quality which suggested, under all the suave amenities of a polished gentleman, the pugnacity and also the tenacity of a bulldog. President Cleveland entered upon his duties under no illusions as to the difficulty of the problems which confronted him. There was a seriousness, amounting almost to solemnity, in some of the sentences of his inaugural address, which may have been regarded lightly by those who then heard or read them, but which afterwards were seen to have been full of meaning. Toward the close he said with something like the spirit of prophecy, "Anxiety for the pledges which my party has made, constrains me to remind those with whom I am to cooperate, that we can succeed in doing the work which has been especially set before us only by the most sincere, harmonious, and disinterested effort. Even if insuperable obstacles and opposition prevent the consummation of our task, we shall hardly be excused; and if failure can be traced to our fault or neglect, we may be sure the people will hold us to a swift and exacting accountability." And then he added, "I shall, to the best of my ability and within my sphere of duty, preserve the Constitution by loyally protecting every grant of federal power it contains, by defending all its restraints when attacked by impatience and restlessness, and by enforcing its limitations and reservations in favor of the States and the people. Fully impressed with the gravity of the duties that confront me, I should be appalled if it were my lot to bear unaided the responsibilities which await me. I am, however, saved from discouragement when I remember that I shall have the support and the counsel and cooperation of wise and patriotic men, who will stand at my side in cabinet places, or will represent the people in their legislative halls." In a letter to Mr. Justice Lamar, which was written at this time, but of which the full text still remains unpublished, the President spoke of his own misgivings and of his doubt as to whether his administration were not destined to disaster. It may, however, be questioned whether even he had yet become aware how formidable were the dangers which beset him. There were three elements in the political situation so closely interrelated as to make action in regard to any one of them involve an instant complication with the other two. These three factors were: 1. The relation of the great moneyed interests to national legislation; 2. The spread of populism in the West and South; and 3. The condition of the government's finances. The rapid growth of great fortunes which accompanied and succeeded the Civil War had long been a subject of comment, and very properly of pride among Americans of every class. Never, perhaps, in the history of the world was there witnessed a parallel to the extraordinary outburst of energy and genius devoted to material success which marked the years from 1864 to 1890. All at once the untouched resources of the United States seemed to be revealed to its inhabitants; and thousands upon thousands of keen-witted, inventive, far-seeing men had grasped the vast possibilities which the development of these resources inherently contained. What had been accomplished in the whole of the preceding century was now surpassed by the railway builders, miners, traders, promoters, manufacturers, and financiers of this new era. The United States was like a freshly opened gold field into which prospectors flung themselves in a frantic rush for wealth. And from one point of view the results were admirable. Here were rich rewards for brain and muscle, for courage and capacity. America, far more than ever, was for a time a land of opportunity. Yet there was another and a darker side, which more and more became apparent as the years went by. This was seen first of all in the growing tendency of many who had become extremely rich to monopolize the sources of their wealth, and thereby to bar the door of opportunity to others; and furthermore in the effort, too often successful, to render subservient or worthless the machinery of the law, to which alone those who were wronged must look for swift redress. The most signal instance of corporate power was to be found in the railways. These companies, the creatures of the state, deriving their charters from the people, and often aided by generous public grants, went far beyond the rights that were conceded to them. From being simply common carriers, they began to get possession of those natural products which are included among the necessities of life. First in order, they secured the three great coal fields in which 95% of the anthracite coal of the United States is mined, and they secured them not by legitimate purchase, but by forcing private owners to sell at prices fixed by the railway managers. Those who refused found that the railways would no longer furnish cars for the shipment of private coal, thereby shutting off the individual miner from his market. When the State of Pennsylvania, in 1873, forbade, by a constitutional provision, its railways to engage in mining coal, the prohibition was at once evaded. Railway officials formed mining companies, of which the directors were the same men as those who made up the railway directorates; and the old abuses were continued with the added zest of defying the fundamental law. This arrangement even augmented the extortion; for now the railways, acting as common carriers, could charge exorbitant freight rates, thus justifying the mine owners, i.e., the railway owners, in selling the coal they shipped at whatsoever prices they pleased. It was found by a Congressional committee in 1893 that the railway charge for carrying coal was far greater than the charge for carrying wheat or other similar freight; and that while the means of transportation had been continually improved and the cost of handling cheapened, the railway rates were higher than they had been 15 years before. Note 4, page 313. What was true of coal was also true of timber, copper, iron, and other minerals. In the West, great tracts of arable land were held by the railways and barred to settlers. Note 5, page 314. While there, too, by an unfair discrimination in freight charges, one locality was favored at the expense of another, just as one merchant or manufacturer might be ruined because of the more favorable terms that were secretly given to his competitors. Thus the railways were, in a sense, the masters of the state rather than its servants, arbitrarily bestowing or withholding prosperity, getting a firm grip on small communities, fixing at will the cost of articles of prime necessity, choking competition, and thus earning for the companies the great sums necessary to enable them to pay extravagant salaries and to keep up dividends on "watered stock." Note 6, page 314. But the railway owners offered merely the most conspicuous and worst, and not by any means the sole example of gross abuse of power. They had bred a score of other organized and equally rapacious corporations, of which the Standard Oil Company (Note 7, page 314) and the so-called Sugar Trust were especially obnoxious to public sentiment and most successful in their defiance of the processes of law. The continuance of a high protective tariff had added to the number of these monopolies; for while the tariff did not invariably or necessarily create an actual monopoly, its tendency was distinctly to limit competition; and in 1892 Mr. John DeWitt Warner, a careful student of politico-economic questions, published a list of 100 corporations of this sort which had, by one means or another, secured tariff legislation in their own favor. The tariff, however, had nothing to do with the absorption by private corporations of valuable franchises all over the country, for which they paid little or nothing, while they usually exploited them in a spirit of insolent rapacity. Gas companies, having a monopoly in many cities, used fraudulent meters, supplied inferior gas, and collected excessive rates from the consumers, who were absolutely helpless and without redress against what everyone well knew to be sheer robbery. It was the same with electric lighting. The street railways were in the hands of another set of owners, who treated the traveling public like mere cattle, crowding them into insufficient cars in defiance of either comfort or decency, charging excessive fares for an inadequate service, and caring nothing for remonstrance or complaint. The telegraph was still another instance of an almost complete monopoly; the telephone of another; the business of the express companies of another. The mere enumeration of these facts, however, is less significant than another circumstance connected with them. Every country has witnessed phenomena not unlike these. Unscrupulous and able men are always ready to enrich themselves and to wring great fortunes from the people. In the United States, even at the time of its birth as a nation, the records were smirched by the story of stock jobbing, dishonest contracts, and the sale of influence, and by a vicious eagerness to exploit every public source of private gain. Note 8, page 315. Some decades later, the nation had a further experience of the political power of wealth at the time when Nicholas Biddle and his associates of the United States Bank waged a long war against the national administration until they were routed by the fiery Jackson. Later still, the period of the Civil War, which may be extended to cover the years from 1860 to 1875, saw men wielding the weapon of wealth with an unscrupulousness that has never been surpassed. But in business and in public life, this period is one to be recalled with shame by every American. Senator Hoar, in a memorable speech, once gave, as by a sudden glare of lightning, a glimpse of those appalling years. "My own public life," said he, "has been a very brief and insignificant one, extending little beyond the duration of a single term of senatorial office. But in that brief period I have seen 5 judges of a high court of the United States driven from office by threats of impeachment for corruption or maladministration. I have seen the chairman of the Committee on Military Affairs in the House rise in his place and demand the expulsion of 4 of his associates for making sale of their official privilege of selecting the youths to be educated at our great military school. When the greatest railroad of the world, binding together the continent and uniting the 2 great seas which wash our shores, was finished, I have seen our national triumph and exultation turned to bitterness and shame by the unanimous reports of 3 committees of Congress, 2 of the House and 1 here, that every step of that mighty enterprise had been taken in fraud. I have heard in the highest places the shameless doctrine avowed by men grown old in public office, that the true way by which power should be gained in the Republic is to bribe the people with offices created for their service, and that the true end for which it should be used when gained is the promotion of selfish ambition and the gratification of personal revenge. I have heard that suspicion haunts the footsteps of the trusted companions of the President himself. Note 9, page 316. Yet the things done in those years gave in their direct results no reason for despair. Those who did them were acting almost in isolation, and in most instances professedly outside the pale of honesty and decency. Fisk and Gould and Huntington, Belknap, Babcock, Brady, the chiefs of the whiskey ring, the plotters of Black Friday, and the Star Route criminals, were by the very crudity of their methods so conspicuously evil as hardly to be dangerous. Like Tweed and his confederates, who belonged to the same period, they were vulgar bandits, operating boldly enough on the byways of politics and commerce, yet ready to take flight when attacked by the law and by public indignation. But in 1892, great wealth had led to the development of a caste of which the members were exceedingly respectable and of a very different stripe from those whom they succeeded. Well-mannered, kindly gentlemen were they, usually irreproachable in their private lives, generous in their benefactions, and upholders of a conservative tradition which they had themselves created. The protected manufacturer rapidly enriched himself, not by defiance of the law, but strictly in accordance with it. The railroad magnate who gave rebates and drawbacks, the organizer of a mighty trust, and the able captain of industry who closed and barred the doors of opportunity to any other than himself, were in their own estimation far from being violators of the statutes. Every step they took was taken under the advice of the most eminent lawyers of the land. If what many of them did appeared to contravene alike the letter and the spirit of explicit legislation, and if they were often sued, indicted, or otherwise brought before the courts, this gave them slight concern, for nothing ever came of it. The law's delays were endless, its technicalities most interestingly labyrinthine, and the judges patient and extremely well disposed. The most striking feature of this new wealth was its solidarity and the close relationship of interest among its owners. There were no longer isolated millionaires, fighting each for his own hand. The chief figure in an oil company, for instance, would likewise be the principal stockholder in a great electric light concern, having also a subsidiary interest in a match trust, a candle monopoly, and a dozen gas works. Mr. H. D. Lloyd, whose zeal sometimes led him to exaggerate the importance of his deductions, but whose facts were based on irrefutable evidence, was well within the truth when he wrote in 1894: "A small number of men are obtaining the power to forbid any but themselves to supply the people with fire in nearly every form known to modern life and industry, from matches to locomotives and electricity. They control our hard coal and much of the soft, and stoves, furnaces and steam and hot water heaters, the governors on steam boilers and the boilers, gas and gas fixtures, natural gas and gas pipes, electric lighting, and all the appurtenances. You cannot free yourselves by changing from electricity to gas, or from gas of the city to gas of the fields. If you fly from kerosene to candles, you are still under the ban." Note 10, page 318. Add to this the fact that the very same men, and others like them, held directorships in chains of banks, in railways, in insurance companies, and other fiduciary institutions; that they owned a controlling interest in the leading newspapers of the country, which helped to mold and control public opinion by coloring the news. Note 11, page 318. That they were lavish contributors to the campaign funds of one or both of the great political parties; that they helped their own protégés to seats in municipal councils, in state legislatures, and in Congress; and that their influence was benevolently exerted to promote their former legal advisers to positions in the state and national judiciary; and one may form a faint conception of the enormous power which they wielded. Note 12, page 319. It was primarily to check this power and to bring it under the more efficient control of law that the People's Party had been founded. In that party there were some who were sufficiently clear-sighted to perceive that the crux of the whole situation lay in the question as to who should control and regulate the public means of transportation and communication, with such other public utilities as heat and light and water. In private hands this control was certain always to be abused and made an instrument of oppression, precisely as it had been in the past. The Standard Oil Company and the coal monopoly had been reared upon the secret agreement between the railways in Pennsylvania. The Beef Trust had crushed competition largely by its grip upon the western roads. The transcontinental railways had fraudulently acquired and held great tracts of public lands. These and a multiplicity of related facts were known to almost everyone, and therefore here should have been found the point d'appui of the Populist campaign. But unfortunately for their cause, the leaders, and most of all the masses, of the new party were led astray by another plan, which seemed at once more tempting and more simple of execution. They did, indeed, as we have already seen, insert in their various platforms a demand for the government ownership of railways, telegraphs, and telephones. Yet it was upon the silver question that they elected to make the strongest fight. Perhaps they had vaguely in mind the military maxim of a great French strategist, "Find out what it is that your enemy most desires you not to do, and then do it." To the Populists the whole body of merchants, bankers, and business men in the Eastern States were collectively the enemy. No distinction was made between the Wall Street gambler, the trust promoter, and the note shaver on the one hand, and the conservative, fair-minded representatives of legitimate commerce on the other. In Kansas and Nebraska these were all equally the enemy, and when it became apparent that their interests were violently opposed to the free coinage of silver, that they dreaded it and viewed it as a menace to prosperity, then the rank and file of the new party felt a keen delight. Here was a sharp-edged weapon ready to hand. Here was a sword wherewith to slay the money sharks, the Shylocks, the Wall Street bloodsuckers, and the trusts. If free silver was a bad thing for them, then surely it must be a good thing for the honest farmer. The free silver leaders, of course, were not all actuated by a purely emotional view of a strictly economic subject. They called themselves bimetallists, and honestly believed that it would be possible for the United States to maintain a double standard, even though its mints should be open to the unlimited coinage of silver dollars at the old ratio of 16:1, which had long since ceased to be a true one. Note 13, page 320. They had read the works of theoretical bimetallists, who held that the use of both metals would be economically desirable if adopted through a common agreement by the great commercial nations of the earth. This is, indeed, a question that still remains an open one, although purely academic. The important fact in 1893 was, that with the exception of India and the United States, all the leading nations of the world were either upon a definite gold basis or were preparing to accept it. England, which in fact, though not by law, had made gold its standard since 1699, adopted that standard legally in 1870 by the Coinage Act. In 1871 Germany demonetized silver and became a gold country. The nations composing the so-called Latin Union, France, Belgium, Switzerland, Italy, and Greece, did the same in 1877, and their example was shortly followed by Holland, Norway, and Sweden; while Russia, Austria, and Japan signified their intention to adopt a policy of gold monometallism at an early date. The practical question at issue in the United States, therefore, was not whether the double monetary standard might not be feasible through an international agreement, but whether one nation alone could successfully maintain it in the face of the use of a single standard by the rest of the civilized world. The serious and more intelligent leaders of the silver men, Democrats, Republicans, and Populists alike, believed this to be possible. They caught eagerly at stray passages in the writings of international bimetallists, and gave them an illogical application. Some very conservative economists and statesmen were, in fact, theoretically in favor of bimetallism as a principle; among them Mr. (afterwards Lord) Goschen, and Mr. A. J. Balfour in Great Britain; and in the United States, General Francis A. Walker, Mr. Charles Francis Adams, Mr. S. Dana Horton, and President E. B. Andrews of Brown University. Note 14, page 321. The names of these and other authorities were dragged into the argument, and made to support assertions and deductions such as would greatly have astonished the worthy gentlemen to whom they were ascribed. But the great mass of the friends of silver did not know or care anything about the niceties of financial doctrine. They made up their own minds in a much more direct and simple way. To them, free silver had a most enticing sound, indicative of opulence and easy times. They had a vague notion that if the amount of money in the country should be increased per capita, each individual citizen would necessarily have more of it in his pockets. Just how he was to get it except by working for it precisely as he had done before they did not attempt to demonstrate; but they were certain that the free coinage of silver would increase the number of dollars per capita in the United States, and that any objection to such a measure could come only from cruel capitalists in the East, who wished to hold the Western farmers forever in the bonds of debt. When assured that unlimited silver coinage would drive gold out of circulation, they replied that silver was good enough for them if they could only get enough of it. When told that the United States could not single-handed maintain a system at variance with that of the great European nations, they answered that this country was big enough to do anything it pleased without asking for leave or license from the monarchies of Europe. Such were the simple, primitive ideas which influenced the minds of the silver men throughout the West; but most potent of all was the belief that a vote for silver was a direct blow struck at the hated Eastern capitalist and creditor. The third serious element in the political situation at the time of President Cleveland's second inauguration was the condition of the United States Treasury. When it had been turned over to Mr. Harrison's financial secretary 4 years before, it contained a net surplus of $97 millions. This had all been spent, and it was now difficult even to meet current expenses. Moreover, the financial legislation of past years had begun to inspire foreign holders of American securities with increasing apprehension. When specie payments were resumed in 1879, the Treasury had set apart in gold a special fund which was never to be less than $100 millions for the redemption of outstanding legal tender notes, greenbacks. Of these greenbacks, there were in circulation $346 million in 1892. There were also outstanding $147 million of coin certificates, which had been issued in the purchase of silver bullion under the Sherman Act of 1890. Note 15. Page 323. These, by law, were redeemable in coin, i.e., in either gold or silver, at the option of the Treasury; but President Harrison's Secretary of the Treasury, Mr. Windom, had very unwisely ruled that the holder of the notes might exercise his option. In other words, the coin certificates, like the greenbacks, were really payable in gold. Hence there were now outstanding government notes calling for $493 millions of gold, while the Treasury had little more than 1/5 of that sum with which to redeem them. Yet this was not the worst; for under the Sherman Act, which still remained in force, the government must buy each month 4,500,000 ounces of silver, and issue against this bullion still more paper money to be redeemed in gold. The perplexities of the situation with which President Cleveland was confronted were, therefore, plain enough to be seen by any intelligent observer. He was pledged to reduce the tariff in the interest of freer trade, and in this he was certain to find himself in conflict with the whole power of consolidated capital, not the power of protected industries alone, but of all the allied forces of monopoly, for these well knew that a radical reform of the tariff would be only the first step toward a reform of other and even worse abuses. It was also plain that he must take measures to protect the Treasury and keep it solvent; but such measures would of necessity run counter to the convictions of the silver men of every party, and would convince the people of the West that Wall Street was supreme in Washington. President Cleveland's task, then, involved a bitter struggle with the capitalists on the one side, while it must inevitably fan the flames of popular suspicion on the other. The stoutest heart might well have shrunk from such an undertaking. To carry it through successfully demanded a high order of political genius, an exceptional gift for the management of men, a perfect union of tact and firmness, and a broadly tolerant understanding of human prejudice and passion. Mr. Cleveland was by no means possessed of this rare political genius, though he did have some very fundamental qualities of the governing man: a robust intelligence, a rigorous conscience, and unlimited courage. With these qualities he had also some of their usual defects. When he understood a subject, he was a little intolerant of those who failed to understand it, or who understood it in a different way. When he was convinced that he was right, he had no patience with those whom he conceived to be in the wrong. Because he was himself absolutely fearless, he scorned all such as shrank from following where he led. He wished, in fact, not only to accomplish his own ends, but to accomplish them in his own way, and coercion was to him more natural than conciliation. In fact, just as Strafford's motto was "thorough," so Mr. Cleveland's motto might have been "downright." Whatever policy he might adopt was sure to be a heavy-fisted one, and to be carried out, if carried out at all, with no finesse, but by dint of hard sledge-hammering blows. This temperament was a fine one for an absolute ruler, for that enlightened despot from Aristotle held to be the ideal governor of men, but it was dangerous in him who, in a republic, was obliged to carry out his plans through the unforced cooperation of other and no less independent men. Mr. Cleveland in many ways had changed in the 8 years which had elapsed since his first assumption of the presidency. For one thing, he had ceased to be a provincial, and had risen to the full measure of the office which he held. In 1885, those who noted his appearance on public occasions of great dignity, as, for instance, at the funeral ceremonies of General Grant, found in his external aspect, his tilted hat, his slouchy bearing, his stolid face, something that recalled the country sheriff. Since that time, a wide acquaintance with men of every type, no less than the pressure of high responsibility, had broadened and elevated his whole cast of thought. If he was now, beneath a less ungracious exterior, even more self-willed than ever, and more bent on having his own way, this was only natural in view of what had happened in the preceding years. He had flouted all advice, he had done precisely as he pleased, and yet the nation had set him once more in the seat of highest honor. It is not surprising, then, if from the time of his second inauguration the President displayed what seemed to many a certain arrogance of manner and of language, with a disposition to enlarge the prerogatives of his high office. The very phrasing of his official papers, his proclamations and his messages to Congress, is noteworthy for a haughtiness such as would have been far more appropriate in the rescripts of a hereditary monarch. The personal pronoun "I" occurs in these documents with an unusual frequency, and such expressions as "I have deemed it fitting," "It is my purpose," "It affords me signal pleasure," "I am decidedly of the opinion," and "I am satisfied," appear and reappear so often as to give to the whole a strongly personal coloring. Very characteristic was an executive order issued by the President on May 8th. He had set apart certain hours for receiving such senators and representatives as desired interviews with him. As is usually the case, these interviews related largely to questions of patronage. The President became so irritated in consequence as to make public his annoyance in a remarkable order, the effect of which upon both senators and representatives may be easily conceived. It ran: "The time which was set apart for the reception of senators and representatives has been almost entirely spent in listening to applications for office, which have been bewildering in volume, perplexing and exhausting in their iteration, and impossible of remembrance. A due regard for public duty, and an observance of the limitations placed upon human endurance, oblige me to decline, from and after this date, all personal interviews with those seeking appointments to office, except as I, on my own motion, may especially invite them. Applicants for office will only prejudice their prospects by repeated importunity and by remaining in Washington to await results." It was a number of incidents such as this that gave point to a contemporary cartoon entitled "Cleveland's Map of the United States," wherein the figure of the President was so drawn as to coincide with the outlines of the country, which was thus made by implication identical with himself. Under the drawing were the words, "My country, 'tis of me I sing." One might well have sympathized with the President in his annoyance over the importunities of office seekers, and the lack of consideration shown by the senators and representatives of his own party. But in view of the fact that he was about to recommend legislation of the most controversial character, and that only by the goodwill and cooperation of the majority in Congress could it be carried through, this executive order was an extraordinary example of political tactlessness. Far more important, however, was a line of action adopted by President Cleveland with regard to a pending international question. By this, at the very outset of his administration, he brought upon himself, both in and out of Congress, an avalanche of political unpopularity and personal dislike. At the inauguration ball, in Mrs. Cleveland's company, a dark-skinned, graceful girl had attracted much attention. This was the Princess Kaiulani, the heiress apparent to the Hawaiian throne in direct succession to the Queen Liliuokalani, of whom she was the niece. The princess was only 18 years of age. She had been educated in England, and was in that country at the time when the Hawaiian monarchy was overthrown and the Queen deposed. Note 16, page 327. On getting news of this, she had come at once to the United States, accompanied by her guardian, Mr. Theophilus Davies. It will be remembered that President Harrison's last important act had been the submission to the Senate of a treaty by which Hawaii was to be annexed to the United States. This treaty had not yet been ratified, and it was with the purpose of opposing it that the Princess Kaulani had hastened to Washington. Her advisers shrewdly counted on the chivalrous disposition of the American people toward women. They believed that a young and pretty girl pleading for the restoration of her rights would make a strong appeal to popular sentiment throughout the land. No sooner had Kaulani reached New York than she issued an appeal to the American people, which was published in the newspapers on March 2nd. Whether she wrote it herself, or whether it was written for her, was a question much mooted at the time. Whoever wrote it, the "appeal" was sweetly pretty, with a touch of false sentiment about it, and a schoolgirl rhetoric that did not ring quite true, so that it wholly failed of its effect, and was received with smiles by nearly all who read it. In it the princess said: "Unbidden I stand upon your shores to-day, where I thought so soon to receive a royal welcome on my way to my own kingdom. I come unattended, except by loving hearts that came with me over the wintry seas. I hear that commissioners from my own land have been for many days asking this great nation to take away my little vineyard. To-day I, a poor, weak girl with not one of my people near me, and with all these Hawaiian statesmen against me, have strength to stand up for the rights of my people. Even now I can hear a wail in my heart, and it gives me strength and courage, and I am strong. Strong in the faith of God, strong in the strength of 70 million people who in this free land will hear my cry, and will refuse to let their flag cover dishonor to mine." End of Chapter 7, Part 1. Chapter 7, Part 2 of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905, by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Cleveland Once More, Part 2. Of Mrs. Cleveland, this island princess made an important convert to the cause she represented. Mrs. Cleveland welcomed her very warmly to the White House, and gave her a most womanly sympathy. Kaulani was indeed a very charming girl, and she made a favorable impression upon the President and also upon the Secretary of State, to whom she was presently introduced. Mr. Gresham, during the years when he was a Republican, had been a rival of Mr. Harrison, and this rivalry had in time deepened into a personal dislike. No wonder that the Harrison policy regarding Hawaii should be viewed by him with extreme disfavor. Altogether, then, between the President's natural caution, which led him to move slowly in an affair begun with so much haste, and Mr. Gresham's eagerness to undo the work of one whom he disliked, no surprise was felt when, on March 9th, a message of 5 lines was sent to the Senate, withdrawing for the purpose of re-examination the treaty framed by President Harrison and the Hawaiian commissioners. A few days later Mr. Cleveland dispatched to Hawaii as a special commissioner, Mr. James H. Blunt of Georgia, to investigate the circumstances under which the change of government in the islands had been effected. Mr. Blunt was an honest but somewhat cross-grained politician who had been chairman of the Committee on Foreign Affairs in the House of Representatives. Yet one more unfamiliar with foreign affairs could scarcely have been selected for this delicate mission. He had never been out of the United States in his life, and his knowledge of diplomatic usage was as limited as his mastery of social forms. In keeping with the rather primitive notions of Secretary Gresham in matters of ceremonial, Mr. Blunt proceeded to Hawaii, not by a regular mail steamer, nor in a man of war, but on board a little revenue cutter, the Richard Rush. He reached Honolulu on March 29th. President Dole and the other members of the provisional government had heard that a commission consisting of representatives of the judiciary, the army, and the navy had been sent to them, and suitable preparations were made to receive such a commission with due dignity. An eyewitness has given a graphic account of what actually happened. All the vessels in the harbor displayed the American flag, and the American colors were wreathed about the pillars and columns of the city houses. At the pier a great multitude had assembled, strewing the passageway with roses. As the Rush hove in sight, a Japanese cruiser, the Naniwa, fired a thunderous salute, to which the little Rush responded, like the yap of a terrier echoing the deep baying of a staghound. And then came an anticlimax that very closely approached the ridiculous. Instead of the dignified, affable, and courteous body of officials that had been expected, there stepped ashore a commonplace and rather sullen-looking man of 60, clad in ill-fitting clothes of blue homespun and a Panama hat. Public expectation had been roused to the highest pitch, and the revulsion of feeling was instantaneous and painful. Note 17, page 330. Mr. Blount delivered to President Dole a letter from President Cleveland, beginning, "Great and good friend, I have made choice of James H. Blount, one of our distinguished citizens, as my special commissioner to visit the Hawaiian Islands, and make report to me concerning the status of affairs in that country. His authority is paramount." Mr. Blount brought with him other letters from the American President. One of them, addressed to Minister Stevens, practically suspended that gentleman from the exercise of his diplomatic functions and made him subordinate to Mr. Blount. A second letter, directed to Rear Admiral Scarrett, in command of the Pacific Squadron, to consult freely with Mr. Blount, and obey any instructions you may receive from him regarding the course to be pursued in the islands by the force under your command. Armed with these remarkable credentials, Mr. Blount began in his own way to investigate the events of the preceding February. On the day after his arrival he ordered the American flag to be lowered from the government building in Honolulu, and directed the force of marines which had been stationed there to break camp and return to their ship, the Boston. This was done, and the provisional government at once raised its own flag, and posted its own troops with a battery of rapid-fire guns to quell any attempt to restore the Queen. Note 18, page 331. When the news of these events reached the United States, a great deal of very bitter feeling was excited. The American people were not strongly in favor of annexing Hawaii. Apart from a few speculators in sugar, there was no great interest in the matter. A desire for foreign territory had not yet stirred the popular imagination. Had Mr. Cleveland simply put the treaty in the fire and kept his hands off Hawaii altogether, the whole affair would have been speedily forgotten. But when the credentials which he had given to Mr. Blount were fully known, they were very generally disapproved, alike by Democrats and by Republicans. The President had, apparently, delegated the whole power of his great office to an individual, commissioner, a nondescript functionary unknown to the Constitution, who had by a stroke of the presidential pen been put over the head of a regularly appointed minister and invested with the absolute command of an important naval force. There is indeed no doubt that Mr. Cleveland exceeded his constitutional rights, and that Mr. Blount's paramountcy was unlawful. Before long a still more intense feeling was aroused by the report that the President intended to restore Queen Liliuokalani to her throne. The rumor proved to be true. Mr. Blount's reports and a study of the earlier dispatches of Minister Stevens convinced Mr. Cleveland that the Hawaiian monarchy had been subverted by the active aid of Mr. Stevens, and through the intimidation caused by the presence of an armed naval force of the United States. Note 19, page 332. Having assured himself of this, the President felt it his duty, as he expressed it, to undo the wrong, and to restore the status existing at the time of our forcible intervention. Note 20. Page 332. It was here that the President made a second blunder, and as it proved, a most humiliating one for him. He forgot, in the first place, the wise tradition that in the foreign policy of the United States there should be no break, and that in essentials a change of administration should cause no change in the attitude of the State Department toward other countries. Note 21, page 332. There was another and more practical consideration. Whether or not the provisional government of Hawaii could have held its own against the Queen's forces in the preceding January without the presence of American marines, there was no doubt that it was now quite able to sustain itself. It had an efficient force of some 1,200 well-drilled troops, nearly all Americans and Englishmen. It was supplied with artillery, and it enjoyed the support of the responsible residents of Hawaii. Note 22, page 333. Hence, to restore the Queen would require something more than a curt request from President Cleveland. But with his innate obstinacy the President resolved to make the attempt, and the unpopularity of such a course only strengthened his resolve. Recalling Mr. Blount, whose churlish manners had made him thoroughly disliked, Mr. Cleveland appointed as minister to Hawaii Mr. Albert S. Willis of Kentucky, a gentleman of intelligence and judgment. Mr. Willis, however, was specifically instructed to bring about the restoration of the Queen, and a naval force was stationed at Honolulu to give point to his instructions. On his arrival, the new minister sent to President Dole a formal request that he relinquish to the Queen her constitutional authority. President Dole replied by a courteous but firm refusal. Here was an impasse which could be broken through by nothing short of armed force. Would the guns of American ships of war be turned upon men of American blood in order to re-enthrone a Polynesian queen who had broken her coronation oath and had sought to govern irresponsibly? Mr. Willis hesitated, yet he might, under his instructions, have taken even this last step, had not the unexpected obstinacy of the Queen herself deterred him. She was asked whether, if replaced upon the throne, she would agree not to punish those who had deposed her. Note 23, page 334. This question she met with an indignant negative. Not punish them? Most assuredly she would punish them. The leaders, Mr. Dole, Mr. Thurston, and their associates, must be executed at once. She would have their heads, and their families must be banished. Here spoke not merely the Queen, who felt herself in all respects a sovereign, and who had been deprived of power and publicly humiliated. Something of the implacable hatred of an insulted woman found voice in the sharp answer which she made to Mr. Willis. For the annexationists, in the zeal of their self-justification, had not been satisfied merely to assail the public acts of Liliuokalani. They had tried to smirch her private life as well. And Mr. Stevens, in his dispatches to the State Department, repeating the scabrous gossip of the foreign clubs in Honolulu, had declared the Queen to be unchaste. Hence the indignation with which Liliuokalani refused to promise any amnesty. She would be Queen without conditions, or she would not be Queen at all. One may well admire her high spirit and her womanly indignation, but her persistence made further effort on her behalf impossible. Mr. Willis sent his report to President Cleveland, who afterwards asked Congress to take action. Congress, however, like the vast majority of the American people, was most antagonistic to what the President had done in the Hawaiian affair. Therefore it took no action at all, and in due time the Republic of Hawaii had to be formally recognized by the United States. Mr. Cleveland's interference had not only failed to restore the Queen, but his withdrawal of the annexation treaty had deprived her, and also the pretty young Princess Keulani, of the liberal income which that instrument had guaranteed to them. Furthermore, the President, at the very outset of his administration, had incurred a vast amount of odium, just when he most needed the harmonious support of all who had ever been his friends. Already a serious crisis had arisen. The condition of the Treasury, to which allusion has been made, soon began to affect the prosperity of the country. Foreign investors were steadily selling American securities, thus causing a general decline in prices. This movement had begun during the latter part of the Harrison administration, but it was now perceptibly accelerated. Although the business of the country was fairly good, although the crops were bountiful, and the general industries not idle, there existed nevertheless something like a vague premonition of disaster, a pervasive distrust to which no name was given. The most obvious reason for this feeling seemed to be a lurking doubt as to whether the government could continue to meet its obligations in paying gold upon the demand of all its notes, forced as it was by the Sherman law to purchase more than 2 tons of silver bullion every month. Most Republicans insisted that the lack of confidence arose from a dread of the tariff changes to which the party now in power was pledged. But whatever the cause, commercial and financial activity languished. "The country exhibits all the symptoms of a patient suffering from low fever," said a writer in The Nation, and this very well describes the situation up to the end of June. After the 26th of that month, however, this "low fever" assumed the form of a delirium. The government of India on that day suspended the free coinage of silver at its mints. That such a measure was certain to be taken had been well known to students of finance, yet the announcement at once precipitated a panic, the like of which had not yet been seen in the United States. The value of the silver dollar, which had long been falling, dropped from 67 cents to less than 60 cents. Individuals all over the country began collecting gold and hoarding it, having lost their confidence in government notes. Banks called in their loans and refused new discounts. In this the lead was taken by those Canadian banking houses which, for the purpose of "moving the crops," were accustomed to lend money to American customers in the northwestern cities, such as Milwaukee, Detroit, Minneapolis, and St. Paul. Business therefore came almost to a standstill, and before long the weaker banks headed the long list of failures and suspensions which occupied whole columns in the daily press. Note 24, page 336. A chain of shaky banks, nearly 50 in number, organized by one Zimri Dwiggins in the West, came down in a single crash. The gold reserve in the Treasury for the first time fell below the traditional minimum and sank to less than $97,000,000. Many prophesied that the country would soon be forced to a silver basis. 4 days after the demonetization of silver in India, President Cleveland issued a proclamation, Note 25, page 336, summoning an extra session of Congress to meet on August 7th. In the proclamation he spoke of the distressing condition of the country as largely the result of a financial policy which the executive branch of the government finds embodied in unwise laws which must be executed until repealed by Congress. This meant, of course, that the President intended to press for the repeal of the purchasing clause of the Sherman Act. The proclamation had but slight effect in calming public anxiety. It was known that the number of silver men in both houses of Congress were a very large one, and many persons doubted whether these would consent to the repeal of a measure so likely to bring about the very situation which they earnestly desired. Hence, all through July, the failures still continued, mines were closed, factories shut down, and laborers were discharged. On August 1st, 6 days before Congress met, the savings banks put in force the clause which requires 60 days' notice from depositors desiring to draw money. The effect of this was to create what came to be known as a currency famine. Until then the general public had feared lest gold should not be paid upon demand, but now the belief spread rapidly that no money of any kind would long remain in circulation. Hence, whereas men had previously hoarded gold, there now began a frantic rush to hoard silver, paper money, in fact any kind of circulating medium. Of course this movement, if not checked, would have led to a panic so tremendous as to cause a universal crash, and therefore in New York most of the banks that were members of the Clearing House resorted to a strong and quite unprecedented measure. They declined, as a rule, to cash checks drawn by their depositors, except for very small amounts. Depositors were told that they had usually made their deposits in the form of checks, and that for the present, therefore, they must themselves employ the same medium of exchange. In other words, instead of drawing money, they received certified checks payable through the Clearing House. If a depositor insisted upon receiving cash, it was given him, but he was informed that he must at once withdraw his account. Large employers of labor were provided with the money necessary for them in making up their payrolls, and in other cases, where good reasons could be shown for drawing cash, it was paid out; but otherwise checks were not directly honored. To sustain the weaker banks, the Clearing House issued loan certificates. This plan was put into effect on August 3rd, and on the following day currency of every kind was at a premium ranging from 1 to 2%. The money brokers who had foreseen the action of the banks had for several days been quietly accumulating a stock of cash, and they now proceeded to cash certified checks at the discount mentioned. An enormous business of this sort was done. A well-known brokerage firm near the head of Wall Street bought currency at a premium of 0.5%, and sold it at a premium of 3%. Great bundles of paper money were stacked up behind the counters, and all day long the exchange went on. In no other way could checks be readily converted into money. Even those drawn by the Assistant Treasurer of the United States at the Sub-Treasury in New York in payment of pensions were not accepted at their face value. On August 8th the premium on currency rose to 3%, while, for the first time since January 1st, 1879, the banks themselves paid a premium for gold. By August 11th the currency famine was at its height, and it was estimated that at least $1 million in cash was paid out daily by the money brokers to holders of certified checks. The country was swept from one end to the other for coin and notes, and even from Canada there was sent to New York a consignment of nearly $1 million in small bills and fractional silver. Oddly enough, silver was now taken as readily as gold, while paper money was preferred to either. On August 5th a firm of money brokers advertised for silver dollars, offering a premium of $7.50 per thousand. Note 26, page 339. Many persons bought and hoarded Bank of England notes or French and German gold. The special session of Congress opened on August 7th in the midst of these unusual occurrences. For the first time since 1853, when Pierce was President, the Democratic party was in control of the executive and legislative branches of the government, Presidency, Senate, and House of Representatives. Under President Hayes, both Senate and House had been Democratic for a short time. During Mr. Cleveland's first administration his party had the Presidency and the House, but now it was in complete possession, and was therefore undividedly responsible. In the House, the Democrats had 219 members, the Republicans 124, and the Populists 12. Note 27, page 339. In the Senate there were 44 Democrats, 36 Republicans, 5 Populists, and 3 vacancies. The weakness of the Democrats lay in the slenderness of their majority in the Senate, and in the fact that on financial questions there existed a great divergence of opinion among them in both houses. The President's message was sent to Congress on August 8th. It was a clear, concise, and convincing statement of what he held to be the cause of "an alarming and extraordinary business situation." This cause was, according to him, primarily the purchase provision of the Sherman Act of July 14, 1890. Between July 1890 and July 1893, he said, the gold coin and gold bullion in the Treasury had decreased more than $132 million, while during the same period the silver coin and silver bullion had increased more than $147 million. Note 28, page 340. Unless government bonds are to be constantly issued and sold to replenish our exhausted gold, only to be again exhausted, the operation of the silver purchase law now in force leads in the direction of the entire substitution of silver for the gold in the Treasury, and this must be followed by the payment of all government obligations in depreciated silver. At this stage gold and silver must part company. Given over to the exclusive use of a currency greatly depreciated according to the standard of the commercial world, we could no longer claim a place among the nations of the first class. The President therefore recommended the repeal of the Sherman Act. Mr. Wilson of West Virginia, who soon came to be regarded as the administration's spokesman in the House, introduced a bill carrying out this recommendation, and the debate upon it began on August 11th. At once it became evident that the question was not to be decided by a purely party vote. Other lines of cleavage rapidly developed. A large group of Democratic representatives were opposed to repeal, unless in place of the Sherman Act there should be substituted a still more radical measure intended to "do something for silver." A majority of the Republicans stood with the President. Consistency, in fact, if nothing else, would have made this necessary, for Mr. Wilson's repealing bill was almost identical in language with a like bill offered in the preceding Congress by Mr. Sherman himself. Note 29, page 341. Yet there were also a good many "silver Republicans," and these, combining with the silver men among the Democrats, and the entire body of Populists, made a formidable opposition. This fact explains why the special session of Congress and the President's message did nothing immediately to relieve the financial situation. It was on the day when the debate began that the premium on currency reached its highest figure. The debate was very interesting. Mr. Wilson's argument for repeal was weighty, and represented the position of conservative expositors of finance. Mr. Reed of Maine, the Republican leader, spoke at some length and in a blandly philosophic tone. He mentioned the existing business depression, and seemed to give in his adhesion to the cyclic theory of panics. Great panics, he remarked, seem to occur at long intervals, but with a sort of cosmic regularity. Who shall say just why they come? And then between there are minor panics, curious, interesting phenomena of the business world. Nothing could have been more beautifully detached than Mr. Reed's whole tone and manner, though as he neared the end he made it clear that to his mind the advent of the Democratic party to power had, in this particular instance, Mr. Grosvenor of Ohio had no philosophic doubts. In a burst of declamatory eloquence he charged the collapse of prosperity to a dread of Democratic domination and the menace of free trade. He drew a picture of the country after the election in November. One by one the furnaces went out. One by one the mines closed up. One after another the factories shortened their time. Why did they do this? Was it a mere senseless stampede? Was it a Wall Street panic? Was it an unintelligent curtailment of the business of the country? I say not. Where is there an intelligent man today, if he were a manufacturer, with the threat of the Democratic party in power, the menace of its possession, the threat of its mere existence under that platform, and confiding as human nature does in the belief that a great political party will do as it says, a violent assumption, I admit, in the present instance, what one of you at the head of an industrial institution would carry on your business? The Republican leaders, however, while casting the blame for the existing situation upon the President and his party, gave their assent to the measure for repeal. The allied silver men were led by Mr. Richard P. Bland of Missouri, who had grown gray in the advocacy of a freer use of the white metal. He was the author of the Bland-Allison Act of 1878, Note 30, page 342, and his activity in behalf of silver had never ceased, so that he had won for himself the popular nickname of Silver Dick. In the debate now in progress he had answered Mr. Wilson on August 12th. His arguments were those with which all men were familiar, and while they were listened to with respect, they were neither new in substance nor especially forcible in the form of their presentation. 4 days later, August 16th, the discussion was enlivened by the participation in it of a remarkable figure, who now for the first time drew to himself the attention of men of every party throughout the United States. It was Mr. William Jennings Bryan of Nebraska. Mr. Bryan at this time was a young man of 33, the son of an eminent lawyer and judge, whose profession he had followed. In 1890 he had accepted a Democratic nomination for Congress in a district where no other Democrat was willing to stand, the contest being considered hopeless. Without financial aid from the State Committee of his party, Mr. Bryan had made a spirited canvass, and had astounded everyone by converting a Republican majority of 3,000 into a Democratic majority of 7,000. In 1892 he had been re-elected, and he now appeared as the ablest of Mr. Bland's lieutenants in opposing unconditional repeal. The time allotted to each speaker had by agreement been limited to 1 hour, but when Mr. Bryan's period expired he had so engaged the attention of the House that by unanimous consent his time was indefinitely extended, and he continued speaking for nearly 2 hours longer, to the admiration of all who heard him. This admiration was, no doubt, partly due to Mr. Bryan's command of the arts of the orator, to his active presence, his pleasing manner of delivery, and his clear, vibrant, and beautifully modulated voice; yet, making all allowance for these adventitious aids, the speech which he then delivered still remains perhaps the most forcefully persuasive exposition of the argument for silver that has ever been presented before a deliberative body. Its rhetoric never obtruded itself in the form of garish tropes or adjectival excess. It was the subtler and more effective rhetoric which gives to undisputed facts the exact coloring that the artist in words desires to apply, and which insensibly leads the listener to accept the facts and the deductions from those facts as of precisely equal value. Mr. Bryan's argument, briefly summarized, was to the effect that there existed neither gold enough nor silver enough for either to form the sole basis of the world's metallic money, and that to discriminate against the use of either was to contract the currency everywhere. To demonetize silver was to augment artificially the value of gold, and thus to lower the price of all commodities when measured in gold, while increasing the burden of the debtor class, who must pay their debts in a kind of money more valuable and hence more difficult to earn, than that in which the debt had been originally contracted. He held that the United States should make a free use of silver and should allow free coinage of it at some ratio, and he declared the ratio of 16:1 to be a just one. Retaining it, the parity of the gold and silver dollars could still be maintained. He quoted Lord Goschen's dictum: "At present there is a vicious circle. States are afraid of employing silver on account of the depreciation. So the depreciation continues because states refuse to employ it." And he flung at the Republicans the following citation from a speech of Mr. Blaine: "The destruction of silver as money and establishing gold as a sole unit of value must have a ruinous effect on all forms of property except those investments which yield a fixed return in money. These must be enormously enhanced in value and must gain a disproportionate and unfair advantage over every other species of property." Note 31, page 344. As against the proposal to repeal unconditionally the Sherman Act, Mr. Bryan said: "The main objection which we heard last spring was that the Treasury (Sherman) notes were used to draw gold out of the Treasury. But the objection is hardly important enough for consideration. While the Treasury notes have been used to draw out gold, they need not have been used for this purpose, for we have $346,000,000 worth of greenbacks with which gold can be drawn so long as the government gives the option to the holder. If all of the Treasury notes were destroyed, the greenbacks are sufficient to draw out the $100,000,000 reserve 3 times over, and then they can be reissued and used again. To complain of the Treasury notes while the greenbacks remain is like finding fault because the gate is open when the whole fence is down. Mr. Bryan's effort won him the sincere applause of party friends and foes alike, but it could not prevail to defeat the administration's measure. The power of a new president is very great, and perhaps the power of a new speaker is even greater. Mr. Charles F. Crisp of Georgia, who had succeeded Mr. Reed and now occupied the Speaker's chair, was or had been an advocate of free silver coinage; but he frankly accepted the policy of the President, and did all he could to press the repeal bill to a final vote. This was taken on August 28th, when Mr. Wilson's measure passed the House by a vote of 239 to 108. Here was apparently a triumph for the President, yet the triumph was not unalloyed. During the contest a proposal had been made to reenact the old Bland Allison law of 1878, and this proposal had been lost by a vote in which the majority of Democratic representatives had opposed the policy of Mr. Cleveland, so that he was sustained only by the aid of the Republicans. The repealing bill now went to the Senate, where it was introduced by Mr. Voorhees of Indiana, with an amendment which declared it to be the policy of the United States to use both gold and silver as standard money, and to coin both gold and silver into money of equal intrinsic and exchangeable value, such equality to be secured through international agreement. The object of this amendment was to win the votes of those who, like Senator Lodge, were theoretical bimetallists, and also to make it clear that the use of silver was not to be discontinued. But in the Senate the passage of the bill was stubbornly resisted, and both the Populists and the silver advocates belonging to the older parties threatened to talk the bill to death. As the Senate rules provided for no restriction of debate, and as each senator might talk as often and as long as he desired, this threat was a most serious one. Prodigious feats of oratory were performed by the recalcitrant senators. Mr. Allen of Nebraska made what was doubtless the longest speech in the history of legislative bodies, in talking for 14 hours without interruption, resting himself by sending volumes of history or statistics or poetry to be read from the desk as part of his address. Other senators, especially the Republicans, took a humorous view of the whole situation. Senator Hale and Senator Chandler told fish stories and exchanged jokes. Other senators discoursed upon current topics having not the slightest relevance to the order of the day. In fact, the proceedings degenerated into an undignified and most discreditable farce. On September 25th, several influential senators representing the administration went privately to Vice President Stevenson, who presided over the Senate, and urged him to break the deadlock. By refusing to recognize those senators who should thereafter rise to speak for purposes of pure obstruction, the debate might be brought to a close and a vote taken. Such a course would be contrary to all American precedents; it would be almost revolutionary. Yet it was in accordance with the dictates of common sense that a minority should not be allowed permanently to prevent a majority from enacting legislation, least of all in so serious a crisis and when every day's delay was so ruinous to the business of the country. There was recent English precedent for such action as they asked. In the absence of a rule providing for a closure, the Speaker of the House of Commons, Mr. Arthur Peel, after an almost interminable period of obstruction on the part of the Irish members, had refused to entertain dilatory motions, and on his own responsibility had put the question to the House. Note 32, page 347. But Mr. Stevenson lacked the courage to carry out a coup like this. He sat there day after day, quite helpless in his chair, often unable to preserve more than a mere semblance of order and decorum. His were not the audacity and the dominant vigor of a Reed. It may be, too, that his secret sympathies were with the silver men, as his subsequent political career would seem to show. At any rate, he would not accept the suggestion made to him, nor would he even promise to compel senators to speak to the question before them. He would do nothing whatsoever. And so the administration senators carried word to the President that the affair seemed hopeless. But the President knew well enough that, in the last resort, he could force the repeal bill through the Senate. Every President has influences at his command which, if he be inclined to use them, make it possible for him to impose his will upon a Congressional majority of his own party, and sometimes even upon a majority of the opposition. When President Johnson was at the very ebb of his popularity in 1867, and when House and Senate were overriding his vetoes and treating his recommendations with contempt, he once said to a personal friend, "Even now, if I really wish anything very much indeed, I can get it done." Mr. Cleveland was still new in office, and the vast patronage at his disposal was still practically untouched. He had rebuffed, by his order of May 8th, those senators who had importuned him on behalf of their constituents and friends. Now he had only to show himself a little more complaisant, to listen a little more patiently, to say "yes" instead of "no," and the thing would be done. It would be merely a reversion to the invariable practice of his predecessors, from Lincoln (Note 33, page 348) down to Harrison; yet to one of Mr. Cleveland's temperament, and in view of the higher tone of public opinion, such a course could be justified only by the existence of a supreme emergency. Such an emergency was undeniably at hand. The government was threatened by the necessity of a partial repudiation of its debts, by the impairment of its credit, and by the loss of its financial honor. Yet still the President held his hand. The majority at last tried to wear out the minority by a plan to prevent adjournment until a vote upon the bill should have been taken. One session lasted continuously for 3 whole days and nights. Note 34, page 348. During which time haggard and blear-eyed men talked and talked, while others slept with their heads upon their desks. But this physical test proved as exhausting to one side as to the other, and the plan was given up. The Senate had now been considering the bill for 2 long months, and the end appeared no nearer than it had in August. Then at last the President very quietly made a move, so quietly that few perceived it. But on October 29th one of his supporters came to him to express discouragement. There was really no chance at all of anything being done. The silver men would never yield or let a vote be taken. "Why, Mr. President," said he, "there is Senator , whom I have just seen, and he says that this bill won't pass till hell freezes over." The President looked up with just a half perceptible gleam of interest. "Did Senator say that?" he asked. "Then please say to Senator , with my compliments, that hell will freeze over in exactly 24 hours." And on the following day the filibustering mysteriously ceased, and the Sherman Act was repealed by a vote of 48 to 37. But the measure so earnestly advocated by the President had been adopted by the help of Republican votes. Note 35, page 349. The House promptly concurred in the Voray's amendment, and the bill was signed and became law on November 1st. Mr. Cleveland had now been in office for only 8 months, and already his party was divided and unwilling to be led. He had forced the passage of one measure of immense importance, but in doing so he had made a host of enemies, while he had depleted his available sources of influence, both moral and material. And the tariff fight was still to come. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905, by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Storm and Stress, Part 1. Apart from events of a political character, the most memorable occurrence that took place during the years of Mr. Cleveland's second term was the Columbian Exposition in Chicago, which was opened by the President on May 1, 1893, and was closed to the public on October 31st. From several points of view, this magnificent revelation of American capacity and versatility deserves to be considered in any record which has to do with the intellectual and aesthetic development of the United States. Its inception, no less than its successful elaboration, must remain one of the enduring civic glories of the city of Chicago; and because of it, Chicago became known all over the civilized world as the most vitally American, if not the greatest, city of the Western Hemisphere. The plan for a World's Fair, to commemorate the quadricentenary of the first landing of Columbus, began to take definite form in 1889. That the site of the Exposition should be in or near the city of New York was at first regarded as a matter of course. A great many persons in New York wished it, though New York collectively did not wish it very much. There is never anything which New York collectively wishes very much. Yet with a sort of uninterested generosity its wealthy citizens subscribed the sum of $5,000,000 to defray the cost of the affair, and measures were taken to assure the opening of a Columbian Exposition in October, 1892, the anniversary month of America's discovery. But when Congress was asked to approve this plan and thus to give the celebration a national character, it appeared that other cities than New York had claims which they were anxious to submit. St. Louis contended for the honor, though half-heartedly. Many thought that Washington, as the nation's capital, deserved the most consideration. But the people of Chicago fairly hurled themselves into the contest. They longed intensely for the opportunity to accomplish something sufficiently stupendous to satisfy their own ambition, their own love of bigness, their civic pride, and, most of all, their vivid and spectacular but very genuine patriotism. They harped upon their city's nearness to the center of population. They claimed the Exposition not merely on behalf of their own state, but of the entire West. They pledged themselves to do anything and everything that might be necessary to make it triumphantly successful. They laughed with a large, amused contempt at New York's pitiful 5 millions. Their own estimates, at the very least, were twice that sum; and before long they spoke of 15 millions as barely adequate to realize their magnificent ideal. In the end, they and their supporters fairly carried Congress by storm, and the Exposition was given to Chicago. Ere long it was declared, and as the event showed truly, that not less than $20,000,000 would have to be expended. Note 1, page 351. The very hugeness of the sum, the colossal daring of the conception, which seemed to the conservative East almost a frenzy, served only to exhilarate the people of Chicago and nerve them to surpass all that they had hitherto imagined. In New York there was a certain feeling of relief because the Exposition had gone elsewhere. The enthusiasm of Chicago seemed to the Manhattanese a bit of patavinity, an amusing exhibition of provincialism. Chicago's promises were rated as mere wind. Of course some kind of a huge raree show would be given on the borders of Lake Michigan, but its bigness would be equaled only by its crudity. How superbly, and with what overwhelming completeness, the metropolis of the West transformed this mocking criticism into wondering admiration, the whole world came to know when on the lakeside a rough, unkempt, and tangled stretch of plain and swamp became transmuted into a shimmering dream of loveliness under the magic touch of landscape gardener and architect and artist. No felicity of language can bring before the eye that never saw them those harmonies which consummate art, brooding lovingly over nature, evolved into that maze of beauty. Not one of the 12,000,000 human beings (Note 2, page 352) who set foot within the court of honor, the crowning glory of the whole, could fail to be thrilled with a new and poignant sense of what both art and nature truly mean. The stately colonnades, the graceful arches, the clustered sculptures, the gleaming domes, the endless labyrinth of snowy columns, all diversified by greenery and interlaced by long lagoons of quiet water, here were blended form and color in a symmetrical and radiant purity such as modern eyes at least had never looked upon before. It was the sheer beauty of its wonderful ensemble rather than the wealth of its exhibits that made this Exposition so remarkably significant in the history of such undertakings, and especially in its effect upon American civilization. So far as the display within its buildings was concerned, this had been equaled several years before in Paris, as it was afterwards surpassed in both Paris and St. Louis. Upon that side, indeed, the American people stood far less in need of education than was commonly supposed. The importance of the Columbian Exposition lay in the fact that it revealed to millions of Americans whose lives were necessarily colorless and narrow, the splendid possibilities of art and the compelling power of the beautiful. These possibilities and this power could never have been forced upon their understanding in any other way than by a demonstration so impressive as to stultify denial. The far-reaching influence of the demonstration was not one that could be measured by any formal test. But a study of American conditions will certainly reveal an accelerated appreciation of the graces of life, and a quickening of the aesthetic sense throughout the whole decade which followed the creation of what Mr. H. C. Bunner most felicitously designated as the White City. The year 1894 is one to be long remembered in American history. In it those elements of dynamic discontent which had long been gathering strength half unperceived now loomed upon the political horizon with the black and sullen menace of a swelling thundercloud, within whose womb are pent the forces of destruction. For years, by bargain and by compromise, the day of reckoning had been postponed; but now both compromise and bargain were impossible, and the nation had to face, however fearfully, the issues which would no longer down. The events of 1894 must of necessity be narrated in succession. Yet the reader should remember that they took place simultaneously, and that each of them had a very definite relation to the others. It had been expected by the President and his immediate supporters that the repeal of the Sherman Act would at once revive prosperity by restoring confidence to the business world. Such, however, proved not to be the case. The premium on currency had, to be sure, disappeared as early as September 6, and the list of failures and suspensions was gradually curtailed. But there was no general revival of commercial activity. If the country had previously shown the symptoms of financial fever, it now exhibited a condition of extreme debility. The income of the government was far from satisfactory, and the Secretary of the Treasury, in his estimates for the coming year, anticipated a deficit of $28 millions, as against a surplus of some $2 millions for the fiscal year just ended. This unfavorable condition of affairs was ascribed by the Democrats to the incubus of the McKinley tariff legislation, while the Republicans continued to assert that the business of the country was at a standstill because of a general distrust of democratic rule and a feeling of uncertainty as to what action the party now in power might take with reference to the tariff. It seemed indeed an unpropitious time for entering upon a revision of the revenue system. Many Democrats would have been glad to wait. Yet in the face of their explicit party pledges, delay would have convicted them of insincerity. They had carried the election chiefly on the tariff issue. Their platform had said of the McKinley Law, "We promise its repeal as one of the beneficent results that will follow the action of the people in entrusting power to the Democratic party." Finally, some new tariff measure was necessary in order to secure additional revenue for the Treasury. The schedules of the McKinley Act had in part been framed for the purpose of reducing the revenue and preventing the accumulation of another huge surplus. This they had accomplished only too successfully, and therefore a revision was imperative as a matter of finance. In the face of all this, it was impossible to take any backward steps or to hesitate and seek refuge in delay. Furthermore, the President, as always, was earnestly in favor of an aggressive policy. His party had been divided by the silver controversy, but on the tariff question he felt sure of its support. Hence, when the regular session of Congress began on December 4th, the President's message spoke with confidence and vigor of new tariff legislation as both an opportunity and a duty. After a hard struggle, tariff reform is directly before us. After full discussion, our countrymen have spoken in favor of this reform, and they have confided the work of its accomplishment to the hands of those who are solemnly pledged to it. Nothing should intervene to distract our attention or disturb our effort until this reform is accomplished by wise and careful legislation. The President outlined the sort of tariff measure that seemed to him desirable. It should give to American manufacturers free raw materials, thus enabling them to produce as cheaply as the foreigner, and hence to enlarge the market for American-made goods. In general, the tariff charges should be reduced upon the necessaries of life. Finally, the President announced that a measure such as he had in mind had been already framed and would be promptly submitted to the Congress. This measure was not to be unduly radical, not providing as yet for a tariff for revenue only. The country could not in a moment cast aside every vestige of the protective system. We cannot close our eyes to the fact that conditions have grown up among us which in justice and fairness call for discriminating care in the distribution of duties and taxation. On December 19th, Mr. Wilson, the chairman of the Committee on Ways and Means, reported to the House the bill to which the President had made allusion in his message. It was officially styled, "An Act to Reduce Taxation, to Provide Revenue for the Government, and for Other Purposes." But popularly it was known as the Wilson Bill. The Republicans at once denounced it as free trade legislation. Yet an analysis of its provisions as originally reported showed plainly enough that while it was distinctly a step in the direction of freer trade, it was on the whole a very conservative measure. In the first place, it removed entirely the duties on wool, on coal, on iron ore, on lumber, and on sugar, both raw and refined. It made rather moderate reductions in the duties on woolen goods, cottons, linens, silks, pig iron, steel billets, steel rails, tin plate, china, glassware, and earthenware. A number of minor and miscellaneous articles received new schedules. The most noticeable feature of the bill was its treatment of raw materials as just described. Here lay the point of departure from Republican tariff legislation, which in taxing raw materials had made American protectionism a thing unlike the protectionism of other leading nations. The Wilson Bill, in providing for the free entry of wool, coal, iron ore, lumber, and sugar, adopted a principle recognized by scientific economists, while it adhered closely to the recommendations of President Cleveland's various messages and to the promise made in the Democratic platform of 1892. The remission of the duty on wool was the boldest assertion of the new policy, for the duty on wool was the one provision of the McKinley tariff that had been of practical advantage to many American farmers. Its repeal was bitterly opposed by the wool growers of Ohio and other states, whom Senator Sherman estimated at 1,000,000 souls, and the value of their annual product at $125,000,000. Note 3, page 357. Free iron ore was opposed by the interest that had secured control of the western ore beds, but it was of distinct advantage to the eastern manufacturers. Free coal affected very few sections of the country. In New England and on the Pacific coast, consumers might get their supply of coal from the adjacent mines in Canada rather than from the more distant coal fields of Pennsylvania and West Virginia; but the country at large must still use American and not imported coal. The same thing was true with regard to lumber. The question of the tariff on sugar, however, was somewhat more complex. During the years preceding 1894, the refining of sugar in the United States had gradually become monopolized by the American Sugar Refining Company, oftener spoken of as the Sugar Trust, of which Mr. H. O. Havemeyer was the head. This corporation was one of the most powerful of all those to which public attention had been directed, and it was one of the most unpopular. The interests of this corporation would be served by admitting raw sugar free, thus giving the trust the benefit of cheap material, and by a tax upon refined sugar which came from other countries. This was precisely what the McKinley Act had done, enormously increasing the profits of the trust. The Wilson Bill, as reported to the House, provided for the admission of raw sugar free, in accordance with the general theory as to raw materials, but it also admitted refined sugar free, thereby depriving the Sugar Trust of any special advantage and leaving it to stand upon its own legs. So much for the distinctive features of the new tariff measure in its original form. The rest of its schedules were lower than those of the McKinley Act, but in the main quite as high if not higher than those of the Tariff Act of 1883, passed by a Republican Congress. In fact, taken as a whole, the Wilson Bill, so far from being in essence a free trade measure, was one that would have been regarded in the years before the Civil War as a piece of rigorous protective legislation. It embodied, however, as has been explained, the general principle of free raw materials, while still it dealt considerately with the many interests which had grown up under the shelter of the 32 Tariff Acts which the Republicans had passed between 1860 and 1890. The Wilson Bill was very well received by the Democrats in the House and by the party as a whole. Little change was made in the original draft during the 5 weeks when it was under consideration by the Representatives. But many Democrats and some Republicans from the South and West eagerly advocated the insertion in the bill of a clause providing for a tax on incomes. This would yield, it was said, a substantial revenue and wipe out the anticipated deficit. And most of all it would make the possessors of large fortunes contribute to the government a sum proportionate to their wealth. There was a strong and very widespread feeling that many of the richest persons in the country had so successfully dodged their taxes as to have secured a practical exemption from any taxation whatsoever. Secretary Carlyle had suggested laying a tax upon certain classes of corporations, but the House adopted instead a tax of 2% upon all incomes of more than $4,000, the tax to remain in force until January 1, 1900. This clause was adopted on January 24th by a vote of 204 to 140, and the bill as a whole received the approval of the House on February 1st, by a vote of 182 to 106, 61 members not voting. When the result was announced by the Speaker it was received with a burst of Democratic cheering, and Mr. Wilson was showered with congratulations by his followers and friends. But after the bill reached the Senate, affairs took a decidedly different turn. The Democratic majority in the upper house was a very small one, and its close cohesion had already been destroyed, while there were many reasons why a tariff measure, such as the Wilson bill, should encounter serious opposition there. These reasons may be indicated briefly as springing first from personal opposition to President Cleveland, and second from the fact that the Senate, unlike the House, was controlled by powerful financial interests which were ably represented on the floor. The personal animosity toward the President, which did not at once find open expression, was in part an inheritance from his first administration. Note 4, page 359. In part a result of the masterful way in which he had forced the repeal of the Sherman Act, and to a large degree it represented the traditional antagonism which most senators entertain toward every President who has not had congressional experience sufficient to make him understand and properly respect the usages, the prerogatives, and the prejudices of the senatorial body. In various ways, senators of the United States feel themselves to be above the President. They are elected, not by a direct vote of the people, but by the legislatures of the several states, and therefore they are not directly influenced by the popular will. Their term of office is longer than the presidential term of office, and a senator who is either a man of real distinction or a master of political management is certain to be elected for term after term, so that in very many instances a seat in the Senate is held by what is practically a life tenure. Finally, the ramifications of so-called senatorial courtesy traverse party lines and create among the members of the Senate an esprit de corps which is often stronger than the dictates of party loyalty. As to the interests other than political interests which at times controls the action of individual senators, these may be sufficiently divined from what has been set forth in the preceding chapter. Note 5, page 360. Most senators are wealthy men, and their private and personal affiliations are not unnaturally with those who represent the power of wealth in public life. It was something more than ominous that the Wilson tariff bill, after passing the House by a majority of 76, and after having been referred by the Senate to its Finance Committee, should have been held back by that committee for almost 2 months. When reported, March 20th, it had been so clipped and trimmed as to exhibit a very curious metamorphosis. Yet in the open Senate the measure fared still worse. As might have been expected, the Republicans fell upon it tooth and nail. But acting in entire harmony with them were certain Democratic senators who seemed to have forgotten altogether the solemn pledges which their National Convention of 1892 had given to the country. Foremost among these were the blandly inscrutable Senator Gorman of Maryland and the newly elected Senator Bryce of Ohio. The two appeared upon the Democratic side of the Senate as the unavowed yet most efficient agents of the protected interests, and their object was plainly to modify and mutilate the Wilson bill in such a way as to deprive it of any real significance and meaning. As its schedules were discussed, Messrs. Bryce and Gorman played upon the local interests of little knots of Democratic senators, so that amendment after amendment was made, each one restoring a part of the remitted duties. In all, the Senate made 634 changes in the House measure, destroying entirely its original character. Coal, iron ore, lumber, and sugar were removed from the list altogether, leaving wool and copper the only raw materials to be let in untaxed. The action of the Senate upon the sugar schedule led to a most deplorable scandal. The House had put all sugar, both refined and raw, upon the free list, thereby giving governmental aid neither to the Sugar Trust nor to the domestic producer. The two senators from Louisiana, however, having in mind their sugar-growing constituency, insisted that raw sugar must be taxed. Without their votes, the bill could probably not be carried at all, so close was the division. Furthermore, other senators believed that such a duty was necessary as a revenue measure. Note 6, page 361. Since the funds in the Treasury were low and the receipts from the income tax would not be available for many months. Hence the Senate imposed a duty upon raw sugar of 40% ad valorem, equivalent to about 1 cent a pound. But a duty on raw sugar without a countervailing duty on refined sugar would have been a serious blow to the Sugar Trust. All the powerful influences at the command of this corporation were immediately brought to bear upon the Senate. Here was a direct issue between one of the most notorious of trusts on the one side, and the purpose of crippling trusts avowed by the Democracy on the other. The Democratic platform had spoken of trusts and combinations as a natural consequence of the prohibitive taxes which prevent free competition. Would Democratic senators, in the face of this declaration, impose a prohibitive tax at the bidding of a trust whose monopoly controlled one of the necessities of life? The debate upon the subject soon waxed hot. While it was in progress, ugly rumors began to fly abroad. The certificates of the Sugar Trust fluctuated in value every day, as the Senate seemed first favorable and then unfavorable to its interests. The story was at first whispered, and then published all over the country, that certain senators were buying and selling sugar certificates, speculating, that is, in sugar on the basis of their own official action. So great an outcry went up, and such sweeping charges were made, that an investigation was instituted by the Senate itself, an investigation only half-heartedly pursued. Probably no senator really wished to smirch the reputation of a fellow senator. Yet, if only to pacify the public, something had to be done at once. Senators were questioned by the Special Investigating Committee, but with slight result save in one striking instance. Mr. Key of Pennsylvania most characteristically admitted that he had speculated in sugar, and that his speculations had been guided by his official knowledge of the Senate's action. With even greater effrontery, he justified what he had done, adding as an afterthought, that his financial interest in the affair had not in the least degree influenced his course on the floor of the Senate. Other senators were less impudent, if not less culpable. Definite knowledge could not be had. It must come, if at all, from New York brokerage firms, through which the speculative senators had sent their orders by telegraph. There was some difficulty about getting this evidence, and in the end nothing was accomplished save to leave a taint upon the names of several senators, and to disgust the country with the whole tariff controversy. One very instructive feature of this investigation was found in the testimony given to the committee by Mr. Henry O. Havemeyer, the president of the Sugar Trust. Mr. Havemeyer was asked about the relations of his trust to the great political parties and their state campaign funds. Did it contribute to the funds of both parties? Yes, said Mr. Havemeyer, with cheerful frankness, we always do that. In the state of New York, where the Democratic majority is between 40,000 and 50,000, we throw it, the trust's contribution, their way. In the state of Massachusetts, where the Republican party is dominant, they probably have the call. Wherever there is a dominant party, wherever the majority is very large, that is the party that gets the contribution, because that is the party which controls the local matters. The importance of this admission was obvious when one remembers that what Mr. Havemeyer vaguely alluded to as "local matters" meant the election of senators and representatives to Congress and of judges to the state judiciary. Mr. Havemeyer further remarked that the practice of dividing money between the two political parties was the practice of every corporation and firm and trust and whatever you may call it. This illumining discourse of Mr. Havemeyer's was on the whole the most valuable contribution to knowledge made by the Senate committee when it finally reported. Note 7, page 364. But meanwhile the trust had its way. Refined sugar was taxed 1/8 of a cent a pound, with an additional duty of 1/10 of a cent on refined sugar imported from countries giving an export bounty. This tax, minutely insignificant though it may appear, was ample to continue and confirm the Sugar Trust in its supremacy. The fractional duty of 1/8 of a cent a pound meant to the treasury of the trust not less than $20 million of profit every year. Note 8, page 364. After months of wearisome delay, with frequent scenes of disorder and indecorum, the Senate finally, on July 3rd, allowed the mutilated tariff bill to pass by a scant majority of 5 votes, 39 to 34, with 12 senators not voting. During these proceedings President Cleveland had watched the course of the Senate with a very natural indignation. In his message of the preceding December he had said, "Success can only be obtained by means of unselfish counsel on the part of friends of tariff reform, and as a result of their willingness to subordinate personal desires and ambitions to the general good. The local interests affected by the proposed reform are so numerous and so varied, that if all are insisted upon, the legislation embodying the reform must inevitably fail." As the event showed, there had been no unselfish counsel in the Senate. Personal desires and ambitions had not been subordinated. Local interests had been most greedily insisted upon. It was now evident that the legislation would inevitably fail, so far as it professed to embody a reform, unless the Senate could be induced to rescind some of its amendments. The bill went back to the House for its concurrence. Mr. Wilson, rising in his place on July 7th, urged that as altered and amended it not be passed. He spoke with force and eloquence, and then took the unusual step of reading to the House a personal letter addressed to him by the President on July 2nd, anticipating the action of the Senate. It was an extraordinary letter, and the fact of its being read was still more extraordinary; for thus the Executive was made to criticize the action of one House of Congress in a letter practically written to be read before the other House. From a party point of view, a Democratic President was arraigning Democratic Senators before both Democratic and Republican Representatives. The most significant sentences of the letter were the following: "My public life has been so closely related to the subject, I have so longed for its accomplishment, and I have so often promised its realization to my fellow countrymen, that I hope no excuse is necessary for my earnest appeal to you that in this crisis you strenuously insist upon party honesty and good faith, and a sturdy adherence to democratic principles. It is quite apparent that this question of free raw materials does not admit of adjustment on any middle ground, since their subjection to any rate of tariff, great or small, is alike a violation of democratic principles and democratic good faith. There is no excuse for mistaking or misapprehending the feeling and temper of the rank and file of the democracy. They are downcast under the assertion that their party fails in ability to manage the government, and they are apprehensive that efforts to bring about tariff reform may fail; but they are much more downcast and apprehensive in their fear that democratic principles may be surrendered. Every true Democrat knows that this bill in its present form is not the consummation for which we have long looked. Our abandonment of the cause or the principles upon which it rests means party perfidy and party dishonor." Note 9, page 366. That President Cleveland should have permitted such a letter to be read at such a time has seemed to many the clearest possible evidence of his incompetence as a party leader. It was most certainly a gage of defiance to the Senate, a body already inimical to him. It violated to some extent the proprieties of executive courtesy toward a branch of the national legislature. It was certain to give the bitterest offense to senators of his own party. What, then, could the President hope to gain by what was, on its face, a serious indiscretion? The answer to this question is probably to be found in the remark of an English student of Mr. Cleveland's political career. As this observer wrote in 1896, Mr. Cleveland was possessed of an enduring faith in the common sense of the nation. He had always acted on the rule that the people were capable of understanding the truth if it was clearly and frankly put before them. Note 10, page 366. This does, beyond all doubt, sufficiently explain why, as President, Mr. Cleveland so often sent to Congress long messages advocating measures which he knew very well would not be considered for a moment by that body. His arguments were in reality addressed not to the senators and representatives, but to the entire nation. And so his letter to Mr. Wilson, by the very unusual circumstances under which it received publicity, was not by any means a peevish plaint, uttered in a moment of irritation, but rather a well-considered disclaimer of responsibility for the action of the Democratic senators. It was an appeal from the politicians to the people. But the effect of it in the Senate was to seal irrevocably the fate of the Wilson bill as a measure of true reform. Although the President had named no names in his accusation of party perfidy and dishonor, the shaft had gone unerringly to its proper mark. Senator Gorman, stung by those pungent words, brought the subject before the Senate with a show of virtuous indignation. Senator Hill defended the President in a long speech, July 20th. But Mr. Gorman, having prepared himself for battle, went into the whole question on its personal side, July 23rd. After some satirical remarks directed against Mr. Wilson for having made public what he, Senator Gorman, assumed to be a private letter, he went on to say that Mr. Cleveland's charges were wholly disingenuous. He asserted that the President had been consulted with regard to the Senate amendments, and had given them his approval. In corroboration of this statement, Mr. Gorman called upon two other Democratic senators, Messrs. Vest and Jones, to bear him out on what he had just said. In short, he raised a question of veracity between the President and himself. Whatever view the Senate took of this personal controversy, its opposition to Mr. Cleveland's wishes now became solidified and irrevocable. The House refused to concur in the Senate's amendments, and the bill was sent to a conference committee of both houses. In conference, the Senate's representatives refused to yield a single point. The House could take the bill precisely as it left the Senate, or the bill could fail, leaving the McKinley tariff still in force. In the end, the House was forced to accept the amendments in their entirety, and to pass the bill which Mr. Cleveland had stigmatized as involving perfidy and dishonor. Note 11, page 368. The predicament of the President was a cruel one. He could not put his signature to such a measure. He could not veto it, and make the professions of his party utterly ridiculous. And so he let it become a law without his signature, August 28th, giving his reasons for so doing in a letter to Mr. Catchings of Mississippi. The Wilson Act was, he said, in some of its provisions, better than the existing tariff law. It effected an average reduction of duties which left them less by 11% than those of the McKinley tariff. It provided for the admission of free wool. The tax on incomes would relieve the Treasury. But then he went on to speak of the sinister influences which had marred the measure as a whole. The war against those influences had only just begun. Tariff reform will not be settled until it is honestly and fairly settled, in the interest and to the benefit of a patient and long-suffering people. I take my place with the rank and file of the Democratic party, who refuse to accept the results embodied in this bill as the close of the war, who are not blinded to the fact that the livery of Democratic tariff reform has been stolen and worn in the service of Republican protection, and who have marked the places where the deadly blight of treason has blasted the counsels of the brave in their hour of might. The trusts and combinations, the communism of pelf, whose machinations have prevented us from reaching the success we deserved, should not be forgotten nor forgiven. Humiliating as this lamentable fiasco was to the section of his party which had been steadily loyal to the President, there still remained a no less disappointing sequel. Many who felt chagrin over the defeat of genuine tariff reform, had comforted themselves with the remembrance that at least the section of the Wilson bill establishing an income tax had been saved. This section had indeed proved to be the most popular of any in the bill, as the majorities given it in both houses very clearly showed. Men recalled the dictum of Secretary Fessenden, who in 1864 declared that the ability to pay increases in much more than arithmetical proportion as the amount of income exceeds the limits of reasonable necessity. To the Western and Southern Democrats, and also to the Populists, an income tax seemed perhaps a thing of greater immediate importance than a revision of the tariff, the more so as it was bitterly opposed by Eastern capitalists. In the Senate, Mr. Hill of New York had attacked it with an energy and force most unusual in him. This income tax, said Mr. Hill, is unconstitutional, because it is a direct tax, and a direct tax not based upon the population can be levied only by the several states and not by the federal government. It is odious because it is a war tax, and has never been imposed in time of peace. Note 12, page 369. It exempts incomes of $4,000 and less, and therefore represents class legislation, distinguishing between the rich and the poor. It is a purely sectional measure because this tax will bear more severely upon the East than upon the West. Note 13, page 370. Finally, its administration is necessarily offensive, for it establishes that sort of inquisition into the individual citizen's private affairs which amounts practically to espionage. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Chapter 8, Part 2 of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905, by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Storm and Stress, Part 2. No sooner, however, had the Wilson bill become a law, than preparations were made by the Treasury to collect the tax which Senator Hill had so energetically denounced. The necessary blanks and other papers were printed, and the collecting officers began their distribution. Opposition to the measure was no less prompt. Several test cases were prepared. Note 14, page 370. These cases presently reached the Supreme Court, where they were argued at length, and, to anticipate, a partial decision was rendered on April 8, 1895. The court pronounced that part of the law unconstitutional which taxed values derived from land and from state or municipal bonds; but a final decision on the law as a whole was deferred, owing to the absence of Mr. Justice Jackson, who was ill. A few weeks later, however, Justice Jackson, having recovered, rendered his opinion, so that the decision, as finally handed down by a full bench, pronounced the income tax unconstitutional as being a direct tax. Note 15. The court was divided 5-4. Note 16. 15 and 16, page 370. There were circumstances connected with this decision which caused deep feeling throughout the country. It had been long since a case before the Supreme Court had attracted such general attention. A brilliant array of counsel had submitted arguments, among them ex-Senator Edmunds, Mr. James C. Carter, Mr. Joseph H. Choate, and the Attorney General himself. The final judgment, as given on May 20th, carried with it a reversal of an earlier judgment handed down 15 years before. In 1880 the Supreme Court had decided (Note 17, page 371), with no dissenting opinion, that an income tax on rents is not a direct tax, within the meaning of the Constitution, but an excise tax, and hence permitted to the general government. That the Supreme Court should reverse a decision which had stood for 15 years was a very unusual occurrence. Note 18, page 371. That it should reverse, by a majority of only one, a decision which had been unanimously reached was still more remarkable. Yet this was not all. On April 8th, Mr. Justice Sherris had been favorable to the constitutionality of the law. Had he not altered his view, the opinion of Mr. Justice Jackson on May 20th would have made the court stand 5-4 in support of the income tax. But Justice Sherris in the interval had gone over to the other side, and so the result already described was ultimately reached. In expressing their dissent from the decision of the majority of the court, Justice Harlan and Justice White departed wholly from the impassive and impersonal manner which is usual in that high tribunal, and spoke in terms of marked feeling. Mr. Justice Harlan, indeed, let it be plainly seen that he believed the court to have dealt a severe blow at the stability and safety of American political institutions. Note 19, pages 371 and 372. In this he struck a note which was echoed all over the land, but most of all throughout the West and South. Men said that the influences which had crippled tariff reform in the Senate had proved no less powerful in the highest tribunal of the nation. Populism grew daily stronger, while other events which were coincident with those already told stimulated the new movement and enhanced its power. The slow progress of the Wilson Bill, prolonging as it did the feeling of uncertainty in the business world, had depressed all forms of industry. Thousands of men who had been thrown out of work in the summer and autumn of 1893 found themselves at the beginning of winter wholly destitute. Some of them had left their homes in the Eastern States and had gone to the Pacific coast as railway builders. They now turned their faces homeward, intending to tramp the long distance, and to live upon the charity of the intervening towns and cities. These men were presently joined by others who were out of work, and finally by swarms of professional vagabonds and tramps. Through some curious psychological impulse, the notion of a general crusade of squalor spread all through the country, and from every quarter of the West and the Southwest, bands of ragged, hungry, homeless men appeared, fierce of aspect, and terrifying to the people of the hamlets and sparsely settled districts through which they passed. Theft, rape, and sometimes murder marked the trail of this new Jacquerie, which had at first no conscious purpose, as it had no leader. Both purpose and leader were presently provided. 3 odd fanatics came to the front, and after a fashion took command of the roving bands. These 3, Coxey, Kelly, and Fry, styling themselves generals, led the largest groups, which were now known as armies of the unemployed, and later as industrials and commonwealers. Coxey was the most conspicuous of the 3. He had a definite plan of action. He organized what he styled the Army of the Commonweal of Christ, and with it he intended to march on Washington, to enter the Capitol, and to overawe Congress into passing a law providing for the unemployed. His demand was that $500 million in irredeemable paper money should be issued, and that this sum should be spent in improving the public highways throughout the country. Such became at last the declared purpose of all the commonwealers, and so the three armies began their march to Washington from different points, Coxey setting out from Massillon, Ohio, on March 25th, Fry from Los Angeles, California, early in April, and Kelly from San Francisco on April 26th. There was something grotesque and also something very pitiful in the purpose of these poor men, many of whom were honest and well-meaning, but who were driven to desperation by poverty and cold and hunger. Yet among them were also many criminals and vicious characters, so that again and again the industrials came into conflict with the police, and sometimes even with the militia, which was called to arms in several states because of them. The newspapers made much of Coxey's army, and naturally viewing its march on Washington as a huge joke, began to humor the idea and to treat it with mock seriousness. Hence in Europe, where American humor, if unlabeled, is seldom understood, the belief spread that the United States had fallen into anarchy. The Republic was to be overthrown by a great uprising of its own citizens. The movement of Coxey's prowling tramps upon Washington was gravely likened to the famous march of the mob from Paris to Versailles. English leader writers waited solemnly for the crash of a widespread and terrible revolution. Coxey and his followers straggled into Washington on April 28th. By that time their numbers had been reduced to about 300 men. The mild spring weather had led most of the army to roam off as individuals into the pleasant country valleys, where they could bask in the sunshine and live by begging. On the 1st of May, however, Coxey marched his dwindling host into the grounds of the Capitol, bearing aloft some improvised banners of calico and paper muslin. But by this time public interest in the industrials had waned. The joke had ceased to amuse, and therefore no particular notice was taken of Coxey until he and some of his lieutenants marched across the lawns, when the Capitol police at once arrested them for walking on the grass. Such was the farcical end of the Coxey crusade, which foreigners regarded as a dreadful menace to the Republic, but which terminated in a short jail sentence served for the violation of a local ordinance by the would-be Robespierre. While, however, this pilgrimage of the commonwealers was in itself of no importance, it did reveal a state of restlessness in the industrial world. This was soon to find expression in a tremendous struggle of organized labor against organized capital, a struggle of which the outcome was at last determined by the unprecedented action of Mr. Cleveland and his Attorney General. It involved questions, both administrative, judicial, and constitutional, of far-reaching consequence. In 1886, the capitalists who controlled or owned the 24 railways which then entered the city of Chicago, had formed a voluntary association known as the General Managers Association. Note 20, page 375. This body had for its main purpose the effective and arbitrary control of all persons employed by the railways represented in the association. Wages were cut down according to a general agreement. Discharged workmen were blacklisted, so that they could not easily get new employment. With no standing whatever in law, the Managers' Association was establishing a complete control of the independence and even of the livelihood of thousands of railway employees. Note 21, page 376. To offset this combination of the owners, the men had organized in 1893 the American Railway Union. The two bodies, antagonistic as they were in their special interests, came into conflict early in 1894 over a question which did not in its origin directly concern either of them. The Pullman Palace Car Company was not a railway corporation, but was engaged in manufacturing cars which it operated through written contracts with the railways. It was a highly prosperous concern, and Mr. Pullman, its president, had won much commendation from philanthropic sociologists for having built the pretty little village of Pullman near Chicago, where employees of the company could at moderate rentals find houses that were clean, well lighted, and supplied with admirable sanitary arrangements. Lakes, parks, and well-kept streets made the place appear to be a poor man's paradise. On the other hand, those who lived in Pullman saw another side. Not many residents stayed there long. While they stayed, they seemed to be under a singular constraint. If they spoke of the company, they did so in half a whisper, and with a furtive glance behind them, very much as a Russian might mention the Czar. Note 22, page 376. Everyone felt that he was spied upon, and that an incautious word might lead to his discharge and get his name upon the blacklist. In May, 1894, the Pullman Company dismissed a large number of its workmen. The wages of such as were retained were lowered by some 20%. Many were now employed for less than what was usually regarded as full time. A committee of employees waited upon Mr. Pullman to ask that the old wages be restored. Mr. Pullman refused this request, but promised that he would not punish any member of the committee for having presented the petition. This promise he apparently violated, for on the very next day 3 of the committee were discharged. Mr. Pullman, in fact, evidently regarded himself as a personage so sacrosanct as to make even a respectful petition to him a serious offense. Indignant at his action, 5/6 of his men went out on strike. Mr. Pullman promptly discharged the other 6, who had remained faithful to his interests. To justify the Pullman management, a general statement was given out on its behalf, that the close of the Columbian Exposition and the existing business depression had checked the demand for its cars, that it had been employing men at an actual loss, that it could not afford to continue them at work and at the old scale of wages. In reply to this, the fact was pointed out that while the wages of the men had been cut, the salaries of the officers remained as large as ever, and that rents in the town of Pullman had not been lowered. Moreover, the stock of the company was selling above par. Its dividends for the preceding year on a capital of $36,000,000 had been $2,520,000, while it had a surplus of undivided profits amounting to $25,000,000. About 4,000 Pullman employees were members of the American Railway Union. In June, a convention of the union was held in Chicago, and this body took up the question of the Pullman strike, although the men on strike were not railway employees at all. A committee of the union wished to confer with the Pullman management, but were not allowed to do so. The Civic Federation of Chicago, with the approval and support of the mayors of 50 cities, urged the company to submit the matter to arbitration. The company answered, "We have nothing to arbitrate." Then on June 2nd, the Railway Union, finding no settlement possible, passed a resolution to the effect that unless the Pullman Company should come to an agreement with its men before June 26th, the members of the Railway Union would refuse to handle Pullman cars. The company remained obdurate, and therefore on the 26th the union fulfilled its promise. From that day on, all the roads running out of Chicago, no train to which Pullman cars were attached could move. The president of the Railway Union was Mr. Eugene V. Debs. He had formerly been a locomotive engineer and afterwards a grocer. Going into politics, he had served a term in the Indiana legislature. He was a very shrewd, long-headed strategist. He understood the strength of his organization. He was equally well aware of the one weak point in all the great labor demonstrations of the past. The 150,000 men whom he controlled could, by acting together, completely paralyze the railway system centering at Chicago. Local public sentiment was, on the whole, favorable to the Pullman employees. That sentiment would, however, be alienated if violence and general disorder were to follow on the strike. It was vital that the Railway Union should employ no lawless means. Mr. Debs, therefore, issued an address on June 29th, in which he said: "The contest is now on between the railway corporations united solidly on the one hand, and the labor forces on the other. I appeal to the strikers everywhere to refrain from any act of violence. A man who will destroy property or violate law is an enemy, and not a friend of the cause of labor." The order of Mr. Debs was implicitly obeyed by the members of the Railway Union, and the peaceable strike which was begun on the 26th proved at once to be remarkably effective. Switchmen refused to attach Pullman cars to any train. When they were discharged for this, the rest of the train's crew left it in a body. By the end of the 5th day after the strike began, all the roads running out of Chicago were practically at a standstill. The Railway Managers' Association was facing absolute defeat. Its resources in the way of men were exhausted, and its trains could not be operated. Yet all this had been accomplished by peaceable means. There was no sign of violence or disorder. But the men who made up the Managers' Association were very able. They had at their command unlimited money and legal advisers who could conceive daring plans. This struggle against the power of the railways meant to them a struggle for existence. Their chairman, therefore, issued a bold statement, in which he said: "We are supported in our stand by the railway managers all over the United States. It is no time for weakness of policy. The fight must be won." It must have been plain to the managers that if the strike remained a peaceful one, the railways would be defeated. If, however, violence and crime were associated with it, public sympathy would no longer sustain the strikers, and the power of the law would be invoked against them. Singularly enough, on June 30th, just when this situation became very plain, disorder suddenly broke out in Chicago. The close of the World's Fair had left in that city a large residuum of vagabonds and semi-criminals, who had drifted thither during the Exposition, and who remained to swell the lawless population of the slums. As is usual in times of widespread excitement, these men now swarmed by thousands to the railway yards, intent upon prospective plunder. It was widely asserted at the time that the Managers' Association employed agents provocateurs to incite the disorderly elements to acts of violence. Of this there is no convincing proof. That thieves and bullies and jailbirds should seize upon so rare an opportunity for mischief was natural enough. But their sudden appearance was certainly most opportune for the railway managers, and most fatal to the real interests of the strikers. On June 30th a mail train was stopped in the suburbs of Chicago. The engine was cut off and disabled by a mob ostensibly directed by strikers. At about the same time the mails were completely obstructed on parts of the Southern Pacific system, the strike having extended to the Pacific States. Mail trains having Pullman cars attached were not allowed to run. This news brought the United States government into the field at once. Attorney General Olney issued vigorous instructions to the United States district attorneys all over the country. Deputy marshals were sworn in, and other precautionary measures were taken. Writing to Mr. Edwin Walker, who acted as special counsel for the government in Chicago, Mr. Olney made the novel suggestion that, instead of relying upon warrants issued under criminal statutes against persons who had actually committed illegal acts, Mr. Walker should apply to the federal courts for injunctions forbidding the commission of such acts. On July 1st the roads were still paralyzed. Disorder had still for the most part been sporadic. There was no evidence that the local authorities were not fully competent to deal with the situation so far as the unruly elements were concerned. On the following day, however, on motion of the United States District Attorney, Judge Woods issued a sweeping injunction forbidding the president of the Railway Union, Mr. Debs, and also its vice president, secretary, and others, from interfering with the transportation of the mails and from obstructing interstate commerce. Mr. Walker also sent word to Washington that in his judgment United States troops would be needed to enforce the order of the court. On that very day President Cleveland ordered General Miles to Chicago to assume personal command of the troops at Fort Sheridan. Mr. Walker seemed strangely insistent in his demand for troops and for their immediate use. Note 23, page 381. Mr. Olney telegraphed him, July 3rd. I trust use of United States troops will not be necessary. Mr. Walker reiterated his demand, and with him were joined Judge Grosscup, the district attorney, and the United States marshal. The strikers had indeed been deeply stirred by the injunction which forbade even an attempt to persuade railway employees to strike. They felt that the federal courts were the mere tools of the railway managers, and were attempting to deprive men of the right to leave their work. Perhaps because of their indignation at this new move, the peaceful strike came to an end, and a regime of violence began. Baggage cars were wrecked and strewn along the tracks, and a mail train was ditched. The writ of injunction was read to the mob by a marshal, but it was received with jeers and curses. That same afternoon President Cleveland ordered Colonel Crofton in command at Fort Sheridan to enter Chicago with the entire garrison of infantry, artillery, and cavalry. This order was promptly carried out, and on the following morning the troops were in camp upon the lake front. Reinforcements were hurried to them, and General Miles had presently at his disposal a force of several thousand men. A brigade of state militia was also ordered to the city by the governor at the mayor's request. The story of the next few days is one of perpetual disorder, controlled, however, or greatly lessened by the admirable work of the regular troops, whose cool firmness had that indescribable effect which discipline always exercises upon disorder. Yet there was much destruction of railway property, both within the city and near it, while the temper of the soldiers was often severely tried. The spirit of the mob grew more and more dangerous, and at last, on July 7th, General Miles issued an order to all officers in command of troops, directing them to fire upon persons engaged in overt hostile acts. Mr. Debs, whose prudence had begun to fail him, made an inflammatory address in which he said: The first shot fired by regular troops at the mobs here will be a signal for civil war. Bloodshed will surely follow." Events moved quickly. On the following day the President issued a proclamation ordering all persons engaged in unlawful assemblages to disperse, on or before 12 o'clock noon of the 9th day of July instant. Those who disregarded the warning were to be viewed as public enemies. "There will be no vacillation in the decisive punishment of the guilty." On that same day, a mob at Hammond, Indiana, some 20 miles distant from Chicago, set upon several non strikers, killing 1 and wounding 4. Matters grew still more serious; and a detachment of regular troops, commanded by Major Hartz, was hurried to the Monon station. Under their protection several trains were moved. This infuriated the mob, which, after exhausting every form of insult, began to shower the soldiers with missiles. The troops remained unmoved, awaiting orders. Emboldened by this apparent timidity, their assailants, who now numbered fully 3,000, made a wild rush, intending to overwhelm the compact company in blue. Major Hartz gave a sharp command, and the magazine rifles spurted fire into the yelling mob, drilling it through and through with bullets and strewing the ground with dead. Coincidently with these events, Judge Groscup delivered a charge to a special federal grand jury, which at once found indictments against Debs and 3 of his associates, the charge being one of conspiracy under the Sherman anti-trust law of 1890. On July 10th the 4 men were arrested and gave bail in $10,000 each. On July 17th the same men were brought before Judge Woods, and were charged with contempt of court, in having disobeyed the injunction of July 2nd. They refused to give bail upon this charge, and were sent to prison under guard. This swift and stern action of the Federal Government broke the backbone of the strike, as Mr. Debs himself afterwards admitted. The movement, in which the Knights of Labor had also taken part, had spread over 27 states and territories, and had affected the operations of 125,000 miles of railway. But everywhere it was dealt with in the same energetic manner whenever it obstructed the service of the mails; and after the arrest of Mr. Debs it died speedily away. On July 20th, less than a month after the general strike began, the United States troops left Chicago, their presence being no longer needed. Note 24, page 384. In the opinion of the Governor of Illinois, Mr. John P. Altgeld, their presence there had never been required. Mr. Altgeld was a Democratic of the populistic type. In appearance he resembled a typical German agitator, fanatical and intense. He had pardoned the anarchists who were sentenced to imprisonment at the time of the Haymarket murders in 1886. Note 25, page 384. Many persons regarded him as no better than an anarchist himself, yet this judgment was too harsh. His sympathies were undoubtedly with the strikers, and he felt with some reason that the presence of Federal troops was essentially provocative. He read over the 4th article of the Constitution, which pledges the United States to guarantee to each state protection against domestic violence, on application of the legislature or of the executive. As Governor Altgeld interpreted that section, it meant that United States troops may be sent into a state only upon application of the legislature or of the executive. He therefore, immediately after the arrival of the troops in Chicago, telegraphed the President that they were not needed. "Waiving all question of courtesy, I will say that the State of Illinois is not only able to take care of itself, but it stands ready today to furnish the Federal Government any assistance it may need elsewhere. As Governor, I protest, and ask the immediate withdrawal of Federal troops from active duty in the State." But Governor Altgeld had missed the point involved in the dispatch of troops. These had not been sent to protect the State of Illinois from "domestic violence," but to guard the property of the United States, to prevent obstruction of the United States mails, and to enforce the judgments of the United States courts as against illegal combinations. Authority for this was found in the law of April 20th, 1871. Note 26, page 385. The President answered Governor Altgeld, explaining the matter very briefly, only to receive another and very long dispatch arguing about the relations of State and Federal authority, and still missing the point as completely as before. To this second telegram Mr. Cleveland sent, July 6th, a short response which ended the discussion. While I am still persuaded that I have neither transcended my authority or duty in the emergency that confronts us, it seems to me that in this hour of danger and public distress discussion may well give way to active efforts on the part of all in authority to restore obedience to law and to protect life and property. President Cleveland's course in sending troops to Chicago against the protest of the state's executive, and in using the army elsewhere to prevent obstruction of the mail routes, was on the whole generally approved by public opinion and by Congress. A great deal of the comment made upon it was, however, based upon a misapprehension of the facts. Many persons then imagined, and many still believe, that the President put a new and bold construction upon his own powers, and that in consequence the functions of the executive were by his action substantially enlarged. Such, however, was not the case. He was merely doing what he was empowered and even required to do by statute, a statute originally enacted under President Grant, and aimed at the Ku Klux Klan. Hence, both the states' rights Democrats, like Governor Altgeld who condemned him, and the advocates of centralization who applauded him, did so with insufficient knowledge. If he deserved praise at all, it was not because of a new precedent which he established, for he established none, but for his rude courage in using, through a sense of duty, his statutory powers in a way that was certain to intensify the hatred of him which had by this time come to be almost a religion in the Western States. The serious constitutional question which the strike of 1894 brought into prominence concerned the judiciary rather than the executive. Government by injunction was a phrase that now came into general use. The Interstate Commerce Law of 1887 and the Sherman Antitrust Law of 1890 had both been framed with a view to checking the power of the corporations. Clever lawyers, however, had most ingeniously converted these two acts into instruments to protect the railway corporations against attack. If an engineer left his post, or if the crew of a train deserted it, this was held to be a conspiracy in restraint of commerce. A United States Circuit Court had issued a blanket injunction against all the employees of the Northern Pacific Road, forbidding them to strike. As to Mr. Debs and his associates, they had been enjoined from inciting men to strike. On December 14th they were brought before Judge Woods in Chicago and sentenced, Debs to 6 months' imprisonment, and the others to 3 months for contempt of court. This extension of the enjoining power was contrary to the whole spirit and practice of Anglo-Saxon jurisprudence as hitherto understood. By the new procedure, a judge defined in advance the nature of an offense, and by injunction forbade the commission of it by certain specified persons. If they disobeyed the injunction, they were brought before the judge and fined or imprisoned, not directly for the act itself, but for contempt of court. In this way the judge became also the accuser, and the accused lost the right of a jury trial. Many of the most conservative publicists in the East were alarmed by this alarming stretch of the judicial power. In the case of Mr. Debs, the principle at issue was admirably summed up in these words: "If Debs has been violating the law, let him be indicted, tried by a jury, and punished. Let him not be made the victim of an untenable court order, and deprived of his liberty entirely within the discretion of a judge. If the precedent now established is to stand, there is no limit to the power which the judiciary may establish over the citizen." Note 27, page 387. The action of Judge Woods in sentencing Debs was, however, sustained by a unanimous decision of the Supreme Court handed down on May 27, 1895, and he served his term in prison. Yet it is to be noted that the indictments for conspiracy found against him in legal form by a federal grand jury were afterwards dismissed. The report of a commission appointed by President Cleveland, note 28, page 388, to investigate the origin of the great strike was full of deep significance. This commission found in the Railway Managers' Association an example of the persistent and shrewdly devised plans of corporations to overreach their limitations and to usurp indirectly powers and rights not contemplated in their charters. It found that neither the railway union nor any general combination of railway employees had been planned until the railway managers had set the example. In the judgment of the commission, the evils of intensive combination must in the end be met by government control of such corporations as have a public or quasi-public character. The report was widely read, and its unquestioned facts and dispassionate deductions impressed themselves upon the minds of thousands. More and more was it becoming evident that the proper form of resistance to the glacier-like power of consolidated capital was not through strikes or other efforts of voluntary associations, which tended too readily to promote disorder, but rather through the federal government itself, using all its latent and immense resources to protect its citizens impartially. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9, Part 1 of 20 Years of the Republic, 1885 to 1905, by Harry Thurston Peck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bond Sales and Venezuela, Part 1. While the Wilson Bill was dragging its slow way through Congress, and while the fierce struggle against the railways in the West was being fought out to the bitter end, another highly controversial question had arisen to plague the President and to widen still further the breach between him and the majority of his party. Throughout the entire 4 years of the second Cleveland administration the sensitive nerve of the government lay in the condition of the Treasury, and it throbbed painfully in response to every event of serious import, whether this related to domestic politics or to international affairs. Here again the makeshifts and compromises of the past broke down completely, and the President was forced to take upon himself the whole burden of a responsibility which his predecessors had managed to evade. The events now to be narrated are those concerning which the sharpest differences of opinion existed at the time. They obscured in the mind of the people all the other acts of administration. They stirred millions of Americans to a pitch of acrimonious frenzy for which there are few parallels in our history. And in the end they shivered and rent the Democratic party until it cast aside its old traditions, and while retaining its historic name, stood forth transformed into the champion of new causes and new political ideals. It has already been mentioned in these pages that the Treasury's gold reserve of $100 million was intended to protect an outstanding issue of notes which, by the end of 1893, amounted to nearly $500 million. This gold reserve had proved adequate in the past, until the operation of the Sherman Silver Purchase Act of 1890 gradually shook public confidence in the Treasury's ability to meet its steadily increasing obligations. The repeal of this act under pressure from President Cleveland, as already described, had, to be sure, absolved the Secretary from buying 2 tons of silver every month and paying for it in gold. Yet in matters of finance, distrust when once aroused dies hard. In April of 1893, when the hoarding of gold was at its height, the Treasury's Gold Redemption Fund had, for the first time, fallen below the $100 million mark, and the circumstance had sent a shiver through the business world. Some had quickly seen in it an opportunity for making money. For the true peril of the Treasury, from the standpoint of conservative finance, lay not so much in the discrepancy between its obligations and its gold reserve, as in the fact that under existing laws no sooner was a government note presented at the Treasury and redeemed in gold, than it must immediately be reissued to become again a new obligation. The situation was admirably and forcibly described to Congress by Mr. Cleveland in several of his later messages. Thus, speaking of the Gold Reserve Fund, he said: "Even if the claims upon this fund were confined to the obligations originally intended, Note 1, page 390, and if the redemption of these obligations meant their cancellation, the fund would be very small. But these obligations, when received and redeemed in gold, are not cancelled, but are reissued and may do duty many times by way of drawing gold from the Treasury. Thus we have an endless chain in operation, constantly depleting the Treasury's gold, and never near a final rest." Note 2, page 390. Referring to the statute of May 1878, he remarked with epigrammatic pungency: "The government was put in the anomalous situation of owing to the holders of its notes debts payable in gold upon demand, which could neither be retired by receiving such notes in discharge of obligations due the government, nor cancelled by actual payment in gold. It was forced to redeem without redemption, and to pay without acquittance." Note 3, page 391. These 2 paragraphs indicate very well the view which Mr. Cleveland and his supporters in the Eastern States took of the financial situation. They held that the Treasury was bound to redeem all its notes of every kind in gold, at the discretion of the persons who presented the notes for payment. The corollary to this theory was that when the gold reserve in the Treasury had been unduly lowered by the process, it became the duty of the Secretary of the Treasury to sell bonds of the United States in order to replenish the reserve. Note 4, page 391, and thus make it possible for the operation of the "endless chain" to continue indefinitely. Of course, the issue of more bonds meant an increase of the national debt; but, as Mr. Cleveland understood the case, there was no help for this until Congress should enact new currency legislation, providing for the retirement and cancellation of all notes when once redeemed. But both bimetallists and all the friends of silver declared that such a policy was both unreasonable and likely to prove ruinous. They pointed out the fact that of all the government obligations only the legal tender treasury notes, greenbacks, were specifically redeemable in gold. The silver certificates issued under the Bland-Allison Act of 1878 were on their face declared to be redeemable in silver, while the notes issued for the purchase of silver bullion under the Sherman Act of 1890 were by the terms of that act redeemable in coin, i.e., in either gold or silver, at the option of the Treasury. And as they were issued against the silver bullion purchased by them, why should they be redeemed in gold? That the Treasury might pay out silver for them if it chose, was not denied even by Secretary Carlisle himself. On his appearing somewhat later before a committee of the House, Note 5, page 392, Mr. Sibley of Pennsylvania asked him, "What objection could there be to having the option of redeeming either in silver or gold lie with the Treasury instead of with the note holder?" To which Mr. Carlisle made the following reply: "If that policy had been adopted at the beginning of resumption, the policy of reserving to the government the option of redeeming in gold or silver all its paper presented, I believe it would have worked beneficially and there would have been no trouble growing out of it. But the Secretaries of the Treasury, from the beginning of resumption, have pursued a policy of redeeming in gold or silver at the option of the holder of the paper, and if any Secretary had afterwards attempted to change that policy, and force silver upon a man who wanted gold, or gold upon a man who wanted silver, and especially if he had made that attempt at such a critical period as we have had in the last 2 years, my judgment is that it would have been very disastrous. There is a vast difference between establishing a policy at the beginning and reversing a policy after it has been long established, and especially after the situation has been changed." But the silver men would not admit the strength of this position. If, argued they, Republican Secretaries have incorrectly interpreted the law, that is no reason why a Democratic administration should not revert to its correct and unquestioned meaning. Redeem the greenbacks in gold, for such is the law, but redeem the silver certificates and coin certificates in the silver in which the statute makes them payable. Why, when the gold in the Treasury is low, and while the vaults are bursting with silver dollars, why lay open the gold supply to be raided by every speculator, and decline to make use of the ample stock of silver? The President, however, took his stand upon the declaration of Congress which had been made a part of the Sherman Act of 1890, to the effect that it was "the established policy of the United States to maintain the two metals at a parity with each other upon the present legal ratio or such ratio as may be provided by law." Mr. Cleveland held that such a parity between gold and silver could not be maintained if the Treasury made any discrimination whatsoever between the different kinds of government paper. It must redeem them all alike, greenbacks, silver certificates, and coin notes, in gold, or else excite a suspicion of "the good faith and honest intentions of the government's professions, or create a suspicion of our country's solvency." Note 6, page 393. Hence he made up his mind that gold should be paid for every note presented, and that he would make an unstinted use of the nation's borrowing power rather than reverse the policy of his predecessors. He would buy gold with bonds to any extent that might be necessary. Such, too, had been the determination of President Harrison, and towards the close of his administration he had been almost forced to take such a step, for the drain upon the gold reserve had begun even then. Orders, in fact, had been given to engrave the plates for the printing of such bonds in February, 1893, but the necessity had been staved off by Secretary Charles Foster, who managed to get a temporary supply of gold, about $8,000,000, from a group of New York bankers. Thus the outgoing Republican administration was spared the necessity of doing that to which President Cleveland was soon forced by circumstances. The gold reserve, which in April, 1893, had fallen to $97,000,000, continued steadily to diminish throughout the year. The general hoarding of gold was one cause of this, for persons who wished to hoard could draw gold from the Treasury far more easily than from the banks. Note 7, page 394. Gold was also drawn out freely for export and in the way of trade. On the other hand, the customs receipts, which are as a rule made in gold, were now, for the most part, paid in paper, so that there was no flow of gold back to the Treasury to offset the drain. Hence, at the beginning of the eventful year 1894, the government's gold fund had sunk to only $70 millions, against which there was outstanding nearly $500 millions of paper money, all of it according to the Cleveland policy, redeemable upon demand in gold. The discrepancy was a frightful one, the more so in view of the general business depression, the uncertainties of tariff legislation, and the lack of public confidence. Hence, by direction of the President, January 17th, an issue of $50 million in United States bonds was advertised for sale in exchange for gold. Note 8, page 395. Bidders were required to offer a premium of not less than 17%. It was hoped by the President and the Secretary that these bonds would be at once oversubscribed, and that the mere announcement of their sale would check the run upon the gold fund in the Treasury. But both these hopes were disappointed. Bids came in so slowly that by February 1st it seemed as though the sale would be a total failure, a result to be averted at any risk. To announce that the United States could not borrow $50 millions in the open market would have been at once humiliating and disastrous. Yet such appeared for a time to be the case, while the announcement of the bond issue, so far from lessening the drain of Treasury gold, actually hastened it. On January 31st, the reserve fund stood at only $66 millions. In this crisis, Secretary Carlyle hurried to New York and called together a number of leading financiers. He pointed out to them that if the loan should fail, the shock to the public credit would disastrously affect the interests which they represented; that in this event the Treasury must inevitably suspend gold payments, and the country's finances be placed upon a silver basis. Moved by these considerations, the Secretary's hearers promised to support the loan, and within a week the bonds had been exchanged for sufficient gold to bring the Treasury's gold balance up to more than $107 millions. Note 9, page 395. But the incident had been a very trying one, a grievous disappointment to the President, and very ominous for the future. In fact, the relief proved to be only temporary. Some of those who had subscribed for the bonds had drawn the gold to pay for them from the Treasury itself, thus taking out with one hand what they put back with the other. Furthermore, it had now been made plain that the credit of the United States was at the mercy of the great bankers and other heads of financial institutions. They could at will so bleed the Treasury of gold as to compel new bond issues, and by combining together, they could in the future exact such terms from the government as to assure themselves an extraordinary profit. This lesson they resolved to put into practice while the opportunity was still open. Within a little more than 2 months after the reserve had been reinforced by the purchased gold, it had again fallen to $78 millions. The government tried every possible means to check the drain, but to little purpose. In November the fund stood at only $61 millions, and it was known that preparations were being made by New York bankers of foreign extraction to draw heavily upon this scanty store for shipment to foreign countries. On the 14th of the month, the situation being most serious, Secretary Carlyle called for bids in gold for a second issue of $50 million in bonds. This issue was taken up by a syndicate of 33 banking houses and financiers, who managed to secure the entire allotment by bidding for all or none. As the other bids did not cover the whole amount, and as the acceptance of them would have involved delay at a time when delay might prove disastrous, the syndicate was successful. One of its members, the president of the United States Trust Company of New York, afterwards testified under oath that the transaction was unprofitable to the subscribers, an assertion which was received with a very general skepticism. This second bond issue, like the first, afforded only a momentary relief. Wall Street had now thoroughly learned the lesson, and began applying it with a vengeance. In a single month, December, 1894, the sum of $32 million in gold was taken from the Treasury. In the following month, January, 1895, $45 million more was sucked out of the dwindling fund. Early in February there remained only $41 million, an alarmingly slender store with which to secure the undiminished $500 million of notes that were still in circulation. Thus, within 2 months after the second bond sale, nearly $80 million of gold had vanished from the Treasury, and the reserve fund touched the lowest point it had ever reached. In this emergency, the President invited to a conference at the White House Mr. J. Pierpont Morgan, a very eminent and sagacious financier. In a sort of apologia, published 8 years later, Mr. Cleveland wrote with a touch of irony: "It never occurred to any of us to consult farmers, doctors, lawyers, shoemakers, or even statesmen. We could not escape the belief that the prospect of obtaining what we needed might be somewhat improved by making application to those whose business and surroundings qualified them to intelligently respond." Note 10, page 397. Of course, what the President now wanted, in the light of vast experience, was not merely gold to replenish the reserve, but some effective guarantee that the gold so acquired would not be immediately drawn out again. Only a very powerful financial combination could give this guarantee, and such a combination was effected as a result of the conference with Mr. Morgan. On February 8th, in a special message, the President laid before Congress the terms of an agreement entered into by Secretary Carlyle on behalf of the government, and by Messrs. J. P. Morgan and Company and Messrs. August Belmont and Company. The former banking house was acting also for Messrs. J. S. Morgan and Company of London, the latter for Messrs. N. M. Rothschild and Sons of London. By the terms of the agreement, the subscribing bankers were to take up an issue of United States 4% coin bonds to the amount of $62,315,400 at the rate of 104 1/2, to be paid for in gold, at least half of which was to be brought from Europe. They were also, to the extent of their ability, to exert all financial influence and make all legitimate efforts to protect the Treasury of the United States against the withdrawal of gold, pending the complete performance of this contract. On the other hand, the Secretary of the Treasury agreed to give these banking houses the first option upon any further bonds which might be issued before October 1st, 1895. So far, the contract was one which it was within the legal power of the Secretary to make without referring the matter to Congress at all. But the second clause contained a special provision. If Congress would authorize the payment of principal and interest to be made specifically in gold instead of in coin, then the syndicate would accept 3% bonds in place of the proposed bonds at 4%. The difference would mean a saving to the United States of some $16 million in interest in the course of the 30 years during which the bonds were to run. The President, therefore, laid the contract before Congress and asked for authority to issue 3% bonds payable in gold. Until now, Congress had had no opportunity to deal directly with the President's policy regarding the bond issues. In March of 1894 it had passed a bill for coining the seigniorage, or so much of the silver bullion in the Treasury as represented the difference between its intrinsic value and its value when coined into money. This bill the President had promptly vetoed on the ground that its wording was ambiguous, and because, in his judgment, "sound finance does not commend a further infusion of silver into our currency." Note 11, page 399. As a matter of fact, the intrinsic value of the silver bullion purchased under the Sherman Act had already decreased so as to represent a loss to the Treasury of more than $10 million. Hence, Mr. A. S. Hewitt very neatly described the scheme to coin the seigniorage as a plan for "coining a vacuum." Again the President had urged upon Congress a bill for currency reform drawn by Secretary Carlyle. Note 12, page 399. The object of this bill was the absolute divorcement of the government from the business of banking, by giving greater facilities to national and state banks. Note 13, page 399. But Congress was in no mood to legislate in favor of banks of any kind, and the House, by a test vote upon a subsidiary motion, made this fact so clear that the bill was dropped. But now the whole matter of the bond issues came directly before that body, and a Democratic majority had to discuss the financial policy of a Democratic President. A joint resolution authorizing the issue of 3% bonds payable specifically in gold was reported by the Committee on Ways and Means. On February 14th, Mr. Bryan of Nebraska spoke in opposition to the measure, and for the second time attracted widespread attention by the force and piquancy of his style. He gave voice, in fact, to the rising note of doubt, distrust, and discontent which the course of the President had excited throughout the Western States. At the same time, the fairness and courtesy of his whole tone and manner could give no personal offense even to Mr. Cleveland's partisans. Speaking of the President, Mr. Bryan said: "The President of the United States is only a man. We entrust the administration of government to men, and when we do so we know that they are liable to err. When men are in public office we expect them to make mistakes; even so exalted an official as the President is liable to make mistakes. And if the President does make a mistake, what should Congress do? Ought it blindly to approve his mistake, or do we owe it to the people of the United States, and even to the President himself, to correct the mistake so that it will not be made again? But some gentlemen say that the Democratic party should stand by the President. What has he done for the party since the last election to earn its gratitude? What gratitude should we feel? The gratitude which a confiding ward feels towards his guardian without a bond, who has squandered a rich estate. What gratitude should we feel? The gratitude which a passenger feels towards the trainman who has opened a switch and precipitated a wreck. Then coming to the Morgan Belmont contract, he went on to say: "What is this contract? I am glad that it has been made public. It is a contract made by the executive of a great nation with the representatives of foreign money loaners. It is a contract made with men who are desirous of changing the foreign policy of this country. They recognize by their actions that the United States has the right to pay coin obligations in either gold or silver, and they come to us with the insolent proposition: 'We will give you $16,000,000, paying a proportionate amount each year, if the United States will change its financial policy to suit us.' Never before has such a bribe been offered to our people by a foreign syndicate, and we ought so to act that such a bribe will never be offered again. By this contract we not only negotiate with foreigners for a change in our financial policy, but we give them an option on future loans. We cannot afford to put ourselves in the hands of the Rothschilds, who hold mortgages on most of the thrones of Europe. There is another objection to this contract. It provides for the private sale of coin bonds running 30 years at 104 1/2, which ought to be worth 119 in the open market, and which could have been sold at public auction for 115 without the least effort. Why this sacrifice of the credit of the United States? What excuse was there for selling a 30-year bond for 104 1/2? What defense can be made for this gift of something like $7,500,000 to the bond syndicate? And finally he attacked with much force the fundamental assumption of the President that all the obligations of the government must be paid in gold and in gold alone, if the note holder and bond holder demanded it. So long as the note holder has the option, bonds may be issued over and over again without avail. Gold will be withdrawn either directly or indirectly for the purpose of buying bonds, and an issue of bonds will be compelled again whenever bond buyers have a surplus of money awaiting investment. The only remedy is the restoration of the bimetallic principle, and the exercise of the option to redeem greenbacks and treasury notes in silver whenever silver is more convenient, or whenever such a course is necessary to prevent a run upon the treasury. The government is helpless so long as it refuses to exercise this option. I propose the only policy which will help the government. I propose the only policy which will stop the leak in the treasury. I only ask that the Treasury Department shall be administered on behalf of the American people, and not on behalf of the Rothschilds and other foreign bankers." Mr. Bryan's attack upon the joint resolution was not the only cause of its defeat. Many Democrats who believed that all bonds were and ought to be payable in gold disliked the terms of the Morgan Belmont contract as inequitable. The Republican members of the House were, for the most part, glad to thrust the Democratic administration still further down into the mire of popular dislike; and therefore the measure was finally defeated by a vote made up of all the Populists, of 2/3 of the Republicans, and of more than half the Democrats. Note 14, page 402. The President's transactions with the bond syndicate were thus condemned by the representatives of all three parties. He carried out the original contract, however, and delivered bonds to the amount of $62,315,500 in return for gold, at the rate of 104 1/2. When he did so, the gold reserve had fallen to so low an ebb that the Sub Treasury in New York was within 24 hours of suspending gold payments altogether. Then something happened which seemed to many to be full of sinister meaning. No sooner had the syndicate secured the bonds which it had bought at 104 1/2 than it offered them for sale in the open market. Almost at once their price rose to 118. Investors were eager to buy them at this figure. And yet these were the bonds which had been described as of uncertain value because they were not made specifically payable in gold. It is not surprising that the administration was widely and severely censured for the whole transaction. In financial circles Mr. Cleveland found defenders, who said that he was not responsible for the vicious legislation of earlier years, that the pressing necessities of the situation gave him no choice save to get gold where he could, as quickly as he could, and on the best terms possible, and that, in a word, he had done the very best thing in his power. But there were many loyal followers of the President who were deeply impressed with the belief that the whole affair had been very badly managed. The United States, one of the richest countries in the world, was apparently dependent upon a little group of bankers for a loan of some $60 millions, and was forced to make those bankers a gift of nearly $7 millions in return for the accommodation. Such usury might be paid by a country like Turkey, but hardly by the United States. Why, it was asked, did the President wait until the gold in the Treasury was almost gone before negotiating a new bond issue? Why were not the bonds offered to the people at large for popular subscription? If the bonds were sold in this way to small investors throughout the country, self-interest would make the people anxious to sustain the national credit, whereas these favors to foreign bankers created a strong sentiment inimical to the very cause which Mr. Cleveland was upholding. The New York World, which had consistently and ably supported the President until this time, now attacked the syndicate transaction with unsparing energy. It had opposed all exclusive issues of bonds to bankers who, after giving the Treasury a supply of gold, would at once siphon it all out again. In less than a year, said the World, Note 15, page 403, the government has had $117 million from the banks, and has lost it all and $8 million more through the financial thimble rigging of Wall Street. Its comment upon the completed syndicate transaction, or bank parlor negotiations, as it called them, was made in these words, which very fairly expressed the verdict of a majority of Democrats even in the East. It is an excellent arrangement for the bankers. It puts at least $16 million into their pockets. For the nation it means a scandalous surrender of credit and a shameful waste of substance. Note 16, page 404. Scientific bimetallists pointed to the transaction as an object lesson, and as a warning of the financial dangers inherent to the adoption of the single gold standard. Refuse to make any use of silver, said they, and see the position in which you find yourself. The very credit and financial stability of the government are at the mercy of Wall Street money kings, who can bleed the gold reserve and force new bond issues at their pleasure. But if the Treasury were to make only a very small part of each payment in silver, it would thus serve notice upon the speculators that they cannot go on raiding the reserve at will, and it would induce exporters of gold to depend for their supplies upon the banks. They cited the practice of the Bank of France in support of their contentions. End of Chapter 9, Part 1.